Chapter 1. In the fleeting moment of regaining consciousness, a man's visage leapt before Tang Qian's eyes, and she could not help but acknowledge the sheer perfection of his features. She suddenly realized that she was completely unclothed, and the man beside her had evidently concluded his tempestuous encounter. Tang Qian was overwhelmed with sorrow. Her first experience had unwittingly transpired within the confines of a rudimentary cave, shared with an unfamiliar man, one whose physique was robust and exuded an alluring wildness, complemented by flowing locks of hair. The man showed no intention of pausing with deftness. He turned and scooped Tang Qian into his arms, striding towards a thermal spring nestled within the cave. He plucked a fruit from the branches by the spring, gesturing for Tang Qian to consume it. "What is this?" "I refuse to eat." The man babbled in a torrent of words, and upon noticing Tang Qian's continued frown of vigilance, he seemed to have an epiphany. He took a substantial bite of the fruit, chewed it thoroughly, and then leaned down, skillfully pushing the pulp into Tang Qian's mouth with his agile tongue. "Now you can comprehend my words." Tang Qian did understand, but she was nearly choking. Good heavens, had no one informed him that such forceful methods of wooing a woman were archaic even for domineering CEOs? "Little female, do not fear," he said, his rough hand gently caressing her shoulder and back. Tang Qian could not suppress a shiver. The term female felt utterly bizarre. Amid her trepidation, memories surged forth. She was conducting research on animal migrations in Africa with a professor and classmates when their off-road vehicle had overturned while evading a cheetah's attack, plunging into a ravine. It appeared she had traversed through the accident. She cast a glance at the man, who was now draping himself in a hide, and pondered if this attire belonged to a primordial era. "You are my first," he declared, turning Tang Qian's body towards him, pledging solemnly, "the only one." Indeed, the primitive man's speech lacked grammatical structure. Yet Tang Qian comprehended sufficiently. Could it be that he too was a novice? This thought offered her a modicum of solace. His gaze lingered on her. Captivated, she was unlike any female he had encountered, petite, fair-skinned, with eyes as clear and innocent as a fawn, evoking a deep sense of affection within him. "My name is Yu." "And you?" "Tang Qian." "What a peculiar name." Yes' voice resonated, deep and melodious. "Where do you hail from?" Tang Qian bit her lip, shaking her head in bewilderment. "I know, you must be a divine gift bestowed upon me," Yu said, ruffling her hair affectionately. To her astonishment, this primitive man possessed the ability to offer such endearing gestures, and Tang Qian felt herself enveloped in a bubble of warmth. After soaking in the soothing waters, she began to relax slightly as he wrapped a large, sturdy hide around her, taking her hand and leading her out of the cave. "Come, let's meet our tribe." As they emerged, dozens of men and women clad in hides knelt in unison, chanting in a language Tang Qian could not comprehend, reverently bowing to Yu, indicating his status as their leader. Yu held her close, proclaiming loudly, "Tang Qian, my female, soon you shall bear my blood from this day forth. When you are seen, you shall be regarded as I am." Upon his declaration, the crowd erupted in commotion. A woman at the forefront even buried her face in her hands, weeping. "What a strange name. She's so small and so fair. How can the chieftain bestow his blood upon her?" A sense of foreboding settled over Tang Qian. These ancient people seemed unwelcoming towards her. She glanced anxiously at Yu, who remained composed and unflustered. "Silence. Yes, decision is grounded in reason," an elder shouted, quelling the dissent. Yu nodded slightly in acknowledgement to the elder, his eyes narrowing with pride as he declared, "I, the chieftain of the Radiant tribe, understand our customs. Just wait and see." The cave fell into an abrupt silence, save for Tang Qian. The others understood the implications of Yes' words. The Radiant tribe was one of the three most formidable tribes in this land. Although Yu was their leader, if his mate wished to command respect within the tribe, he must personally hunt, and the fiercer the prey, the higher her status would rise. "I will bring back the most fearsome of beasts." Yes' resolute gaze swept across the crowd, landing on Tang Qian, softening. Yu led Tang Qian back to his cave, and soon his companions, Quan and Rome, entered with worried expressions. You cannot go," Quan urged. You continued to prepare his hunting tools, undeterred. Rong, equally anxious, grasped Yes' arm. The ground is frozen everywhere. There are no game animals to be found. Only those predatory beasts. I seek precisely those beasts. You replied, pushing Rong's hand away. And what of your life? Do you not value it? Rong pressed on, unwilling to relent. Silence. Quan interjected, seemingly fearful of such ill-meant talk. You is the strongest male. You chuckled, patting Quan's shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, I will return with the beast unharmed. Until then, please take good care of her. He cast a gentle glance at Tang Qian. Quan, realizing further protest would be futile, sighed and nodded. Rest assured, I will tend to her as I would for you. Tang Qian had surmised Yes' intentions and understood his motivations anxiously. She grasped his hand. Despite her reluctance, this man, having shared an intimate encounter with her, was her sole ally in this alien world. I do not care for their respect. Can you not refrain from going? Tang Qian timidly asked. Her plea ignited Yes' desire to protect her even more fiercely. He gently brushed her forehead, replying softly, No. I must ensure you become the most revered female of the Radiant tribe. With that, you secured his equipment and exited the cave. Tang Qian gazed into the swirling snow outside, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. It's all your fault. Startled by a sudden outburst, Tang Qian turned to see Rong glaring at her with fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Guan busharon asida. She is yes female. You shall not speak of her in such a manner. What do you know? Rong's eyes glinted dangerously. She is an enigma, and she has led you to take risks. What else could she be but a harbinger of doom? You is not a foolish male, Quan retorted indignantly. His actions are undoubtedly justified. Do not presume. I am unaware. You are simply envious of Tang Qian. Envious? Tang Qian regarded Rong curiously. Could it be that this rugged male harbored feelings for you? You lie. Rong's facade crumbled, his gaze evasive. You have long desired to offer your sister Luo to you, yet you has no interest in her as a mate. Now it made sense. Tang Qian recalled the woman weeping earlier at Yes' announcement. Could that have been Luo? It was no wonder she had cast such venomous glances her way. Rong, exposed by Quan's revelation, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. His resentful stare darkened. Quan sensed the shift, positioning himself defensively in front of Tang Qian. I warn you, do not act rashly. She is recognized as yes female. Rong averted his gaze, retreating slowly, his mind concocting a plan. Yes acknowledgement meant little. All that mattered was ensuring this hindrance vanished before Yes' return. After a lengthy silence, Rong turned and patted Quan's shoulder, offering an insincere apology. I was wrong. I should not have spoken so. Seeing Quan's demeanor soften, Rong discreetly suggested, You should fetch the spear. Let us guard the cave until I return. Quan readily complied, and Tang Qian sighed in relief, leaning against a large stone to rest. Unbeknownst to her, Rong stealthily approached the cave entrance, quietly retrieving a sharp object. It was a slender stone blade. He had heard the tribe's elders speak of how warm blood could attract bears, and with the mountains blanketed in snow, the bears would be frantically hungry. By luring them with blood, they would inevitably catch the scent of food within the cave. Rong pressed the blade against his forearm, gauging its sharpness, then gritted his teeth and sliced into his skin, crimson blood flowing to the ground. Hiss! He inhaled sharply, though it stung. The thought of removing the threat to his sister brought a sinister smile to his lips. Rong glanced back at Tang Qian, who appeared to be dozing against the stone, seemingly oblivious to his nefarious intentions. He stifled his elation and quietly slipped out of the cave, needing to concoct an excuse to delay Quan. After enduring a series of tumultuous events, Tang Qian was utterly exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber, dreaming of you returning safely with prey, his broad hand gently ruffling her hair, radiating warmth. The warmth felt so real that Tang Qian was incredulous in her dream. There was a soft, fuzzy sensation. Drowsily, she wondered when Yes' hand had sprouted soft fur. Wait, this is not a dream. Tang Qian jolted awake, her eyes flying open to reveal a massive white bear gently pawing at her head. Tang Qian was somewhat taken aback, yet she quickly regained her composure. This was not her first encounter with animals from a young age. She had been aware of her uniqueness, possessing an innate ability to attract creatures and command gentle beasts. It was precisely for this reason that she chose to pursue a degree in zoology. This polar bear was significantly larger than the bears of her era. Its fur a pristine white without a hint of blemish, exuding an exquisite beauty. Upon noticing that Tang Qian had awakened, it approached her gently and lay down, nuzzling affectionately against her leg. Tang Qian felt a pang of confusion. Primitive humans lived in communal settings, their caves filled with voices and the flicker of firelight, causing wild beasts to keep their distance. How had this bear ventured into her cave? "How did you get in here, big fellow?" she inquired softly, stroking its fur. The polar bear seemed to comprehend, lifting its head and nudging towards the cave entrance. Tang Qian's apprehension deepened as she rose to exit the cave. The moment she stepped outside, a biting cold wind rushed at her, carrying with it a distinct scent of blood. Looking down, she discovered a small pool of blood at the entrance, fresh and vibrant in color, indicating it had been spilled not long ago. It appeared that the polar bear had been drawn here by the allure of this warm, new blood. It seemed someone had intentionally bled to attract the polar bear, aiming to place her in peril. Tang Qian had not anticipated that the world of ancient humans would be rife with treachery. Now, as she remained unharmed, she wondered if the lurking malefactor might turn their attention to you. She glanced at the polar bear before turning her gaze to the distant mountains. At that moment, the fierce predators, deprived of food, were likely to be ravenous, and a solitary human would make for an ideal target. Even if no one has orchestrated this, it would still be perilous, wouldn't it? No, she must assist him. After all, he had ventured out to hunt for her sake. One must have a conscience. Tang Qian hurried back into the cave, carefully wrapping a piece of cooked meat left by you and tucking it into her bosom. She then patted the bear's back, saying, "Take me to your forest." The polar bear emitted a low grunt and lowered itself, signaling her to climb aboard. Elated, Tang Qian settled herself securely, and the bear turned to dash out of the cave. Outside lay a vast expanse of snow, and thanks to the bear's body heat, Tang Qian found herself surprisingly warm. The polar bear moved with grace and stability, galloping across the endless snowy plain. The snowfall had ceased, and sunlight glimmered off the snow, casting a dazzling glow. The world appeared as if adorned in a delicate layer of frost, leading Tang Qian to believe she had stumbled into a fairy tale. "How beautiful!" she exclaimed with genuine admiration. After traversing a snowy expanse, the polar bear plunged into a forest. The shadows and silence of the woods instilled a sense of trepidation in Tang Qian. She wondered if you might be lurking somewhere within. At that moment, the polar bear's pace suddenly slowed, eventually coming to a halt. Tang Qian, puzzled, asked, "Big fellow, what is it?" The polar bear emitted a low whimper, seemingly conveying fear. Confused, Tang Qian dismounted and scanned her surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Though she could not discern what the polar bear feared, its demeanor suggested it had sensed some impending danger. Tang Qian focused her attention, realizing she could faintly hear distant cries. Cautiously, she stepped forward, the polar bear trailing behind her. After walking several paces, the cries grew increasingly distinct, and it seemed there was a group of people involved. "Oh, whoa!" Tang Qian was startled. That was the howl of wolves. It appeared that someone was beset by a pack of wolves. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the underbrush, she crept forward, witnessing a group of primitive people being attacked by 7 or 8 wolves. Many women and children among them were frantically wailing in terror. As the two sides faced off, the lead wolf launched an assault, while several sturdy men brandished their weapons in defense. Although they momentarily repelled the wolves, the pack was already preparing for another strike. "I do not wish to perish," a diminutive man attempted to turn and flee. Yet, before he could take more than a couple of steps, a commanding voice rang out. "Return, you must form a circle." Dozens of gazes turned towards the source of the call, where Tang Qian sat upon the back of a white bear, resembling the fabled goddess of the mountains and forests, among the crowd. Someone knelt and cried out, "Goddess, save us!" This group of people was no match for the wolf pack, and Tang Qian, unable to bear the cries of the elderly and children, resolved to assist them. Everyone huddled together back to back. Tang Qian instructed, "Shout with all your might. Strike your weapons together." The primitive individuals, without a moment's hesitation, complied, and soon the air was filled with a deafening cacophony. The wolf pack seemed momentarily intimidated, retreating a few paces but quickly regrouped. Tang Qian pointed at the lead wolf's position and patted the white bear, saying, "Big fellow, fear not. It cannot defeat you. Go. Dispatch it." Encouraged, the bear suddenly turned fierce, growling low as it lunged at the alpha wolf, which was startled into the air by the unexpected attack, leading to a fierce struggle. Although the wolves were agile and ferocious, the bear's sheer size proved advantageous. After several rounds, the alpha wolf began to falter, unable to counter the bear's powerful strikes. "Bravo, big fellow!" Tang Qian exclaimed in admiration, though initially uncertain. While the bear was large, wolves were notoriously cunning and brutal. Bolstered by the praise, the bear fought valiantly, eventually shattering the alpha wolf's skull with a powerful blow. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the other wolves lost their morale and gradually retreated into the depths of the forest. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, and an elderly woman suddenly knelt, crossing her hands over her chest, bowing deeply to Tang Qian while murmuring, "Goddess, goddess." Tang Qian hurried to assist her, but to her surprise, others followed suit, kneeling and chanting, "Goddess." Amused yet bewildered, Tang Qian thought to herself that she had merely helped them fend off the wolves. How had she become a goddess? Just as she contemplated clarifying her position, a young man approached from the throng. Like the others, crossed his arms before his chest, respectfully bowing as he introduced himself. "I am Hao, the chieftain of the Misu tribe. That we thank you, goddess, for saving me and my people." An elder murmured in reverence, "I have lived long, yet never have I seen such a white bear. The goddess of the mountains rides a white bear, bringing us sustenance. Truly, the legends are real." Her astonishment. The bear was indeed a rare specimen. Tang Qian glanced at the kneeling crowd, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. These people revered her and would likely not bring harm upon her. "I am not a goddess," Tang Qian felt compelled to clarify, waving her hand dismissively. "I merely came here." Before she could finish, Hao interjected, addressing the others, "I have long asserted that our Misu tribe is under divine protection. The goddess has indeed descended. Today we shall surely acquire bountiful provisions." As soon as Hao finished speaking, everyone raised their hands in prayer, their voices rising in unison. "Misu! Misu!" Tang Qian sighed in resignation, unsure how to convince these individuals of her true identity. Hao, clearly uninterested in her protests, pulled her aside to assess the wounds of his tribesmen and captives. Back at the Guangming tribe, you returned to hear of Tang Qian's escape and was perplexed by her motives. Could it be true, as Rong had suggested, that she was a spy from another tribe, having drawn near with ulterior intentions, only to flee upon being discovered? "I refuse to believe it," Quan remarked with a frown. "She appears as pure as the flowers atop the mountain. You have been deceived. She is indeed a spy," Rong scoffed. Quan attempted to counter, but you interrupted, declaring, "I must find her, even if it means recovering her soulless corpse. Spread the word. Those who bring her back shall receive a generous reward." Quan nodded and promptly departed, while Rong, brow furrowed, followed suit, leaving the cave behind. The Misa tribe rested in place, the white bear having wandered off in search of food. Tang Qian observed a cluster of bare-chested primitive individuals huddled together for warmth, puzzled by their choice to gather in the frigid wilderness instead of seeking shelter in a cave. "What brings you out to the woods?" she inquired, turning to Hao. "Alas, our tribe's grain is nearly depleted. We intended to exchange these females and captives for sustenance," Hao replied with a weary shake of his head. "Who could have foreseen encountering a wolf pack here? But thankfully, we have the goddess's protection." Tang Qian scanned the crowd, noticing 2 or 3 children around 5 or 6 years old, and inquired with surprise, "Are they the slaves you intend to trade?" "Indeed," Hao confirmed, but then sighed in disappointment. "Yet others believe they are incapable of labor and are unwilling to trade with me." Tang Qian felt a pang of compassion and pleaded, "They are so young. Might you reconsider exchanging them?" "How can we?" Hao frowned. "Our grain can last but a day or 2 more. In this bitter cold, if we do not procure food soon, we shall all starve." A woman, clutching one of the children, began to weep softly, revealing a likely mother-child bond. As the prospect of their separation loomed, in this world, life seemed to hold less value than grass. Tang Qian lamented inwardly, recognizing the fragility of human existence. And oh wonder, you sought to earn the utmost respect within his tribe. Only then could he protect himself from harm. This thought deepened her concern for you. What if he encountered a wolf pack as well? She dared not dwell on it, and prepared to bid farewell to Hao and the Misu tribe. That moment, a gaunt man rushed over from a distance. Breathless as he bowed to Hao, stating, "I have learned that they are indeed searching for a female, and the reward is substantial. Is that true?" Hao's face lit up with excitement as he stepped closer, asking, "What crime did this female commit?" "I do not know." The thin man shook his head at it. "It said she's a spy to a spy." "How did the Guangming tribe discover this?" Upon hearing Guangming tribe, Tang Qian froze, curiosity piqued as she moved closer. The gaunt man scratched his head and continued, "It seems she fled after being recognized as a female by you. That use female? Fled? Could he be referring to her?" Tang Qian was taken aback, bewildered at how she had become labeled a fleeing spy. But she could not dwell on that now. Hao rubbed his hands together, asking, "Did you gather any description of this female? Speak quickly, so we may capture her and exchange her for food. I heard from the Guangming tribe that this female is quite peculiar, very small, and her skin is fairer than that of our females." Hearing this, Tang Qian's mind raced with alarm. It was as if they were reading her identification card. This description was an unmistakable clue for Hao, as she stood among a throng of tall, bronze-skinned primitives, resembling a bright target. Predictably, after a brief moment of contemplation, Hao abruptly turned to Tang Qian, his gaze filled with avarice, as if she were a mountain of food. "What do you intend to do?" Tang Qian sensed his malevolent intent and quickly retreated a few steps, urgently calling for the white bear. "White! Seize her!" Hao shouted, lunging forward to cover Tang Qian's mouth, stifling any cry for help. The other members of the Misu tribe, bewildered by the chieftain's brazen actions, stared in shock as he roughly restrained the goddess. Some of the elders even knelt in tears, murmuring, "May the divine forgive us." Tang Qian struggled against her bindings, her mouth covered, realizing the futility of her efforts as she glared furiously at Hao. She understood better than anyone the significance of sustenance in this primitive age, and the thought that you might be threatened by someone as vile as Hao filled her with an inexplicable guilt. "You are indeed the deity sent to rescue us. With you, I shall have no fear of hunger." Hao grinned shamelessly. Tang Qian quickly composed herself, attempting to call upon the white bear, hoping it might sense her peril. However, after several attempts, she found herself unable to connect. Perhaps the distance was too great, and she had no choice but to abandon that hope. Hao personally led Tang Qian far away until they reached the plains, devoid of any ferocious beasts, at which point he released her, stretching his hands. "Now!" Tang Qian suddenly pushed Hao away and bolted toward the forest. However, mere steps into her escape, she was swiftly surrounded by several of Hao's subordinates, who brought her back again. "You ungrateful wretch! You shall face retribution. What gratitude! What obligation!" The crowd was left in confusion. Tang Qian fumed, unable to outwit these illiterate brutes. She quickly gathered her thoughts, feigning sincerity as she looked at Hao. "Release me, and I can bring you countless sources of meat. No, I desire more than just this." Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, declaring that he would hand you over to you, and from that moment forth, he would safeguard our Misu tribe. He will not. He despises those who betray him the most. Hao menacingly advanced, stating, "Female, do not forget, the one who betrayed him is you." "I did not," Tang Qian retorted fiercely, a flicker of despair crossing her features. "If you had yet to return, then being captured this time would surely lead to her demise at Rong's hands. I fear not retribution. Only the pangs of hunger frighten me." Hao replied shamelessly, laughing as he called to his kin, "Bring the grass ropes and bind her. Do not let her escape." Hao's confidants and Misu tribe had gone to scout the area, and seeing Hao's actions, they were already discontent. Thus none were willing to obey his command. Reluctantly, Hao picked up the grass ropes himself, intending to bind Tang Qian's hands. "You must not." An elderly figure stepped in front of Hao. Tang Qian was taken aback, It was the elder who had knelt before her moments ago. Chi, what do you intend to do? Hao's displeasure was evident. Chi was a respected elder who often lectured him. You cannot use the goddess as a bargaining chip. Chi grasped the rope, pleading earnestly. This will offend the deities. Do you know what calamity may befall our Missa tribe? I do not know. Hao pushed him aside with force. His expression fierce. All I know is that without food, our Missa tribe will vanish. And she is not a goddess. She is merely a spy. Even if she is not a goddess, she has saved our lives. Other tribes will scorn us if they learn of your actions, Chi declared, lifting his silver-haired head defiantly, his eyes gleaming with resolve. I cannot stand by and watch you ruin the Missa tribe. Chi held tightly to the rope, standing firm against Hao. Tang Qian felt a surge of emotion, but also worried for Chi. It was uncertain if someone as greedy and treacherous as Hao possessed any semblance of conscience. Step aside. Hao lashed out with the grass rope, striking Chi fiercely, then kicked him aside, a glint of malice in his eyes. Today, no one shall stop me. As dusk approached, and still no news of Tang Qian. Yu sat before a platter of roasted meat, devoid of appetite, feeling more despondent than ever. His dignity had suffered a grievous blow. Never had a female rejected him. Had he treated that young female poorly? He had promised to make her his one and only. Furthermore, he had risked his life to hunt a rare beast for her, which should have elevated her status among the tribe. Why had she chosen to flee from him? Yu poured himself a cup of fruit wine and downed it in one gulp. As he prepared to pour another, a soft hand suddenly pressed against his. He looked up to find Luo before him. She is not worth it, Luo said, her eyes shimmering with seductive allure as she attempted to sit beside him. Why you evaded her advances, standing up and distancing himself, his tone cool that I wish to be alone. The allure in Luo's gaze ignited into jealousy. What was it about that female that captivated you? Wasn't she the celebrated beauty of the Guangming tribe, universally admired as his destined mate? You hunted a rare beast for her. Yet she fled. She does not desire your blood. You glared at Luo coldly. That is of no concern to you. It certainly is. You clearly desired me before, Luo replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. I am the one worthy of being your mate. I have never thought that way. Yu's voice was as frigid as the howling wind outside the cave. Hearing Yu's outright rejection, Luo was engulfed by a surge of rage and despair. Since her earliest memories, she had dreamed of being Yu's mate, and now, to be cast aside for an enigmatic female. It is she who had bewitched you. Just then, Quan rushed into the cave, breathless and ecstatic. Tang Qian has been found. Yu's eyes lit up, disregarding Luo as he quickly exited the cave alongside Quan, unable to contain his urgency to ask the young female why she had abandoned him. All of Yu's anger and heartbreak dissipated at the sight of Tang Qian. But his relief turned to fury upon seeing her hands bound. That damned Hao had the audacity to restrain her with a rope. The moment Tang Qian beheld Yu's stern countenance, she felt a wave of dread. Perhaps he had been swayed by Rome to believe she was merely a fleeing spy. If that were the case, her explanations would be futile, and the blood at the cave entrance would likely have already vanished. Hao, observing their expressions, recognized he had wagered correctly and, envisioning the hefty reward, hastily ingratiated himself. This wretch betrayed you, and I have brought her back. Feel free to torment her as you wished while you silently surveyed Tang Qian's bruised wrists. Then abruptly turned, seizing Hao by the throat with fierce intent. Who authorized you to bind her? Hao gasped for breath, his hands clawing at Yu's grip, his face turning an alarming shade of purple. The Misu tribe members attempted to rush in to rescue him, but were paralyzed by Yu's deathly glare, none daring to step forward. Tang Qian trembled uncontrollably. This man was ruthless. Would he treat her the same way? Just as Hao believed he was about to be choked to death, you suddenly released him, and Hao crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, gasping for air like a starved dog. The Misu tribe members sighed in relief, yet the thought of Hao betraying the goddess filled them with revulsion, and none were willing to assist him. Take your reward and be gone. Upon hearing you, fulfill his promise. Hao hastily scrambled to his feet, thanking him profusely before following Quan to a nearby cave. Inside lay a bountiful supply of grain and some unfamiliar foodstuffs. Quan gestured toward a pile of grain and 2 live sheep, saying, "Take this. It is your reward." Hao beamed, scooping up a handful of grain, his face alight with joy. There is food. There is food. The other members of the Misset tribe, however, could not share in his elation. Their fear of divine retribution outweighed their hunger. Hao's betrayal of the goddess for food would surely invoke heavenly wrath, and they would all suffer the consequences. You will face divine punishment for selling out the goddess. We will all be punished along with you. Hao shot them a disdainful glance, dismissively retorting, "What is divine punishment? I would rather face it than starve to death." Qian, overhearing their conversation, curiously inquired, "Who is the goddess?" One of the tribe members briefly recounted how Tang Qian had helped them escape from a wolf pack, but was captured by Hao in exchange for grain. Qian immediately felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Casting a disdainful glance at Hao, "You heartless wretch, begone." Hao, however, paid no heed, enviously eyeing the cave's ample provisions while directing the others to load the grain and herd the sheep in preparation for their return to their own tribe. In the stone cave, Tang Qian huddled in a corner, paralyzed by fear. She had no inkling of the brutal punishment awaiting her. Was this truly the first day of her journey in this strange world? Would she meet her end after merely one episode? Should she resort to her charms to entice him? She lay on her side, pulling the animal skin closer, and prepared to unleash a captivating gaze, hoping to stir something in this ancient man. Yet before she could take action, he was already approaching her, and she gazed up at him in trepidation as he withdrew a stone knife. The knife was small yet razor-sharp. A single stroke would surely be fatal. But would he grant her a quick death, or would he inflict multiple wounds? Tang Qian, in despair, shut her eyes. Suddenly, she felt the ropes on her waist loosen, and upon opening her eyes, she found you unbinding her, their proximity allowing her to sense his calm and steady breath, a stark contrast to his earlier ferocity. What was he doing? Tang Qian felt a flutter of unease. "I have slain a rare beast for you," you said, gazing into Tang Qian's eyes like a child awaiting praise. "You shall be the most revered female of the Guangming tribe." Tang Qian's gaze fell upon Yu's left arm, where she noticed a fresh wound over a foot long, now seeping blood. Though she did not know what kind of formidable beast the rare beast was, its difficulty to subdue proved Yu's regard for her. Though she believed she had left without notice, Yu did not punish her, nor did he question her about her escape. A warmth blossomed within her. Perhaps this man truly cherished her. "Does it hurt?" Tang Qian gently embraced Yu's injured arm, murmuring apologetically, "I am sorry." While Yu shook his head, pointing to his chest, "It is merely here that aches a bit." The ancient man even knows how to utter rustic love words. Tang Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Despite Yu exuding an aura of wildness and ferocity, why did she find him somewhat endearing? "Why are you laughing?" What I said is true. That Yu's words brimmed with the navet characteristic of a staunchly masculine man. A smile lingered on Tang Qian's face, and just as she was about to explain, Qian entered from outside the cave, his expression one of displeasure. "What's wrong?" Yu asked, confused. They had been besieged by a pack of wolves, and it was Tang Qian who had rescued them. Yet Hao showed no gratitude and instead treated Tang Qian like livestock. Qian recounted the events he had just witnessed. Why Yu furrowed his brow and turned to Tang Qian, asking, "Is that true?" Tang Qian felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing it was her folly. Moreover, Yu's gentle demeanor had allowed her to overlook the unpleasantness brought about by Hao. Thus, she had no intention of informing Yu. But since Qian had mentioned it, she could only nod in acknowledgement. "If you had told me earlier, I would have twisted Hao's head off right then and there." Yu's gaze was fierce, instilling a sense of fear. Tang Qian, fearing he might truly act on his words, quickly waved her hands. "But I returned safely, didn't I? He didn't harm me. He merely took my jerky." "Jerky?" Yu and Qian exchanged glances, both asking in unison. "Yes," Tang Qian affirmed seriously. "When I left, I took a large piece of jerky from our cave, and that scoundrel snatched it away while tying me up." Yu fell silent for a brief moment before bursting into laughter, amused that this little female was so earnestly distressed over a piece of jerky. Qian had never seen Yu regard another female with such warmth or laugh so heartily, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude for Hao. "Shall I roast some meat for you?" Yu asked indulgently, gazing at Tang Qian. "No need. I'm just tired." After all the commotion, Tang Qian felt she had only 1% of her energy left. "Then you should get some proper sleep." I will return shortly to keep you company. Why you stood up and exchanged a knowing glance with Quan, and the two exited the cave together. Rome was waiting outside, surprised that Tang Qian had not ended up in the belly of a bear, feeling both anger and fear. However, recalling his cautious actions, he believed she had likely noticed nothing amiss. Yet upon seeing Yu's cold demeanor, he felt an inexplicable unease. You two go prepare weapons. I intend to teach the Misu tribe a lesson. Yu's eyes were profound. Rome, taken aback, asked, "What happened?" Quan recounted Hao's actions once more, and Rome cursed Hao for ruining his prospects. Even if he was reluctant to deal with him, Rome felt compelled to punish him himself. But Yu's motives were solely to avenge Tang Qian, which only intensified Rome's jealousy, prompting him to obstruct. The Misu tribe is already a weak faction. If we bully them, we will be ridiculed by the other tribes. If a female is bullied and does not retaliate, they will mock us even more. Why you cast a sidelong glance at Rome? Are you not afraid that this is a scheme by the Misu tribe? Rome, unwilling to relent, continued. In autumn, when the Shugan tribe clashed with us, Hao secretly assisted them. It's possible this time he intends to plant a spy in our tribe that I have already stated at once. She is not a spy. Yu's voice grew increasingly sharp. Not utter that word in my presence again. Rome, why do you always assume Tang Qian is a spy? Quan frowned and inquired. Why would she be returned by Hao? Is it such a coincidence? I have already explained. It was Hao who betrayed her. Enough. You interjected, not wishing to hear the two argue further. He turned to Rome. If you do not wish to go, then you need not. Quan, gather 20 people to accompany me to the Misu tribe tomorrow. With that, you turned to leave, and Quan went to prepare weapons and personnel, leaving Rome standing alone, his gaze dark and resentful as it fell upon the cave where Tang Qian was. You returned to the cave, now shrouded in darkness, the warm glow of the fire illuminating Tang Qian's sleeping visage, bringing him an inexplicable sense of peace. The bravest warrior of the bright tribe, who feared nothing, found himself worried that upon waking, he might not see her innocent face. He leaned closer to her, watching as her long eyelashes fluttered like delicate wings, her soft pink lips even more alluring than in the morning. He refrained from disturbing her slumber, striving to suppress the desire to gently caress her. Suddenly, Tang Qian shivered slightly, her lips pouting as she mumbled incoherently, "Don't grab me. Go away." Before you could react, she curled up and began to cry softly. Without hesitation, you lay beside her, wrapping her in his embrace, gently patting her back while murmuring soothingly, "Do not fear. I am here." Tang Qian gradually awakened, her eyes bleary as she wiped away her tears. Still sniffling, upon seeing you holding her, she instinctively pressed her face against his chest, finding solace. "With me here, no one can harm you." Yu's voice was deep and resolute. Tang Qian slowly ceased her sobbing, but still wished to nestle in Yu's arms. It was so cold outside, and his embrace was far warmer. Why you tenderly stroked Tang Qian's long hair, hesitating for a moment before asking, "I do not mean to blame you, but I wish to understand why you ran away." "I did not run away. I merely wanted to find you in the forest." Tang Qian glanced outside the cave and said softly, "After you left, someone entered the cave, spilled hot blood, intending to lure the beasts over." As soon as the words left her lips, you sat upright in alarm. "Who dares to harm my female?" You began to pace restlessly, clenching his fists and striking the nearby stone wall, causing blood to immediately seep from his fingers. Tang Qian stared in shock, still processing what had happened when she found herself enveloped in a wild embrace. "It is my fault. I did not keep a proper watch over you." You held her tightly, as if fearing he might lose the most precious treasure. No beast can resist the allure of blood. You was overwhelmed with anxiety, clutching Tang Qian as if trying to meld her into his very being. "I specifically left Rong and Quan to protect you. They're the most valiant warriors of the Bright Tribe." Upon hearing this, Tang Qian blinked, memories flooding back of Rong's arm wrapped in bandages. And the answers seemed to surface. The hot springs are deep in the forest. I would never recklessly flee alone. There are too many terrifying beasts that I cannot withstand out of course. There was a hint of deception in her words. Yu's fists tightened, his voice hoarse as he caressed Tang Qian's silky dark hair. "I will find a culprit. After all, you are my one and only." Tang Qian's heart skipped a beat, and gazing at Yu's straightforward demeanor. She felt a rush of warmth at his sudden declaration of affection. Her heart swelled with sweetness as dawn broke. The world was blanketed in snow, creating a surreal barrier between the bright tribe and the outside world. Rong and Qian were brought before their tribesmen, flanked on either side by their kin, creating an atmosphere as though they might flee. "What is the meaning of this?" Rong exclaimed angrily, for he was the most trusted warrior of the tribe leader. "How could these commoners treat him this way? Rong, it is Yu's command. We dare not disobey." The tribesmen whispered, knowing Rong's temper was notorious, and they did not wish to provoke him. "This is impossible. Feng, Yin, you have gone too far. How dare you deceive me? Do you know what the consequences are for misusing Yu's name?" The two clearly understood the implications but stood their ground, their stance unmistakable. This was Yu's order. Rong soon realized, his face pale as an ominous premonition settled in his heart. Soon, a booming and cold voice emanated from the main house. "Rong, Qian, remove your clothing." Upon hearing this, Rong nearly lost his balance. "You, my great leader, I have always been loyal to you and would never betray you." Qian, perceiving the situation, could only guess the reason and couldn't refrain from pleading for Rong. "Yu, Rong has followed you for many years. If he has erred, I implore you to forgive him for the sake of your long-standing bond." "Forgive?" Yu's face was filled with fury, for it was indeed Rong who had harmed his beloved female. "Rong, Yu," wise words were only half spoken when Rong abruptly stood up, vehemently accusing Tang Qian. "Why, my esteemed and noble clan leader, that female is of unknown origin and differs from the females of our clan. She is not a goddess. She is a witch, and she will bring misfortune and divine retribution upon us." Upon hearing this, Tang Qian, who had been hiding behind the main house, could no longer endure it. The bright tribe abhors two things above all: a lack of food and the arrival of malevolent creatures. Rong's claim that she is a witch threatens her very life. She lifted the beast-hide curtain and entered the main house. Unable to restrain her defense, "Why? I am not a creature of darkness. As you well know, creatures of darkness thrive on blood and life. I have never harmed anyone. Moreover, Rong would rather provoke wild beasts to harm me than endure his own distress. If I were truly a creature of darkness, I would have taken Rong's life last night." Her lengthy argument was both logical and compelling. The creatures of darkness that the ancient people feared were inherently dangerous and ruthless. To offend a creature of darkness meant never to see the sun rise again. Rong's face turned ashen. He realized the female's words were too persuasive. Simultaneously, his anger grew. How dare this outsider defend herself so boldly and place him in jeopardy? Tang Qian observed Rong's expression, knowing he was not adept at concealing his emotions. Yet the malice he exuded was particularly terrifying. The fierce intent to kill surged toward her, and she felt genuine fear. Involuntarily turning her head away and stepping back, colliding with a warm, solid chest, Wai reached out to cover her eyes, turning her body to shield her under his protection. "Clan leader, this female is an outsider. She will not be loyal to the bright tribe and will not obediently accept your protection. She deserves punishment. Enough." Wai could no longer tolerate it. It seemed he had been too lenient with Rong in the past, allowing the tribe's mightiest warrior to stray from the right path and become a figure of disdain. "Rong, put away that loathsome expression of yours. You have done too much wrong for the sake of the spiral. My female is not someone you can insult. Rong, go to the shaman and accept your punishment. Reflect on your actions." At these words, Rong's face turned even more pale. The shaman's punishment was terrifying. No, he would not accept it. "Clan leader," Qian covered Rong's mouth, fearing that his further words would lead to even graver punishment. In truth, Qian understood more clearly than Rong. Wai held a profound affection for his little female, and Rong had indeed erred. Protecting and safeguarding his female was the instinct of every male. Qian lowered his head and gently urged, "Enough. Rong, admit your fault, and do not make it difficult for Wai. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, the proud and stubborn Rong lowered his head, being led away by Qian to face the shaman's punishment, one that could send chills down one's soul. Seeing the one who had harmed her taken away, Tang Qian felt not a shred of satisfaction. Rather, she sensed that she had attracted the attention of lurking wolves in the shadows. If she were not careful, These wolves could emerge at any moment to sink their teeth into her, leaving her bloodied. Unable to resist, Tang Qian gravitated toward a place of safety, tugging at the beast hide on why. What if Rong held resentment against me? What if he sought revenge in the future? Hearing this, Wai felt as though his heart were shattering that he grasped Tang Qian's small hand, placing it against his chest. Tang Qian, you are my female. No one in the Bright tribe will harm you. Not even I. This declaration came from the depths of his heart, sincere and fervent. The clan leader's female is the highest-ranking female within the tribe, bearing the responsibility of nurturing the next generation and providing the finest bloodlines to ensure the continued prosperity of the Bright tribe. In many respects, the clan leader's female holds a status that surpasses even that of the leader himself. Moreover, in the depths of the harsh winter, Wai had risked himself to hunt the fiercest beasts for her. She was cherished by Wai and thus deserved the respect of the entire tribe. Gazing into Wai's eyes and listening to his words, Tang Qian felt an unprecedented sense of security, perhaps with Wai around. All would be well. After a while, anguished roars of males echoed from a distance, reverberating across the snowy expanse, filled with torment. Wai. Tang Qian recognized this as Rong's cry. The shaman's punishment bore such potency. It's all right. Rong will learn his lesson. Wai sheltered his delicate little female, relishing her dependence on him. An male could resist the admiration and reverence of a female. Suddenly, the beast-hide curtain was flung aside, and a robust woman rushed in, kneeling before Wai, great clan leader. Please forgive Rong his transgressions. He did it all for me. Wai was always just and fair, unwavering in his judgment of right and wrong. Luo, your offense this time will be overlooked. Wai. Luo lifted her head, her eyes wide as she gazed up at the clan leader, yearning to discern a different expression on his cold countenance. But alas, she failed. She knew it. The clan leader of the Bright tribe would never change his decisions. Yet she could not abandon Rong. What if the female Rong had offended could forgive him? Luo began to impose moral coercion. Tang Qian, Rong has realized his error. In this cold winter, with food scarce, we need our warriors to hunt. I implore you to forgive him. It's not too late to halt the shaman's punishment. Let Rong hunt for our kin, ensuring we survive this winter. Tang Qian, you're the clan leader's female. You wouldn't want to see your kin starve, would you? Tang Qian's face was painted with confusion. Did she truly appear so saintly? The starvation of the Bright tribe was due to Rong's inability to hunt, and ultimately, it was because she refused to forgive Rong. What kind of logic was this? Luo and Rong were indeed siblings, their reasoning so far removed from common sense. Tang Qian knew she was not cruel, but she would not gamble with her own life. Forgiving Rong this time could lead to even harsher reprisals from the siblings in the future. She had only one life. Tang Qian, are you truly so heartless? You are Wai's female. How could you act this way? Luo pressed on, her eyes filled with rage and confusion, as if Tang Qian's failure to comply with her wishes was unforgivable. Tang Qian felt there was no point in reasoning with such a person, opting instead to remain silent. Enough? Luo, it seems Rong has spoiled you. Luo was utterly vexed. Rong had indeed erred, but Tang Qian seemed perfectly fine. Why did this detestable outsider insist on clinging to Rong? Rong was a rare warrior in their tribe. He had been injured, and in this harsh winter, their hunting strength was diminished. This simple yet crucial truth eluded Tang Qian. Why? This outsider is utterly unworthy of you. She cannot fulfill the role of the clan leader's partner, nor can she bear the responsibilities of nurturing offspring. She is simply too selfish and narrow-minded. Tang Qian found herself laughing in anger. Having spared her own life, she had shown mercy by not demanding Rong's death. As for Luo, she only knew how to impose moral coercion, selfish and self-serving, reversing right and wrong. Tang Qian felt that even if she had never entered this world, Wai would never have looked upon someone like Luo. For what reason? She was annoyingly shallow and self-centered. Luo, Tang Qian is my female. You have no right to speak of her in such a manner. Apologize, Wai declared bluntly, his stance clear. Luo turned her head, refusing to comply. Very well, then you shall leave the Bright tribe. Upon hearing this, Luo fell into shock, her eyes wide in disbelief at what she had just heard. Why? Are you serious? Wai nodded, his gaze indifferent. All his tenderness was reserved for Tang Qian, a female who disrespected the clan leader's partner could not be accepted by the tribe. Regardless of Luo's noble bloodline or elevated status. Why? Luo was indignant, utterly baffled as to why this was happening. Why did not wish to hear her prattle on any longer? With a motion of his hand, Yin and Feng stepped forward to pull Luo away. Yin and Feng exchanged glances, realizing how they had previously overlooked Luo's selfishness and foolishness. It seemed they must maintain a distance from her in the future. No, no. Luo painfully closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. I apologize. I apologize. Tang Qian sensed the palpable hostility. Luo only uttered her apology due to wise authority. Deep down, she resented herself. Upon hearing the words of contrition, Feng and Yin released their hold, and Luo approached Tang Qian, bending her legs to kneel, her forehead touching the ground as she begrudgingly apologized. "Oh, my esteemed clan leader's partner. It is Luo who foolishly overstepped and insulted your authority. I humbly beseech your forgiveness, for reasons unknown." Witnessing Luo's humiliation and suffering filled Tang Qian's heart with a surge of delight. She relished the sight of someone who despised her being forced to kneel in submission. You regarded her in silence, relinquishing all decision-making power to Tang Qian, as if everything lay in her hands. "Luo, you may leave," she commanded, observing Luo rise in a daze, departing in anguish, as though half of her soul had been left behind. This brought Tang Qian an undeniable thrill. It was utterly exhilarating. You, noticing the smile on Tang Qian's face, felt his own spirits lift considerably. He waved his hand, signaling Feng and Yin to withdraw, leaving only the two of them in the main hall. "Tang Qian, no one in the clan shall dare to challenge your authority in the future." But why you extended his arm, enveloping his beloved little female in his embrace, reluctant to let her go. What was he to do? He seemed to be growing fonder of her by the day. Nestled in Yu's arms, Tang Qian savored the warmth surrounding her, yet felt an inexplicable void within. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly, and the men and women of the bright tribe busied themselves with weaponry, aware that the clan's food supply was insufficient to survive the winter. Prevent the deaths of their kin. They had no choice but to brave the harsh season and venture into the depths of the forest to hunt. They prayed for the divine protection of the heavens, hoping to minimize their losses during this winter's hunt. Unbeknownst to anyone, Tang Qian quietly slipped beyond the borders of the bright tribe, making her way into the woods, her tiny footprints dotting the smooth expanse of snow. As she walked, she called out, "Bear! Great white bear, are you there?" "It's me." Tang Qian exerted her power, striving to locate her familiar companion amidst the vast wilderness. "White bear, I'm risking my life to find you. Please, hurry and show yourself. You can't leave me all alone." "Little white bear, great white bear. Where are you, bear?" She wandered for quite a while, losing track of her whereabouts, save for the impressions left behind. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over her, and Tang Qian spun around in excitement. Not far off, the trees swayed, and a flurry of snowflakes cascaded down, striking the ground. Some of the snowflakes remained suspended atop the fur of a certain white-furred creature. Tang Qian's smile widened as she took a couple of steps forward, only to be overtaken by a wave of terror. It was a wolf, a fearsome and magnificent Songyuan snow wolf. Towering 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, it was 10 times the size of a modern wolf, truly a sight to behold. Tang Qian attempted to sense the snow wolf, hoping to dissolve its hostility towards her. Roar! The Songyuan snow wolf raised its head and let out a fearsome howl, having been starved for far too long. It abandoned all pretense of communication, fixated solely on its need for food, precious sustenance. The snow wolf bared its sharp, menacing fangs, advancing step by step towards Tang Qian, like a wicked hunter zeroing in on its frail prey. To the wolf, this human appeared remarkably appealing, with her fair skin radiating youthfulness, making her seem like a delectable morsel. Tang Qian tried once more to sense the wolf, but the creature was far too famished, shaking its massive head in desperation. Another failure. Tang Qian recognized that her abilities did not always yield results. She turned and fled. Fortunately, the forest was rife with ferocious beasts, and she possessed the means to protect herself. As she ran, she launched a mental assault against the wolf. She had the power to command beasts, to turn them to her will, and to strike against them. However, the repercussions of such mental attacks were severe, often leaving her with debilitating headaches and bouts of nausea. But now, faced with a wolf several dozen times her size, Tang Qian had no time to dwell on her predicament. The Tang snow wolf charged forward, its head pounding, its fangs sharper than ever. Yet, the snow wolf had ceased to utilize its strength. Roar! The snow wolf erupted in a furious howl, unable to catch up to Tang Qian. In its frustration, it pressed on despite the pain, attempting to claim whatever scarce prey remained in the frigid winter. The Tang snow wolf lifted its head, forcibly knocking into the slender Tang Qian, sending her body arcing through the air towards a 10-meter-high tree. Oh no! Tang Qian closed her eyes, desperately reaching out to the nearby creatures for salvation. Heavens, please save me! In the next instant, a tall figure wielding a vine approached swiftly, you gripping it firmly with one hand while he cradled Tang Qian's delicate waist with the other. Leaping toward a towering pine, you. What are you doing here? Tang Qian exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy at his presence. Yet, Yu's face was etched with anger, his eyes betraying concern for his fragile little female, who was both audacious and exasperating. Tang Qian, the jungle is perilous. How could you venture out here alone? Do you have any idea how worried I've been? I'm so sorry. Truly, I apologize, Tang Qian admitted, recognizing her folly. That I won't do it again. I promise. She chastised herself for her reckless behavior, thinking she could bravely wander into the depths of the forest simply because of her ability to command beasts. Was that not the very definition of courting death? Roar! The wolf's ferocious howl signified the lurking danger as you focused intently. Beneath the tree, the wretched Tang snow wolf remained poised to strike. The wolf squinted, baring its teeth, seemingly intent on tearing the two of them apart. Advancing slowly. Tang Qian, once I finish speaking, you must jump. Boom! The ground within a 10-meter radius trembled, as if an earthquake had struck, trees swaying violently, snowflakes cascading down, while you grasped Tang Qian's delicate waist firmly, preventing her from falling, while below, a massive snow mound formed, a stark silhouette against the landscape. Beneath that mound lay the formidable Tang snow wolf, having lived for so many years and ventured into the depths of the forest countless times. This was the first time you had witnessed such a scene. The enormous and dangerous Tang snow wolf lay slain, without warning, in the presence of two enticing human prey. You, the snow wolf, seems to be dead. Tang Qian whimpered in fear, curling up in Yu's embrace as she sensed the wolf's brain had ceased to function. Dead? You found it hard to believe, suspecting it might be a cunning ruse of the wolf to lower their guard. They waited, the daylight waning, and if they did not return soon, traveling at night could lead to unforeseen dangers. The ancestors of the Bright tribe would never have made such a foolish mistake. Furrowing his brow, Yu pondered whether the snow wolf had genuinely perished. Tang Qian felt a sharp pain in her head, realizing the aftereffects of her earlier exertions were beginning to set in. She knew she could not hold on much longer in this unfamiliar world. She could not afford to reveal all her cards. Even though you treated her well and had always protected her, she could not guarantee which risk would arrive first. Thus, she feigned ignorance, staying by Yu's side, attributing the Tang snow wolf's demise to mere happenstance, an accident that had befallen Yu, a colossal prize for him to claim. Tang Qian, wait here, I'll go check on the snow wolf. If it moves at all, you must remain atop the tree and await my return. Upon hearing this, Tang Qian felt a warmth in her heart. Even in such a life-or-death situation, Yu prioritized her safety. Her eyes glistened, threatening to spill over with tears. Tang Qian nodded earnestly while Yu retrieved his weapon, descending cautiously along the vine, inching closer to the snow wolf. One step, then another, with no response from the creature. According to the devious nature of animals, they often had a range of attack, within which their prey had little chance of escape, and Yu had already crossed into that territory. Summoning his courage, Yu strode forward boldly, pressing his hand against the snow wolf's abdomen, plunging his weapon deep as a precaution against any unexpected movements. Yet the fearsome Tang snow wolf remained motionless. It was truly dead. Ha ha! Yu erupted in joyous laughter, marveling at the sheer size of the snow wolf. weighing thousands of pounds, enough to sustain their tribe for a considerable time. "Tang Qian, come down," you called, glancing up to see his delicate little female tapping her head. Her face contorted in anguish, unable to maintain her balance. Suddenly, Tang Qian's body faltered and fell straight down. The ground loomed ever closer, her descent accelerating. The darkness before her deepened. "Tang Qian, I just need a moment of rest." As she slipped into unconsciousness, she could still hear Yu's urgent calls, longing to awaken. Yet her eyelids felt impossibly heavy. She simply could not open them. The night enveloped her like a murky, suffocating embrace, imprisoning her once more, not in cruelty, but also not permitting her escape. Time trickled by slowly, and she felt as though she had slept for an eternity, truly an eternity, to the point where she did not awaken soon. She might never rise again. The voices calling her grew louder in her ears. "Tang Qian, please wake up. Wherever you go from now on, I shall not hinder you. I promise to accompany you." Yu's face was shadowed by stubble. His delicate mate had been in slumber for 3 days and nights, and his worry was palpable. Luo entered the main room, her demeanor slightly bashful as she cast glances at Yu, her eyes sparkling with allure and temptation. "Yu, if Tang Qian does not awaken, the shaman wishes for you to choose another mate." That Yu's heart surged with anger. "Luo, leave? Luo, I am doing this for the tribe. The bright tribe requires young heirs. It needs the lineage of a chief. Tang Qian has been in a deep slumber for 3 days. She may never awaken." Luo believed that perhaps the deities had heard her prayers day and night, and this wicked outsider had finally met her reckoning. Since the divine had rejected her, Luo felt she could reluctantly show mercy and forgive Tang Qian for her transgressions to you. Perhaps even the gods deemed Tang Qian unworthy of you, my esteemed chief. For the good of the bright tribe, choose a suitable female. Perhaps the deities will then absolve Tang Qian's sins and allow her to awaken. Enough. Yu seized Luo by the throat, his face an abyss of darkness. His fury unabashed. "Luo, I have indulged you too much in the past. Tang Qian is a noble chief's mate, and you cannot curse her thus." As he loosened his grip, Luo felt as if all strength had drained from her body, collapsing onto the ground in a disheveled heap. "Get out. You are no longer permitted to enter this room." Luo gasped for breath, her eyes brimming with despair. "How could you conspire against her life? You, Tang Qian is shrouded in mysteries. The formidable Tian Snow Wolf spares no prey, yet you returned unscathed. Clearly, Tang Qian is a sorceress. We must deliver her to the shaman while she is unconscious and cannot harm anyone." Each word was a dagger, as if Luo would not relent until Tang Qian was dead. Her malice was insidious, her thoughts sinister. The overwhelming malevolence stirred Tang Qian from her slumber. She slowly opened her eyes, the blinding light overwhelming her senses, eliciting a pained groan. "You." In that moment, shock washed over the faces of those present. Luo was stunned. While Yu's heart soared with joy, he rushed to her side, gazing at his beloved mate as she awakened, feeling as if he could die content in that moment, grasping her hand. "You are awake. You have finally awakened." He had waited for far too long. Tang Qian leaned weakly against you, fully aware of the conversation between him and Luo. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "It was not you who killed the Tian Snow Wolf. It was I." The thought of the massive beast sent a shiver of fear across Luo's face. Tang Qian relished this display of fear. Perhaps it was the result of her prolonged slumber, or perhaps the latent fury within her. This time, she would not spare Luo. "I am no sorceress, but a goddess. Luo, I curse you in the name of the divine. May you be reviled by the beasts of the forest. Should you set foot into the woods, you will be pursued by a myriad of ferocious creatures." "No," Luo screamed, for it was indeed the most malevolent curse. Tang Qian's lips curled into a triumphant smile, both wicked and unrestrained. The vow was sealed. The gods had heard her words. Tang Qian possessed the power to command beasts. A significant burden she had chosen not to reveal, simply to avoid being labeled an outcast and to refrain from harming the innocent. However, this did not mean she would overlook those who had repeatedly offended her, especially someone like Luo. In modern civilization, Tang Qian feared being subjected to dissection by scientists, which was why she had concealed her abilities. But this time was different. In the ancient wilderness, divine manifestations abounded. The people's faith lay with the deities. They acted in accordance with divine commands, and her powers were cloaked in the finest guise, as long as she did not harm the innocent. No one would question her identity. Tang Qian directed her loathing towards Luo. This curse was indeed fitting. Impossible! This cannot be. Luo shook her head violently, utterly disbelieving if Tang Qian possessed such power. Why had she not revealed it before? Did you hear? Tang Qian is a sorceress. I am of noble blood in the Bright tribe, and she dares to curse me so. That is your just desert. Yu's words struck Luo's heart like a hammer, leaving her utterly bewildered. Luo, you have offended Tang Qian far too many times. Go seek the shaman and accept your rightful punishment. These words. Luo's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The shaman's punishment was terrifying. Rong, who had been bedridden, had been told by the shaman that he would have to lie down for an entire winter, and she, with a constitution far weaker than Rong's, could not even compare. You cannot do this. You had no desire to hear Luo's incessant whining. He had previously overlooked Luo's wicked nature, but now he recognized Tang Qian's goodness. She had not wielded her power oppressively and had brought abundant food to the Bright tribe. Most importantly, she had remained by his side, becoming his only mate. Feng, and take Luo away. If she deliberately covers her eyes and cannot find the way to the shaman, then you shall serve as her eyes and guide her there. Yes, Feng and Yin appeared, responding in unison, determined not to defy the commands of their esteemed chief and the precious goddess. Luo wished to scream, but her mouth was covered, and she struggled desperately, devoid of any dignity befitting her noble status. As she was dragged away like a slave, awaiting her was the shaman's merciless punishment. Luo wept, truly wept. Yet, no one cared. Tang Qian leaned weakly against the head of the bed as he summoned food that had been prepared long in advance. Believing that she would awaken, in the bowl made from beast bones lay minced meat, tender and dissolving upon contact. Please, no. No. Tang Qian waved her hands frantically. The sight of meat made her nauseous. Is there anything else to eat? You ordered the gathering of all available food from the tribe. Dried meat, fresh meat, cured meat. An overwhelming stench of blood filled the air. Tang Qian was utterly dumbfounded during her time in the Bright tribe. She had indeed eaten meat daily, occasionally accompanied by leaves. She had been so anxious and cautious in the days prior, grateful simply to have something to eat, that she had paid little attention to her diet. Now, she realized that the vast food stores of the Bright tribe consisted solely of meat and leaves. The absence of rice and millet meant that it was no wonder they went hungry. Dizziness overcame her as she faced the stark reality. She had to accept that at least the minced meat was the most suitable option for her. Why you understood Tang Qian's predicament and brought the minced meat closer. The oily, gamey smell was overwhelming, and the scent of wild animals was tenfold that of poultry, yet the people of the Bright tribe evidently had no notion of removing the gamey smell. Ugh! After just one bite, Tang Qian could not hold back her retching. After 3 days and nights of slumber, to awaken to such unsuitable food was too torturous. She felt dizzy from hunger that used heartache for her. He patted her back gently, hoping to offer her even a modicum of comfort. Are there any eggs? Eggs? Any kind of eggs would suffice. Tears welled in Tang Qian's eyes. If there weren't even a chicken egg, then she might as well perish on the spot. The pain was unbearable. She felt like a patient in dire straits. There are. You recalled hearing that some tribe members had hidden bird eggs before winter, as eggs could be preserved for longer. Feng and Yin were utterly horrified. They dared not linger and hurried off to the homes of the tribe members in search of eggs. Tang Qian instructed Yu on how to handle the eggs, insisting he not bring her raw ones, as she could not bear it. Prepare boiling hot water, crack the eggs into a bowl, and whisk them until frothy. Add a pinch of sugar, though sugar is scarce. Honey is available, so drizzle in some honey and pour in the scalding water. Thus, a simple bowl of egg drop soup is completed. As Feng savors the soup, he finds himself momentarily entranced, for this method is indeed novel. Who would have thought eggs could be transformed into such a delicacy? Carefully, Yu presents the egg drop soup before Tang Qian, observing her as she slowly savors each bite, a satisfied smile blossoming on his face. Ah, how delightful! Tang Qian feels rejuvenated. The untainted eggs possess a fragrant aroma and exquisite taste. With the boiling water's infusion, the strands of egg are both visually appealing and delectable, complemented by the rich and enticing scent of honey. After finishing a bowl, she feels her stomach comfortably full. Another bowl, please, Yu instructs Feng and Yin to hasten the serving of the egg soup. Tang Qian waves her hand, declining, not now. I'll have some later. Having just awakened, it is unwise to overindulge, especially since she has heard Feng and Yan's words. They exerted considerable effort to procure 3 bird eggs, as their scarcity is exacerbated by the harsh winter. Tang Qian, fret not. If the bird eggs are insufficient, I shall send someone to other tribes for exchange. No. Tang Qian recalls the treacherous Hao, who bartered women and children for food, a cruelty she cannot bear. She does not wish for the innocent to suffer due to her. The women and children exchanged by the Guangming tribe have become slaves, occupying the lowest status among outsiders, facing discrimination and forced into the most grueling labor. You allow me a moment. I shall be well. There is no need for food exchanges. Suddenly, a clamor erupts outside, a multitude of voices mingling in chaos, rendering Tang Qian unable to discern their words. That Yu reassures her and strides outside, his fierce gaze embodying the formidable authority of a clan leader, one no tribesman dares to challenge. The tribespeople tremble in fear, yet none flee. They cradle oval-shaped bundles wrapped in precious animal skins, each appearing identical. Yu inquires, "What do you hold?" "Great leader, these are the bird eggs hidden in our homes. Not many. Only 3. We wish to present them to the esteemed goddess in gratitude for the winter sustenance she has bestowed upon us." "Goddess, these bird eggs are for you." Clad in thick animal skins, Tang Qian emerges from the main dwelling, gazing at the bustling crowd before her, each person carefully protecting the bird eggs they carry. Having come specifically to offer them due to her reported inability to eat, an inexplicable wave of emotion washes over her. In a time when resources are dreadfully scarce, food is the most precious commodity. The Guangming tribe's willingness to present these valuable bird eggs to her is a profound gesture of respect. Strangely, as she observes the oddly shaped animal skin garments and the gaunt faces of these people, a fervent desire to improve their lives ignites within her, a feeling both intense and unprecedented. In the Misa tribe, countless members surround Hao's dwelling, their eyes sharp as hawks, fixated on him. They are out of food. They are on the brink of starvation. For 3 days, rations have not been distributed to the elders, and just last night, 7 elders perished. They died of hunger. "Leader, Hao, you must devise a solution. The food exchange from the Guangming tribe has been largely seized by bandits, and what remains is nearly depleted. Indeed, we are perilously close to succumbing to this winter. The harsh winter typically lasts 4 months, and only 2.5 have passed. The plants have yet to grow. To sustain the frail females and young offspring, the adult males have begun to consume tree leaves, and the nearby trees are nearly stripped bare. Beyond that lies the territory of other tribes, which they cannot approach. Then we shall continue to barter females for food." Hao growls, his eyes bloodshot with a frenzied desperation. "Absolutely not. Such a notion is wholly unacceptable." More than one male voices opposition. The Misu tribe may be small, yet it harbors its own lower-class populace and wretched slaves. Previously, the majority of males had no objection to exchanging these individuals for food. The females birthed are their partners, their wives. Some males genuinely care for their females and offspring, preferring starvation over allowing them to be enslaved by another tribe. Hao, in a fit of fury, seizes the male who opposed him most fiercely. "I am the leader. You dare challenge my authority? Go to the shaman and accept your punishment." "I refuse to go." The defiant male, named Han, is indignant. There was once a revered goddess who descended upon the Misu tribe. She not only protected us from ferocious beasts, but also provided us with sustenance. It was you, Hao, this irresponsible leader, who exchanged the goddess. This act of exchange is an affront to her. The plight of the Misu tribe is a result of the main god's curse. Hao, you are unworthy of leadership. Once this sentiment is voiced, the respect of the males within the Misu tribe for Hao begins to erode. The leader of the Guangming tribe is valiant and skilled in battle. Before winter, he had prepared ample provisions. It is said that during this winter, he could slay thousands of single snow wolves, bringing sufficient food to his tribe. Yet their own farcical leader, Hao, resorts only to trading females and offspring, jeopardizing the tribe's future. You insolent fool! Han, in the name of the leader, I hereby expel you. So be it. I would rather be a lowly slave in the Guangming tribe than allow you to barter my beloved female for mere scraps of food. With that, Han turns to leave this place that fills him with despair and rage. Within a tribe, no male has ever dared to defy the leader in such a manner, especially against the tyrannical Hao. Witnessing Han's retreating figure, Hao feels his authority profoundly challenged. In a flash, he lunges at Han, like a snow wolf hunting its prey, tackling him to the ground. Taken by surprise, Han struggles momentarily before grappling with Hao. However, as the strongest male in the tribe, Hao easily overpowers Han, leaving him bloodied and sprawled on the ground. With blood on his face, Hao rises ominously. Now, in my capacity as leader, I command the selection of the weak females and offspring in the tribe to be exchanged as slaves for food with other tribes. Having just punished Han before the tribe's males, he has instilled fear in those who might contemplate rebellion. Thus, as soon as the order is issued, many males spring into action. Yet a small number of males genuinely love and cherish their females and young. And upon hearing Hao's command, they plead with him. Leader, Hao, our tribe is dwindling. If we exchange females and offspring for food, how shall we reproduce when spring arrives? Indeed, leader, let us keep the females. We will hunt and devise another plan. In the center of the tribe, the males' voices rise in fervent protest. However, Hao is resolute, indifferent to their pleas. Shortly, the open space before him is filled with the weaker females and offspring of the tribe. Bound and trembling, due to Han's actions, Han's mate and offspring also find themselves bound. Looking to him with pleading eyes, Han's mate, dark-skinned with large, expressive eyes, and their offspring, resembling their mother, gaze at Han, their eyes brimming with desperation. Yet Han, in his own dire straits, can offer them no protection, standing at the highest point in the tribe. Hao, gaunt from hunger, revels in Han's suffering. The discontent within the tribe grows louder. Using Han's incident to intimidate the dissenters serves him well. Previously, the exchange of the goddess and the Guangming tribe yielded abundant food. Surely the Guangming tribe still possesses ample supplies that if they can endure this harsh winter, next year they shall no longer face hunger. He intends these words to inspire his people. Yet, as many of the tribesmen's mates and offspring are set to be taken from them, who can find joy in food, observing the despondence of his tribe, Hao's expression darkens once more, contemplating how to rectify the tribe situation after the winter passes. Take them away. Observing the disunity among the tribesmen, Hao furrowed his brow and issued his command. Meanwhile, Han could only watch helplessly as his beloved partner and offspring gradually receded from view, his heart shattering with each passing moment. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he struggled to rise, yearning to rescue his loved ones. You, stop him. Han, already wounded, felt his resolve dissipate as he witnessed his partner and offspring vanish before his eyes, destined to become slaves to others. Overwhelmed, he collapsed onto the pristine snow. Useless wretch. Originally relishing Han's suffering, Hao was taken aback to see Han faint. Approaching him like a curious fawn drawn to a spectacle, he delivered a swift kick to Han's side. Now unconscious, Han remained oblivious to the fate that awaited him as he lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Hao's subordinates swiftly bound Han and discarded him among those destined to be sold to the Bright tribe. The pile of captives consisted mainly of females and young ones, and Han's imposing figure stood out starkly among them. Hao lingered nearby, his gaze akin to that of a predator surveying its prey, glimmering with avarice as if he already envisioned heaps of spoils before him. Wiping the drool from his lips, he turned to the remaining males willing to follow him and declared, "Now we shall head to the Bright tribe to exchange for provisions. Let us proceed. The chief is wise." Amidst the fearful gazes of the frail females and their young, Hao led his followers, escorting the merchandise destined for the Bright tribe, their figures gradually disappearing into the vast, white expanse. Behind Hao, the elder who once thwarted Hao's attempt to trade Tang Qian for the Bright Tribe sighed, murmuring to himself, "With such a leader guiding us, how long can the Misu tribe endure?" Since Tang Qian awoke, her health had steadily improved day by day, and with Yu's unwavering care, she could now scamper about in the cave, wrapped in animal skins. Exhausted from her frolicking, she sat not far from you, gazing dreamily at the distant snow-laden forest. Being from the south, she had never ventured north, unfamiliar with the concept of 1,000 miles of ice and 10,000 miles of drifting snow. Now, in this ancient era, she finally grasped the true essence of northern scenery. Moreover, the pristine environment sparked a thought. Could this snow be edible? With that notion, Tang Qian's eyes brightened. She dashed over to you, her small feet making a soft pat-pat sound against the two petite pieces of animal skin adorning her soles, and fixed her clear, stream-like gaze on him, asking, "Is this snow edible?" Edible? What is this little female thinking? You pondered, bemused, before replying, "Eating snow could lead to chills. Allow them to melt it into water, then quench your thirst." Having said that, you turned to instruct someone to prepare hot water for Tang Qian. Why did she feel thirsty? Tang Qian quickly grasped Yu's robust arm with her little hand, exclaiming, "No, I don't want water. I just think this snow looks delicious," feeling somewhat embarrassed to express such thoughts in front of an ancient man. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, eventually fading into silence that you, now understanding her intent, glanced down at her warm little hand resting on his arm. His heart softened like spring sunshine melting ice, and he reached out to ruffle her hair clumsily, awkwardly reminding her, "If you desire anything, just tell me." The most esteemed female in the tribe can have whatever she wishes, such skillful flattery from an ancient man. Tang Qian, who had been solitary in her previous life, felt a flush spread across her cheeks. How had she not noticed earlier that you, who held such authority within the tribe, possessed eyes so clear and gentle? A squirrel leaped from a towering pine tree, dislodging a cascade of snowflakes. Tang Qian barely had time to react before you dashed to her side, enveloping her in his embrace, shielding her from the falling snow. The snowflakes landed on him instead. He was the strongest male in the tribe, unperturbed by the cold, yet he could not allow his fragile female, just recovering from illness, to be assaulted by such frigid elements. Before Tang Qian could comprehend what was happening, she found herself nestled in Yu's arms. The comforting scent of masculinity enveloped her, causing her heart to skip a beat. In a flurry, she extricated herself from his embrace, suggesting, "Let us build a snowman." A snowman? You had yet to fully relish the tender moment of holding his soft little female when her words piqued his curiosity. "What is a snowman?" TSK. Hearing Yu's question, Tang Qian slapped her forehead in realization. She had forgotten that Yu, a man who toiled daily for the tribe's survival, was utterly unfamiliar with the concept of snowman. The thought made her feel a twinge of sympathy for him, as he was unaware of such a delightful creation. With that in mind, Tang Qian regarded Yu with a newfound compassion. However, Yu remained oblivious, sensing only that Tang Qian's gaze seemed a bit peculiar. Tang Qian sighed, turning her back to Yu as she crouched down to form a snowball, muttering, "It's all right if you don't understand. I can teach you. You look to be about 20, so young to have become the leader of the tribe. That is quite impressive, but it must be exhausting that why you couldn't quite catch all her words, but felt that this little female was unlike any he had encountered before, exuding an innocence akin to that of a recently born cub, far more endearing than the younglings he had seen. Watching Tang Qian's snowman grow larger, albeit somewhat unsightly, stirred something within you. He felt compelled to join her in her endeavor. Tang Qian's strength was limited, making it difficult for her to create a sizable snowman, but Yu's innate strength proved invaluable. With ease, he rolled a large snowball and firmly placed it upon the ground, followed by another smaller one. Thus, the body of snowman was formed. Tang Qian stood by, momentarily dumbfounded at how effortlessly you had accomplished what she had labored over. She bit her lip, raising her eyes to you. "Have you really never done this before? It's amazing, so big." As she circled the snowman with delight, Yu, though accustomed to praise from his tribe, felt a unique joy at being admired by the little female he cherished. Together, they stood at the entrance of the cave, building a snowman with affection. Unbeknownst to them, Feng and Yin had approached, brimming with excitement. You, my chief, guess what news I bring? In this frigid landscape, what good news could there possibly be? Turning to Feng upon hearing his enthusiastic call. Yu inquired, what is it? Hao immediately commanded his followers to restrain Han. Already fatigued, Han struggled against Hao's subordinates, soon collapsing once more, helplessly watching as his beloved female and offspring slowly disappeared from sight, until they were but a memory on the pristine snowfield. Feng and Yin approached with the excitement of cubs newly learning to hunt, eager to share the unfortunate tidings they had just received. The Misa tribe is out of food, and winter has arrived. Was he attempting to convey the dire state of the Misu tribe to you? Listening to Feng's labored expression, Tang Qian observed the expressions of glee on Feng and Yan's faces with curiosity. It appeared that even ancient people could relish the misfortunes of those they disliked, revealing that her previous understanding of them had been rather one-dimensional. Yet, seeing such expressions on their honest faces struck her as quite endearing. Intrigued, Tang Qian, like the most inquisitive fawn in the woods, positioned herself behind you, her bright eyes fixated on the trio as they reveled in the Misu tribe's misfortune. It was the Misu tribe's chief, Hao, who had betrayed her, binding her to be sold to you, causing him considerable loss of provisions. Upon hearing the unfortunate plight of Hao, one cannot help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. Why you had been engrossed in a discussion regarding the current state of the Misu tribe with Feng and Yin, all the while oblivious to the silence that had fallen behind him, but a sudden pang of anxiety struck you as he feared for Tang Qian's safety, worried she might wander off and encounter danger. He swiftly turned to glance over his shoulder, only to find Tang Qian blissfully munching on snow, her large, doe-like eyes sparkling with innocence. Such an adorable little female. Observing her, a smile involuntarily crept across Yu's thin lips as he reached out to take the snowball from her hand. It's cold. It might upset your stomach, he admonished gently. Tang Qian's eyes followed the snowball as it soared from her grasp to Yu's mouth, where he promptly devoured it with a satisfied, all done. After this sequence of actions, Yu naturally ruffled Tang Qian's hair affectionately. In his youth, his father had shown him the same affection that in the tribe. Such gestures were reserved for those favored, be it a beloved female or a cherished cub. Why, then, was this head-patting so commonplace? Drawing a deep breath, Tang Qian savored the warmth emanating from Yu's hand atop her head, her heartbeat quickening. Noticing her flushed cheeks and hesitant demeanor, Yu mistakenly assumed she was recalling the time she had been bullied by the Misu tribe. Tang Qian was the most esteemed female of the Guangming tribe, and being exchanged as a mere commodity by the Misu was a grave insult. The thought of this injustice furrowed Yu's rugged yet handsome brow, creating a furrow deeper than the snowfield itself. Exchanging concerned glances, Feng and Yin were taken aback by this unfamiliar expression on their leader's face, even during the last hunting incident when you had been injured while protecting Tang Qian. He had not displayed such signs of distress that a sense of trepidation washed over Feng. My king, what troubles you? The Misa tribe had approached for food. Was it not the same tribe that had frightened his little female? The mere thought sent a chill down Yu's spine, and he would not easily forgive the treacherous Hao and the ungrateful Misa tribe. Ever since the last exchange for food, Yin had kept a vigilant eye on their movements. When Yu inquired, Yin responded, on our way here, we encountered the Guangming tribe. What? Before you could speak further, Tang Qian, incredulous, interjected, how dare they come back? Last time, I was nearly beaten to death for being exchanged for food. Such audacity. Perhaps Tang Qian's delicate and fair appearance led others to believe she was unaccustomed to hardship. Thus, you felt compelled to explain to her, it is for the tribe's survival, a necessity. Why was he suddenly defending Hao? Confused, Tang Qian turned to you, fearing he might offer food to Hao. Yet, knowing that Hao had harmed the female he cherished, you would never allow that to happen. He grasped Tang Qian's small hand firmly, his wild yet sincere visage reflecting the earnestness of ancient times. No, I will not allow you to be harmed again. Hao will face consequences. What? Just moments ago, you had spoken of Hao's actions as being for the survival of his tribe, and now he spoke of retribution. This sudden shift left Tang Qian bewildered. Why would he face consequences? Because he harmed the most esteemed female of the Guangming tribe. My only one. When you had previously stated my only one in the hot springs. It had resonated with a deeper meaning now. Tang Qian found herself recalling the intimate setting of their last encounter, now juxtaposed with Yu's steadfast declaration. Katia lost for words. She could only gaze at him. It was Yu's first experience with a female, and he was uncertain of the meaning behind Tang Qian's clear-eyed expression. He turned to Yin. How long until the Misu arrives at Guangming? One day. Not far then. Yu nodded, instructing Feng and Yin to prepare for the Misu's arrival, while he escorted Tang Qian back to the cave. As the tribe leader. Yu's cave was the most spacious in Guangming, adorned with the pelts of fierce beasts, soft and warm against bare feet. Perfect for a little female like Tang Qian who preferred to walk without shoes. The stone bed was similarly covered in the hides of tigers and snow wolves, providing warmth akin to summer during the frigid winter, with a fire pit at the entrance warding off the cold winds, not to mention the abundance of nuts scattered about. Upon entering, Tang Qian quickly shed her small animal skin shoes, padding barefoot to the nut pile. Watching you tend the fire, she asked, "What will you do to Hao? Hao will pay for bullying you." You replied, adding more wood to the fire, then enveloping Tang Qian in his arms like a small fox, bringing her onto the warm stone bed to warm her hands. Just wait and see. Having spent the day playing outside with the little female, you felt an unusual sense of ease, and before long, he fell asleep with Tang Qian in his embrace. Winter's snow silently blanketed the ground, and as the fire dwindled, Tang Qian, in a drowsy haze, heard faint murmurs outside the cave, struggling to open her eyes. She glanced at the small window, noting that dawn had yet to break, while you remained peacefully asleep. The voices outside seemed to concern the Misu tribe. Furrowing her brow, Tang Qian attempted to stealthily rise from Yu's side, only to feel a tightening around her waist, followed by Yu's sleepy murmur. Tang Qian, where are you going? Startled by Yu's sudden awakening, she feared he might misinterpret her intentions as an attempt to escape. There are voices outside. It seems the Misu tribe has arrived. Upon hearing the mention of the Misu tribe, Yu, once burdened by sleep, became alert, his eyes snapping open as he focused on Tang Qian. We must leave. What for? The sun had yet to rise. Surely they weren't planning revenge already. Reluctant to leave the warmth of her bed, Tang Qian tightened her grip on the animal hide blanket, clearly unwilling to venture out. Hao has come. It's time for retribution. Yu, concerned for his little female, decisively donned his animal skin cloak, yet tenderly tucked the blanket around Tang Qian. Wait for me. I will return from exacting vengeance. With that, Yu slipped on his animal skin boots and stepped out into the wintry landscape, prepared to avenge his little female. Feng and Yin had been waiting just outside the cave for Yu's return, and upon seeing him emerge, they offered him the bark for cleaning teeth. M.Y. King, the Misu tribe's lowly folk have arrived. Shall we summon them? Bring them to the center of the tribe. It was not the right place for a meeting. His little female still slumbered, and her rest would be disturbed. After Yu's departure, Tang Qian found herself wide awake, feeling as if you were her guardian angel. Once he left, anxiety set in, and she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, ultimately resigning herself to putting on an animal skin and seeking out you. Compared to their last encounter, the slaves and females Hao had brought appeared even more emaciated, hardly capable of performing any heavy labor. Observing Yu's strong physique, Hao's eyes gleamed with avarice as he bowed low before you. Leader Yu of the Guangming tribe, I bring you many slaves for exchange. Our tribe does not trade with the Misu scoundrels. Before you could respond, Feng interjected, the Misu have bullied our most esteemed female. We will not engage in trade. Given the previous transgressions of Hao, nearly all of Yu's attendants were quick to condemn the notion of an exchange. The moment Feng's rejection echoed in the air, despair washed over Hao, akin to a river freezing in winter. Bereft of the former authority of his leader, he pleaded before you like a desperate hyena. Great leader of Guangming, have mercy on the Misu. I beseech you, exchange these slaves for food. Slaves? Before Hao could finish his words, you had already approached the so-called slaves, his keen, eagle-like eyes surveying them. Their bodies were adorned with exquisite animal hides, meticulously crafted by their companions. How could they possibly be slaves? You chuckled mockingly, taunting Hao. Your slaves are dressed quite well. In desperate situation. Hao's countenance turned ashen, yet he quickly forced a smile. These have been carefully selected for Guangming. Please accept them. How much will it take? You interrupted Hao, directly inquiring. Hao's eyes brightened as he held up 2 fingers, 2 months' worth to survive the harsh winter. His tone was bold, and Yu's sharp gaze flickered to the slaves still weeping on the ground. Slaves are of little value. I can't offer that much. A month and a half will suffice. Hao continued to haggle, willing to settle for any amount of food he could obtain. Half a month. Yu replied with a smile. Guangming will only exchange for this. That won't do. Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. These slaves are valuable. I demand a month. Guangming is not in need of slaves. Yu was unfazed by Hao's insistence. Turning to the strong and sturdy Feng, let them go. Obeying the chief's command, Feng understood Yu's intent. Hao, please leave it. A subordinate issuing commands. Hao felt a shadow of despair. Fearing the consequences of starvation, he called out urgently. 1 month, let my people survive the winter. 1 month for all the slaves. This proposition sounded rather advantageous. Feng glanced at Yu, noticing that Yu was unwilling to relent, and continued to drive them away. Half a month. For Misu, even a single day's worth of food could be life-saving. Half a month was acceptable in the severe winter. Only the Guangming tribe had provisions. He could not afford to give up. Today he had brought over 30 slaves. Exchanging them for half a month's food was reasonable. Yu smiled. Feng, go fetch half a month's food and deliver it to Chief Sumi, leaving all the slaves behind. Yes, Feng, loyal to you, complied and went to retrieve the food. Hao, however, was taken aback, realizing that the number of people he had brought would only secure half a month's provisions. His frustration simmered beneath the surface. But he could only follow Feng to the cave where Guangming's food was stored. Just as he turned a corner, he spotted Tang Qian, who was peeking from a shadowy corner to watch the commotion. Tang Qian? A flicker of inspiration ignited in Hao's gloomy eyes. The most esteemed female of the Guangming tribe. A goddess, I have brought many slaves for you. Could you possibly grant us more food? Now he had learned to flatter. Why hadn't he done so earlier? Tang Qian scrutinized Hao for a moment, initially intending to refuse him. But for some inexplicable reason, the image of the Misu tribe members pleading for her on that day resurfaced in her mind. Instantly, moved by Hao's request, she felt a pang of sympathy. Hao, ever cunning, seized the opportunity. My people are on the brink of starvation. Tang Qian, you are a goddess. Please save them. The mere mention of save carried the weight of countless hungry souls. Several males following Hao echoed his plea to Tang Qian. You have saved us once. You cannot let us perish. Why female and young have not eaten in ages? Goddess, we implore you. Though this was a moral coercion. Tang Qian still felt a twinge of compassion. She turned to Feng. How about? Feng, knowing Tang Qian would soften, immediately shook his head. Misu is using the goddess to barter for food, which is an insult to her. Indeed. Tang Qian quickly shook off her previous empathy towards Misu, her delicate brows knitting together. No, the Misu tribe must suffer for their wrongdoing. What you have negotiated with our king is final, not a crumb more. Tang Qian, you are heartless. Upon hearing Tang Qian's uncompromising words, Hao abandoned his previous demeanor of pleading, instantly transforming into a menacing figure, reminiscent of a snow wolf ready to pounce on Tang Qian. Feng, Tang Qian, unwilling to waste words on someone unreasonable, frowned. How should we punish those who cause chaos in our Guangming tribe? As the most esteemed female of Guangming, could she not command Feng, just as you did? Angered, Tang Qian displayed her regal authority for the first time, but before she could escalate the situation, she heard Yu's voice approaching from behind. Tang Qian. Yu had arrived. Upon hearing that inexplicably reassuring voice, Tang Qian turned excitedly to see Yu striding towards her. Yu. Tang Qian. Reaching her side, Yu extended his hand, pulling Tang Qian protectively behind him, akin to a doe shielding her fawn in the forest. The Misu tribe was already weak, and Hao was desperate for food to rescue his people, but Tang Qian's grudge had thwarted his plans. What are you doing to the most revered female of our tribe? Yu's gaze was authoritative, burning with intensity directed at Hao, though it was not a blaze, rather a smoldering fire. Hao, frightened, took a step back. Physically inferior to you, he feared that you might tear him apart at any moment. Guangming's chieftain, enough. You had already heard his little female speak of punishing Hao the Guangming way, clearly indicating that Hao had bullied his little female again. Frowning, he stepped away from Tang Qian and approached Hao, fixing his unwavering gaze upon him. The Misa tribe had become chieftains multiple times, often taking advantage of Guangming alongside other tribes. You believe that Misu's females and young were innocent. Thus, he had agreed to the exchange for food. However, while he was showing empathy towards their females, they were bullying his own. Such behavior was unworthy of sympathy. Realizing this, a dangerous glint flickered in Yu's wild, untamed eyes. He reached out with a strong arm. Seizing Hao by the throat, bullying Tang Qian is intolerable. Mercy is not an option. You don't. Hao felt darkness enveloping him, as if the light of the world had been snuffed out, leaving him unable to utter another word, only gasping and flailing for help. The most foresight and strongest chieftain of Guangming stood before him, and none of the people he had brought dared to intervene. Ina tribe. Even a treacherous chieftain could ensure survival for many. But if the chieftain fell, countless innocent females and young would perish in the icy wilderness. Su tightened his grip. Hao began to fade, the life ebbing from him. Tang Qian rushed forward to grasp Yu's hand. You, if he dies, many others will perish as well. Bullying you is unacceptable. That Yu's gaze remained fixed on the still weakly pleading Hao, showing no sign of releasing his grip. You, let him go. Those females and young are pitiful. Without Hao, they would be as lost as I would be without you. This sentiment struck a chord with you. Evoking his empathy, he cared for none but his tribe and Tang Qian. If Tang Qian were to lose him, her frail form would surely succumb to starvation, just as Hao's females would. Contemplating this, you felt a pang of compassion and gently loosened his grip, allowing Hao to slump to the ground like a lifeless mass. Air began to rush back into Hao's lungs. That it was as if he'd found an oasis in the desert, gasping greedily for breath, casting away the darkness that had enveloped him. Why you coldly regarded the gasping Hao on the ground. There is no food left. Return to protect your females and young. Not come back to Guangming for provisions. You know. Hearing you pronounce a death sentence upon his tribe, Hao's eyes, once devoid of hope, suddenly filled with terror. No. My people will starve. Leave. Tang Qian's expression was icy. She despised moral coercion. Yet, Hao remained ungrateful, attempting to sway why you had declared that there was no food left, if he wished to survive. He must depart quickly. After delivering her words, Tang Qian no longer cast a glance at Hao. Instead, turning to you, let us go. She had just witnessed Hao arriving with a considerable number of people, who appeared to be merely starving and bore no semblance to slaves. It was evident how far Hao's tribe had fallen. You, unwilling to linger with such a despicable man, agreed momentarily and departed with his kin. Just when they were on the verge of obtaining food from the bright tribe, it all crumbled due to Tang Qian's actions. Hao gritted his teeth, rising from the ground, his gaze fixed on their retreating figures like a famished wolf. Food. Females will eventually belong to me. In stark contrast to Hao's petty selfishness. Although you and Tang Qian left behind those unfortunate females and their young, they never truly intended to treat them as slaves. Who would willingly become a slave in exchange for sustenance unless absolutely desperate? After the two departed, they arrived at the place where the slaves were held. Upon seeing the members of the bright tribe, the slaves' eyes were unmistakably filled with a palpable fear. Not be afraid. Yu's gaze instilled a profound sense of reassurance. Feng and Yin understood Yu's intent and approached the slaves with sharp stone knives, cutting through the harsh winter ropes that bound them. The slaves had never imagined they would be set free, and their terror transformed into astonishment. The esteemed leader of the bright tribe, Han, looked at you in disbelief. Why? Would you release us? Freedom is more precious than food. Why you regarded these individuals, who seemed to have been reborn, with a determination they had never witnessed under Hao's rule. Leave Hao behind and seek your own survival. You are neither slaves nor commodities. He hadn't provided food to Hao. Thus he liberated them. You was a man of great integrity. The people, incredulous, gazed at you for a long moment before comprehending their newfound freedom and began to honor you and Tang Qian with the most esteemed rituals of the Misu tribe. Thank you, king and female of the bright tribe. You may go now. Why you felt no need for gratitude. Having released them, he turned to leave. There were other matters within the tribe that required his attention. Tang Qian followed closely in Yu's footsteps. Do you think Hao will capture them again? After all, he is quite the despicable character, capable of anything that why he was uncertain whether today's events would serve as a lesson for Hao. And thus honestly shook his head at Tang Qian. Hao is too vile. I cannot say. Yet if they departed on their own, they would surely start. As she spoke, Tang Qian's eyes reflected a sincerity that was rare among the other females in the tribe. You felt a stirring in his heart and grasped Tang Qian's hand. My partner, what do you wish to do? In their tribe, the status of females was higher than that of males. And you sought Tang Qian's counsel. With fervor, Tang Qian replied, we should send someone to follow them. It could save lives in case of danger. Having spent some time in this era, her speech occasionally mirrored theirs. Tang Qian thought that perhaps she would soon be fully assimilated. The gentle nature still shone through. Why you sighed and nodded. We will have Quan and others follow. At the very least, they can find a safe place. All right. Now is the coldest day of the entire winter, and those slaves freed by you and Tang Qian trudged through the icy expanse, feeling utterly helpless. We have lost our tribe, our home. Will we perish from hunger? As despair gripped the group, a voice of a helpless female emerged. Han, the only male among them, turned to the nearly frozen and famished female, his heart wavering about their future path. How no? We must trade for food. If we go to the Bright tribe, we will become slaves and be bullied. We have no home. Confusion flickered in his eyes, as the sole male. If he did not return to the tribe quickly, survival would be impossible. Yet, returning to Misu would mean being exchanged as a slave, and going to Bright was equally unappealing. Perhaps we should return to Misu, suggested Yu, who had been silently following Han. Yu was Han's partner, her skin pale and beautiful, reminiscent of a full moon, and Han cherished her deeply, often heeding her counsel. But now, they were a group freshly abandoned by Misu, contemplating a return, for the first time. Han considered Yu's suggestion. However, Yu's earnest gaze, reminiscent of one hunting prey, fixed intently on Han. We cannot allow everyone starve. Here, only weak females and young ones remained. They had not eaten for a day. If they did not find food soon, they might collapse in this endless snowy expanse. The thought filled Han with guilt. Snow began to fall once more, soon covering the footprints they had just made. This place was flat, devoid of caves, and even if there were caves, there would be no fire or food, leading to starvation or freezing. Thus, the best option now was to return to Misu, observing the females and their young supporting each other. Han sighed, revealing a rare melancholy among their ancient kin. We shall return to Misu tribe, for the sake of survival. Nothing mattered more than survival. Freedom was meaningless without life. Now, they were all cold and starving. Dragging their weary feet toward the direction where Misu tribe had encamped, as darkness fell, they finally glimpsed the twinkling lights of Misu tribe. That we have arrived. Seeing the light, the nearly exhausted females displayed excitement on their faces. We are home. We have returned. With those words, they joyfully made their way deeper into the tribe. Just when they thought they had returned to their home, they were met at the edge of the tribe by Hao, clad in thick animal hides, casting a somber glare at them. Traders of Misu tribe, why have you returned? In Hao's eyes, these individuals were the cause of his beating by Yu and the reason he failed to bring back food. By the time he returned, they had become slaves of the Bright tribe, and now that they were back from Bright, it could only mean ill intentions. Traitors? Han, already injured and fatigued from the long journey, had hoped to rest upon returning, but Hao would not allow it. He withdrew his hand from Yu's grasp and stepped forward to confront Hao. We are slaves sent by the leader to the Bright tribe. We could only return because they did not want us. Why do you call us traitors? In a tribe, the leader's word is law. Hearing Han's rebuttal, Hao's expression faltered. It is because of you that we could not trade for food. Do you feel no guilt? The one who should feel guilt is Hao, not us. Han felt sorrow for those poor females and young ones. It is you, Hao, who failed to lead our tribe properly. After speaking, Han fell silent, merely standing in a tense standoff with the fluctuating expression of Hao before him. Behind Hao stood many robust males from the tribe, yet all were equally famished. The tribe had but a scant amount of food left, all controlled by Hao and the shaman. They were all starving, yet none dared to resist Hao. How pitiful. Behind me are your beloved young ones, your companions, the previous leader. We could have been content, but with Hao's arrival, our companions and young ones became slaves of other tribes. leaving us bereft, while Hao's partner and young ones remained. Han could not believe that so many males lacked compassion for their partners and young ones. Indeed, upon hearing Han's words, the males began to stir, and some bold ones even ventured into Han's ranks to reclaim their partners. The females, filled with fear and grievance, returned to their males, many shedding tears. The low growls of the males and the fear of the females created a dire atmosphere within Mrs. Tribe. Hao sensed danger brewing in his heart. He turned away from Han and instead faced the males behind him, who were now glaring hungrily at him. That he growled, "If it weren't for my relentless trading with surrounding tribes, you would have starved long ago." Speaking thus, Hao shed the thick animal skin draped over his body, revealing his robust physique. "Now that there is no food, it is I who must devise a solution." Last year, he had secured the position of chief through his formidable strength, being the mightiest male of the Misu tribe, and none dared to defy him. The same held true now. The complaining males, upon witnessing Hao's solid muscles, silenced their discontent, unable to voice any grievances and resigned to endure. "What more do you wish to say?" Hao turned to Han, stating, "Without Hao, the Misu tribe has nothing. Something terrible has happened." Meanwhile, Feng, who had been trailing Han, suddenly appeared before Tang Qian. She had been counting the remaining provisions for winter alongside you when Feng's abrupt arrival startled her. "Feng, what is the matter?" "It's Hao. He has clashed with Han and is now attacking them. It's perilous. But they are Hao's kin." "What is he doing?" Upon hearing Feng's words, Tang Qian's delicate brows furrowed in concern. "Where are they?" "At the new location of the Misu tribe." "Let me guide you there." "Very well." In the urgency of the moment, Tang Qian disregarded everything else and followed Feng's lead. However, Yu, who had been behind her, knowing the danger Hao posed, would not easily let Tang Qian depart. He quickly grasped her arm, insisting, "No, it is too dangerous for you to go alone. But if I do not go, many may perish beneath Hao's fists. I must protect you." "What did you say?" Tang Qian was taken aback by Yu's response. "But the tribe needs you to why little female needs me too." Yu's gaze was earnest as he spoke, as if he could only be at ease knowing Tang Qian was constantly by his side. It felt like the first time in her life that someone cared for her so deeply. In the frigid winter night, warmth surged within Tang Qian's heart. This was her first time reaching for Yu's hand, and he did not seem displeased. "Then you shall come with me." "Very well." Seeing his little female relent, Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He exhaled and followed Tang Qian's lead. The three of them, accompanied by a few valiant warriors from the Light Tribe, trudged onward toward the Misu tribe. The current location of the Misu tribe was not far for the Light Tribe, and with their swift pace, they arrived before dawn the next day. The night had brought heavy snowfall, blanketing everything in white. Yet at the edge of the Misu tribe, there was a conspicuously vivid red patch, reminiscent of a savage beast attack. Tang Qian's eyelids fluttered as she exchanged glances with you, then hurried toward the crimson stain. "Han, quick, untie him." Yu's expression was grim, having served as chief for 3 years. He had never witnessed a person bleed so profusely, except for those attacked by wild beasts. He commanded Feng and the remaining strong males to free Han. Just as Feng reached to untie him, Hao's voice rang out behind them. "Esteemed gentlemen, are you meddling too much in the affairs of the Misu tribe?" "Oh no." Tang Qian furrowed her brow, realizing they had been discovered at a tight knot formed in her chest. This was Hao's territory. If anything were to go awry, they might not have time to escape. Seeing Tang Qian's anxiety, Yu instinctively shielded her behind him, turning to face Hao with a protective stance. "Did you not say that he has become our slave? Now that the slave is attempting to flee, I intend to take him with me. Do you have any objections, Hao?" After the previous day's events, Hao dared not voice any dissent. Yet feeling humiliated by being intimidated within his own tribe, he stood there momentarily at a loss for words. "Our slave shall naturally be taken back," emboldened by Yu's protection. Tang Qian found her courage and faced Hao with fiery determination, her eyes glistening with defiance. "Regardless of the circumstances, you are to return all the slaves who fled from us yesterday. They are mine, and I shall reclaim them. They are what I have exchanged for food. Since you have not provided me with sustenance, the slaves rightfully belong to me." Feng, upon hearing Hao's obstinate retort, Tang Qian was unwilling to engage further. She shouted at Feng, "Take the warriors of the Light Tribe and retrieve the slaves. Anyone who dares to resist shall face my stone knife." With that, Tang Qian brandished the stone knife you had given her for protection, throwing it to the ground with a fierce glint in her eyes that mirrored that of a snow wolf. "Bring them to me." "Understood." Upon witnessing Tang Qian's unwavering resolve, Feng felt a measure of respect for her. She truly was Yu's female, possessing the same tenacity. With Han already unconscious and growing cold, Feng supported him onto the shoulders of a light warrior and glanced at Tang Qian. "Let us depart." "Yes." Tang Qian cast one last glance at the seething Hao, uttering not a word, before turning away with the warriors of the Light Tribe to confront a despicable individual. One must become even more cunning. Having witnessed numerous instances of such behavior in her past life, Tang Qian knew precisely how to deal with Hao. Yu reached for Tang Qian, pulling her close, and once more felt the immense energy within her petite frame. He was thoroughly impressed by her earlier display of strength, bending down to whisper, "You were remarkable just now. I know." Now that they had distanced themselves from the Misa tribe, Tang Qian felt less anxious about possible retribution from Hao. She released a sigh of relief, glancing back at Han with concern. "I wonder if he will survive." "He will," Yu asserted with unwavering conviction, as if he knew Han would pull through. "The shaman of the Light Tribe is incredibly capable. He will surely recover." "Let us hope so." Today, they had only managed to rescue one person, and Tang Qian felt a twinge of worry for those left behind. However, as days passed without further appearances from Hao, her anxiety began to dissipate. Unbeknownst to Tang Qian, whispers about her had already begun to circulate within the Light Tribe. Among the 7 warriors who had accompanied her and Yu to the Misa tribe were those who often hunted alongside them. They were brave, yet Tang Qian was unaware of their true character. At the doorstep of one warrior's home, his partner was sewing animal hides with another female. "Did you hear?" Tang Qian, the chief's female, lacks virtue. She snatched Han from the Misa tribe, more despicable than their chief. The other female immediately understood the implication behind the warrior's words. Only a thief would act in such a way. "We have produced a bandit in the Light Tribe." "Indeed, a bandit." The 2 females chattered on, and in no time, the gossip spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of every man, woman, and child in the Misa tribe. They all learned that Tang Qian was even more contemptible than Hao, a stark contrast to the simplicity of the Light Tribe. Yu, noble and valiant, would never stoop to such behavior, even towards someone as loathsome as Hao. Now that word of Tang Qian's actions had circulated throughout the tribe, many began to discuss how she was unworthy of their chief. Amidst the gossip, even the injured Luo had caught wind of the news. She looked at the female beside her, her beautiful eyes filled with pain, yet glimmering with hope. "Is it true that everyone in the tribe despises this strange little female? Indeed, she is unworthy of our chief." The other female, equally excited, nodded in agreement. "Only the beautiful Luo is deserving that I am aware." Due to the pain, Luo's cheeks had become somewhat gaunt, yet upon hearing the news, she felt a surge of excitement. Now, the people in the tribe despised this female. If Tang Qian were to be driven away, could it be that she would become Yu's next mate? Tang Qian resembled a wolf that had never tasted meat, or a lawless bandit, daring to commit such acts within the territory of another tribe. Luo felt as though she had gained the upper hand, achieving a psychological victory over Tang Qian. Thus, at the break of dawn, she forced herself to rise despite her physical ailments. "Luo, why are you up? You ought to be resting," said a slave from her household, hastily moving to support her. "It will hurt." "I'm fine." Luo gritted her teeth. The shaman's punishment had been severe. Even now, her brother Rong lay on the adjacent stone bed, unable to rise. Her own body ached terribly, yet due to the matter concerning Tang Qian, Luo felt it imperative to venture out. "Luo, what do you intend to do?" The slave understood that Luo's rising must serve a purpose, for her wounds had yet to heal. The pain throbbed through her, and Luo furrowed her brows, attempting to suppress her discomfort. But the shaman's hand had been heavy, and the pain persisted. She held back tears. In her childhood, her brother had said that walking after an injury hastens recovery. She wished to test this theory. "In the cave?" The slave tilted her head in confusion. "That's none of your concern." Luo frowned, feeling that the slave was overstepping her bounds, and she released the slave's hand. I can manage on my own. Prepare some food for me, and I shall return. But your wounds, don't worry about it. With those parting words, Luo pushed aside the animal hide covering the cave entrance and stepped out cautiously. She aimed to listen to what the tribespeople were saying about Tang Qian and to remind them that the Bright Tribe still had its own beautiful lesson to impart regarding Luo. That little female would surely become the object of everyone's disdain. With this thought, Luo felt no pain at all and even walked with a hint of joy. In the center of the Bright Tribe flowed a small stream. Though it was winter, a trickle of water still flowed like tea that moment. A few females were drawing water from the stream, and among them was Tang Qian, though no one paid her any mind. Luo felt a stirring within her and approached the stream's edge. This is the source of life for our Bright Tribe. Why are you here, idling about instead of working? You seem quite nosy. Having not shown her face before Tang Qian for several days, Luo's voice caught Tang Qian off guard, momentarily leaving her at a loss as to who had spoken. When she looked up to see Luo, it took her some time to respond. Have you healed? Stop pretending to care. Upon hearing Tang Qian's words, Luo immediately perceived them as mockery. You are a bandit. What nonsense are you spouting? Recognizing Luo's intent to provoke, Tang Qian's expression darkened. What do you mean by bandit? Rumors about Tang Qian had already circulated within the tribe, and now that the beautiful Luo had spoken against her, the surrounding females began to gather, eager to learn the details. Seeing the crowd grow, Luo felt emboldened, fearful that others might remain unaware of Tang Qian's actions. You still feign innocence. She spoke with conviction. That I heard that you returned the slave sent from the Mississippi tribe. They punished the slave, leaving her near death, and you took her back. Yes, I did. So what? Tang Qian openly admitted, having spent the last few days in the cave, oblivious to the gossip swirling around her. Coming to the stream was merely a respite, not an obligation. Her candid admission, however, only served to reinforce Luo's perception of Tang Qian's guilt. Observing the murmurs of discontent among the onlookers, Luo realized she held the advantage. She lifted her chin, regarding Tang Qian with disdain. You disregard human life and steal. You are a bandit, ruthless, so they too could wield such eloquence in their expressions, Luo noted with some surprise. Yet Tang Qian did not react with anger to Luo's accusation. Instead, she recalled a time when she herself had been rendered speechless by Hao's use of idioms. Finding some amusement in the memory, a smirk crept upon her lips, tinged with sarcasm. You speak as though you witnessed everything firsthand. You, Luo, having been recuperating, had not seen the full picture. Yet she had heard of it from her friends and slaves alike. Her cheeks flushed, but she pressed on, determined to ridicule Tang Qian further. You aim to starve the Mississippi tribe, wishing for that valiant man to perish among them. You are so small, so pale, so peculiar. You've never labored, unaware of the burdens we endure simply to fill our bellies. If you knew, you would not refuse to exchange food with the Mississippi tribe. For any tribe, facing starvation in winter was the most dreadful fate. Luo knew the onlookers understood this, and her words resonated deeply. Instantly, the hostility towards Tang Qian grew among the surrounding females as they whispered among themselves. She doesn't suffer hunger. How can she comprehend our plight? Does she wish to treat the Mississippi tribe so cruelly? She may be small, but she is wicked. Let us keep our distance. We must not become bandits ourselves. This was the taste of universal condemnation, Tang Qian thought, taking a deep breath as she silently applauded Luo's cleverness. Truly, no one could rival her cunning. What did you say? Luo, being of ancient lineage, could not grasp Tang Qian's sarcastic remarks and merely inquired further. Tang Qian scoffed, glancing around at those awaiting her downfall. That it was a pity, however, that she would not grant them the satisfaction of a spectacle. The Mississippi tribe has only themselves to blame for their lack of foresight in storing provisions for winter. Their current plight is Hao's fault that I once saved Hao's kin, yet he treats me as mere cargo in exchange for food. Later, he resorted to trading innocent females and young ones, subjecting Hao to such treatment. Thus, it is not I who disregards human life, it is you. As Tang Qian articulated her defense with clarity, Luo's mind raced, but her tongue faltered, prompting her to demand silence from Tang Qian. Yet Tang Qian paid her no heed. But I know, Luo, that your punishment stems from your own actions. You, who continually targets the most esteemed females of the bright tribe, is because of your envy that you now find yourself in this predicament. The rest of her words hung unspoken in the air. Observing the fissures of distress forming on Luo's face, Tang Qian felt a rush of satisfaction. The despicable Luo could not withstand her own words. Seeing the myriad expressions dance across Luo's face, Tang Qian felt she had avenged herself and was unwilling to linger any longer. Wishing to escape the cacophony of words she found intolerable. As Tang Qian turned to leave, Luo hastily grasped her slender arm. "What do you think you're running off to?" Disregarding human life, she was too cruel. You should not be associated with such a female. Yes, let Tang Qian depart, and they would go speak to why you did. In the face of Tang Qian, the females of the bright tribe stood united. Even those who scarcely knew Luo and had never interacted with Tang Qian rallied together. As she observed the chattering females scheming to remove her, Tang Qian couldn't help but reflect. This must be what they call unity against a common foe. Drawing a deep breath, she broke free from Luo's weakened grasp. Her gaze sharp and assessing the IMU's female, the highest-ranking female in the bright tribe, the leader's mate. How dare you attempt to expel me? Thus, who had granted them the audacity and confidence to think they could oust the leader's female? Had they been emboldened by Liang Jingru? Her words carried an air of authority, silencing the surrounding females. Indeed, Tang Qian was peculiar. Her presence was not fully accepted, yet she was the consort of the chief, bestowed with the most ferocious prey, marking her as the highest-ranking female in the tribe, still bearing the chief's blood within her. Her status was unparalleled. To banish Tang Qian would require Yu's consent. Otherwise, it was futile. Luo found herself at a loss for words under Tang Qian's gaze, while the other females exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. Luo, the beauty of the Guangming tribe, with her large, clever eyes, could only think of a way to resolve the situation. Tang Qian, undeterred by the taller woman, lifted her chin defiantly. Luo, feeling the intensity of Tang Qian's piercing gaze, took a step back and spoke, "But you are not one of us. Who knows if you are a spy from another tribe?" Implicit in her words was the suggestion that it was not for Luo to worry about such matters. Tang Qian scoffed, "If you dislike you, would you still wish to expel me?" This statement struck Luo like a bolt of lightning, revealing the crux of their conversation. Once. Luo's expression shifted, her tone growing fierce, akin to a hungry tiger in the forest ready to hunt. "What did you say?" "I spoke no falsehood." Witnessing Luo's desire to tear her apart, Tang Qian felt a flicker of fear. After all, the disparity in their physical prowess was vast, and Luo could easily end her life. Yet, the more threatened she felt by the wild wolf, the less she could afford to show fear. Tang Qian knew she could not retreat now. Forcing herself to maintain eye contact, "You desire Yu's affection, yet he does not reciprocate." These words pierced Luo's heart like daggers, inciting a sense of humiliation within her. The other females, influenced by Tang Qian's words, began to divide their loyalties. Why Yu was so valiant. Only Luo seemed worthy of him. Yet Tang Qian was a goddess, still carrying Yu's blood within her. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd, with some now siding with Tang Qian. Luo had always been the most beautiful female of the Guangming tribe, the one whom the shaman deemed the chief's mate, but with Tang Qian's arrival, everything had changed. After all, Yu was not present, and with the stream so frigid, Tang Qian appeared frail, almost as delicate as a newborn cub. If she did not leave, would she perish if she fell into the water? Contemplating this, Luo let out a derisive snort. "You are not one of our Guangming tribe. Leave, I shall not." Tang Qian smiled. Finding Luo's words predictable, "I have declared that I am Yu's chosen female, recognized by him. If you wish for me to leave, you must have Yu speak that I will not leave." Luo returned the smile. Though hers was laced with malice, she stepped forward. Even injured, her strength still surpassed that of the frail Tang Qian, but a sense of foreboding surged within Tang Qian, prompting her to step back. Behind her lay the stream. Precisely what Luo sought to see. As Luo continued to advance, Tang Qian retreated once more, instantly grasping Luo's intention. Since she refused to vacate the Guangming tribe, she would be cast out of their world. Luo reached out, attempting to shove Tang Qian into the water. With nowhere to escape, Tang Qian let out a cry as she fell back. The water was frigid. It was over. But just as she braced herself for fate, a strong arm swept around her waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. Disoriented, she opened her eyes to find you gazing at her with concern. Tang Qian. You. Seeing him before her, a wave of inexplicable grievance washed over Tang Qian, and tears brimmed in her eyes. You saved me again, Oh, not be afraid, Yu's heart raced. Just moments ago, his little female had nearly fallen into the icy stream. Had she plunged in, she would not have survived. No one could fathom his fear in that moment. Like a precious gem, you gently stroked Tang Qian's small head, whispering sweet reassurances. Do not fear. I shall protect you from now on, remaining by your side. Tang Qian nodded, stifling the warmth pooling in her eyes, resting in Yu's comforting embrace for a while before lifting her head, puzzled. How did you come to be here? I came to find you. You gestured for Tang Qian to look behind him, and she was taken aback to see a multitude of outsiders. What is happening? I will tell you shortly. You, concerned for Tang Qian's comfort, enveloped her in his arms, denying her the chance to inquire further, then turned his attention to the group of females led by Luo, who dared to bully Tang Qian just now. Luo was taken aback. Never did she expect you would come to this place. Accompanied by such robust outsiders, she stepped back in fear, anxious that you had witnessed her earlier actions. Were you not punished by the shaman? How do you still have the strength to stand? The moment you laid eyes on Luo, he sensed that this situation was far from simple. His gaze bore down on her like that of a hunter, sending shivers down her spine. I merely wished for her to recover. So I brought her out for a walk. A female, close to Luo, stepped forward, attempting to explain on her behalf. Yet, both Luo and her companion felt trepidation, fearing Tang Qian would disclose their misdeeds. However, Tang Qian merely cast a fleeting glance at them. A gentleman seeks revenge 10 years hence. Yu's return with the outsiders surely signified other matters at hand, not the time for such discussions. Thus, when Yu's searching gaze fell upon her, Tang Qian chose not to address the incident, but instead looked toward the outsiders you had brought. These individuals are from the Misid tribe. Are they not? Indeed. Yu, perceptive as ever, recognized Tang Qian's reluctance to elaborate, understanding she had her own plans. The moment he mentioned the outsiders, excitement flickered in his steady eyes, even dismissing the earlier interrogation of Luo. Yes, they are all from the Misid tribe. A sizable number. The Misid tribe? What was happening? Hadn't they already left? Why had you brought so many of them back? Luo's heart raced with unease as she gazed at the strangers. They bore no ropes, suggesting they were free individuals. How could this be? Follow me. Just as Luo's confusion deepened, you gently addressed Tang Qian, his voice somewhat clumsy. I want to show you something. What is it? Tang Qian inquired, yet her feet moved instinctively to follow you. The others, witnessing their departure, also sought to uncover what you was referring to, and so the group moved forward with great anticipation. This marked the first time you had teased Tang Qian like a child, prompting a smile to tug at her lips, though she refrained from questioning him. Timekeeping tools were scarce, but Tang Qian estimated they walked for over a quarter of an hour before arriving at the designated spot. Despite the heavy snowfall, the area remained an open space, and what you referred to lay within this expanse. Look, these are the slaves exchanged by the Misid tribe. Slaves exchanged by the Misid tribe? Before Tang Qian could voice her inquiry, Luo, her weakened state barely holding, exclaimed in disbelief. How can this be? There are so many. One would need many hands to count them. The Misid tribe has no slaves left. Who are these males? You are mistaken. The slaves exchanged for food are not those on the periphery, but rather the one in the center. In response to Luo's astonishment, you calmly pointed toward the male at the heart of the assembly. That male, bound by ropes and gagged with animal hide, was none other than Hao, the leader of the Misid tribe. Hao, the despicable man who had boasted just yesterday, now sat among the outsiders, filled with resentment as he glared at those surrounding him. However, bound as she was, she had no means of escape and could only watch those individuals with intense scrutiny as she observed you pointing at someone. Luo and the few clansmen who had gathered behind him gasped in astonishment once more. To bring a chieftain from a rival tribe in exchange for food could only be the cunning plan of you. Indeed, he was the most formidable male of the bright tribe that Luo's heart began to lean towards you. And she immediately raised her gaze to him. You, is this your ingenious scheme? How remarkably brave of you to capture how Luo, along with other females who coveted Yu's attention, stepped forward to praise him. You are truly magnificent, far more skilled than the hawks that hunt in the heavens. You, the king of the bright tribe, was valiant and formidable, akin to a saber-toothed tiger of these woods. My king. Each time you returned from a hunt with a bountiful catch, the females of the tribe would shower him with accolades. Today, having brought back the arch-nemesis of the Missa tribe, the praises grew even louder. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that bringing Hao back was not Yu's idea at all. Why Yu was not swayed by the accolades surrounding him, though a flicker of pride illuminated his heart. He glanced at Tang Qian beside him, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. The plan to capture Hao was not mine, but Tang Qian's. It was her brilliance that led to Hao's enslavement. For she's the most esteemed female of our tribe. Tang Qian? Could this petite female possess such wisdom? Upon hearing Yu's words, those females who had just praised Yu's valor immediately fell silent, casting doubtful glances towards Tang Qian. Ignoring their skepticism, Yu turned to grasp Tang Qian's delicate hands, admiration and affection gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, my female devised a strategy known as the divide and conquer, which is why Hao has been reduced to a slave. It was Tang Qian who, perceiving the discontent among the majority of males and females in the Missa tribe towards Hao, had cleverly recalled the incident from a few days prior, when Hao exchanged cubs and females for food. The cubs and numerous females had nearly been forced to abandon their homes and families due to Hao's actions. The food supplies in the Missa tribe were dwindling, yet they remained under the control of Hao and the shaman. This winter had claimed many lives within the Missa tribe, and the remaining members, terrified of death, dreaded the prospect of demise under Hao's leadership. Thus, Tang Qian's plan succeeded. Su observed the resentful Hao on the ground. His heart swelled with affection for his petite female, simultaneously admiring her astuteness. It was indeed Tang Qian's scheme. Ever since Rong was injured, Quan had not appeared before you. But today, upon hearing of a special slave's arrival, he finally showed himself. On the ground lay Hao, the treacherously cunning one, akin to a venomous serpent. You, who never uttered falsehoods and was an honest leader, knew that today's stratagem must belong to Tang Qian. He murmured to himself, yet this utterance sparked a wave of admiration for Tang Qian among those nearby. Luo, along with the females who had advocated for Tang Qian's expulsion, stood at the forefront, watching the unfolding scene. Voices praising Tang Qian began to emerge within the tribe, causing discomfort in the hearts of those who had just belittled her. Surrounding Hao were the very slaves he had previously acquired from the Missa tribe, now sharing the same fate, their eyes filled with hatred as they glared at him, as if they wished to devour him whole. Luo, if you believe this idea is commendable, then you should congratulate Tang Qian. Observing that members of the tribe were beginning to favor Tang Qian, you felt a sense of joy. Like a child, he inched closer to Tang Qian. Tang Qian, though frail, is anything but weak. She possesses remarkable intelligence. Luo, who harbored disdain for Tang Qian, could hardly bring herself to commend her. Casting a glance at the two, a flicker of jealousy danced in her eyes, accompanied by unshed tears. My body has been punished by the shaman. It aches, and I wish to rest and recuperate. Initially, she had spoken thus hoping to escape, but upon uttering the words, she truly felt the pain coursing through her. As Luo turned to leave, both Tang Qian and Yu exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously calling out, "Halt!" Luo. Having just bullied Tang Qian, she could not so easily depart. Luo realized that leaving would not be a simple task. She closed her eyes, turning to gaze at Yu, suppressing the agony within. "What is it, my king?" The favored male compelled her to praise his partner, and Luo felt an urge to weep, yet she could not allow tears to fall before Tang Qian, lest she be deemed an incapable female. Tang Qian was no saint, and witnessing Luo's state brought her a sense of satisfaction. She stepped forward to stand directly opposite Luo, whispering, "I managed to have you capture the enemy, tribe's chieftain. You, on the other hand, cannot." Thus, the most esteemed female of the tribe, Tang Qian was indeed capable of such feats. You, hearing Tang Qian's smugness, nearly drove Luo to tears, reminiscent of the day Tang Qian first arrived. Yet, she could not succumb. With her brother injured and unable to stay by Yu's side, she resolved to be strong. With this thought, determination filled Luo's expression. Just you wait. I will make you recognize my worth. She was the jewel of the bright tribe, the most beautiful female, and she was certain that you would come to favor her, not this petite female before her. Tang Qian appeared almost peculiar, frail like a cub, and seemingly incapable of lasting long. Tang Qian was deserving of being the leader's partner. Yu, unaware of the exchange between the two females, perceived the displeasure on Luo's face, indicating that Tang Qian had triumphed. He moved closer, his imposing figure standing beside Tang Qian, a stark contrast of size, a formidable presence beside a delicate one, perfectly matched. Luo, you should concede, he declared, the words of the leader carrying weight. With a cold laugh, Luo turned and departed. She should not have ventured out today. She ought to have remained in the cave to recuperate. The bright tribe had reaped considerable rewards today, and both Yu and Tang Qian were in high spirits. That evening, after dining, the two reclined on the stone bed of the cave, their bodies bare, the thick pelts cast aside. Tang Qian, as she drifted into slumber, Yu suddenly spoke, gazing at the small, starry sky visible through the cave opening. Startled, Tang Qian immediately opened her eyes, sleepiness vanishing. What is it, Yu? I'm exceedingly happy today. Why you turned over, facing Tang Qian in the darkness. Though her eyes were obscured, his heart felt illuminated. You are remarkably intelligent. The cleverest female in the tribe. In ancient times, words of praise were scarce. And for you, this was the highest commendation he could bestow upon Tang Qian. Upon hearing his words, Tang Qian felt an inexplicable joy. Perhaps because it was an affirmation from you. She smiled. Thank you for being willing to consider my thoughts. I'm also very happy. Tang Qian's happiness brought you joy. Now, Yu was no longer merely the pillar of the bright tribe, but resembled a clumsy child. They lay beneath two pelts together. Hearing Tang Qian's words, Yu reached out, pulling her hand from the warmth of the covers and placing it upon his chest. Listen, my heart races. Tang Qian's small hand felt cool against Yu's eternally warm body. As their skin met, her heart began to race, yet she felt shy. She quickly withdrew her hand, flustered. I understand that Yu, possessing excellent night vision, could now discern some of Tang Qian's expressions. She appeared as beautiful as a snow sprite. A sigh escaped Yu's lips, a certain force within him stirring. He sighed again, draping a large pelt, capable of accommodating two, over Tang Qian. Your pelt is cold. Indeed, it was somewhat chilly, as the cave's insulation could not compare to modern heating. Thus, Tang Qian had endured the cold since her arrival. When nestled beside Yu, he was like a torch of warmth. Yet Tang Qian felt bashful. With Yu's ample pelt now covering her, she instantly felt the warmth of spring. As warmth enveloped her, drowsiness returned. Tang Qian once more closed her eyes, and just as she began to drift into dreams, a sudden warmth enveloped her more intensely, a large hand akin to a heated furnace resting on her belly. Accompanied by Yu's gentle voice, Tang Qian, I wish for your womb to carry my blood. May I? His blood? Qian, in a daze, turned her head and realized that she had been embraced by Yu. When had he arrived? Fatigue was overwhelming her, and Yu's warmth was simply irresistible. Without giving it much thought, she nodded sleepily and nestled into his arms, succumbing to slumber. The closeness of their bodies made it nearly impossible to avoid any intimate occurrences. It had been many days since Yu had shared a bed with Tang Qian. Now, with Tang Qian small and cool in his embrace, he longed for her to carry his blood within her. Yearning for a child that belonged to them both, Tang Qian was jolted awake in the middle of the night. She felt the familiar warmth of Yu, reminiscent of the day he first arrived. His perspiration dripped on her chest, and after the storm had passed, he gazed intently at her, saying, Tang Qian, I desire a child. As he spoke, Yu's hand found its way to her abdomen. Please grant me a child ours. Tang Qian's heart raced, unsure if it was due to the earlier events or his declaration. She blinked her tired eyes and turned to cuddle into Yu's embrace, choosing silence, sensing the emotional turmoil of his beloved. Yu inhaled deeply. The females in the tribe admired him. Yet only this particular one was different. How adorable she was, entirely his, yet seemingly reluctant. For the first time, you felt troubled not by the survival of the tribe, but rather by Tang Qian's disposition, that he resolved firmly to have a child with her. The physical stamina of modern individuals could not be compared to that of ancient peoples. Just yesterday, you had relentlessly sought Tang Qian's attention, leaving her utterly exhausted. She hadn't even risen for breakfast. Observing you busily working alone, a mysterious figure appeared before him, inquiring in unique terminology, "Why isn't your female assisting you?" As the leader's partner, Tang Qian was expected to help with food distribution, yet her absence puzzled the shaman. Yu, still youthful, recalled the events of the previous night upon hearing the shaman's words. Shyly addressing the elder shaman, who resembled his father, he confessed, "I wish for a child. Tang Qian is resting." The shaman, having experienced similar matters, quickly understood. The tribe leader's procreation was of great importance. If that was the case, let Tang Qian rest. The shaman departed without further comment. Leaning on his staff as he left you to his tasks, that by evening, Tang Qian finally mustered the energy to share a meal with you. "You seem unwell. Shall we visit the hot springs soon?" After the events of the previous night, you felt bashful, avoiding eye contact with Tang Qian as he ate. His face flushed a shade of brown. It was surprising that even ancient people could feel shy about such matters. Tang Qian found it curious, but felt little concern, merely a sense of fatigue. A soak in the hot springs would be quite refreshing. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, a voice from outside the cave called out, "My king, trouble has arisen in the tribe." It had been some time since Quan had last appeared before you. His composed demeanor, akin to Rome's, now seemed frantic, indicating a significant issue within the tribe. You quickly set down his meat and opened the cave's heavy stone door. "What has happened, Quan?" Quan, sharing Yu's complexion, now bore a look of panic. "I do not know why, but our tribe is under attack by numerous snakes, both venomous and non-venomous. Many of our people have been poisoned." Venomous snakes? Upon hearing this news, it was Tang Qian who first reacted. She immediately rose, asking, "Shouldn't the snakes be hibernating at this time of year? Why are they here?" "I do not know." Quan shook his head. "The shaman cannot keep up with the healing. Tang Qian, we must think of a solution." "Are the snakes still present?" "Yes. Many are hiding." Quan gasped for breath. "What shall we do?" "To save our kin and take vengeance." Snakes were among their greatest enemies, having claimed many of their tribe members' lives during summer. It was inconceivable for them to appear now in winter. With that declaration, you grasped the long wooden stick he had left at the cave's entrance. Seeing his resolve, Tang Qian knew she could not let him go. Otherwise, he risked joining the injured. She quickly grasped his arm, her eyes sparkling with urgency. "You cannot go. It is too dangerous. You are fierce and skilled in battle, and you could certainly slay many venomous snakes. But you must not." Tang Qian took the stick from Yu's hands. "I too believe you should not go." For the first time, Quan sided with Tang Qian. "There are many venomous snakes. It is perilous. Fire will not deter them. They must be starving, and you cannot go." "What of our people?" Yu's agitation began to rise, reminiscent of the day Tang Qian had gone missing. "I have a plan." Tang Qian looked at you, recalling her knowledge from books about how ancient peoples understood the importance of drying and collecting herbs. We have realgar grass." "What is realgar grass?" You had never heard of it and was puzzled, furrowing his brow as he questioned Tang Qian. Their communication still faced some barriers. Tang Qian felt anxious as well and pressed. "It is the grass used for treating illnesses. Do we have any?" "We do that." As soon as Tang Qian finished speaking, Quan hurried to her side. "There is a small cave next to Yu's dwelling filled with grass." "Then let us hurry. I can use this grass to save our people." Time was of the essence, and upon hearing Tang Qian's words, Yu and Quan exchanged glances and promptly made their way to the small cave, removing the stones at its entrance. "It is all here." Good. Having often dealt with animals, Tang Qian was familiar with various herbs. Quickly, she identified the realgar grass among the collection. Holding the small dried herb in her hand, she urged, "Let us gather this herb quickly. The snakes fear it. Can you manage that?" Quan looked skeptically at the tiny herb in Tang Qian's palm. Yu, however, unconditionally trusted Tang Qian. After recognizing the shape of the herb she held, he bent down to search for more of the same. Despite his doubts, Qian had no choice but to join them in the search, hoping for a miracle. In this era, herbs were not particularly scarce, and soon enough, the three had gathered enough realgar grass for the entire tribe. Clutching the herbs, Tang Qian stood, feeling lightheaded, but there was no time to wait for the darkness to fade from her vision. She turned to Qian, asking, "Where are our people? We must deliver the herbs." "Follow me." Qian and you were oblivious to Tang Qian's condition as they clutched the herbs and followed Qian out. The shaman was tending to those lying on the ground, witnessing the increasing number of venomous snakes surrounding them. Even with fire, the snakes would charge forth fearlessly. The shaman's hands were nearly overwhelmed. Upon seeing you, Tang Qian, and Qian arrive, he raised his pale head and spoke in a tone only you and the shaman could comprehend. "We must act quickly. Our people are in danger. Distribute the herbs." While you handed the herbs to Tang Qian and Qian, then moved to assist the shaman in treating their wounded kin. "Act swiftly," the shaman, fatigued and now irritable at Yu's lack of action against the snakes, insisted. "I can handle this. We can do it. If one were to say that the chief is the cornerstone of a tribe, then the shaman would be akin to the beam atop that cornerstone, capable at times of advising the chief. The shaman has always regarded you as a son, leading him to heed the shaman's words frequently. However, today was an exception. He assisted the shaman in treating the wounded tribesman, then turned his gaze towards Tang Qian, who was wielding realgar to help drive away the venomous snakes. That a sweet sensation blossomed in his heart. He was no longer fighting alone for his people. He had Tang Qian by his side. Meanwhile, Tang Qian was throwing the sparks generated by the burning realgar onto the surrounding snakes. Being winter, the snake scales were thin, and the burns caused them both pain and discomfort from the scent of the realgar, prompting many of them to retreat in short order. It was effective. Tang Qian truly was remarkable. Just as you and the shaman were tending to the last wounded individual, a sudden exclamation of surprise erupted from behind them. The shaman turned, somewhat astonished, to look at Tang Qian's position. The area that had once been teeming with snakes was now nearly devoid of them. Observing the spring, he noted that many snakes had also been driven away, with the few remaining barely clinging to life, easily susceptible to being crushed by the tribe's younglings. "What is happening?" the shaman inquired with a hint of confusion, using clumsy words to question Tang Qian. With a swift kick, Tang Qian dispatched two snakes and looked up at the shaman, whose white hair and peculiar tattoos caught her attention. In the language of the Bright tribe, she explained, "This plant is one that snakes fear. It can drive them away. Was it you who bestowed it upon us?" The shaman's expression shifted as he regarded Tang Qian, evolving from skepticism to sharp intensity, and finally to a glimmer of hope. "This plant is quite ordinary, yet has never been used to repel snakes. Your arrival has made this possible, has it not?" "Not at all," Tang Qian quickly clarified. "It is not I who granted it to you, but rather the plant itself possesses this property." Before Tang Qian could elaborate further, a pained cry emerged from behind her. "What is wrong?" Initially, Tang Qian felt a sense of relief as she observed her tribesmen gradually recovering. But the anguished cry immediately tightened her nerves once more. She swiftly turned to see a suffering youngling lying on the ground. A petite female rushed to the side of the fallen youngling. Disregarding her own injuries from snake bites, "My child, what has happened to you?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like an unending cascade of pearls. "Tang Qian, you have driven away the snakes and brought us food in the form of snow wolves. Surely you can save my youngling. Please, save my child." They had witnessed Tang Qian's ingenuity earlier, leading some to lean towards trusting this esteemed female of the tribe, believing she could indeed help. Thus, when faced with danger to her youngling, the mother sought Tang Qian's assistance rather than the shaman's. Though Tang Qian had never healed anyone before, she understood that the snake's venom was not overly potent. With a mindset of trying her luck, she nodded and crouched beside the youngling to you, fearing for the youngling's life, attempted to pull the shaman over. However, the shaman, sensing Tang Qian's capability, raised a hand to signal you to remain still, choosing instead to observe as Tang Qian tended to the youngling. The youngling had likely been bitten by a snake with paralyzing venom, and the danger was now imminent as the poison spread. Unfortunately, in this ancient era, no anti-venom existed. Tang Qian furrowed her brow, ensuring her mouth bore no wounds before she bent down to the youngling's injury, using her mouth to suck out the poisoned blood. Tang Qian, you was unwilling to witness his female endanger herself for another. Even if that individual was a tribesman, he rushed to Tang Qian's side and pulled her away, startling her and nearly causing her to swallow the toxic blood. Spit out, he urged, his strong hands gripping her shoulders. Be cautious of the poison. Tang Qian, still reeling from his sudden movement, quickly pushed Yu's hands away and turned to expel the toxic blood from her mouth, hazily gazing at him. Rest assured, I am treating this youngling. I will be fine. But he is your tribesman. Tang Qian anticipated Yu's objections and had prepared her rebuttal. He is from the Bright tribe. Upon hearing this, Yu fell silent, appearing somewhat hesitant, seizing the moment of his indecision. Tang Qian turned to the grieving female beside her. Do you have any rope? Quickly, please that I do. The female, tear-streaked and still despairing, had thought the chief was prepared to give up on her youngling. However, in the midst of her despair, Tang Qian's determination reignited a glimmer of hope within her. The female hurriedly produced a piece of rope, which Tang Qian swiftly tied around the youngling's wound. She then retrieved the unused realgar from the ground, burned it to ash, and sprinkled it over the injured area. Yet, this alone was insufficient. Tang Qian frowned as she gazed at the pitiful little life before her. This time. There was no anti-venom. What should she do? Just then, she noticed a dying snake nearby, struggling for survival. The snakes they had encountered earlier were all of one kind, and she had yet to see another variant. An idea sparked in her mind. She grasped the nearly lifeless snake by its neck, using a small stone knife to pierce the venomous fangs, collecting the venom in a small container. She then added various easily decomposable plants to the venom, carefully dripping the mixture into the youngling's wound. What are you doing? Both Quan and the shaman stared in confusion at Tang Qian's actions. However, while the shaman remained composed, Quan could not contain himself and moved to question her intentions. Yet, despite his age, the shaman was still quite agile. He grasped Quan's arm and, with a voice tinged with wisdom, said, "She is the goddess capable of slaying snow wolves. She must have a way." But, wait a moment. Just now, Tang Qian drove away the snakes. You still doubt her ability to save the youngling? She is the most esteemed and wisest female in the tribe. Although you also harbor doubts about Tang Qian's methods. He recognized there were no superior alternatives and thus allowed her to proceed. Tang Qian was aware of their skepticism, but she did not require their belief. She remained focused solely on treating the youngling. Healing was a gradual process. Tang Qian instructed the youngling's mother to fetch warm water, and as she wiped the youngling's body, she gradually increased the dosage of the anti-venom she dripped in every hour. The night passed in this manner, with all members of the Bright tribe vigilantly surrounding Tang Qian, anxiously concerned for the youngling's fate that by dawn. The youngling had yet to awaken, yet fortunately, its body remained warm. Unlike those tribesmen who had perished without treatment the previous day, youngling. Will it survive? After a long night, exhaustion weighed heavily on everyone. The mother hovered on the brink of despair, caught between the hope of her youngling's survival and the fear of loss. Now teetering on the edge of collapse, she gazed at the mother, whose eyes were red-rimmed and bloodshot. Tang Qian suddenly found herself questioning her own certainty. To be honest, although she had employed modern methods of anti-venom treatment, she was in an ancient world where she had no way of knowing whether the herbs she utilized to dissolve the venom had any efficacy. Nevertheless, the fact that the youngling was still alive should serve as evidence of her correctness. Right? Tang Qian blinked her slightly sore eyes, dispelling her drowsy demeanor. Your youngling is surely the luckiest of all. It will survive? And no mother would wish to hear such words. Yet if survival were possible, why then is her young still in a state of unconsciousness? The female pressed her mouth shut, collapsing into the embrace of a male, weeping silently. The scene before Tang Qian was one of despair. You stepped closer to Tang Qian's side, observing the bodies of the snakes she had used to extract venom. Believing her to be powerless, he held Tang Qian in his arms, gently patting her back in a gesture of comfort. The snakes are the most helpless of creatures. You have done your utmost. Indeed, she had exerted herself to the fullest. Within the warmth of his embrace, an inexplicable sense of grievance welled up within Tang Qian's heart. She clung to Yu's sturdy waist, her nose tinged with the sting of unshed tears. I thought there would be a way. Natural disasters and human calamities are beyond our evasion. You have already shown great strength that Yu's words were not only meant to comfort Tang Qian, but also to convey to all that he deeply cared for her. My young one, the male, possessing a clear understanding, recognized that the failure of his offspring to survive could not be attributed to Tang Qian. In a fit of rage, he stomped on the lifeless bodies of the snakes beneath his feet, as though he sought to crush them into oblivion. Witness a man of such brightness weep, so expresses the depth of his affection for his offspring. While everyone lamented the fate of the young, they overlooked the fact that its cheeks had transformed from pallor to a healthy flush since the previous night, and even its breath had become noticeably stronger. The young one's brow furrowed in slumber, tightening increasingly until suddenly it erupted into loud cries. Wah! Father, mother, so many snakes! Hearing the voice of his offspring, the male, who had been trampling the serpent corpses, instantly turned his head, gazing in disbelief at the crying young one on the ground. You have survived. You have come back to life. His exclamation resonated like a drop of cold water, splashing into a seething pot of oil, igniting sparks all around, and instantly creating a lively atmosphere. The female had remained by the young one's side, and upon hearing its first wail, rushed over to embrace it. Weeping with joy, she kissed the young one's forehead while crying in relief. How wonderful! My is not perished. My is alive. Mother, the young one wailed, seeming to be in a state of fright, burrowing deeper into the female's embrace. So many snakes, I'm so scared. Father, protect me. What else the young one continued to cry out was lost to all ears. For the people of the Bright Tribe, the focus was solely on the fact that Tang Qian had revived the child. Tang Qian was a goddess, endowed with such miraculous ability. The shaman looked at Tang Qian and spoke again. You are a goddess? I am not, Tang Qian replied with a gentle smile. Before the shaman, he was the greatest deity. This statement was not born of false modesty, but rather a fear that the title of goddess might bring her greater troubles. The shaman's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Tang Qian, his thoughts inscrutable. His eyes were sharp, yet Tang Qian felt no fear. She merely smiled faintly at the elder, whose brilliance still shone. She understood that her sudden arrival appeared shrouded in too many secrets, prompting the elder to be cautious even as he accepted her presence. Having you here is a blessing. Tang Qian, fatigued from a sleepless night, leaned against Yu's embrace. In all their tribes, great healers commanded immense respect. Tang Qian's ability to rescue the young one from the brink of death would undoubtedly earn her the admiration of all her kin. Tang Qian was surely a divine gift sent to them from the heavens. Feng, following you closely, observed the pale face of Tang Qian. His heart swelling with emotion, he exchanged a glance with Yin, and they both bowed to Tang Qian with the highest honor reserved for the leader of the Bright Tribe. Tang Qian, the wisest of females, the most esteemed of females, the companion of our king, that someone could survive the fangs of venomous snakes marked a first for their entire tribe, with Feng and Yin leading the way. All present offered their most profound respects to Tang Qian, the wisest of females, the most esteemed of females, the companion of the king. This chant echoed in the ears of Tang Qian and Yu for a long while. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed by all, Quan, who had long resisted acknowledging Tang Qian, finally offered her the highest respect of the Bright Tribe. He gazed at Tang Qian, who was smiling at you, murmuring to himself, Tang Qian, you are remarkable, capable of being Yu's partner. From that day forward, he would no longer harbor feelings of resentment toward Tang Qian. Tang Qian slept for an entire day while you remained vigil by her bedside, gently smoothing her soft hair. That day, he had desired a young one, and Tang Qian had not slept well. Later, their tribe was attacked by snakes, and once again, Tang Qian had gone without rest. His small female was so frail. What would happen if she fell ill? With a sigh, you dared not dwell on such thoughts, continuing to keep watch over Tang Qian with a scruffy beard. Quan had been serving you for several days. Noticing that he had not ventured outside, thus he approached the entrance of Yu's cave with a sharp stone knife, treading lightly. Reaching Yu's side, Quan handed him the stone knife. Tang Qian would surely not wish to see the leader in such disarray. Not now, Yu replied, his heart solely focused on Tang Qian. She would be all right. Indeed, that why you felt a deep sorrow for Tang Qian, so small and so fragile, yet capable of saving the entire bright tribe. He admired her and cherished her. Seeing you steadfastly devoted to Tang Qian, Quan felt a loss and could only turn away, sheathing the stone knife as he exited the cave. How much longer would it be before Tang Qian awakened? Yu was starting to feel weary, sighing as he leaned upon Tang Qian's bedside. Little female, please wake up soon. Tang Qian was merely exhausted. After sleeping for an entire day and night, she began to recover. With her eyes still closed, she rolled her eyeballs, sensing who stood watch over her. Her eyes felt too heavy to open, weighed down by fatigue. After some struggle, she finally managed to open her eyes and looked at Yu, who was now resting his head on the bed. Yu, feeling despondent and fearing Tang Qian might still be asleep, immediately brightened upon hearing her voice, lifting his head with the innocence of a child. Tang Qian. My little female, you are awake. Tang Qian still struggled to fully open her eyes, trying to sit up. Is there water? I'm so thirsty. Why, ease. As long as Tang Qian awoke, Yu's worries dissipated entirely. He promptly retrieved the water he had been warming for her from a small fire beside the cave, gently blowing on it before offering it to Tang Qian. It's hot. That's all right. Tang Qian, feeling both thirsty and hungry, drank the water in just a few gulps. However, she did not have time to ask for food. Instead, her concern for the situation outside took precedence. She handed the stone bowl back to Yu and inquired, "What is happening outside? Are there still venomous snakes? Are there any injured tribespeople?" Just mentioning the situation made Yu's head ache. He sighed deeply. There are still many snakes attacking our tribespeople. With the method Tang Qian had provided the day before, their tribe should no longer fear the snakes, but inexplicably, those venomous creatures had reappeared from nowhere today. Most of the tribespeople were now hiding in a cave, piling arsenic grass at the entrance in hopes of fending off the snakes for a while longer. It was strange for snakes to emerge in such weather. You also sensed that something was amiss. The wisdom of ancient peoples must not be overlooked. They observed their surroundings with great care each year, aware that venomous snakes would rest during this season. Yet this year, the situation was evidently troubling. Despite grasping the issue, it remained merely a conjecture. Until the truth surfaced, nothing could be confirmed. Tang Qian felt a bit dizzy, but upon hearing that snakes were attacking the members of the Guangming tribe, her mind suddenly cleared. She furrowed her brow and said, "Let us take a look. But your health." Yu was deeply concerned for Tang Qian, fearing she might collapse into his arms as she had the previous day due to her physical discomfort. "I am fine," Tang Qian insisted, struggling to don her animal skin clothing. "I am the only one in the entire tribe capable of controlling snakes. Take me with you." Having become the female counterpart of the Guangming tribe's leader, Tang Qian recognized her responsibility. Moreover, the people of the Guangming tribe were so innocent. She recalled the faces of her tribesmen who had offered her bird eggs, conveniently forgetting the predicament she had faced the day before. "I will accompany you," Yu declared, his sole mission now being to protect Tang Qian and the tribe. Since Tang Qian intended to safeguard her people in his stead, it was his duty to protect her. Upon seeing Tang Qian rise from her bed, Yu swiftly retrieved the thickest tiger skin from his side and draped it over her shoulders. "It is cold outside. I will stay by your side." "All right." Tang Qian felt a warmth in her heart at Yu's resolute gaze and unconsciously placed her hand in his large, warm palm as they walked together. Amidst the pristine white snow, the pair moved toward the cave where the tribesmen sought refuge. From a distance, Tang Qian spotted a mass of snakes coiling around the entrance of a small cave, where the tribe members, including females and young, were wailing in despair. The sight and sound were profoundly unsettling, sending chills down her spine. She suppressed her nausea and turned to Yu, asking, "Do we have any realgar?" The most effective means of repelling the snakes yesterday had been the dwindling supply of realgar. Given the current circumstances, there was no alternative but to acquire more. "None left?" Yu replied, his frustration palpable. "All the realgar was used yesterday. What remains is at the cave entrance, and the herbal medicine is exhausted." That was dire news. Tang Qian furrowed her brow, murmuring inaudibly to herself. Yet, as a modern individual, how could she be stumped by these ancient dilemmas? Taking a deep breath, she turned to Yu. "Are there others not hiding in the cave from the snakes?" Yes, the remaining warriors are devising a plan by the stream. The area there is still suitable. An idea flashed in Tang Qian's mind as she looked up at you. Now, let the warriors dig pits around the stream. The deeper, the better. Understood. Having witnessed Tang Qian's intelligence, you knew her ideas were valuable. Without question, he led her to the stream where they began digging. The men, robust and vigorous, quickly excavated a pit of adequate size to accommodate the snakes. "What shall we do now, Chief?" one strong warrior inquired after wiping the sweat from his brow at tea that moment. Tang Qian was the guiding force, and as the warriors sought Yu's direction, Yu immediately turned his gaze to Tang Qian. "Tang Qian, draw the snakes over here." Currently, Tang Qian was crouched on the ground, lost in thought as she gazed into the distance. Upon hearing Yu's call, she snapped back to reality, staring intently at the ground as she spoke. "What did you say?" Among the digging warriors was Quan, who had recently begun to admire Tang Qian. He recognized her wisdom, but was perplexed by her words today. Even with such a pit, how could the snakes not escape? Because there lies something that terrifies them ahead. Tang Qian lifted her gaze to Quan, her eyes ablaze with intensity, as if radiating the fervor of the sun. "Quan, you take a few men to lure the snakes over. Feng and Yin, gather a few warriors and accompany me to collect the poison. Remember, wear animal skins on your hands to prevent venomous bites." It was a desperate measure, akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive. That why you promptly took Quan with him, preparing to rescue the females and young trapped in the cave. While Tang Qian and the remaining warriors ventured to the forest's edge to gather the dried grass that had escaped animal consumption during the summer. The grass was toxic, and even if they could not eliminate all the snakes, it would at least serve to bury them. Once everyone understood their roles, they threw themselves into their tasks with palpable urgency. The small cave was neither too far nor too close to the stream. Soon, Yu and the warriors dashed from the cave, calling out, "Clear the way! The snakes are coming! Make way!" Upon hearing Yu's voice, Tang Qian swiftly tossed her last handful of poisonous grass into the pit and urgently instructed the nearby warriors to step aside. Most of the men were agile, quickly dodging at her command. Unfortunately, Tang Qian lagged behind, unable to match the speed of the seasoned warriors who had long traversed the mountains that Yu rushed toward Tang Qian. Noticing her delay, and swiftly scooped her into his arms, continuing to run. The warriors moved deftly, skillfully avoiding the pits they had dug, while the sound of snakes falling into the traps echoed around them. No matter how cunning the snakes were, they could not outsmart the traps designed by humans. And soon, not a single one remained above ground. The pit was filled with numerous poisonous plants, which would cause the snakes great pain upon contact. As they fell, the snakes writhed and hissed, their suffering palpable. "Is it all right now?" Tang Qian mused, her heart racing from the near brush with danger. Given the current state of medical conditions, it was no trivial matter. She patted her chest in relief, intending to test her ability to walk, but upon stepping down from Yu's embrace, she found her limbs trembling. "It is done. All the snakes have been drawn to the traps." "Excellent." Tang Qian bent down, feeling the weakness in her legs, peering into the snake pit. The snakes, though still writhing, had lost much of their strength and would soon succumb to the cold and the burning of the poisonous plants, likely entering a state of hibernation or dying outright. With a weight lifted from her heart, she inhaled deeply and collapsed to the ground. "So, all the snakes are gone." "Indeed, they're all gone." Yu supported Tang Qian, his gaze tender, almost capable of melting ice, anxious that she might faint again. The pit contained at least 100 or 80 snakes, now tangled together like a jumbled mess of earphone wires from past life. A truly nauseating sight. Tang Qian grimaced, suppressing her discomfort, and turned to you. "In this way, our winter provisions have increased." "Increased? How can that be?" The freed females and young had already reached the stream, including the young one who had narrowly escaped death alongside its mother. This family had come to regard Tang Qian as a goddess within their tribe, for who else could rescue someone from the clutches of venomous fangs? Amidst the skepticism of the tribe, it was the female who first stepped forward. "I believe in Tang Qian." Though her eyes were small, they shone brightly like Tang Qian's. "Tang Qian, tell us what to do, and I will assist you. Together, we will gather food for the winter." "Very well." Though Tang Qian professed indifference to the opinions of others, The singular voice of support amidst a chorus of dissent stirred something within her heart. To claim that her heart remained as unyielding as ever, untouched by this gesture, would be a falsehood. With a glimmer of gratitude, she lifted her gaze to the mother who believed in her, nodding in acknowledgement as an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. Today, Tang Qian had once again assisted the bright tribe in resolving a predicament, while you stood at a distance, squinting as if lost in thought. He had begun to appreciate this brave and resourceful little female who possessed healing skills. He expressed his willingness to lend a hand, stepping forward to support Tang Qian with his actions. The tribe is running low on food for the winter. Do you require my assistance? I do not mind an abundance of helpers. A smile graced Tang Qian's lips, her heart warming as if she were soaking in a hot spring. Very well. Tang Qian and you, a striking couple, stood together, captivating the eyes of onlookers who could not help but admire them. Like moths to a flame, more and more individuals joined Tang Qian and Yu's team, eager to aid in dealing with the venomous snakes. Witnessing the throng of willing helpers, Tang Qian's smile could not be concealed. She hastily stepped forward to prevent more from joining. This number is sufficient. Everyone is aware that we have little food for winter, and the flesh of these snakes is delectable. I will soon instruct you on how to prepare it. In truth, the snakes could be consumed as long as the venom sacs were removed. However, as the ancient people were unaware of this, many remained uncertain about how to eat the snakes even after Tang Qian had prepared them. By the end of the day, Tang Qian had procured a substantial amount of snake jerky. Yet after processing so many, fatigue had set in. Upon returning to the cave, her leather pouch was filled to the brim with venom sacs. Yu, unsure of Tang Qian's intentions for the sacs, took them from her as he closed the cave's stone entrance. What are you planning to do with this? It will be useful, she replied without contesting Yu's action, allowing him to toss the pouch aside while she lay back on the bed, her body relaxing. Their tribe frequently faced conflicts, and perhaps these venom sacs would serve a purpose. Moreover, poisons could be employed in medicine, making their preservation worthwhile. That night, having dealt with the snakes, Tang Qian slept soundly, blissfully unaware of the chill surrounding her, feeling it was the best sleep since her arrival. The following afternoon, Yu was to take the males of the tribe hunting, thus leaving the current situation to Tang Qian. Rising early, she began to process the snake venom collected the previous day, intending to convert a portion into venom powder, which could be utilized for hunting or medicinal purposes, while diluting the remainder for potential use during tribal conflicts. This particular snake species may have long been extinct in the course of evolution. She had never encountered it in any animal reference guides nor ancient biology texts. Nevertheless, judging by its venom, it did not appear to be highly toxic. Wearing leather gloves, she squeezed the venom into a stone bowl, planning to relocate it, but was startled when Yu approached to remind her of a few matters. Startled, the bowl slipped from her grip, spilling the hard-earned venom. Oh no! Tang Qian exclaimed, nearly crouching down to gather the spilled liquid. Yu, not anticipating his sudden appearance would frighten her, swiftly grasped her hand. Do not touch it. I work hard to extract this. Tang Qian's face reflected her distress, her expression one of urgency. No. Yu was well aware of the venom's potency. He feared for his little female's safety should she come into contact with it. Tang Qian was heartbroken, watching the small puddle of venom on the ground, when suddenly a mouse scurried over and began to consume it. Yet after only a few bites, it collapsed, motionless. There's danger. Seeing the mouse convulse and fall silent intensified Yu's panic. He broke into a cold sweat, scooping Tang Qian into his arms, shielding her eyes as if comforting a child. It's all right. It's all right. Do not be afraid. Tang Qian had not expected Yu to be so tender, offering her such reassurance. Perhaps her initial impression of him as a domineering figure had been misguided. A smile crept onto her lips, and she felt a sense of being cherished, as though she were in a romantic relationship. As Yu gently patted her back, she instinctively reached out to comfort him. Do not worry. I am fine. I am not scared. That moment, the cave stone entrance had not been closed, and some individuals had witnessed the commotion within that a male, visibly shaken, rushed out. Not good. Not good. Tang Qian killed a mouse in the cave using water. What? Tang Qian killed a mouse with water. Upon hearing this, the rumor spread like wildfire, and soon many were claiming Tang Qian was a sorceress capable of slaying a mouse with pure water. Thus, When Tang Qian emerged, she was met with a throng of curious onlookers, their expressions a mix of awe and fear, as if she had risen from the depths of hell to decide, "What are you busy with?" Noticing a female occupied at the cave entrance, Tang Qian approached to greet her. However, upon recognizing Tang Qian, the female fell silent, evading her as if fleeing from a pack of wolves. What is happening? Unaware of the unfolding events, Tang Qian assumed the female was simply in a hurry and continued on, greeting acquaintances. Yet, one by one, they all avoided her. What could be the reason for this? Furrowing her brow, Tang Qian felt a growing discomfort. Just as she contemplated retreating to the entrance, she spotted you approaching. Had he returned from the hunt? Her heart brightened at the sight of a familiar face, and she eagerly ran towards him. Before she could finish her sentence, you abruptly lifted her on his shoulder, saying nothing as he strode towards the hot springs. What are you doing? This is so embarrassing. Tang Qian squirmed on Yu's shoulder, pleading to be let down, but he paid her no heed, swiftly arriving at the springs and reaching for her clothing. Yu's abruptness left her bewildered, and his actions frightened her. She quickly reached out to stop him, but his strength was overwhelming, rendering her powerless to resist. What are you doing? You have a curse on you. You must bathe in the hot springs to dispel it, or your health will suffer. Noting her resistance, Yu's expression darkened, and he halted his movements to grasp her shoulders. Listen to me. What curse? Tang Qian was utterly confused. How could there be a curse on her? Was this yet another ancient belief? Observing her bewildered expression, Yu hurriedly recounted the things he had heard upon returning to the tribe. You do not understand. The curse will affect your health. Just listen to me. With that, his hands resumed their task, removing the last piece of leather from her body. Seeing herself completely exposed before you, Tang Qian's face turned crimson, reaching down to her neck. The last time she beheld her fair body was when she had just become his female counterpart. Now, this was the second occasion that Yu's gaze was somewhat fervent, akin to a ravenous wolf fixating on a lamb, which was rather intimidating. Tang Qian glanced around, unable to find anything to shield her body, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she suddenly leaned against you, exclaiming, "You mustn't look!" Tang Qian, Yu furrowed his brows, his robust arms suspended in midair, uncertain whether to place them on her or elsewhere. "You mustn't look?" Tang Qian felt on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by embarrassment that Yu's brow creased deeper as he attempted to gently push Tang Qian away. But upon touching her smooth, delicate skin, he felt a stirring within himself. The night had fallen, he sighed. "Be good. I can't see clearly. You should immerse yourself." "Don't." Tang Qian's voice trembled, fear gripping her heart. She longed to return to Yu's side, thinking, "Being alone here terrifies me." Did this mean he wished to accompany her? Yu felt a tinge of shyness. Sensing he comprehended her unspoken words, he swallowed hard. "Then do not fear. I shall remain by your side." "Really?" A wave of joy surged through Tang Qian. Believing you had agreed to take her back, she promptly climbed down from him, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at you. "Are we leaving?" "No," at that moment. You could scarcely hear Tang Qian's words. He was entranced by her form, shrouded in the misty warmth of the spring water. In a swift motion, he shed his animal hide and pushed Tang Qian into the water. Though the spring was not deep, Tang Qian, unprepared, spluttered as water rushed in her mouth. Fortunately, he was quick to rescue her, supporting her as she sat on a stone beneath the surface, their heads the only parts above the water. "What are you doing?" Tang Qian exclaimed, startled and somewhat indignant. "And why, little female, the why you disregarded her protest, tenderly caressing Tang Qian's body. Are you not afraid here alone?" "You frighten me more," she retorted, sensing what was to unfold. Tang Qian instinctively recoiled, but you restrained her, rendering her immobile. "Don't." The water was already warm, and Tang Qian felt drained of strength. With you beside her, her energy waned further. "Tang Qian," you cradled her in his embrace, his eyes sparkling like stars, gazing earnestly at her. "Let us have a little cub." This was the second time he had voiced this desire to her, for reasons unknown, as she looked into Yu's bright eyes. All the words of rejection she had intended to utter vanished from her lips. Tang Qian, Yu's lips gently brushed against hers. The warm spring water caressed her skin, and in that moment, Tang Qian finally comprehended the meaning behind his words. Although the effects of the poison had subsided over the past few days, you remained wary of Tang Qian's concoctions. He scrutinized the poison in her hands, fearful she might collapse as the little mouse had days prior. Amused by Yu's vigilant gaze, Tang Qian thought, "Why do you look at me like that? The venomous snake is indeed a fearsome creature, and what you hold is its poison. You must be cautious." Yu pondered, recognizing that Tang Qian was handling such perilous substances, and remained by her side to protect her from any danger. Thus, he had refrained from hunting these past few days, allowing Feng and Yin to lead the hunts. Today, Tang Qian had tied Yu's long hair with a slender piece of animal hide, preventing it from obscuring his vision. With his forehead exposed, Yu appeared significantly more handsome than usual. Tang Qian couldn't help but set down the poison. Gazing up at Yu's sun-kissed, healthy visage, and mused, such a remarkable handsome man, and a warm-hearted one at that. Even in my past life, I doubt I could have captured his attention. "What did you say?" Yu, unable to hear clearly, furrowed his brows as he looked at Tang Qian, awaiting her explanation. Tang Qian had no intention of elaborating. Instead, she held the poison and addressed Yu. "I have completed my poison. Would you like to see its effects? Show me." Having been preoccupied with the creation of the poison, Tang Qian had scarcely attended to Yu, who felt somewhat neglected. Thus, he was determined to discover what this little female was up to. All right, joy surged through Tang Qian. She knew this would yield the desired outcome. Like a treasure, she carefully placed the poison into a small yet sturdy leather pouch, her eyes twinkling like a crescent moon as she beamed at Yu. "If you wish to see, gather the tribe together. We shall observe together." Together. Upon hearing Tang Qian's words, Yu sensed something amiss. "Are you planning to tell our tribe something?" "Yes." Tang Qian lowered her gaze to arrange her clothing. "A few days ago, the tribe thought I brought a devil. They do not realize how useful this devil can be, thus I wish to show them and allow them to learn." Learn? Initially bewildered by these matters, Yu felt even more confused upon hearing Tang Qian's statement. He reached out, intending to touch her precious concoction, but as his hand approached, Tang Qian swiftly halted him, her expression serious. "No, these are poisons, quite formidable." "Then why allow the tribe to see it?" Yu felt a twinge of concern, as if fearing for the safety of his people, understanding Yu's protective nature as a leader who cared deeply for his tribe. Tang Qian hastened to explain, No. At first, they thought the poison was a devil. Now I just want them to understand that even if it is a devil, it can still be useful." Tang Qian wondered if he would grasp her explanation as she blinked. Hoping it was clear, the atmosphere between them grew quiet. Yu lowered his head, blinking as if he had comprehended Tang Qian's intent. "You wish for us to no longer fear devils?" Yes, that it seemed Yu's capability as a tribal leader stemmed not only from his physical strength. Tang Qian felt a sense of reassurance, realizing at least one person in the tribe supported her. She gently picked up the pouch and moved closer to Yu. "Soon, have Feng and Yin catch a few mice. I have a use for them." Why Yu did not inquire further, as the image of the mice succumbing to Tang Qian's poison replayed in his mind, and he began to understand her intentions. Within the Bright tribe, Yu possessed considerable influence, and before long, Tang Qian found herself surrounded by the tribe's men, women, and children, all gathered before her cave. Unaware of Tang Qian's purpose for summoning them, they conversed animatedly in a language Tang Qian could not comprehend, the noise becoming a source of irritation. She felt a headache creeping in. Silence. At that moment, Feng, observing Yu's expression, stepped forward, his booming voice commanding attention. "Tang Qian has something crucial to teach us. Remain silent and watch her." "What does she intend to do?" "She is a devil, has killed mice." As Feng's words settled, a male from the corner stood up, vocally opposing him that he had once been a neighbor of the Rong family. Maintaining close ties with Rong and Luo, now, with one sibling bedridden and the other unable to win the affection of a desired male, both their plights were ultimately attributed to Tang Qian. Thus, the reaction of the male was the most pronounced. Upon hearing his words, Yu furrowed his brow and stepped forward, intending to reprimand him. However, Tang Qian, quick-witted and nimble, seized Yu's arm and gazed ahead, unperturbed by the individual lurking in the corner. Like during her thesis defense, she wore a slight smile, exuding an innate confidence. "It was not I who killed the mouse, nor am I a devil. The reason for summoning you here today is to unveil what constitutes a true devil." Shouldn't the genuine devil be this female before us? What then shall she say? Observing the growing skepticism etched onto the faces of those below, Tang Qian discerned her next course of action. She turned to glance at Yin, then stepped back, signaling him to proceed with the demonstration. In his hand, Yin held a mouse, while the other hand donned a thin hide, which he used to administer a dose of poison, gently forcing the powder into the mouse's mouth. Initially, the mouse struggled violently, but soon the poison took effect, causing it to cease its writhing, foam at the mouth, and collapse limply into Yan's palm. Scary, since Yan began his actions. The gazes from below had been fixed upon him, wary of his movements. Now, witnessing the mouse's complete demise, they were struck with awe, instinctively recoiling to distance themselves from Yin. This shock was precisely the effect Tang Qian sought. She blinked, her mind beginning to form a framework for her forthcoming presentation. What is this substance? The male who had voiced the loudest opposition now appeared pallid, his lips trembling as he stared at Yan's hand. It is terrifying. Surely a thing brought forth from the depths of hell. He suddenly pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Qian. She must be the devil that could bring death to our tribe. You are mistaken. Yu, unwavering in his gaze, addressed the unnamed male. This is not a devil, and neither is Tang Qian. The poison she creates is for our benefit. He took Tang Qian's hand, surveying the onlookers. Last year, our tribes clashed in war, and many valiant warriors perished due to a lack of suitable weapons. There were not enough males to labor. This poison can be utilized in tribal conflicts, allowing us to conserve many males for work, thus enabling our tribe to flourish. His reasoning seemed sound. Upon hearing Yu's explanation, many females who had lost their partners in the previous war recalled the tragedy, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Thus, upon witnessing the poison in Tang Qian's hand, a glimmer of hope sparked in their eyes. They believe in her. It was unclear who among them was the first to voice their trust in Tang Qian. We believe in Tang Qian. She has driven away venomous snakes, procured much snake meat, and saved countless lives. She is an exceptionally wise female. Indeed, we believe in Tang Qian. We believe in Tang Qian. One individual's sentiments ignited a collective fervor, and increasingly, tribe members began to wave their hides, expressing their willingness to support Tang Qian. Observing the sincere smiles of her fellow tribespeople, Tang Qian finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. She turned to you. They have begun to believe in me. Yes, they acknowledged that she was the partner of the leader, the most esteemed female. Noon, they feasted on roasted beast legs, and instead of returning to her own cave, Yin joined you to share a meal in his. Tang Qian, energetically tearing into an indeterminate leg, displayed a carefree demeanor, while the three males before her wore expressions laden with unspoken worries, their beast legs untouched. Despite the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, Feng found himself unable to take a single bite, burdened by guilt over his past actions, but he felt that Yu's Tang Qian had been wronged. Both the tribe members and the two of them had once been reluctant to acknowledge Tang Qian's prowess. Yet now, she had saved them on multiple occasions with her wisdom. Indeed, Tang Qian is no ordinary female. She is remarkable. Yin echoed this sentiment, voicing his thoughts. You are fortunate to have such a female by your side. Their tribe had once doubted Tang Qian, suspecting her of being a spy from another tribe. However, she had remained unperturbed, offering them much assistance. Such a magnificent female deserves a position of great esteem within the tribe. Why you felt a profound sense of happiness in having Tang Qian. He took a hearty bite of the beast leg, smiling at Tang Qian. With you, I am truly content. I am happy too. Tang Qian had not heard their previous conversation, and now, with the leg far too large for her to finish, she approached you, knowing you would not allow her to waste food. I cannot finish this, that I will eat it. Witnessing Tang Qian's soft expression, you felt his heart swell with tenderness. He reached out to take the leg from her. Devouring it in a few bites, it seemed that a cave was only suited for one female and one male. The two of them felt like an excess. Feng and Yin exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that the beast leg in their hands had lost its allure, and promptly rose to depart Yu's cave, returning to their own in search of a female. The moon hung crescent-shaped yet bright, casting its luminous glow upon the snow, resembling daylight. How beautiful! Tang Qian perched on a large stone at the cave entrance, gazing up at the enchanting sky. Unable to suppress a sigh, she turned to you. Such a lovely sky. Will you accompany me to admire it? With you by her side, Tang Qian felt a surge of joy at having a handsome companion to watch the stars with. I will accompany you. You, concerned that Tang Qian might feel cold, gently enveloped her in his embrace, whispering in her ear, My little female, wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you, no matter how long it takes. After saying this, you leaned down, planting a soft kiss on Tang Qian's delicate ear, causing her to shiver. What are you doing? Getting closer to my beloved little female, though why you remained oblivious to the provocative nature of his actions. Continuing to shower kisses between Tang Qian's neck and ear, Tang Qian could hardly endure this. She immediately sought to leap from Yu's embrace. She struggled to free herself from his hold. You had no intention of relinquishing her, persistently kissing her face, in the throes of passion. The inevitable unfolded. By the end of the night, Tang Qian had lost count of how many times you had sought her. When it finally concluded, she lay utterly exhausted upon the bed. Turning away, she attempted to evade Yu's arm, fearing that contact would lead to yet another round. This was undoubtedly the most terrifying notion. Presently, Yu lay beside her, brimming with energy. A primordial being. His physical constitution was robust, and he felt no apprehension of inadequacy in this regard. After a brief respite, Yu felt revitalized. He turned, resting his hand on Tang Qian's waist. With a casual exertion, she found herself once again perfectly nestled in his embrace. She was exceedingly weary, yearning for a good night's sleep, yet Yu's repeated advances were truly taxing on her body. Just as she felt herself on the verge of slumber, Yu resumed his antics, igniting within her an unnameable ire. She reached out to remove his hand, warning him, I am very tired. If you truly cherish your little female, could you refrain from this? Did you not understand that excessive indulgence could also harm one's health? Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, yet she needed to maintain composure when addressing this oblivious male. Otherwise, he might misconstrue her frustration as anger. I enjoy being with you. Why you remained unfazed, placing his hand back on Tang Qian's waist, his tone pitiful, akin to a small puppy. I want you to enjoy being with me as well. How could she not relish the company of this handsome male? Yet she was utterly fatigued. If this continued, Tang Qian was undoubtedly on the brink of physical exhaustion. Her eyelids felt heavy, and she could only close her eyes to reply to Yu. Can we do it tomorrow? After uttering these words, she did not wait for Yu's response and drifted into a deep slumber. In her dreams, she was surrounded by all the things she cherished. It was a world of modernity, where she found herself gently caressing a fierce lion on the African savanna. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and the entire world began to tremble slightly. It was so uncomfortable. Tang Qian furrowed her brows and abruptly opened her eyes, discovering that Yu, who had been sleeping beside her, was now sitting upright with keen alertness, his sharp and bright eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Yu, sensing her body vibrating slightly, Tang Qian felt a twinge of panic. She had intended to grasp Yu's clothing, but finding themselves bereft of garments, she could only clutch his arm. What was happening? Don't be afraid, Yu, equally bewildered, felt a rush of anxiety, though he was more concerned about Tang Qian's fear. He wrapped his arms around her and whispered softly, I am here to... If it was an earthquake, the tremors were minor and there was no need for alarm, especially with you by her side. Leaning against his chest, Tang Qian succumbed to the fatigue and relaxation, soon drifting into a peaceful sleep once more. She dreamt without interruption, and upon waking the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Tang Qian felt a deep ache in her body and, upon glancing around, realized he was no longer in the cave. Blinking in confusion, she searched for him, calling out. After a considerable wait, no one responded from within the cave. He must have gone out. Her legs ached, and although she wished to sleep a bit longer, an insistent voice in her mind urged her that the people of the Bright tribe needed her now. Struggling, she donned a layer of animal skin and wrapped herself in the large tiger pelt that you had left for her before departing the cave in search of him. Last night, it was not just Tang Qian and Yu who sensed the slight tremors. The entire Bright tribe had felt it. Now, Everyone had gathered together, their faces etched with fear as they looked up at you and the shaman, standing high above. "My king, is the beast tide upon us? This could be our doom. We must flee. During the last beast tide, my young perished in the chaos. My king, let us leave quickly." Listening to the voices below, Yu's expression shifted from the panic of the previous night to a grave seriousness. He turned to the shaman, who had his eyes closed in contemplation, and asked, "Shaman, what should we do about the beast tide?" In the last beast tide, the Bright tribe had suffered the least among the three great tribes. Yet they still lost dozens of males and females, even newborns. This time, they were already sensing its approach, and preparations were essential. Hearing Yu's words, the shaman slowly opened his eyes, as if he had grasped some hidden truth. In a hushed tone, he murmured to you, "We must seek out other caves and flee." For them, the beast tide was a calamity beyond measure. Where to run and where to hide remained uncertain, but the only course of action they envisioned was escape. Tang Qian stood not far away, listening to the discussions among her tribe, only vaguely understanding that the beast tide was a terrifying event, yet unclear on the specifics. Feeling puzzled, she approached you and the shaman, offering a respectful greeting to the shaman. "Shaman, she has arrived?" The shaman furrowed his brow in silence. "Why are you here, Tang Qian?" "You asked with concern that I woke up and found you missing from the cave, so I came looking for you." "What is happening now? Why is everyone so frightened of this so-called beast tide? Is it akin to the migrations of animals in modern times?" Tang Qian pondered, beginning to piece together some semblance of understanding as she looked up at you. You frowned, realizing that his little female was now aware of the situation, that he had initially wished to shield her from this knowledge to spare her further exhaustion. "Speak, perhaps I can offer a solution." The beast tide refers to the mass exodus of large wild beasts seeking a new home. The shaman interjected from behind you, his eyes obscured by hair, rendering his emotions inscrutable, yet exuding an eerie aura. "You felt the earth tremble yesterday, which is a sign of the beast departing." He raised his gaze to the sky. "Even now, the beasts are on the move. We simply cannot perceive it. Last year's beast tide claimed many lives among our kin." As he said this, a flicker of terror and concern appeared in the shaman's otherwise inscrutable eyes. "This is merely a large-scale migration of animals. There is little to fear." Tang Qian now comprehended the ancient notion of the beast tide and no longer felt as frightened. With sincere eyes, she looked at the shaman and said, "There's truly no need for fear. I have a plan." "You have a plan?" Upon hearing Tang Qian's words, both the shaman and you displayed expressions of hopeful skepticism. This reaction unsettled Tang Qian, but she reminded herself that given their lack of understanding about animal migrations, their doubts were entirely reasonable, and thus she suppressed her discomfort. Earlier, the shaman mentioned that many perished in last year's beast tide. "What kind of beasts were involved?" "Tigers," the shaman replied tersely. The shaman, disinclined to speak, had you respond, "Tigers are typically solitary creatures. Yet last year, they were not that a pack of them appeared and harmed many of our kin." "Were you prepared for that?" "No, we thought it was merely a minor tremor." "That simplifies matters." Tang Qian understood now. We know which direction the beast tide comes from, presumably from the east. Upon hearing this, the shaman lifted his head, a hint of acerbity flashing across his gaunt face. "We simply do not know how many or what kinds." He turned to Tang Qian. "You claim to have a solution?" "Indeed." Tang Qian nodded, glancing at the eager faces below. She earnestly told the shaman, "First, send someone to ascertain what animals are approaching. If they are deer or similar creatures, there is no need to fear. We can continue our normal lives. However, if it is the tigers from last year, we must prepare supplies in our caves, block the entrances with stones, and wait for the beast tide to pass before emerging." The solution was quite straightforward. It was simply that they had been unprepared last year and caught off guard, which led to their current panic. "Will this be sufficient?" You regarded Tang Qian with concern. "Is it not dangerous? Tigers are not particularly clever. They do not know how to open doors to access humans. Just follow my instructions." Reassured by Tang Qian's confidence, coupled with the previous incidents involving the snow wolves and snakes, Yu's gaze became resolute. "Very well." Just as Tang Qian thought the day's troubles were resolved, she intended to return to the cave for more rest when a dissenting voice arose from the crowd. "How do you know this will work?" In the midst of the clamor, Tang Qian had never anticipated that she could command immediate obedience from the people, so she sought to align with the majority. However, upon hearing this voice, she turned back despite her initial reluctance. Directing her gaze toward Luo, who stood off to one side with an air of mystery, as anticipated, it was indeed her. Tang Qian silently pivoted, observing Luo without a word, curious to see what else she might conjure. The individual beside Luo seemed to possess a noteworthy status. As he stepped forward from the crowd, he wore a hat fashioned from elk hide that obscured his forehead, rendering his facial expression indistinct. As he advanced, the crowd instinctively parted to allow him passage. Tang Qian sensed that this individual was not only difficult to engage with, but might also serve as Luo's formidable supporter. She furrowed her brow and quietly asked you, "Who is this?" The high priest. You, like Tang Qian, felt an unsettling premonition upon witnessing the high priest beside Luo. Initially, due to certain circumstances within the tribe, he had dispatched the high priest to attend to matters that should not have warranted an early return. Furrowing his brow, he fixed his gaze on the spiraled figure beside the high priest. Sensing that something was amiss, the high priest donned an air of mystery. Apart from the somewhat comical deer hat perched atop his head, everything else about him exuded an ominous aura. Tang Qian, her expression grave, regarded the high priest with apprehension, uncertain of his role within the tribe, and thus lacking any inclination to pay her respects. The high priest was not to be trifled with. He advanced toward the elevated platform where Yu and Tang Qian stood, casting a chilling glance at Tang Qian. Believing he might address her, she was taken aback when he merely scrutinized her for an extended moment before abruptly turning to Yu, declaring, "This female must not remain." "What?" Upon hearing this, both Tang Qian and Yu were left speechless, as was the witch, who had been ambivalent towards Tang Qian, now staring at the high priest in astonishment. The atmosphere among the four was palpably tense. Yu frowned, positioning himself protectively in front of Tang Qian, confronting the high priest on her behalf. "My female, what right do you have?" "The right is that I am the high priest, capable of overseeing the tribe's development and fate. Much like you." The high priest's countenance was far from pleasant. He had no right to dictate matters. Yu was resolutely devoted to Tang Qian, harboring no intentions of taking another female. With Tang Qian at his side, as the leader, he felt compelled to protect her. Luo stood opposite Tang Qian, observing the fiery expressions on both sides with a sense of glee. She had always been the tribe's most prominent beauty, known to most of the clan, thus her words carried weight. Witnessing the confrontation unfold, Luo stepped forward, attempting to reason with Tang Qian. "Tang Qian, since your arrival, you have begun to disrupt our tribe's peace. Do you comprehend the significance of harmony?" "What do you mean?" Tang Qian raised an eyebrow, shifting her attention from the two men to Luo. Emboldened by the high priest's backing, Luo puffed out her chest and confidently asserted, "What I mean is that you should leave the Radiant tribe. We do not require a weak female like you." From the moment Tang Qian set foot here, Luo had taken an instant disliking to her. And seeing Yu's affection for Tang Qian only fueled her disdain. Today's incident with the high priest was instigated by Luo. Tang Qian, with clarity as bright as a mirror, understood the situation without needing to guess. With a subtle blink and a hint of a cold smile gracing her lips, she retorted, "I have aided the Radiant tribe in driving out serpents, increased our food supply, resolved the slave issue with the Misid tribe, and produced poison. Tell me, how am I a threat to your Radiant tribe?" "It is you." Although Luo knew she was in the wrong, she felt emboldened by the presence of the high priest and was unafraid of Yu's potential retribution. Much like before, she retorted loudly, "The Radiant tribe does not welcome you. This is not a matter for you to decide." The conflict between Yu and the high priest had seamlessly transitioned into a confrontation between Tang Qian and Luo. The two females appeared poised to erupt in a conflict at any moment, an unsettling sight. At this juncture, Tang Qian caressed the tiger skin draped over her shoulders and embraced Yu's arm, presenting herself as an innocuous white lotus with a disarming smile. "The tiger skin I wear signifies only the leader is worthy of possessing it. What do you amount to?" "You." Luo was rendered speechless by anger. In any tribe, the tiger symbolizes status, and only the leader could claim it. The fact that you had bestowed the tiger skin upon Tang Qian weighed heavily on Luo's heart. Jealousy consumed her as she felt on the verge of tears. She turned to the high priest. Seeking assistance, the high priest, his expression dark, stepped forward to address you. We require strong females to bear your offspring. This one is not only weak, but has committed wrongs. She cannot remain. I am the leader. You dismiss the high priest's words. You need only concern yourself with your own responsibilities. But Tang Qian is not a suitable female. Luo exclaimed, she is not virtuous. The last time I witnessed my brother being punished by the witch, she did not even intervene to beg for mercy. Why are we still dwelling on this? Tang Qian found the situation rather amusing. It was clear that Luo had erred, yet she resorted to moral coercion, absurdly attempting to shift the blame onto her. How laughable! Tang Qian scoffed, freeing herself from Yu's grasp and stepping closer to Luo. So you believe I was in the wrong? It is you who has erred. Luo stubbornly insisted it was Tang Qian's fault. Very well. Tang Qian smiled gently, extending her hand and flicking her fingers in the air. An unknown substance propelled from her nail towards Luo. The motion was neither forceful nor light, and Luo initially perceived it as a mere intimidation tactic, dismissing it. However, as she reached out to shove Tang Qian away, an inexplicable sensation gripped her chest, rendering her breathless, as if something was lodged within, making it impossible to inhale. Soon, she collapsed to the ground, convulsing in agony, yet her mind remained clear. Desperately, she gasped, Tang Qian, what is this? Now you wish to converse civilly. Tang Qian coldly mocked, looking down upon the writhing Luo. This is merely a means to ensure your compliance and silence. Witnessing the scene, many among the ancient humans recoiled in shock, hastily retreating as if fearing the substance in Tang Qian's possession might taint them. Tang Qian cast a chilling glance at the frightened crowd below, choosing silence as she awaited Luo's apology. The venom she had extracted from the fangs of a serpent had been modified. While not exceptionally potent, it was more than sufficient to induce suffering. She had no intention of using it on others, but Luo had unwittingly placed herself in the line of fire, and thus she could hardly be blamed for her resolve. Tang Qian smiled slightly. Crouching before Luo, look at you now, silent and uncharacteristically obedient. How endearing. Tang Qian. Luo grit her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, turning to the still stunned high priest. Fire Mother, save me. To her, the high priest was an omnipotent figure. Faced with her predicament, it was only natural for her to seek his aid. Yet, no matter how formidable the high priest was, he could not provide healing. Observing Luo's suffering, the high priest swiftly turned to the witch, his tone laced with discomfort. What are you waiting for? Hurry and save her. I cannot handle Tang Qian's poison. Typically, you treated the witch with utmost respect, akin to a father, and had never spoken with such authority. Yet the high priest dared to speak to him in this manner. Moreover, he genuinely had no means to counteract Tang Qian's poison. Hurry and save her. The high priest, a man who cherished the delicate, could not bear to see Luo in such distress, compelling the witch despite her protests that it is futile. Tang Qian, unable to watch any longer, rose from Luo's side, fixing a piercing gaze on the high priest. Only I know how to deal with my poison. Do not overthink I in this bitter cold. If Luo lay on the ground and caught a chill, Tang Qian would find it a pity to lose such a beauty. However, if this beauty chose to disregard her chance at survival, she could not be held responsible. After all, this venomous beauty had provoked her countless times. If Tang Qian did not adequately deal with this woman, she feared Luo might never understand the true nature of her transgressions. Are you still watching? Seeing Tang Qian reveling in Luo's torment, the high priest's eyes blazed with anger. Hurry and save her. Who are you to dictate my actions? Upon hearing this enigmatic and ominous figure commence issuing commands, Tang Qian furrowed her brow and uttered words incomprehensible to the ancient beings. Do you understand the concept of respect? Do not presume that, as the mate of the leader, I am not deserving of it. For even an ordinary female ought to be treated with reverence. Moreover, this was not the first time Luo had dared to act in such a manner that if she remained unperturbed, it was Tang Qian who felt the irritation mounting. Do not overstep your bounds. Observing Tang Qian compromise her dignity, the high priest, Humu, seemed to ignite with a fiery intensity in his gaze, as if ready to incinerate Tang Qian into dust at any moment. Yet, Tang Qian met his fiery stare unflinchingly on the ground. Luo writhed in increasing agony, overwhelmed by the specter of death. Her previously vibrant, wheat-colored cheeks had paled significantly. Tang Qian, what do you want from me? As the most beautiful woman in the tribe from childhood, for Luo to voluntarily utter such words was no small feat. It was indeed a concession. Tang Qian scoffed coldly, casting a glance at the struggling high priest Mu before shifting her focus back to Luo. You claim ignorance of my desires, yet I find that hard to believe. This insufferable female, must she truly debase herself before so many? Luo gasped, seemingly resigned to her fate, yet her demeanor remained defiant as she begrudgingly acknowledged her fault. I was wrong to target you. Please spare me. The pain was unbearable, and not just for Luo. Even you, the strongest male of the Guangming tribe, would likely falter under such distress. Your apology lacks sincerity. Finally receiving the apology from the tribe's foremost beauty. Tang Qian's penchant for petty grievances surfaced. She raised her chin, exuding an air of superiority. Gritting her teeth, Luo, enduring her discomfort, slowly rose and addressed Tang Qian with a bow. Tang Qian, I am truly sorry. Please grant me the antidote, for I am in great torment. Then enlighten me on where you erred. Tang Qian smiled faintly, regarding Luo. Maintaining her standing position was already a monumental task for Luo. Yet Tang Qian insisted on pressing her further. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Mu stepped forward to support Luo. Do not presume upon your status as you's mate to act so outrageously. My position permits me to be outrageous. Tang Qian discerned that this high priest was no lightweight, and therefore felt no obligation to show him courtesy. The high priest, initially intent on undermining Tang Qian's resolve, was taken aback by her unreasonable and sharp-tongued demeanor, leaving him momentarily speechless. What a useless individual. How could someone with such character attain the position of high priest? Tang Qian sighed, resolving to subtly influence you to replace the current high priest. Without further ado, she took a step forward, flicking her leg to send forth a cloud of powder toward Lu. Miss Luo inhaled. She felt a significant alleviation, though discomfort lingered. This is the antidote. Without necessitating further apologies from Luo, Tang Qian shot forth the antidote. It will ease your current symptoms. As for the remaining discomfort, you shall have to recuperate on your own. You shall be well when you are well. Please know, the antidote proved effective. Upon inhalation, Luo felt a marked improvement in her condition, yet the comfort she once knew eluded her. Hearing Tang Qian's words, she resolved to acquire the antidote entirely. With determination, Luo lowered her head and deeply bowed to Tang Qian. Esteemed Tang Qian, I sincerely apologize. I implore you to forgive me and bestow the antidote upon me. The pain is unbearable. In her anguish, Luo revealed her sharp canine teeth, appearing somewhat pitiable. Tang Qian, not one to exhibit kindness, relished in Luo's suffering for a moment longer. Yet as Luo could endure no more, Tang Qian relented. She smirked slightly, casting a glance at you, whose eyes sparkled with the thrill of vengeance. Quite endearing. Tang Qian chuckled inwardly, extending her hand to flick her nails once more, sending a waft of smoke into Luo's nostrils, assuring her of her improvement. Feeling revitalized, Luo gazed at Tang Qian, pondering whether she might truly be a divine being. Tang Qian, however, was not preoccupied with Luo's perceptions of her. While relishing Luo's distress, she had contemplated what to do if the migrating animals were larger than tigers or lions. She fixed her gaze on Luo and the high priest, her expression devoid of emotion, causing both to feel a twinge of trepidation. Luo took a step back, fearfully inquiring, "Were you planning? Earlier, you did not believe I had a solution. So now we must prepare for two contingencies to counter the impending beast tide." With that, Tang Qian turned to you. "Let us dispatch someone to ascertain which beast will precipitate the tide. We shall seek a solution." "What solution?" You, a man accustomed to dual preparation, found Tang Qian's thoughts agreeable. His eyes radiated unwavering trust, as if he would readily brave any peril for her. Typically, animal migrations follow predictable paths, as they too desire to avoid reckless injury. Currently, the Guangming tribe's pathways were barely sufficient for human passage. The last beast tide had resulted from inadequate routes, leading to the invasion of wild beasts and injuries to many. To avert such an outcome this year, a change of course was imperative. Change course, Tang Qian stated calmly, then turned to the shaman. Based on the seismic activity from last night, how long until the beast tide arrives? 5 days, the shaman replied, squinting, his thoughts aligning with Tang Qian and Yu's. Good. Yu concurred, then turned to Yin. Gather a few brave warriors to investigate the nature of the impending beasts. We must act swiftly. Otherwise, we might find ourselves unable to prepare for the change in course. Yin, renowned for his agility within the tribe, was a fitting choice for this task. Having earned Yu's trust over the years, he nodded and swiftly assembled several warriors, heading toward the eastern direction indicated by the shaman. Where to now? After issuing these commands, Yu turned to the now pivotal Tang Qian. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Qian had become a figure of immense trust in his heart. He likely would not be able to take an afternoon nap today. Tang Qian sighed inwardly, raising her gaze to Yu. Let us explore nearby areas that may allow for a change in course. The safety of our tribe's members outweighs all else. Why you grasp this principle? As did Tang Qian, an unspoken understanding blossomed between them. This female cannot accompany us. Just as Tang Qian and you were about to depart, the high priest Huamu once again stepped forward. This time he lifted his head, revealing the shadowy eyes beneath his deer-horned hat. Though sharp, his gaze lacked the clarity and insight of the shaman's. Upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to the eyes of the leader of the Misu tribe. How? Tang Qian felt a jolt of fear surge through her, prompting her to take a step back and move closer to Yu. Yu instinctively shielded Tang Qian, his expression shifting from warmth and determination to one of aggression. Akin to a wild wolf protecting its mate, as the orchestrator of this situation, Tang Qian was capable of safeguarding their lives. Why should she not? How can you be sure that this unfamiliar and peculiar female is not an agent of another tribe? Regardless of that, she is my mate. The dispute between the two most esteemed males of the tribe was ignited by Tang Qian's mere presence. Below, the tribe members watched the altercation in silence, their expressions tinged with fear. Regardless of the outcome, Wu stepped forward, gripping the staff in his hand with fingers resembling a bird's beak, aligning himself with you on the same battlefield. This moment. The only one with a plan was Tang Qian. Even if there were spies among them, such matters could wait until the beast tide had passed. The lives of their kin were of utmost importance. Wisdom comes with age, and with a single statement, Wu captured the hearts of the people. Indeed, the high priest's earlier opposition to Tang Qian's involvement stemmed from shared disdain with Luo, yet he seemed to forget that the lives of their people were paramount. Regardless of whether the high priest doubted Tang Qian's loyalty, he was well aware of her numerous acts of salvation in the past. Currently, among their kin, Tang Qian remained a figure worthy of trust. Such a high priest was unlikely to inspire affection from anyone. Instantly, murmurs of discontent arose from the crowd below. The high priest, Huamu, found his expression darkening. That Wu was certainly not an individual to be trifled with. And even this long-serving high priest had his reservations about besting him in a contest of wills. He shot Wu a fierce glance, his tone deceptively courteous. If that is the case, let Tang Qian proceed. He was eager to see what a mere female could accomplish against the calamity of the beast tide. Huamu scoffed coldly, turning to leave with Luo in tow. Daiji, Luo was perplexed by Huamu's sudden concession regarding Tang Qian. Once they had distanced themselves from the earlier scene, she quickly positioned herself in front of him. Why did you allow Tang Qian to go? Why? Wasn't Luo once known for her intelligence? How could she now pose such foolish inquiries? Huamu's slender brows furrowed slightly, his expression growing impatient. Why? You ask why. If Tang Qian can save our kin, that would be a blessing. That if she cannot, our tasks will be made easier. Such a trivial question is surely beneath you, the most beautiful female of this tribe. His tone brimmed with irritation, as if he might strike Luo at any moment. Though she relied on this so-called high priest, fear of Huamu still gripped her heart. Witnessing his demeanor, she hastily stepped back, her voice rising in anxiety. Do not forget your position. They were in a partnership, mutually beneficial. Otherwise, Luo would not dare to speak so boldly. The high priest standing within the tribe had waned year by year due to Yu's remarkable leadership. Huamu was also anxious, particularly as winter set in and he was dispatched elsewhere. He yearned to return to the tribe. Luo leveraged her assistance in ensuring he would not venture out again as a condition for his support. Considering their current relationship, Huamu, despite the simmering anger within, recognized he could not unleash it upon Luo, that he inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, his eyes returning to their previously shadowy state. There was no need for haste. Since Tang Qian had already spoken, they would wait and see what she could achieve. That female held a significant place in Yu's heart. There was no rush to act. The bright tribe was situated beside a forest, elevated and blanketed in thick layers of snow. This was undoubtedly the north. Specifically the northeastern region of their modern homeland, with snowflakes swirling in the air. Yu meticulously wrapped Tang Qian in a tiger skin, then placed a finely crafted deerskin hat atop her head. "Isn't this excessive?" she protested, feeling stifled in the warmth of the cave. "No," Yu insisted firmly, "we will be outside for a long time. It's cold. Wear more layers." "Then why aren't you wearing more?" Tang Qian, still unaware of the harshness of the outside weather, was puzzled by Yu's concern. Upon hearing her words, Yu chuckled, as though he were indulging a child. He flashed a simple, sincere smile. "You are my partner. If you are warm, I am warm." Tang Qian was momentarily speechless. A flurry of pink bubbles filled her mind, her heart feeling warmer than her body. After ensuring Tang Qian was adequately dressed, Yu casually donned a thick pelt of his own and, grasping his long wooden spear, took Tang Qian's hand as they stepped outside to the entrance. Feng was already waiting, assembled with brave warriors. Upon seeing the pair emerge, Feng stepped forward. "Chief, are we departing now?" "Yes," Yu nodded, leading the way alongside Tang Qian, their party proceeding toward the likely path of the beast tide. The terrain around them was uneven and undulating. Tang Qian and Yu scanned their surroundings, and she inquired, "Why is this area so mountainous? It makes it difficult for wild beasts to intrude." As Yu spoke, a mist of white enveloped them. "Yet our living space is quite flat." That was indeed true. With a thoughtful blink, she resembled a pondering fawn. She had been here for some time and had yet to witness any wild beasts breach their existence. "Chief, be cautious." Just as their conversation grew animated, Feng suddenly raised his voice in warning. Startled, Tang Qian stepped back. "What is it?" Feng, along with several warriors, had moved ahead of them. He stood upon a snow-free patch, surveying the ground littered with vines. Glancing at the source of the vines, he too retreated several steps, mirroring Tang Qian's earlier actions. With lingering trepidation, Feng turned to them. "Ahead lies a cliff, quite high. Take care." The mention of a cliff. Tang Qian felt a flicker of excitement. In modern times, cliffs in such climates often concealed unexpected treasures. Perhaps there would be medicinal herbs. She turned to Feng. "How high is it?" Feng could only step aside, unable to articulate the height. Tang Qian exchanged a knowing glance with Yu, both instinctively stepping forward to take a look. The sight was startling. Though the cliff was only 3 or 4 stories high, and the surrounding rock face was not particularly smooth, its slope was nearly vertical. Tang Qian's expression subtly shifted, her desire to descend in search of treasure waning considerably. "What are you thinking?" Seeing Tang Qian's complexion pale, Yu quickly reached out to steady her. "I'm fine," she replied, though internally she calculated how long it might take to descend from such a height. Yu had become chief undoubtedly in part due to his keen insight into people's thoughts. As his little female, he could not possibly be oblivious to her apprehensions. "You wish to go down?" "Yes," Tang Qian admitted without reservation. "Typically, such cliffs harbor many items we need. Our kin require better medical resources." After speaking, she lifted her gaze to Yu, her eyes brimming with hope, clearly expressing her desire to descend. Yu frowned, reluctant to permit her to venture into such perilous territory. "But it's too high." He pondered a compromise. "How about I go down, and you tell me what you need? You wouldn't know what I want, and I have no idea what lies below." While she appreciated Yu's affection, Tang Qian was unfamiliar with this place. Even if you descended alone, it would prove futile. Upon her words, Yu fell silent, regarding her. But how would one descend from such a height? This was a question Tang Qian had contemplated as well. She forced a smile, expressing her helplessness. The ground around them was devoid of snow, revealing a grayish-yellow, barren surface that appeared chillingly desolate amidst the winter cold. Tang Qian sighed, about to turn away when she noticed the resilient vines that still clung to life. Wait. She extended her hand to halt Yu, who was preparing to leave. I have a way to go down. Amidst the myriad of vines, she mused, why had she not thought of this earlier? Swiftly, she advanced a couple of steps toward the clearing, her excitement akin to discovering a hidden treasure as she grasped the cold tendrils in her hands. Come here. What is it? A hint of confusion laced Yu's voice. Had they not agreed to depart? Why linger here? Nevertheless, he obediently approached Tang Qian's side. Look at this. It might aid us in our descent. Tang Qian, brimming with enthusiasm, presented the vine to Yu as if offering a precious gem. Yu, uncertain of the vine's utility, was perplexed by Tang Qian's intentions. You wish to rely on such a fragile object for our descent. It will surely break. I have a plan, Tang Qian declared excitedly, beckoning Feng and the others to join them. Come and see. The group, unaware of Tang Qian's secret, followed her with eager anticipation. With her hands rising gracefully like blooming flowers, Tang Qian swiftly intertwined the seemingly sturdy, yet slender vines. Soon fashioning a long rope, oh, you understand now. She raised her gaze to the onlookers by entwining the vines. We can create a rope even stronger than one made of animal hide. Such a rope has myriad uses. You should all try it. Are you suggesting we use this rope to descend? Yu, perceptive as ever, sensed an inconsistency in Tang Qian's words. She had not abandoned this notion. Indeed, Tang Qian replied, offering the rope to you. You are the mightiest warrior of the bright tribe. See if you can break it. Listening to her, Yu hesitantly accepted the rope, tugging on it with all his strength, only to be astonished by its unexpected resilience. It's so sturdy. Yes, Tang Qian affirmed with a nod, signaling Feng and the others to take action. Though they were rugged men, Feng and the others were surprisingly nimble. Once they received Tang Qian's command, they swiftly prepared the remaining lengths of rope. Tang Qian, Feng, now as concerned as you, stepped closer to her side. This is perilous. Not at all. Observing the robust rope crafted by the man, Tang Qian felt a surge of confidence. I will hold on to this as we descend. Nothing will happen to me. I will accompany you. Despite Tang Qian's petite and fragile appearance, you recognize the tenacity in her character. He produced two simple, yet sturdy ropes. Handing one to Tang Qian and turning to Feng and Yin, we shall not be long. Wait for us. Understood. Chief, though the group felt uneasy, they complied with their leader's directive, knowing refusal was not an option. As he regarded his tribe's most admirable warriors, he nodded, securing the ropes to a large tree at the cliff's edge before slowly descending alongside Tang Qian. The cliff was indeed shallow, as they carefully navigated downward. They found it was not as treacherous or slow as they had anticipated, reaching the bottom in no time. Is it merely my illusion? Tang Qian mused, touching her arm. Why does it feel warmer down here than above? Indeed, you nodded. It is quite warm. Perhaps it is due to the surrounding valleys. He surveyed the area, realizing it was truly a splendid location. Tang Qian, too, was observing her surroundings when she suddenly spotted a verdant object ahead. How curious to find something green at this time, she remarked, gripping Yu's hand and cautiously advancing, wary that it might be alive. Despite their carefulness, upon nearing the vibrant patch, they were startled. It was none other than a lethargic bamboo viper. The snake, sensing their approach, sprang into action, lunging toward them in a soft, slithering manner. Yet you acted swiftly, yanking Tang Qian aside just in time, causing the viper to land harmlessly on the ground. As the snake attempted to strike again, it found itself trapped beneath Yu's thick hide footwear, struggling futilely. Are you all right? You asked, glancing back at Tang Qian while keeping his foot firmly on the serpent's head. Did it frighten you? Are you hurt? Tang Qian, though startled, had remained silent until now, relieved to find herself unscathed. She shook her head. Thanks to your quick reflexes, I'm fine if that's a relief. You exhaled deeply, applying pressure to the viper until he was certain it was lifeless before releasing it. He lifted the snake, looking at Tang Qian. Let us proceed, that we are here to seek a better life for our people. Tang Qian, a resolute female, was undeterred by the serpent's presence. After taking a deep breath, She nodded to you. Then let us move forward. Indeed, that why you stowed the now-dead viper in his pocket. And together, they ventured on that as they advanced. An increasing warmth enveloped them. That it is quite hot, Tang Qian remarked, loosening her tiger skin cloak slightly in an attempt to cool down. Yet you, apprehensive about her catching a chill, displayed a reluctance to comply. With no other option, Tang Qian fastened her cloak once more, which finally satisfied you. They walked for an indeterminate duration, and you could distinctly feel the heat intensifying. There is no snow here. It is warm. Yes, Tang Qian agreed, sensing the environment might harbor some geothermal springs. Her intuition proved correct. As they pressed on, the landscape transformed into a vibrant springtime tableau, culminating in the sight of lush greenery. Look, you exclaimed, turning to Tang Qian, his voice imbued with childlike excitement, a magnificent hot spring. Do you see all these plants and food? I do, Tang Qian replied, exhibiting a calmness that contrasted Yu's exuberance, suppressing her own thrill. This spring is far more vast than ours. She turned to you. We have discovered yet another locale conducive to a prosperous life. Here, we have warm springs, abundant water sources, and a wealth of herbs. If we can develop this area, the Bright tribe need not toil, as we currently do. It is not far from Feng's position. Let us summon him. She gazed up at you. If we could reside here, we could evade the threat of beast tides. Indeed, you acknowledged. Presently, the most pressing danger to the Bright tribe was the beast tide. If they could take refuge here for a time, the tribe's members would no longer need to worry about their livelihoods. The two exchanged a glance and promptly turned to seek Feng's location. Snow began to fall upon the mountain. Tang Qian and you wrapped themselves tightly in their hides and returned to the spot they had descended, calling out loudly to those above. Feng. Upon hearing their voices, Feng and the other warriors peered over the cliff's edge. Chief, come down. Tang Qian called. Point one of you must remain to summon the tribe. The rest should descend. We have uncovered something unexpected below, a most fortuitous discovery. Within the tribe, obedience to the chief's commands, as well as those of the chief's partner, was paramount, with Tang Qian's directive issued. Their compliance was assured. Feng understood and turned to the strongest male behind him. Take two of the mightiest warriors with you and return to the tribe. Summon everyone. Understood. The male responded with a nod, summoning his two companions before departing from the scene. Meanwhile, Feng and several other warriors descended along the rope they had previously used. Upon seeing their approach, Yu and Tang Qian immediately moved towards them, stating, "Follow us." After uttering these words, the group proceeded in the direction they had come from. If all the clan's people could arrive today, they would have no cause for concern. The only uncertainty lay in whether the clan's people would agree to come. Would there be dangers below? Observing the mist rising from the cliff, Feng felt a twinge of unease. After all, the very backbone of the tribe was in front of him, and should anything go awry, he would not only fail the others but would also be unable to forgive himself. With some apprehension, he voiced his concern. There may be wild beasts. Upon hearing these words, both Yu and Tang Qian halted in their tracks. They had not considered what to do in the event of encountering wild beasts. It must be said that Feng's foresight was indeed commendable. The two turned to Feng, affirming, there were no wild beasts earlier. We should remain cautious. Feng retrieved a fire starter made from bamboo from his pocket, igniting several torches to distribute among the group. Wild beasts fear fire. If we possess something they dread, we need not worry. Why you glanced at Feng, taking the torch from his hand without uttering a word. The tribe was still in the process of growing, and Feng's cleverness was a boon. He began to contemplate whether he should consider promoting Feng to a higher position. It was not a long journey. They arrived in no time. Tang Qian pointed to a patch of grass and addressed the males trailing behind. Look here. Before them lay the large hot spring they had discovered earlier. A sight that Feng had never before encountered in such grandeur, such a vast hot spring. Generally, wherever there's a hot spring, a good life surely follows. The reason the Bright tribe had evolved into one of the three major tribes was precisely due to that small hot spring beside the Yu Mountain Cave. Feng felt as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, completely oblivious to Tang Qian and Yu's presence, as he moved forward entranced. This hot spring was nearly as large as two of Yu's caves, surrounded by a lush expanse of greenery, indicating the potential for edible resources. Excitedly, Feng turned to the two. Leader, shall we consider relocating our home? If we can thrive here, we will undoubtedly become the foremost tribe. Witnessing the same exhilaration in Feng's eyes as she had seen in you moments prior, Tang Qian could not suppress her own joy. She smiled softly. This place was abundant in medicinal plants that could heal the tribe's people. Along with plentiful food sources that in winter, when green food was scarce, relocating here would resolve that issue. Furthermore, there were numerous caves in the vicinity, varying in size, but at least close to 100. If the clan's people were to settle here, there would be more than enough space for them. Why you had also been considering the potential of these caves. They were sheltered from the wind, warm, and had a reliable water source, making them ideal. With all three sharing this sentiment, there was no reason to delay any further. Why you turned to Tang Qian. Let us return to the cliff and inform the clan's people that this place is wonderful, and that we shall move here when the opportunity arises. Though his tone was one of deliberation, Tang Qian would surely not refuse anything that was for the good of the tribe. Meanwhile, the warriors returning to summon the clan's people had already embarked on their journey to the cliff. The number of individuals who followed was neither too few nor too many. Approximately 80% of the males from the tribe had made the trek. Among them are the high priest Wamu and the injured Luo. What does Tang Qian intend to do to make us leave our distant home for so long? On the journey, Luo voiced the loudest dissent, unable even for a moment to suppress her objections, despite Huamu's attempts to calm her. Qing walked to the forefront, having remained silent as she was Luo's sister. Noticing that no one around her acknowledged her, Luo felt a pang of discontent. After all, she had held the title of the tribe's most beautiful for over a decade, and still did, in times past, when Tang Qian had not yet arrived. She had wielded significant influence due to her brother's closeness to you. However, since Tang Qian's arrival, no one regarded her as a potential partner for you anymore. This was precisely why Luo harbored such animosity towards Tang Qian. This long journey seems designed for us to be devoured by wild beasts, she thought bitterly, determined to provoke Qing into defending her as he once had. Yet this statement finally pushed Qing to her limit. It was one thing for Rong to wish harm upon Tang Qian, but why was Luo so intent on targeting her as well? The siblings were eerily similar. Qing, growing impatient, abruptly halted, causing Luo to nearly collide with her. Why did you stop suddenly? Luo demanded, irritation flaring, that if you do not silence your tongue, I shall leave you here for the snow wolves. She should not presume that just because her brother was once close to the leader, she could act with impunity. Even if Qing had once been on good terms with Rong, that was merely due to ignorance of his true nature. Now that she had discerned Rong's essence and realized that he had intended to harm Tang Qian, she began to grow weary of them both. In Luo's mind, Qing was akin to her brother Rong, never raising her voice against her. What is happening today? She licked her lips nervously, stepping back, too afraid to inquire further. With the loudest of voices silenced, Qing no longer found the chatter of the males behind her as bothersome. They pressed on without pause, nearing the cliff as mealtime approached from a distance. Qing spotted Tang Qian and you busy with some task. It appeared she had not erred in her search. This was indeed the place. With the excitement of reuniting with family, she waved energetically at the two. Leader, Tang Qian, quickly, she quickened her pace towards them. Qing, upon hearing her voice, Tang Qian and you ceased their activities, turning to the source of the sound. So many have come. Tang Qian was astonished. She had expected perhaps a handful of individuals, yet it appeared that Qing had brought nearly 30 people. They approached eagerly, initially considering asking Qing to assist in digging traps. However, to their surprise, upon reaching you and Tang Qian, Qing bowed deeply to, I pay my respects to my leader, and to Tang Qian. What was happening? Tang Qian was taken aback, stepping back into Yu's embrace. What is the meaning of this? Strong individuals are to be respected, Qing replied, glancing at Tang Qian. You have accomplished much for the Bright Tribe alongside the leader. You are a strong one since arriving in this world. Tang Qian had always felt the weakest and most helpless among everyone. Now, hearing Qing refer to her as strong, she bit her lip, a smile breaking forth. Before Qing's arrival, Tang Qian had been laboring alongside these few individuals to be more precise. They were constructing traps. Given the rudimentary tools from ancient times, progress had been slow, but with Qing's arrival, it was as if salvation had come. Tang Qian looked to Qing. In your group, do you all heed the words of the strong? What did she mean by this? The crowd was puzzled by Tang Qian's words. Murmurs of curiosity arose, yet no one voiced dissent. Observing the petite figure of Tang Qian, draped in a fierce tiger skin, Qing nodded. Indeed, you are the partner of the leader. Such a response is sufficient to demonstrate that Quan is an exceedingly cautious individual. While he professes his willingness to heed her commands, he simultaneously emphasizes his own status, as if to assert that he will not indulge in reckless behavior merely because he has attained strength. Very well, Tang Qian nodded, expressing her approval of Quan's demeanor. She addressed Quan, saying, in my capacity as your leader's partner, I wish to enlist your assistance. Without waiting for Quan's reply, she pointed towards the trap she and you had been digging earlier. Do you see that spot? We need to excavate a substantial pit. The ground is quite hard in winter, and your help is essential. The area had already been outlined, and now, with you and herself present, only a few males remained busy at work. Quan gazed towards the direction Tang Qian indicated, seemingly incredulous that she would request his assistance, and expressed his surprise. Are you saying that you want me to help? Indeed, Tang Qian replied, casting a glance at the laborers as if acknowledging the weight of their task. The pit is large, but it is for the sake of our people. Very well, Quan acquiesced without hesitation, nodding in agreement. After procuring a tool, he joined the males in their labor. Observing the figures before him, you felt a sense of comfort welling up within him. He turned to Tang Qian, his eyes sparkling like stars. For the sake of our people, everyone is putting in their utmost effort. As he contemplated the notion of striving, you felt a stirring within his heart, a yearning to join their ranks in toil. Indeed, Tang Qian's mood mirrored us. She smiled at him, her tone imbued with excitement. Shall we not lend a hand as well? As leaders, is it not our duty to set an example? Their thoughts aligned seamlessly, and they promptly sought suitable tools before joining the industrious group. A multitude of individuals was laboring diligently according to the lines Tang Qian had drawn, blissfully unaware of the additional two figures, one large and one small, who had joined their ranks. It was not until Quan felt overheated and wished to shed his heavy fur coat that he realized Tang Qian and you were also part of the team. Startled, he stumbled back several paces, stammering, Leader, Tang Qian, why are you both here with us? Many hands make light work, he added. Although fatigue was setting in, the prospect of contributing to their tribe filled Tang Qian with immense joy. Wiping the sweat from her brow with U.S. hand, she beamed at the gathering, proclaiming, as we toil together today, I shall devise further ways to enhance the prosperity of the Light Tribe. Thank you all for your hard work. Excellent. Excellent. In this communal era, the aspiration to elevate their tribe was their paramount desire. Tang Qian's words resonated deeply within them, igniting a fervor for labor among the crowd. You also wiped his brow and turned to Tang Qian, engaging her in conversation. In the past, sweating in winter meant we were in pursuit of prey. Today, it feels different. In what way is it different? Tang Qian inquired, rising on her toes to wipe Yu's brow before returning to her work. It is all for a Light Tribe, she continued. That assertion held merit. Why you chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle Tang Qian's hair before bending down to resume his labor. Ever since he had seen the two of them working, Quan had been observing Yu and Tang Qian's actions. He had expected them to cease after a while, yet their intensity only seemed to escalate. This was unacceptable. While it was typical for Yu, as a male, to toil alongside them, Tang Qian's involvement was unusual. In all tribes, females held significant status and need not engage in such arduous tasks. Feeling a sense of trepidation, Quan hurriedly approached the two. This work is meant for commoners and slaves. Leader, Tang Qian, you should not. What of it? Upon hearing Quan's words, Tang Qian and you paused for a brief moment before resuming their work. This is not suitable for you. Although class distinctions were prevalent and considered normal, Quan suddenly felt that he should not voice such objections regarding the two. Thus, his voice dwindled, ultimately fading into silence. There is nothing inappropriate about this. Tang Qian understood that progress unfolds gradually, and they were on the cusp of a slave-holding society. Therefore, she did not condemn Quan's perspective as right or wrong. She continued to bend and labor. At present, we have only this small number of hands. working for a while is quite acceptable. In her past life, she had not been a sheltered heiress. Rather, she often ventured into the harsh African savanna with scholars to study wildlife. Long accustomed to such toil, today merely called for her to contribute a modicum of effort, which was no burden at all. Originally, you had also been motivated by the interests of the Light Tribe, but upon hearing Quan's comment, he began to feel concern for Tang Qian's frail form. He immediately set down the wooden stick in his hand and urged Tang Qian to halt. "Are you certain you can manage in your weakened state? Is this a slight against me?" Tang Qian frowned, feeling somewhat exasperated. If only the tool in her hand were a shovel from her previous life rather than a mere stick. She shook her head. "I am fine. But you all should continue to— I may need to gather some materials to expedite our trap construction. The area below will serve as a refuge for a time, so it would be unwise not to have a trap for protection." Tang Qian was currently contemplating this issue, which is why she had sent Feng to bring a few individuals over. Initially, she had assumed that rudimentary tools would suffice as long as there were enough hands. But now it appeared that was not the case. The adage sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting would still held true, that why he was perplexed by Tang Qian's intentions. Furrowing his brow without voicing his confusion, merely tilting his head to observe her, he did not need to comprehend. It was sufficient for Tang Qian to instruct Quan. Find a few meticulous males to assist, while the rest can continue their work. Also, bring all the stone knives available. We shall require them shortly. This had grown increasingly mysterious. Quan did not fully grasp Tang Qian's meaning, but thinking of the benefits it would bring them all, he set off to find assistance. Upon hearing Quan's request, those laboring quickly divided into two groups. One side agreed to help Tang Qian with tools, while the other expressed skepticism about the utility of such efforts, asserting that in the current cold weather, large beasts would not emerge. What purpose does it serve? One male, typically not very proactive, now reluctant to venture out to work, was the first to voice dissent. "It's so cold. The beasts won't come out. Why should we toil?" He cast an unfriendly glance towards Tang Qian, his eyes flashing with a hint of hostility. Tang Qian, still distanced from Quan, remained unaware of their discourse. "She was engaged in conversation with you. What do you think of Quan as a person?" Prior to this moment, she had only seen Quan and Rong shortly after her arrival, and since Rong had fallen out of favor due to her circumstances, Quan had also been less present before you. Thus, her understanding of Quan paled in comparison to her knowledge of Feng and Yin. Hearing Tang Qian's inquiry, you turned to observe Quan, who was currently engaged in conversation with a few disgruntled males. While his expression was obscured, it was evident he was earnest. He was indeed a valuable asset. Reflecting on Quan's previous leadership in hunting expeditions, where he often returned with abundant spoils, you recognized that Quan rarely failed to accomplish his tasks. "What is it?" He turned back to Tang Qian, asking, "Is there something you wish for him to do?" "Not at the moment," Tang Qian replied, shaking her head and smiling at you. "However, Quan possesses admirable qualities. He is worthy of greater responsibilities. In her previous life, she possessed a remarkable ability to discern the true nature of people, and it seems she carries that talent into this current existence. Although Quan may not be as physically robust as you, he still commands a respectable level of authority within the tribe, indicating his considerable capabilities. Such individuals, if utilized wisely, could herald the imminent expansion of the tribe." As Tang Qian and you engaged in discussion about Quan, he was concurrently striving to elucidate the situation to the dissenting males. However, their lengthy winter respite had left some of the more obstinate males completely oblivious and disinclined to heed instructions. Observing the escalating dissent, Tang Qian and you sensed a disturbance and hastened to approach. Just as they reached Quan's side, they witnessed him seize the hide of the most vociferous male and hurl him into a distant snowbank. The ground resounded with a thud, startling those nearby, who instinctively recoiled. Tang Qian and you were taken aback by Quan's bluntness, pausing a short distance behind him to observe how he would resolve the matter. The male who had been thrown to the ground lay stunned for a moment, rolling to ease the pain before casting a pained glare at Quan. "I will inform the chief. I shall do the same." Quan retorted coldly, "You may tell the chief that I struck you, and I will inform him that you disregarded Tang Qian's words. The chief holds Tang Qian in high regard. She is the most esteemed and formidable female in the tribe, on par with the chief himself. Disobeying her equates to disobeying the chief. As Quan's words resonated with certainty, the male, struggling to rise, felt no fear from Quan's declaration. Each word struck with clarity and authority, leaving the male speechless. Indeed, if he were to approach the chief and Tang Qian with his grievances, he would undoubtedly regret it. Thus, he swallowed his pride, bowed his head, and surrendered his stone knife. He understood that if he informed the chief, the shaman would show him no mercy. Realizing that Rong still lay incapacitated in bed, the male's face paled with dread. That I was wrong. I should not have ignored the orders of Tang Qian and the chief. Please do not disclose this. After apologizing with a bow, he turned and departed, fully aware that his public humiliation was far from dignified. Watching the male's retreating figure, Quan recognized the virtue of mercy and refrained from further comments. He then turned to the others, inquiring if anyone else wished to assist Tang Qian. Some had witnessed her remarkable ability to craft sturdy, resilient ropes from desiccated vines. It was likely that others would be eager to help. As Quan's words fell, 3 or 4 individuals stepped forward to express their willingness to join. How did you come to discover such talent? Tang Qian wondered, her admiration for Quan evident in her gaze. There was a glimmer of light in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, you felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing Tang Qian's delight in the company of other males. He could not identify this feeling as jealousy, nor did he know how to address it. So he merely mumbled, "My father knows Quan's father. We grew up together childhood friends." Given Yu's usual demeanor, Tang Qian did not perceive anything amiss. She took his hand and approached Quan and the other males. "Have you gathered everyone?" "Indeed," Quan replied, his demeanor shifting from fierce to respectful in the presence of the esteemed Tang Qian and Yu, the tribe's most cherished male and female. These individuals are willing to assist. Excellent. With 4 additional hands, along with her own and Yu's, they had sufficient manpower. Tang Qian mentally calculated, instructing the remaining individuals to continue digging while distributing the stone knives, 1 for each. "Are there any sturdy trees nearby?" "I require such wood." "There are," Yu replied, though feeling somewhat unsettled. His protective instincts toward Tang Qian compelled him to comply with her request. He gestured to a particularly tall pine tree. "This wood grows quickly, but is quite hard. In winter, it becomes even tougher. Now is the peak of its hardness. Chop it down," Tang Qian exclaimed excitedly. "Why?" Yu was taken aback by her abruptness. "Tio make tools," she replied, her eyes sparkling with joy, reminiscent of crescent moons, bringing happiness to those who beheld her. "With this, our future tasks will be much less strenuous." "What a splendid idea Tang Qian had." Yu nodded eagerly. "Let's begin at once. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return. It will soon grow dark, and I do not wish for you to feel the chill." Tang Qian remained blissfully unaware of Yu's loyal devotion and the thoughts swirling in his mind. They stood at the cliff's edge, and she had noticed numerous animal tracks earlier, indicating frequent wildlife activity, likely drawn by the dense forest bordering the precipice. Casting her gaze skyward, she observed the overcast weather, sensing a drop in temperature imminent. "Would you, dressed so lightly, feel cold?" A flicker of concern crossed her mind. Earlier, Yu had bundled himself up snugly, yet he wore little more than a thin layer. She rose on her toes and gently touched his nose with her warm hand, testing his temperature. "Are you cold?" "Not cold, just fine," Yu replied, startled by her affectionate gesture. He instinctively leaned back, but soon realized she was merely concerned for him, so he bent down obediently, allowing her to check. "I'm not cold." Recalling the last time he had checked if Tang Qian was warm by touching her nose, he felt a warmth bloom in his heart, grasping her small hand that lingered on his nose. "And you?" "Not cold." Since they were both comfortable, they decided to commence their work. Tang Qian nodded, directing several individuals to fell the tree, dividing it into manageable sections to craft shovels for digging traps. While Tang Qian and her companions busily toiled, eagerly anticipating a bounty of food upon their return to the tribe, another scene unfolded within the tribe itself. Led by the high priest Humu, a group of individuals closely allied with Luo confronted the shaman. Indeed, the female has been absent with the chief for nearly a day. You claim females are not spies. Then why is this the case? This confrontation took place within the shaman's tent. Unlike the rest of the tribe, who resided in caves, the shaman and the high priest, both believed to possess divine powers, occupied a tent crafted from thick hides, ensuring warmth in winter and coolness in summer. The shaman sat before the fire, narrowing her eyes at the boiling water in the stone pot. Huamu, though overly impatient, could have been a commendable male under different circumstances. The shaman remained silent, observing the anxious crowd before her. Was she truly going to allow Tang Qian and the chief to remain absent for an entire day? Luo felt a sense of abandonment. Though she had never truly possessed you, would they not return, forsaking all in the bright tribe? Her heart swelled with trepidation and indignation, and she nearly pressed her face against the shaman's in a desperate inquiry. The shaman, however, continued to maintain her silence, a demeanor that felt increasingly inappropriate under the circumstances. That moment, a young cub, a close companion of foam, dashed forward to shield the shaman, attempting to articulate in her rudimentary language. "Do not speak nonsense. Brother Feng said they went to find food and will surely return. What does a mere cub understand?" Huamu now bore a countenance as fiery as his name. His eyes seemingly ready to ignite with sparks, he glared fiercely at the cub, thinking that for a leader to abandon the tribe was a matter of trivial ease. "I have faith in our leader and in Tang Qian." The cub remained steadfastly positioned before the shaman, displaying no inclination to yield. The shaman appeared as cold as ice, yet was benevolent toward the members of the tribe. In contrast, Huamu had never shown any affection for those within the tribe. Now, amidst the tumultuous events, the sentiments of the people leaned decidedly toward the shaman. Muttering incomprehensibly, the shaman lifted his head and fixed Huamu with a piercing gaze, declaring, "They are all devising strategies to confront the beast tide. As high priest, you should either contribute solutions or remain silent." His voice was not loud, but it resonated with authority. With a single utterance, he quelled the once rampant Huamu. The notion of a highly esteemed high priest making sardonic remarks in such a critical moment would surely incite ridicule if it were spread. Huamu shut his mouth, his expression dark as he glared at the shaman, as if attempting to discern some hidden truth within the shaman's aged visage. With Tang Qian and you having been gone for an entire day without return. The shaman's heart was heavy with worry, reflected in his troubled demeanor. The standoff between the two created an atmosphere of palpable tension within the tent. The only sound that broke the silence was the bubbling of water in the stone pot, the sole noise in the otherwise quiet space. "Leave," the shaman finally spoke. "If you continue this way, the god shall not bless you. No doubt the leader is a transgression in the eyes of the divine." With that, he turned and retreated to a corner of his tent, where he began to fuss over various peculiar items. Huamu had never regarded him with any respect. Gritting his teeth, he cast one last glance at the shaman's tent and turned to his companions, saying, "Let us wait a little longer before we depart." With a flourish of his sleeves, he exited the tent. As time passed, the absence of Tang Qian and you became increasingly concerning. The shaman laid out the bones of beasts upon the ground, seeking to divine the fates of Tang Qian and you. Indeed, their prolonged absence began to unsettle him. The scattered bones revealed nothing of their destinies. The shaman furrowed his brow, a flicker of anxiety crossing his weathered, leathery face. In the sacred language of his craft, he muttered, "How could this be?" It was inconceivable for a diviner to be unable to discern the future of individuals. Yet, the bones offered no clarity regarding you and Tang Qian's fates. Could this be an omen of grave significance? Anxious, the shaman gathered his belongings, resolving that if they did not return by the following morning, he would send others to search for them. The night sky was beautiful, yet no one had the heart to admire it. As the night wore on in a state of collective dread, dawn, Tang Qian and you were still absent, observing the tribe members who had gathered in the clearing. The shaman's brow creased with concern. "Shaman, could our king be in peril?" Luo, anxious for you, had scarcely slept, her beautiful face now drawn with fatigue. "The high ground is not a place for commoners," the shaman replied coldly, his expression unchanging as he regarded the gathered tribe members, delivering an unsparing retort to Luo. "Luo," she exclaimed in frustration, "this is not the time for such matters. Our king has been harmed by a traitor. If your king has been slain, you should consider the implications of this." Just as Luo and the shaman argued fiercely, Tang Qian's voice suddenly emerged from behind Luo. Turning, Luo beheld Tang Qian, whom she had suspected of treachery. Now holding Yu's hand as they stood before her, "We have returned." Returned? Upon hearing Tang Qian's voice, Luo's face drained of color. She turned to see Tang Qian clad in Yu's thick tiger skin. Disbelief etched across her features. "It seems some were not eager to see our return," Tang Qian remarked with a cheerful smile, grasping Yu's hand as they approached Luo. "Had I not returned, your hopes would surely have been dashed. What are the tribe members?" Noticing Tang Qian's confrontation with Luo, Huomu immediately sensed something amiss. He had donned a mask resembling an eagle, lending him an air of mystery, having taken many strong males from the tribe. Now was the time to question Tang Qian's actions. They had spirited away nearly 30 of the tribe's most vital males, essential for winter survival through hunting. Huomu did not genuinely care for the lives of these males. Rather, he sought to use this incident to accuse Tang Qian. Now, aside from those taken by Tang Qian, nearly all remaining tribe members stood gathered. Among the warriors were the partners and children of the gathered tribe members. Thus, upon hearing Huomu's insinuations, some of the females began to weep. Tang Qian recognized that Huomu's ability to ally with Luo revealed his malevolent nature. She regarded Huomu's solitary performance with the same detachment one might reserve for a jester. Feng and Yin stood by Tang Qian's side. Observing Huomu's harassment of her, Feng could no longer contain himself. Ignoring the cub clutching his back, he stepped forward to counter Huomu. The high priest possesses the gift of divination. Akin to the shaman, and is the male closest to the gods in this tribe. Why not divine the fates of those male warriors? Some matters can be discerned through inquiry. Why must we consult our deities? Huomu scoffed, convinced that Tang Qian's silence betrayed her guilt. He cunningly sought to elicit the whereabouts of the missing males. "Tell me, did they go missing after your departure?" "The males of the Guangming tribe are not so foolish," he retorted. Yin, unable to bear Huomu's taunts any longer, glanced at Yu's displeased expression before joining Feng. If the high priest is ignorant, he should refrain from speaking. Those males are intelligent and capable. Do not project your own shortcomings onto others. And where is your evidence? Huomu pressed aggressively. Being a few years older than you, he harbored resentment at being confined to the role of high priest within the tribe. "Huomu," you finally interjected, subtly pulling Tang Qian behind him. "You are wholly uninformed about the circumstances. Who grants you the authority to interrogate the tribe's heroes?" "Who do you call a hero?" Huomu sneered, as if he had heard a great joke, scrutinizing Tang Qian with his shadowy eyes, making her feel profoundly uncomfortable that Wai Yu shared her disdain for Huomu's gaze. Furrowing his brow, Yu decided to end the charade, beckoning for the group to step forward. They had been laden with their quarry, weary from the hunt, and had just returned. That Wai Yu had not anticipated that this would serve as Huomu's pretext for inciting discord. 26 warriors had ventured forth. 26 returned, each bearing a bounty of game. Huomu, observe their arms, filled to the brim with spoils. What further justification do you require? As the warriors emerged bearing their catches, Huomu's countenance darkened further. It appeared this vexing female possessed some prowess after all in that moment. Huomu's disdain for Tang Qian intensified. That Yu's strength had already been formidable, allowing him to maintain his position as leader for so long. Now, with such a capable female by his side, Huomu feared his own standing within the tribe would diminish even further. Seeing Huomu's face grow increasingly pallid beneath his mask, Tang Qian felt a surge of satisfaction. With an air of leisure, she strolled over to Huomu, her words laced with irony. "It seems the high priest harbors a deep-seated disdain for those whose ability surpass his own. Had she not returned safely with these prey and people today, it is likely that Huomu could leverage this situation to pull himself away from you, potentially leading to his execution." The thought of such a consequence sent a shiver of fear through Tang Qian's heart. She perceived Huomu as a venomous serpent. Huomu furrowed his brow as he surveyed the ample provisions that would ensure the tribe's prosperity throughout this winter. "I merely worry for the safety of our kin," he contended, yet his argument felt feeble, for he was not a figure of great significance within the tribe. The presence of the shaman rendered the high priest's role almost superfluous. Huomu's actions had revealed his true nature to many, causing a shift in allegiance towards Tang Qian and Yu among the tribe's folk. Observing the prevailing sentiment, Luo, ever astute, recognized the need to sway the tribe back towards Tang Qian. She stepped forward, feigning vulnerability beside Tang Qian. Tang Qian, you must understand that both the high priest and I are concerned for our people. Please do not hold it against you, as she spoke. Her large, doe-like eyes glistened with unshed tears, evoking a sense of pity. This tactic of hers was one that Tang Qian had seen countless times before. It was nothing more than an act of false innocence. Tang Qian scoffed inwardly. Realizing that this archetype of a white lotus had existed since time immemorial, it was utterly futile to argue or seek justification. She cast a glance at Luo, who was forcing herself to appear youthful despite being a head taller, and took a deep breath, suppressing her revulsion. We have brought an abundance of food. The tribe's supplies are dwindling, and everyone is famished. Let us light a fire here. We cannot allow ourselves to go hungry. Although the light tribe's food reserves were sufficient to last through the winter, some provisions would inevitably spoil over time. With the arrival of so much food today, it seemed unlikely that anyone would have to endure hunger in the days to come. Upon hearing the news of the food, the gaunt tribespeople's eyes brightened with hope. Let us light the fire. Feng Yu, feeling the weight of his people's suffering, quickly turned to Feng, instructing him to prepare a feast of roasted meat. Complying with the chief's orders, Feng, also hungry, nodded and gathered a few able-bodied men to tend the fire. Yu's gaze fell upon the shadowy eyes concealed beneath Huomu's mask. The struggle had only just begun, and under his watchful eye, no one dared to influence the tribe's decisions. That today's events had been instigated by Huomu, and it was he who would ultimately face defeat, leaving this place of his failure. The tribespeople, oblivious to Huomu's retreating figure, relished the long-awaited roasted meat with contented satisfaction. Today, we have gathered a substantial bounty. Tang Qian, you are truly remarkable. Later that night, beneath the sparse moonlight and stars, Tang Qian and Yu, having feasted well, lay together on a patch of ground devoid of snow, gazing up at the twinkling stars. One could not deny the breathtaking beauty of the unpolluted sky in this era. Tang Qian felt a profound sense of contentment, suddenly realizing that she had no longing for the arduous life of her past. Coupled with you, her sweet companion, such a life was surely one that anyone would cherish. With a satisfied smile, she looked at the stars, her eyes sparkling as if they too were celestial bodies. It is your belief and support that sustains me. Thank you, my chief. After this, as if rewarding a child for a job well done, Tang Qian turned to you, cradling his face and planting a kiss upon inner childhood. Her mother had expressed affection in a similar manner. Yu felt his cheeks flush. You, do not speak. Tang Qian wished to preserve the serene atmosphere and swiftly silenced him. Let us watch the stars. All right, Yu. Cherishing Tang Qian, felt reluctant to disrupt the tranquil ambience. He draped half of his animal skin over her shoulders, concerned she might feel cold. The weather had begun to warm, and clad in tiger hide, Tang Qian felt no chill. Nevertheless, she graciously accepted Yu's care. The two nestled together, devoid of any sense of coldness. Before long, Tang Qian's eyelids grew heavy. Tang Qian. Just as she began to drift off, Yu suddenly spoke. What is it? Tang Qian turned her head, instinctively seeking a safe haven, burying her face into Yu's shoulder like a small creature in search of a nest. Yu felt the soft warmth of her breath against his neck, a comforting sensation. He smiled gently. Are you cold? Not with you beside me. Yu felt like a small furnace, radiating warmth. As long as Tang Qian was near, she never felt cold. The mention of the cold reminded Tang Qian of an important matter she had yet to discuss with you. Suddenly alert, she asked the question that had been on her mind. Are you unable to predict the weather? We can, you replied, unsure of what she meant, but remaining honest. Every few days, the shaman or Huomu will perform divination to forecast the weather, though it is not always accurate. How inaccurate? 2 out of 3 times. Although not precise, it still allowed them to mitigate some losses, and despite its flaws, the tribespeople were willing to heed the shaman's counsel. Tang Qian felt a pang of sympathy. They were still relying on luck to predict the weather. She sighed, addressing you. I have a method for observing the weather that is more reliable than the shaman's. Will you trust me? Such words struck you, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his mind. You are my partner. You must have faith in me. What a foolish boy, Tang Qian thought, stifling a laugh as she placed her hands on Yu's neck. Now, listen closely. You must remember this. All right. Why you straightened, attentively absorbing the ancient knowledge Tang Qian imparted. His excellent memory allowed him to retain nearly everything she explained. Very good. Such intelligence would have made him a favored student of any mentor had they attended school together in a past life. And he might even surpass them one day. A true scholar. Tang Qian gently stroked Yu's face, noting the prickliness of his emerging stubble. In a jubilant mood, Yu seized Tang Qian's playful hands and kissed them. Sleep now. Tang Qian, exhausted to the point of barely keeping her eyes open, had just voiced her desire for slumber when she felt a sudden chill. Yu had risen. Frowning, she was about to inquire about his intentions when she found herself lifted off the ground. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, nearly stumbling. Yu, agile and steady, ensured she would not fall, wrapping his arms around her. "It's too cold to sleep here. We must return," since they were not far from the cave. Tang Qian closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Yu's neck. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before somewhat roughly setting her down on the stone bed. Startled, Tang Qian had yet to ask what he was doing when she felt the weight of his body press down upon her, followed by his warmth. "Tang Qian, I am happy." Thus began a tempestuous night, relentless in its fervor. Tang Qian's only thought was her overwhelming fatigue. That be why the time Yu lifted her from the bed. The sun had already taken the moon's place, and dawn was approaching. "Please, let me sleep." Upon noticing Yu's movements, Tang Qian almost pleaded as she uttered these words. She was utterly exhausted, nearly devoid of the strength to speak. Why did this man possess such remarkable stamina? Yu, now bare, pressed his body closely against Tang Qian's, every inch of him in proximity to her. Tang Qian felt a genuine fear, hearing her words of supplication. Yu's heart stirred with both amusement and compassion. Her adorableness elicited laughter, while the recollection of his own lack of self-control the previous day brought a pang of guilt. He draped a tiger skin over Tang Qian, holding her as he made his way to the hot spring, gently pouring the warm water over her. All right, no more. Rest assured, sleep now. Feeling the comforting warmth enveloping her, Tang Qian finally succumbed to a drowsy slumber. As she lay peacefully asleep, Yu's heart softened. Once, both Wu and his father urged him to find a female companion and bear a healthy offspring. Yet he had hesitated, waiting until 2 years later when his father was no longer present. And only then did Tang Qian enter his life. She was precisely the intelligent female he had longed for. He gently pecked her lips, then cushioned his arm beneath her small head, and they both drifted off to sleep. Heads nestled together. Having gone without rest for an entire night, it was only natural to indulge in more slumber in this cozy haven. In a hazy daze, neither could discern how long they had slept until the sun's rays penetrated through their eyelids, compelling them to awaken. Tang Qian inhaled deeply, only to discover Yu, somewhat dazed, shielding her eyes with his large hand. This fellow truly was a warm-hearted man. Tang Qian's eyelids felt heavy. She softly murmured in Yu's ear, "Let's go home. It's uncomfortable here, and I'm so sleepy." All right. After a night of labor, Yu felt equally fatigued. Thus, upon hearing Tang Qian's words, he wasted no time in lifting her effortlessly, wrapping a clean animal skin around her, and heading towards the cave. They embraced each other, unaware of how long they had been asleep, until they sensed someone entering the cave, prompting them to awaken. Why Yu opened his eyes to find Yin lurking at the entrance, seemingly poised to flee. "What are you doing?" Yu furrowed his brow, directing a gaze at Yin. Upon hearing Yu's voice, Yin halted, looking as if on the verge of tears. Facing away from Yu, he addressed the cave's entrance. "Chief, I didn't realize you and Tang Qian were still asleep. I'll take my leave." In truth, Tang Qian had become somewhat alert upon hearing Yu's words. Although her eyes remained closed, she was awake now. Yan's statement indicated he must have discovered what transpired between them the previous night, causing her to feel an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She instinctively concealed herself beneath Yu's body, hoping to give the impression that she was still asleep to avoid the awkwardness. Yu, aware of the need to protect his wife, remained seated despite Yan being present. "Did you come over for a reason?" Both Yan and Feng were quite sensible. They would not intrude upon his cave without a pressing matter. Today it seemed there was something urgent. "Chief, we gathered a substantial amount of food yesterday. Should we continue with the trap today?" Yin swallowed hard and posed his question earnestly. Continue digging, according to the blueprint Tang Qian provided yesterday. You frowned slightly, feeling irked that such a trivial matter warranted inquiry. Upon hearing Yu's response, Yin quickly took the hint and exited the cave, even thoughtfully blocking the entrance with stones to ensure privacy. Observing Yan's flustered demeanor, Feng, who had been waiting outside, was puzzled. Is the chief really inside the cave? What did he say to frighten you? He said nothing. Yin quickly denied, shifting the topic. The chief instructed us to continue digging the traps. With so many individuals in the tribe, they could never have too little food. Feng understood and turned to seek out the other males from the previous day, returning to the mountaintop to dig traps. Inside the cave, once Yin had departed, Yu mischievously extended a finger to brush against Tang Qian's eyelashes. I know you're awake. How inconsiderate of you. Tang Qian furrowed her brow, reluctantly opening her eyes to meet Yu's mischievous grin. Observing Yu's usual amiable demeanor, she found his current expression uncharacteristic. With a sigh, Tang Qian remarked, You must have embarrassed me in front of Yin. Let us see if you'll still be so mischievous in the future. As an older woman, she felt a desire to disappear into the ground at that moment. Yet, Yu, not feeling the same embarrassment she assumed he would, chuckled and placed her hand against his chest. Are you shy? Isn't that a given? Tang Qian shot him a questioning glance, but refrained from responding, turning her back to him. How could he be so adorably childlike? Yu pursed his lips, pulling Tang Qian into his embrace. I'm not angry anymore. It was my fault. Then you mustn't behave like this again. Tang Qian felt as if her face were ablaze, hot to the touch. She had narrowly escaped Yin discovering everything, and if you continued this way, her body would not withstand it. Hearing Tang Qian's words, Yu feigned a wounded expression. But we are partners. There's nothing wrong with this. He was reluctant to concede to any change in his behavior. Tang Qian felt like crying without tears, but seeing Yu's expression reassured her that he would likely refrain from such antics for a while. Now that she had regained some strength, it was time to rise. The two shared a bit of yesterday's venison, struggling to get up and prepare to check the cliff for traps, as the beast tide had yet to pass. Though the chief and his partner enjoyed certain privileges within the tribe, they were still expected to contribute during communal labor. While it wasn't a formal rule, it was an unspoken understanding. On this day, Tang Qian and Yu awoke late, just as they finished dressing and stepped outside. They overheard a quarrel between Huamu and Feng. Our chief has never been so lazy. It must be due to Tang Qian's arrival that he is reluctant to work. Tang Qian helped tirelessly yesterday. She was exhausted, which you did not see, hence your assumption of her laziness. Are you now siding with Tang Qian? Upon hearing Feng defend Tang Qian, Huamu scoffed. She is weak. A mere blizzard could take Tang Qian's life. Therefore, we should not place our hopes upon her. Now, Tang Qian has led you astray. He refuses to work. This only serves to confuse the females, who are of no great use. What do you mean? Now, Feng, Yin, and even Quan, who previously had a good relationship with Rong, all revered Tang Qian for her abilities. Anyone maligning her in their presence would not be easily dismissed. Feng's expression darkened. Tang Qian and Yu, hidden from their view, remained unnoticed as they secretly observed. Huamu was relentless in seizing every opportunity to tarnish her reputation within the tribe. Amused, Tang Qian turned to Yu. Why did you choose such a male for such an important position as the high priest? Isn't this a classic case of creating chaos? Shall we go take a look? Having spent time with Tang Qian, you had gained some understanding of her feelings and recognized her displeasure towards Huamu. They exchanged glances and stepped forward a few paces, arriving behind Huamu, as Tang Qian spoke. High priest, upon hearing that sound, Huamu visibly jolted, startled enough to turn around. He had not anticipated Tang Qian's arrival at this hour. Today he had neglected to don any hat or mask, marking it as the first time Tang Qian would behold the visage of this male. His complexion was ashen, hair unkempt, and his entire countenance bore the marks of despondency. Only his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of vitality amidst the prevailing gloom. She blinked, finding the man's appearance somewhat peculiar. Tang Qian, the leader. Huamu felt a twinge of awkwardness. His gaze, often reminiscent of an eagle stalking its prey, now appeared quite unnatural. The high priest, however, seemed unfazed. Tang Qian felt no embarrassment, only a hint of derision within. Humanity has always been thus, two-faced, with expressions shifting as frequently as the tides, seemingly unfazed by the effort it required. She fell silent, merely grasping Yu's hand, observing Huamu, curious as to when he would finally feel the pangs of shame. Huamu exhibited remarkable psychological resilience. Even under Tang Qian's scrutinizing gaze, he did not retreat an inch. Yu, in contrast, was the first to lose his composure. Yesterday, they had placed all their provisions beside their cave, which was normally reserved for food storage. Without Yu's permission, no one dared to approach, that he recalled that only enough food for breakfast had been left. And it was likely that everyone was now quite famished. Moreover, he thought he had heard Huamu's stomach grumbling just moments ago. Was this not an excellent opportunity for Tang Qian to exact her revenge and undermine Huamu? A cold smirk escaped his lips, surprising himself with this newfound capacity for disdain, as it was now lunchtime. He turned to Feng, astute as ever, grasped Yu's intent. He replied candidly. Only the breakfast provisions were left. No food for lunch has been taken, and everyone is quite hungry. There's food in my cave. Feng, you take some people to fetch it, and Yin, you go gather everyone. He directed those around him. And soon all members of the tribe were organized that it was time to eat. Huamu's eyes brightened. He touched his empty stomach, feeling a spark of hope within. The surrounding individuals quickly gathered, some kindling the fire, others preparing the meat of beasts, until the air was soon filled with the tantalizing aroma of cooking flesh. Tang Qian, already weary from the previous night, felt hunger gnawing at her insides as the fragrance wafted towards her, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. You must be hungry, Yu remarked, observing Tang Qian's gluttonous demeanor. He promptly tore off a leg of rabbit and held it to her lips. The timing is just perfect. So warm. Tang Qian smiled, parting her lips to take a bite of the meat in Yu's hand. Though devoid of any distinctive flavor, it felt extraordinarily delectable. In the light tribe's customs, the young and females ate first, followed by the ailing males, then the males, and finally, the three highest-ranking males of the tribe. As everyone feasted, only the shaman, Yu, and Huamu remained untouched. Shaman, Yu said, retrieving a piece of meat from the fire and offering it to the shaman. Yup. The shaman, eyes downcast, remained silent as she took the meat, quietly tearing off a piece to consume. Only one piece remained. Huamu frowned, looking at Yu. Why is there not enough food this time? There is no reason, Yu replied coldly, taking the meat from the fire and sitting beside Tang Qian, enjoying his lunch with the surrounding tribe members. What does this mean? Facing Yu, Huamu felt humiliated. His face flushed crimson, no longer pallid from illness, as he glared at Yu with palpable anger, as if wishing to engage him in battle. Yet, Yu was far stronger than Huamu, who dared not retaliate. Only glaring in frustration, why Yu stood, taking a hearty bite of the meat, gazing down at Huamu, who was a head shorter. There is no deeper meaning. I merely wish to convey to the high priest that while the leader may be bullied, the leader's partner shall not be in a tribe. The utmost respect is afforded to the strong and the wise. Presently, you have disrespected both. I have merely withheld one meal from you, which is exceedingly gracious. The meat was savory, and you felt a sense of satisfaction. Huamu's expression darkened further, and eventually, realizing his presence here served no purpose and would only bring him shame, he turned and departed. Watching Huamu's retreating figure, Tang Qian felt a surge of relief as she stood and tore a piece from her rabbit leg to feed you. Thank you for avenging me today. It was the least I could do, Yu replied, savoring the piece of rabbit leg Tang Qian offered. From now on, no one in the tribe shall dare to bully you. All provisions are under my care. Anyone who dares to mistreat my partner shall experience the pangs of hunger. How ruthless, yet undeniably the makings of a true leader. Tang Qian felt a modicum of admiration for Yu's character. She smiled faintly. With words like that, Huamu will likely harbor resentment towards me. I will find a way. He pointed to the corner where Luo was lurking. Someone will assist us. Tang Qian followed Yu's gaze and discovered Luo discreetly stashing the leftover meat in her bosom, inching stealthily towards the spot where Huamu had just vacated. Then she dashed in that direction. Truly a conniving little schemer. Amused, Tang Qian turned to Yu. So, what do you wish for me to say? Luo sought to curry favor with Wenmu in hopes of becoming the leader's partner. Therefore, she would seize any opportunity to ingratiate herself with him. For instance, today Luo would undoubtedly assist since Wenmu had gone without a meal. What do you intend to leverage from Luo? No need for me to manipulate her, Yu replied, fully aware of the thoughts of those around him. She will approach Wenmu herself and demand he apologize to you. Then I shall wait. Tang Qian observed Luo's retreating figure, smacking her lips, her expression inscrutable. Meanwhile, Wenmu sat sulking atop a rock. High Priest, spotting Wenmu's silhouette, Luo hurried over. Are you hungry? What a redundant question. Wenmu felt a surge of irritation. Believing Luo was mocking him, he turned away, unwilling to gaze upon her lovely face. Yet, Luo seemed oblivious to Wenmu's frosty demeanor, eagerly presenting the meat before him. Here, eat. This is mine. If you eat it, you won't be hungry anymore. She actually brought him food, staring at the piece of meat before him. Wenmu was momentarily taken aback. This was brought for you. Please eat. Luo, patting her now only moderately full belly, pressed the meat into Wenmu's hands and settled beside him. I believe you should apologize to Tang Qian. Apologize? Upon hearing those words, Wenmu's chewing immediately ceased. Why would you want me to apologize to that female? He knew that had it not been for Tang Qian today, he would not have found himself in this predicament of starvation. Luo recognized that Wenmu had misinterpreted her intentions. She quickly clarified, No, High Priest, with you so devoted to Tang Qian, we have no hope of contending with her. It is futile to not bolster another's ambitions. Our goal is to bring Tang Qian down. Wenmu's expression darkened as he set down the meat, gazing at Luo in confusion, struggling to comprehend her reasoning. How could one fail to understand? Luo sighed. She had been acutely aware of Yu's affection for Tang Qian over the past few days and recognized that undermining her would not be an easy task. She was the hero of the entire tribe. Swaying her would be nearly impossible. Thus, this matter must be approached gradually. Tang Qian is currently indifferent to the activities of Luo and Wenmu, focusing solely on her endeavors beneath the cliff. After finishing her meal, Tang Qian led twice the number of people compared to yesterday down to the cliff's base. Chief, what shall we do today? The beast tide has been effectively addressed, yet there remain many concerns for Tang Qian beneath the cliff that I do not know. Let us follow Tang Qian's lead, that Yu has become quite obedient to Tang Qian, entrusting her with nearly all decisions regarding the cliff. Uncertain of what they might discover today, Tang Qian could only hope for the best. After their return yesterday, they had sent people to explore for a path leading down. And to their surprise, they indeed found one. Therefore, today they did not need to use ropes that we dug to this point yesterday. Let us continue. Upon seeing the mark she had made the day before, Tang Qian felt a wave of relief, reassured that they had not erred in their location. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to account for so many people. She approached the spot from yesterday, where a patch of bluish-green liquid was easily recognizable. It seems there is a hollow space here. Should we take a look inside? She turned to you, feigning indecision. It feels warm. Surely there are many things we have yet to discover, perhaps even other forms of sustenance. You, drawn here both by Tang Qian's interests and the prospect of finding ample food for their tribe, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing her words. Shall we go in and see? Yes, Tang Qian replied, eager to proceed, and together they clasped hands and approached what resembled a cave mouth blanketed by snow. While this place might hold many wonders, it was unwise to let too many tribespeople know. For an abundance of riches could incite greed. Such strife would be detrimental. Contemplating these matters, she turned to her fellow tribesmen. There must be plenty of game caught in the traps we dug yesterday. You all should check. The chief and I will remain here to search for other sources of good food. Understood? They replied obediently. Once they had departed, Tang Qian turned back to you. They have left. Let us enter as well. It should be safe now. Yu nodded, wary of potential dangers ahead, and stepped in front of Tang Qian, using a stick to clear away the snow before them. His surprise. The snow was far more substantial than he had anticipated. What if there is nothing behind this? After laboring for some time, beads of sweat formed on his brow as he looked back at Tang Qian. Tang Qian felt confident in her judgment. Furrowing her brow, she shook her head and approached you, tapping here and there until at last she pointed to a spot. Let us start here. We worked together. But you hesitated, believing there was likely nothing to uncover. However, Tang Qian did not grant him the chance to object. She seized another stick and began to dig into the snow, which was neither too soft nor too hard. Tang Qian's instincts were rarely wrong. Trusting her, you joined her in the task. They worked diligently, and after an indeterminate amount of time, they finally cleared the snow, revealing a gradually forming pool of water. Do you not feel it has grown warmer? You looked up at Tang Qian, beads of perspiration now evident on his forehead. Tang Qian, though fatigued, did not exhibit the same vigor as you. She reached out to wipe the sweat from his brow. I'm certain there is something behind this. Shall we continue searching? Yes. The two continued to labor without assistance from the rest of the tribe. After approximately half an hour, they spotted a glimmer of light at the edge of the snow pile. Looking back, they realized they had made considerable progress. Time had flown. Tang Qian felt slightly breathless and leaned against the snow to rest for a moment. Here, it felt like summer in the tribe, while you gazed at the tiny light, seemingly yearning to discover what lay beyond. Yet, the light was too faint to discern anything clearly, merely hinting at the presence of sunlight. Tang Qian was filled with excitement, eager to unveil the wonders that awaited beyond the light. Isn't summer in the bright tribe exceptionally beautiful? Indeed, you replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement and nostalgia. The green pastures, towering forests, and crystal-clear streams where one can see the fish below. His vocabulary was limited, but he managed to articulate these thoughts. Tang Qian's imagination soared, already envisioning that scene. She waved her stick. I wish to see the summer of the bright tribe quickly. Let us hasten. All right, you bowed his head, mirroring Tang Qian's determination, and soon the light grew brighter. Initially expecting an ordinary sight, they were astonished to discover a hidden paradise. Although the area was small, it was filled with everything the bright tribe could desire. A little stream, likely fed by melting snow, meandered through, accompanied by a vibrant array of fruits, colorful and enticing. This you was struck dumb. Isn't this the summer of the bright tribe? The plethora of fruits alone could suffice for sustenance. Rendering hunting unnecessary, they could treat hunting as a game, free from the daily grind. This small haven was brimming with fruits, leaving you momentarily dazzled. The summer of the bright tribe was indeed breathtaking. Overjoyed, Tang Qian dashed inside, shedding her thick animal skins and leaping into the warm stream. What a delightful stream! She looked at you. It's nothing like the winter hot springs. Would you like to try it? Sure. You, feeling quite warm and having not enjoyed the coolness of stream for some time, quickly shed his own animal skins and joined Tang Qian in the water, frolicking together. This place was roughly the size of 5 or 6 soccer fields from his past life. Yet it possessed every desirable feature. How wonderful it would be to live here forever. Yesterday had been exhausting, and today's relentless labor compounded that fatigue. Thus, upon plunging into the refreshingly soothing stream, he began to feel drowsy. The tribespeople outside were still occupied with their tasks. Why you extended his arm, placing it beneath Tang Qian's head. Let us take a short nap. I'll wake you later. All right. Tang Qian's eyes were indeed heavy. Upon hearing Yu's words, she succumbed to slumber, resting her head against his arm. How blissful it was! A gentle breeze, seemingly from nowhere, caressed their faces, lulling both Tang Qian and Yu into a deeper sleep. Outside, Feng and Yin were tallying the day's haul. With so many provisions, it seemed they would not need to hunt for quite some time. Feng gazed contentedly at the bounty on the ground, feeling that since Tang Qian had arrived at the bright tribe, everything had improved. Meanwhile, Yin was concerned about the whereabouts of the 2 missing individuals. Have you seen Tang Qian and the chief? They seem to have vanished. He scanned the surroundings, searching for some time without success. Initially intending to seek them out, he hesitated, fearing the embarrassment of this morning's encounter. Thus, the thought of searching was abandoned, and Zhang opened his mouth to inquire of Feng. Feng was occupied with recording their prey, his mind elsewhere, and waved his hand dismissively. They were playing in the snow earlier. I have no idea what they are doing now. What purpose does playing in the snow serve? Yin questioned, increasingly perplexed. This place already boasted an abundance of food. Was it not redundant to engage in such activities? He scratched his head, contemplating the search for the two missing individuals, yet hesitated, ultimately remaining stationary. Tang Qian merely wished to rest for a while, and by the time Feng and Yin concluded their tasks, she and you had also awakened. Have we slept for a long time? With no means of measuring time and lacking the skill to discern the sky's color, Tang Qian found herself needing to inquire about the hour from you. Having just awakened, you rubbed his eyes after glancing at the sky. Not for long. I suspect Feng and Yin are finishing up. Then let us don our animal skins and seek them out. Tang Qian struggled to rise. Once she stood from the water, she grabbed a nearby leaf to wipe her body, hastily brushing herself off before departing with you to find Feng and Yin. She felt an undeniable sense that this place could not possibly be so limited, yet to dig further would exceed what she and you could manage alone. Thus, they must seek assistance. Conveniently, Feng and Yin were also searching for the whereabouts of the two individuals, and upon arriving, they spotted Tang Qian and you emerging from the cave. Chief, Tang Qian. Upon sighting the duo, Yan's heart surged with excitement as he waved his hand and approached them. What have you been up to? Nothing much. Tang Qian stifled a yawn. She could not admit to having taken a nap while they were busy. Such a confession might leave them feeling discontent. She addressed Feng. Earlier, while I was working with your leader, we discovered a most significant location. Please find some trustworthy individuals to help us with the work. Understood. Feng nodded, extending his finger to select 3 or 4 males before sending the rest back. Tang Qian, please give your orders. These tribesmen are valiant warriors of good repute. Very well. Tang Qian scrutinized each of them, noting their earnestness. That was sufficient. The place we are heading to requires utmost secrecy from you all that I hope that once we arrive, you will keep this matter confidential, even from your partners and offspring. Do you understand? Emphasizing the last word, Tang Qian's tones silenced those below. That we hear you. They replied in unison, their voices brimming with enthusiasm. For reasons unknown, witnessing their fervor warmed Tang Qian's heart. It felt reminiscent of a former army. Indeed, if one were to speak of an army, the Bright Tribe was merely in its infancy, lacking a proper force to safeguard the tribe. To be precise, it was not a nation yet, but a tribe. The concept of a nation was absent, yet Tang Qian felt an impending transformation was on the horizon. Observing the warriors below, she felt a sense of contentment. Since they were all trustworthy individuals, they should proceed without delay. After making this decision, she retrieved the wooden shovel initially used for work and led the group back to the place she had just mentioned, although they were to engage in labor. An inexplicable sensation washed over her at the thought of the previous scene, as if a new era was about to dawn. Moreover, that new era would likely be altered by her presence. She lifted her gaze toward the light not far from her. If her intuition was correct, the forthcoming era would undoubtedly be intertwined with her fate. Currently, it was winter in the Bright Tribe, with everyone surrounded by pristine snow and an endless expanse of pale white. And no one had ever imagined that this place could resemble summer. Here, Feng exclaimed in astonishment, Is this truly beneath the cliffs of the Bright Tribe? How can this be? While the Bright Tribe endures winter, this place is already basking in summer. In nature, answers to such mysteries were exceedingly rare that if pressed to explain, even Tang Qian would struggle to comprehend the phenomenon. Meeting you and the warrior's gazes, she felt an unfamiliar sensation of powerlessness spreading within her. I do not know. Perhaps it is due to the nearby hot springs. With so many hills around, there must be active tectonic movements leading to a dormant volcano, which simply had yet to erupt. This was the only explanation she could muster. Fortunately, you and the others understood that Tang Qian did not possess all the answers. Rather than pressuring her, they complied with her instructions to excavate an area that still appeared hollow. Here, Tang Qian pointed to a specific spot, wielding a wooden shovel to outline the area. Let us dig down from here. Do not fear damaging your tools. We will surely uncover something. But it is all snow. Although Yin had successfully become Tang Qian's devoted admirer, he still held the belief that nothing could be excavated here. Tang Qian shook her head. Trust me, even if all you see now is white snow, we will undoubtedly unearth many treasures. After saying this, to demonstrate her conviction, she took the tool from Yu's hand and struck the ground within the designated area. I trust Tang Qian. Seeing this, Yin understood that she must have a well-thought-out plan. Otherwise, she would not engage in such a laborious endeavor. I believe as well as, I doubt with this. The surrounding individuals echoed their support, and following Tang Qian's lead, they eagerly began digging. Noticing Yu's intention to assist, Feng and Yin quickly interjected. Chief, you have been working hard every day. You must be exhausted. The tribe still needs you. Feng, with his straightforward nature, expressed this to you, while Yin concurred. Indeed, there are many females, young ones, and elders in the tribe. The chief should do less. They were unwilling to let you take part, and he too did not resist, nodding as he set down his tool and walked over to Tang Qian's side. Truth be told, he felt somewhat fatigued after the past few days, primarily due to Tang Qian's influence, which had taken a toll on his body. Therefore, he welcomed the opportunity to rest. Why aren't you working? Upon seeing you approach, Tang Qian quickly set aside her wounded animal skin blueprint, offering him the warm spot beneath her. Are you tired? Thought you panted. I am tired. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Tang Qian. Having attended biology classes in her previous life, Tang Qian understood the implications of his gaze. How could he blame her? She found it amusing and instinctively distanced herself a bit. Do not hold it against me. I have called for a stop many times, yet you refused. I do not blame you. You, few of words, reached out to wrap an arm around Tang Qian's waist. It is my fault. I am in his prime. Newly experiencing these matters, his desires were entirely natural. Tang Qian empathized with him, yet the thought of such matters made her feel somewhat weak in the knees, prompting her to sidestep. Chief, Tang Qian, we have found something. Just as the two engaged in their silent tug-of-war, Feng suddenly shouted with excitement, capturing both of their attentions. What? Upon hearing Feng's voice, Tang Qian immediately stood up with great excitement and moved towards him. Feigning forgetfulness of the presence of Yu, who was teasing her from behind. Yu, perceptive to Tang Qian's little ruse, chuckled and followed her, curious to discover the unfolding situation. It must be said that with more hands at work, tasks progressed swiftly. The two quickly arrived at the spot where Feng and his companions had unearthed something, gazing towards the glimmering light within. Tang Qian pressed her eyes against the light and was astonished to see an array of tropical fruits. This was perplexing. She hastily withdrew her gaze. In the dead of winter, how could there possibly be tropical fruits, especially within a cave? What is wrong? You, noticing Tang Qian's startled demeanor, leaned in to see what lay inside. There are colorful fruits, she murmured, waiting for you to finish observing that while you eagerly peered inside and was taken aback by the sight of so many unfamiliar items. He quickly turned to Tang Qian, expressing concern. With such vibrant colors, could they be poisonous? Poisonous? Tang Qian was momentarily taken aback by Yu's words. Why you elaborated. Mushrooms of such colors are typically toxic. I see. Tang Qian waved her hand dismissively. No worries, these aren't mushrooms. They're harmless. Let us keep digging. She tugged at you to step back a bit, meeting his gaze with unwavering conviction. Just trust me. All right. Despite his skepticism, you had faith in Tang Qian, who had brought so much to the tribe. They stepped back, awaiting Feng and Yin's team to continue their excavation. Unlike before, the two remained fixated on the cave's depths, and soon enough, the entrance was spacious enough for two to squeeze through together. Chief, Yin turned. It's clear to pass. Good. You looked at Tang Qian. Shall we? Let us go. Tang Qian nodded, and together they crossed the threshold into the cave's other side. What a breathtaking realm this was. The beauty before Tang Qian left her utterly astounded. This space was significantly larger than the previous area, adorned with an assortment of tropical fruits, and most impressively, a small waterfall cascaded nearby. The people behind them gasped in disbelief, and even Tang Qian was taken aback by such an astonishing sight. Yin, being a foodie, rushed forward after spotting the bounty, plucking two unfamiliar fruits, and eagerly exclaimed to Tang Qian, red ones, green ones. Are they all fruits? He held in his hands a dragon fruit and an avocado. Goodness, these exist here. Tang Qian felt her worldview slightly shatter. Why would such a place exist, and how could there be tropical fruits? This seemed utterly improbable, didn't it? They're all fruits, she replied, her mind heavy with thoughts. You can eat them. Don't worry. Upon hearing Tang Qian's reassurance, Yin was overwhelmed with excitement, taking a bite directly from the skin. Only to find it didn't taste as sweet as he had hoped. He stood there, stunned, eventually stammering, "This doesn't taste like our good fruits. How do we eat it?" Biting directly into the skin is certainly not the way. Tang Qian chuckled, pulling on Yu's garment, urging him to pluck the fruit from the nearby tree. She then used her stone knife to peel the dragon fruit, slicing it into several small pieces to distribute among them. "Let us see how it tastes this time. The IT must be far better than gnawing on the skin." She watched with interest as they tasted the fruit, but upon seeing the crimson flesh of the dragon fruit, most hesitated to partake. The color seemed off. Yu frowned, holding the dripping fruit. "It appears inedible. The IT is edible," she declared, akin to Shinong tasting herbs, as she popped the last piece in her mouth. Be careful of toxins," Yin warned, fearing for her safety. However, upon witnessing Tang Qian savoring the fruit without any ill effects, he began to suspect it was indeed safe. The dragon fruit was red-fleshed, and contrary to his expectations of it tasting bland, it was surprisingly delicious. Tang Qian savored the fruit as though it were a delicacy, reluctant to swallow for quite some time. Seeing her enjoy it, Yu, concerned for her well-being, took a bite of his own without waiting for further encouragement. Expecting bitterness, he was instead met with an unexpectedly sweet flavor that lingered delightfully on his palate. Upon chewing, the fruit's seeds were crisp and utterly delightful. Having subsisted on wild beasts, they were accustomed to mundane fruits, primarily ordinary apples. They had never encountered such delectable treats. This Yu turned to Tang Qian. "What is the name of this fruit?" "Dragon fruit." Tang Qian joyfully plucked another from the tree, addressing the surrounding individuals who still hesitated. "Both the chief and I have tried it and found it safe. Go ahead and have a taste." Seeing Tang Qian and Yu consuming the fruit without any adverse reactions, the nearby individuals felt reassured and eagerly tossed the fruits into their mouths. To their surprise, the flavors were exquisite, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. They gazed at the fruits hanging from the trees with lingering desire, exclaiming, "Delicious! Indeed, it is quite delightful." They had been away for some time, and concerns arose about whether the young, elders, and females in the tribe had sufficient food to eat. "As time we head back," Yu remarked, glancing at the darkening sky, "we cannot allow the elders, young ones, and females to go hungry." In a tribe that aspired to thrive, safeguarding these three groups was paramount. Tang Qian nodded in understanding, taking Yu's hand as they directed the males to gather the fruits. They placed the bounty into nets woven from vines and prepared to return. Back at the tribe, no one had gone hungry due to the dinner preparations. Before Yu departed, he instructed Quan to set aside food for the evening, placing it with the shaman as the shaman distributed the food. Everyone was well-fed as twilight descended. Yu returned just before nightfall, carrying their gathered treasures. The community had gathered for dinner when a 3- or 4-year-old child, spotting Yu and Tang Qian, excitedly exclaimed to his mother, "Look, it's the chief and Tang Qian." At the child's call, the crowd recognized that Tang Qian and the chief had returned with a bountiful harvest, leading them to drop their meat and swarm around them, eager to discuss the intriguing new findings. "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to Tang Qian," Yu interjected, feeling a headache from the sudden noise after the earlier tranquility in the valley. He quickly restored order. Today, Tang Qian discovered many fruits and brought them back for everyone to enjoy. Each person will receive one, so please come forward to collect. After delivering the announcement, he turned to Feng and Yin, signaling them to help maintain order. Understanding Yu's intent, the two promptly began organizing the crowd. Before long, a long line formed before them, likely comprising 200 to 300 individuals. Observing the lengthy queue, Tang Qian furrowed her brow, concerned about whether there would be enough fruit. They had returned with less than 1% of what they had seen, fearing there might not suffice for everyone. "Do not worry, there will be enough." Yu gently caressed Tang Qian's forehead, saying, "There are small green fruits and large red ones. The smaller ones are more plentiful. We shall not consume them ourselves, but rather share them with our kin." As he spoke of offering these treasures to their people, a tender light sparkled in his eyes, reflecting the essence of a true leader. Tang Qian felt a warmth enveloping her heart and smiled, nodding in agreement. "Then let Feng and Yin distribute them below. If you wish to partake, we can always return later. You are my partner. I shall heed your wishes. Why Yu smiled faintly, then playfully brushed his fingers across Tang Qian's nose. Thank you for your compassion towards our people and for your understanding of me. Even the ancient ones could utter sweet nothings. Tang Qian's cheeks flushed, and after taking a step back, she reached out to grasp Yu's fingers. Observing the joyful faces of their kin nearby, she silently wished, "If Yu is happy, then I too shall be happy." Despite the winter's chilly breeze brushing against their faces and the delicate snowflakes beginning to fall, they remained elated, clutching the fruits they had just received, as their kin gathered in the open space. Eagerly watching Tang Qian and Yu, she felt a sense of relief and was about to take her leave when a female voice called out to her. Tang Qian, startled, she turned to see a female approaching. Clearly anxious, they had yet to eat, and the urgency for food was palpable. Yet upon hearing her name called, Tang Qian instinctively halted, turning to the female. "Is there something you need?" Indeed, the female stepped closer. "How do we preserve the food we cannot eat? It will spoil." Initially, Tang Qian thought this was a pressing dilemma for the otherwise composed female. Sighing in relief, she asked, "What type of food are you concerned about preserving?" "The fruits in your hands." The female's expression bore no hint of provocation. Rather, she seemed genuinely troubled. "In summer, they spoil due to the heat, but why do they spoil in winter as well? All food has a shelf life. In this age devoid of refrigeration, preserving food intact is indeed a challenge, yet not insurmountable." Tang Qian glanced at the fruits in the female's grasp. "There is a solution that in this frigid weather. If you can find some ice, it will keep the fruits cool and extend their longevity. When summer arrives, I shall instruct you on proper storage methods. Tomorrow morning, gather at the site where we dined today, and I shall share additional simple preservation techniques. Salt should be available in this era. Curing the meat will suffice." She briefly outlined these methods before yielding to her hunger, turning to leave with you for their meal. The remaining matters could wait for tomorrow. After their meal, Tang Qian felt utterly exhausted, so much so that she collapsed beside you without even removing the heavy furs from her body. "Let us not go out tomorrow," she murmured, her words possibly a dream. Under the sparse moonlight and gentle breeze, the warmth of spring began to emerge. The snow quietly melted, and everything transformed into beauty. That night, Tang Qian slept soundly, awakening only the next morning when the sun was high in the sky. You had already left, presumably to hunt. Stretching languidly, she prepared to rise and freshen up. Just as she donned the furs on her feet, a timid-looking young female, perhaps only 15 or 16, with dry hair and a frail body, entered, her head bowed. "Leader's partner, you are awake." Startled by the unexpected visitor, Tang Qian instinctively recoiled, asking, "Who are you?" "My name is Ya," the young female replied, her voice barely audible as she dared not meet Tang Qian's gaze. "I was sent by the leader to care for you." "Care for her? Was she a servant?" Tang Qian blinked, realizing that as the leader's partner, having someone to attend to her was quite normal. Given her busy schedule, nurturing a loyal aide within the Bright tribe was advantageous, albeit an adjustment. Sighing in relief, she inquired, "Where is everyone now?" The slaves had also been present during the fruit distribution yesterday, and should know about the task she had assigned for today. Ye answered earnestly, "They're in the open space you mentioned yesterday. Would you like to go see?" "Yes, people can wait, but the fruits cannot. It would be a shame if they spoiled. Fetch me that tiger skin." She pointed to the hide you had left for her on the wall. "Let us go now." "Now?" Ye's surprise was evident. After all, the leader's partner had just risen. Yet she dared not voice her thoughts and promptly retrieved the tiger skin for Tang Qian. Once draped in it, they departed together toward the promised gathering place. "Where is Tang Qian?" "I hope she hasn't changed her mind," someone murmured, and indeed, many had gathered in the open space, mostly females from the tribe, among whom was Luo. It was Luo's voice that had just expressed dissatisfaction over Tang Qian's absence. "Let us wait a bit longer," a female, cradling her infant, reassured the group. "Tang Qian may be occupied, but she will surely come." Luo snorted disdainfully, muttering under her breath. With only herself and her brother at home, and her brother lacking a partner, she alone managed the food supplies for both summer and winter, which sometimes went bad. Though she resented Tang Qian, she had no choice but to endure and attend the meeting to learn food preservation methods. Trusting Tang Qian stemmed from the belief that she could help them maintain their sustenance. Such a person was a true leader's partner. The female nursing the infant had always looked down on Luo, and naturally, she seized this opportunity to make Luo uncomfortable, relishing in the entire tribe. Who was unaware of Luo's desire to become the leader's partner. It seemed she had become obsessed. Evidently, upon hearing the female's words, Luo refused to engage further, shifting her stance to await Tang Qian in silence. Heaven knew how unbearable it was to endure in an environment that was largely hostile. Luo felt that if Tang Qian did not arrive soon, she would surely lose her mind. Time passed as she listened to the whispers around her. And eventually, Tang Qian hurriedly approached, clad in used tiger skin. I apologize for the wait. She sensed the impatience in the air and quickly began to explain the food preservation techniques. Food preservation could be divided into two categories: the fruits distributed yesterday and the usual game we hunt. The meat is manageable. It can simply be dried or salted for long-term storage. In winter, if anyone runs out of food, they can use it for trade. In this age of barter, they should find this concept more palatable. Moreover, it appeared that an early form of slavery was beginning to take shape. Rather than allowing other tribes to benefit, why not accelerate their own tribe's progress? This could indeed be a practical strategy to obtain what they desired. One female beside Luo spoke up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. They were yet unaware that this was called earning money. They simply recognized its utility. Tang Qian nodded. It is indeed useful. Perhaps it can change our lives. Even the very fabric of class may be altered. However, at present, they remain blissfully ignorant of the concept of class itself. Thus, it seems rather premature to discuss such matters. In due time, Tang Qian will naturally enlighten them. Some rejoice while others lament. Under the comforting presence of Luo, the latter returns to his burrow, while Yang Yin circles around the entrance of Tang Qian's cave, yearning to catch a glimpse of her. It is disrespectful for Luo to disregard someone who has once again breathed life into the slaves of the tribe. He does not wish to see Tang Qian in such a light. Yet, Tang Qian is the most esteemed female within the tribe, and should he desire to see her, it is not an easy feat. Yang Yin finds himself in a quandary, incessantly pacing at the mouth of Tang Qian's cave, uncertain of how to proceed. Just then, Feng and Yin are inside Tang Qian's cave, discussing the impending beast tide with her. Upon hearing the leader's words and turning to leave, they spot Yang Yin, clad in the garb of a slave, persistently loitering outside. One slave, upon seeing Yang Yin, exchanges a grave glance with the other, and they approach him. What brings you to the leader's cave? Is there something you need? There is something. Faced with the two nobles, Yang Yin feels a twinge of weakness in his legs. However, he reminds himself that they are all merely individuals with 2 arms and 2 legs. And thus he does not feel diminished. He meets their gaze. I have a matter to discuss. I seek Tang Qian. She is the one I call upon. Upon hearing Yang Yin address Tang Qian by her name, Yin furrows his brow, recalling the teachings of his youth. Have you forgotten the customs of the Guangming tribe? She is the leader's mate. Hearing Yan's words, Yang Yin feels a tinge of embarrassment and quickly adjusts his address. He bows his head. I am the slave Yang Yin, and I have matters to discuss. I kindly request the assistance of both nobles to introduce me to the leader's mate. The notion that a slave could meet such a revered figure as the leader's mate is, in the minds of Feng and Yin, utterly preposterous. Feng knits his brow and solemnly addresses Yang Yin. Are you aware of what you are saying? The encounter between the most esteemed noble and the lowest slave does not adhere to our customs. To speak of it would invite ridicule upon the tribe. Yang Yin understands their concerns. However, he is weary of living under the identity of slave. Life has become unbearably arduous as he envisions his mother's emaciated form. A pang of sorrow grips his heart, and his gaze grows ever more earnest. I implore you, noble sirs, to assist me. Feng turns away. Yang Yin was traded from the Misu tribe years ago for sustenance. In the Guangming tribe, slaves are stratified. There are those like Ye who serve the nobles and occupy a higher status, followed by the tribesmen as slaves, who at least do not face starvation in winter. Lastly, there are those like Yang Yin, the lowest of the low, exchanged by other tribes for food. When food runs scarce in winter, it is the likes of Yang Yin who perish. To meet Tang Qian is an impossibility. The look in Feng's eyes is devoid of mercy. leaving Yang Yin feeling utterly forsaken. "I only wish to speak a word with the esteemed noble. Might you grant me this audience?" Faced with Feng's merciless demeanor, Yang Yin feels his pride trampled upon. He could have left upon receiving a negative response. Yet an inexplicable intuition compels him to persist. He believes that Tang Qian is his sole salvation from the shackles of slavery. Thus, Yang Yin continues to plead. "You should leave." Yin furrows his brow, even contemplating pushing Yang Yin away. Just then, Tang Qian hears the commotion outside and steps out. "What is going on here?" Seeing Tang Qian emerge, Feng and Yin feel their hearts skip a beat, fearing her ire for not handling the slave appropriately. They turn to her. "Tang Qian, what is it?" Noticing the peculiar behavior of the two, Tang Qian is puzzled and approaches, only to discover Yang Yin kneeling on the ground. "Oh, is this one of U.S. subordinates? Yet, I do not recall seeing him before. Who might he be?" She scrutinizes Yang Yin, then extends her hand to help him rise. "Why are you still on the ground? Stand up at once." To receive such an honor, to be assisted by the leader's mate herself, is almost beyond Yang Yin's comprehension. Following Tang Qian's lead, he stands. Tang Qian. Seeing her in such a manner, Feng quickly steps closer to Tang Qian, pulling her back slightly to maintain distance from Yang Yin. "This is a slave. Traded from another tribe for sustenance 2 years ago. He is the lowest of slaves, and you are a noble. Does this imply that contact is forbidden?" Only then does Tang Qian fully grasp the severity of the social hierarchy. "It should not be so," she murmurs. "All individuals are born equal. There is no distinction between slave and noble." Feng, assuming he has misheard, inquires again. The existence of slavery is commonplace in this era. After all, it is knowledge learned in history classes. Though aware of the rigid societal structures of ancient times, the reality is far more complex than previously imagined. She endeavors once more to instill the notion of equality into Feng and Yin. Yet, these two, having been raised in such a society, find it nearly impossible to comprehend Tang Qian's perspective. Enough. Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Tang Qian realizes that a brief conversation will not suffice. She waves her hand and patiently addresses them. "You may return for now. I wish to speak with Yang Yin regarding his matters. I will explain everything to you later." With that, Tang Qian promptly turns to Yang Yin, eager to understand what troubles him. Given the circumstances, she finds herself unable to respond to Feng and Yin. The two exchange a concerned glance before reluctantly departing. "There's something you wish to discuss with me." Gazing at the boy who, though close in age, has clearly weathered much hardship, perhaps it is more apt to call him a male. Meeting Tang Qian's gaze, Yang Yan's eyes glimmer with hope as he recounts Luo's recent actions. He is motivated not only by a desire to protect the slaves from starvation, but also to discover whether there is a path for him to shed the identity of a slave. Little did he realize that Luo harbored such resentment towards him. Tang Qian, supporting Yang Yin, feels a surge of complex emotions. Yet having dwelled at the very bottom of the tribe for so long, Yang Yin misinterprets the noble expressions as disdain. Believing Tang Qian has taken a dislike to him, he hastily retreats a step. "That is all I have to say for today. The rest is up to the leader's mate to resolve. I take my leave." After speaking, Yang Yin appears as if he intends to flee. Is he really leaving? Witnessing this, Tang Qian quickly calls out to him. "Wait." Yang Yin, already turned away, is startled by her words. Frozen in place. Life as a slave here is indeed harsh. They are not regarded by the nobles, and even a mere audience with them is a luxury. Tang Qian sighs internally and gently addresses Yang Yin. "Please wait. You have shared such crucial information with me today, enabling me to avoid being wronged, that I must repay you. There is no need. This is merely the duty of a slave." Yang Yin hastily gestures, his words contradicting his feelings. However, Tang Qian pays him no mind, turning back in her cave to gather a bounty of fruits and provisions. Yu, busy organizing his hunting gear, glances at Tang Qian's comings and goings, puzzled, and asks, "What is this all about?" The provisions within their cave are the most abundant in the entire tribe, thus he was not particularly concerned about the food. Tang Qian did not even lift her head. "It's fine. It is of use." After saying this, she stepped outside and handed the food to Yang Yin. I just heard you mention that there are only you and your mother at home. These supplies should be sufficient for you throughout the winter. Take them. So much. Yang Yin gazed incredulously at the bee-skin pouch brimming with items in Tang Qian's arms. Such a quantity was unheard of during the summer food distribution. Yet, the leader's partner had bestowed upon him such a generous amount. This is far too much. Take it. Tang Qian interrupted his refusal directly. These are yours to receive, observing Yang Yan's timid demeanor. A pang of compassion surged within Tang Qian, realizing this was not the expression one would expect from a young man. She recalled that in her past life, boys of his age were already attending university. Yet here, they struggled against hunger and cold, laboring for survival. With a sigh, she pressed the bee-skin pouch into Yang Yan's hands. Go home. You are not alone. Your mother awaits your return with food. Ultimately, it was this very sentiment that stirred Yang Yan from his stupor. It was as if he had awakened from a dream. He bowed to Tang Qian, so overwhelmed with emotion that he forgot to express his gratitude, and departed hastily. Surviving was no simple feat, particularly for a slave. Watching Yang Yan's stumbling silhouette fade away, Tang Qian sighed heavily once more and turned back toward the cave, that Wei was still occupied with his belongings. Spring was approaching. Although there were supplies for scouting locations, it was not a sustainable solution. They still needed to hunt for themselves. Hearing the commotion at the cave entrance, Yu looked up and set down what he was holding. Is it cold outside? Not cold, Tang Qian replied nonchalantly, then lay down on the bed as if lost in thought. What was the matter? Hadn't everything seemed fine while she was discussing matters with Feng Yin in the cave? Yet, after just a brief outing, she had transformed so drastically he found it peculiar and, taking a dragon fruit, sliced it and placed it in a stone bowl before offering it to Tang Qian. Are you feeling unwell? No. Tang Qian pushed it away, showing no inclination to accept, and leaned against Yu instead. When did slaves begin to exist? What? You did not quite catch her words. Are you asking when the first batch of slaves lived in the tribe? Yes. The time was too distant for you to recall precisely, but he blinked, reminiscing as he spoke to Tang Qian. It must have been during the existence of the Bright tribe that slaves came into being. The first batch were captives of war. War captives? Tang Qian nodded, gaining a clearer understanding. It was no surprise that, even in the current society of slavery, the status of war captives was exceedingly low. It was no wonder that the lives of slaves within the Bright tribe were so tragic. What had prompted her to inquire about this? Yu gently tucked a stray hair behind Tang Qian's ear, his eyes reflecting a fondness for her. Regrettably, Tang Qian, preoccupied with her own thoughts, unconsciously overlooked Yu's concern for her. Tang Qian was discontent. Her sullen demeanor had begun to affect Yu's mood. Yet, Yu was merely worried about Tang Qian. Have you encountered some trouble? This was the third time in such a brief span that Yu had delicately probed into Tang Qian's hidden concerns. Tang Qian understood she could not continue evading. She had to voice her thoughts, taking several turns before finally speaking. Do you know that every winter, many slaves in our tribe starve to death? They're truly pitiful, that I know. Upon hearing Tang Qian's words, Yu responded without hesitation, uttering those two words immediately. There are too many people in the Bright tribe. There are many slaves, and when winter arrives without sufficient food, their lives hold little value. Hence they perish. Their lives hold little value? Did even you share that belief? A pang of distress struck Tang Qian's heart, yet she failed to notice the expression of pain etched on Yu's face when discussing the deaths of slaves. He simply had lived within this society for too long. It was not that he was unwilling to care for those slaves, but rather that the education he received throughout his life had ingrained such notions in him. Abruptly, Tang Qian sprang from Yu's shoulder, regarding him as if he were a stranger. Why are their lives not precious? It had always been this way, as she spoke. A hint of despondency crossed Yu's face, as if he felt a measure of disappointment, and his voice dropped to a whisper. They say they are not precious. The sincerity of his expression and tone could not be feigned, leading Tang Qian to question whether you truly wish to witness such events unfold within his tribe. Every member's life was significant, regardless of whether they were a slave or a noble. A flicker of hope ignited within her heart, and she voiced her thoughts directly. So in your heart, the lives of these slaves are also important, right? If so, could we not transform all slaves into commoners, allowing them to partake in hunting? If they do not endure such hardship, fewer will perish. As she articulated these words, Tang Qian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to her, this gleam astonished Yu. He thought he had misheard her. Blinking to confirm that Tang Qian still bore her excited expression, he finally managed to utter a response. The young leader's cheeks flushed crimson, whether from surprise or indignation at Tang Qian's words. Tang Qian, do you understand what you are saying? I do. Tang Qian gazed at Yu, her face alight with excitement, contrasting with the shock. Do you not find these slaves pitiable? Is it not possible for us, unlike other tribes, to protect their lives? Impossible. Before Tang Qian could finish her thought, Yu swiftly interrupted her. Without slaves, who will perform the other tasks in the tribe? How will they be accomplished? Each to their own duties. What was so difficult about that? Tang Qian replied firmly to Yu. For communal matters of the tribe, everyone should share the burden. For personal matters, let family members handle them. Nobles, even if they do not wish to work, must provide slaves with a place to live and sufficient food. Not permissible. What a preposterous conclusion! That why you felt a whirlwind of confusion, as he had never encountered such ideas before. He cut off Tang Qian. That is impossible. It is a rule established by my father, and it cannot be broken. Yet rules are but constructs of humanity. Since they are made by people, people can also dismantle and alter them. That is not permissible either. The tribe cannot exist without the presence of slaves. Why you turned away, unwilling to face Tang Qian's hopeful gaze, fearing he might be drawn in and unwittingly agree to her proposal. Tang Qian understood that you cared for her and the slaves, which was why she had persistently tried to persuade him. However, no matter how she argued, you remained steadfast in his refusal until he finally turned away in exasperation. That he cast a furrowed glance at Tang Qian. Though not cold, it bore a resoluteness she had never witnessed on his face. Forget about abolishing slavery. Do not entertain such thoughts. It is absolutely impossible. This was a regulation that had persisted for centuries within the Bright tribe. An immutable law of nature. He shot Tang Qian a lingering look, exhaling heavily, before exiting the cave. Ponder my words carefully. I shall take my leave. With that, you turned and departed the cave, leaving Tang Qian unaware of his whereabouts. He was angry, gazing into the now silent cave, devoid of the clamor of their argument. Tang Qian found herself momentarily lost in thought. Ever since she arrived here, you had showered her with nothing but affection. Today marks the first instance of discord and heated argument between two individuals due to their differing perspectives. Sigh, a sense of melancholy enveloped Tang Qian as she slowly made her way to the bedside. Settling upon the bed, was she perhaps too confrontational just now? Gazing at the untouched dragon fruit on the nightstand, Tang Qian found herself pondering her own actions. After all, is a product of this era. Having been educated for over 2 decades in a society that condones the existence of slavery, was it too much for her to pressure him in such a way? All matters should unfold gradually. Suddenly, a wave of disquiet washed over her. The excitement she felt about abolishing slavery had dissipated in an instant. Master, during their earlier quarrel, he had been nestled in a small cave beside them, listening intently. However, her status as a slave rendered her too timid to emerge. Truth be told, it was astonishing for all slaves to witness Tang Qian, a noble, advocating for the abolition of slavery. Tang Qian raised her gaze to Ya, whose sun-kissed skin bore the marks of fatigue. What is it? Please do not quarrel with the chief, Yu implored, tears shimmering in her eyes. Our tribe's leader is the most benevolent among all tribes concerning slaves. He is kind to both commoners and slaves alike. You are the wisest female in our tribe, and he cannot bear to see you embroiled in conflict over us, lives deemed insignificant. What are you saying? Tang Qian stood up. Ya's words stirred discomfort within her. Every life holds equal value, including that of the lowest slave, for all breathe the same air beneath the heavens. Why you expressed such sentiments earlier. Tang Qian sighed. I can sense that you does not truly believe that, and I trust you do not either. She turned to Ya. It is merely that you have grown up in such an environment. Deeply ingrained beliefs are indeed challenging to alter. Ya shook her head, tears spilling down her cheeks. No, master. Once apprehensive of Tang Qian, she had never dared to address her as master. opting instead for chief's mate. But today, she recognized Tang Qian as the kindest female in the tribe towards slaves and chose to address her as master. Do not say that you do not wish for equal respect. Tang Qian stepped closer, grasping Ye's hand, observing this young girl, merely 15 or 16, yet towering over her by half a head. Typically, children of this age indulge in their parents' resources, oblivious to hardship. Yet this girl, labeled as a female, bore thick calluses on her hands, a testament to the harsh life of ancient times. Tang Qian felt disinclined to comment further. She sighed, I will find a way to instigate change. Starting today, with you. Only then will this endeavor carry greater weight. The glimmer of resolve flickered in Tang Qian's eyes as she warmed Ye's slightly cold hands, turning to fetch a softer piece of animal hide to wipe away her tears. Do not cry. From today forth, call me Tang Qian, no longer master. This is the new order. Ye appeared startled, hastily shaking her head and retreating. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the petite Tang Qian suddenly exhibited surprising strength. Holding Ye's hand and conveying warmth. Behave, just say it once, let me hear. No. You shook her head in refusal. It is against the tribe's customs. This child was truly obstinate. Tang Qian frowned, her expression becoming slightly rigid. Little did she know, you found this look to be the most intimidating of all. Bowing her head, she dared not meet Tang Qian's gaze, her voice barely a whisper. Please do not be angry. Master, I am not angry. Tang Qian lay back on the bed, turning away from Ye, her eyes closed as she commanded. All right, you may go attend to your duties. I will rest for a while. This matter must progress. She could no longer stand idly by as such situations arose within the Light Tribe. Yet her slumber was troubled. Tang Qian repeatedly dreamt of a slave uprising within the Light Tribe. Flames illuminating the dark, Yu wielding a spear to defend himself, bloodied and bruised. As he turned, his last words to her echoed, Tang Qian, flee. The scene shifted, revealing Tang Qian cradling Yu, who lay amidst a pool of blood, weeping inconsolably. How could this happen? How could it be? The institution of slavery had incited discontent among the slaves. The dream abruptly ended. Tang Qian awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat, lying on the animal hide. The surrounding darkness indicated that she had slept for a considerable time. Taking a deep breath, she rolled over, only to be enveloped in a familiar embrace, a rough voice tinged with grievance. Tang Qian, are you angry with me? It was you. Hearing his familiar voice brought an immediate sense of relief, and the memory of her earlier dream flooded back. Instantly, a wave of unprocessed emotion surged within her, and she buried her head in Yu's embrace, bursting into tears. Tang Qian. Since her arrival in this world, you had always seen Tang Qian as the epitome of strength. Today, witnessing her in such a vulnerable state startled him. He fumbled, awkwardly producing a piece of animal hide to clumsily dry her tears. I entered this silent cave. One wept while the other consoled, creating an unspoken bond. After a lengthy pause, realizing that the you before her was indeed the genuine article, not a mere figment of her imagination, Tang Qian finally ceased her crying. The cave fell into a serene quietude. Yu sighed, casting aside the animal hide and pulling Tang Qian into a tight embrace. I know. Today was my fault. I should not have argued with you. After their quarrel, you had stepped outside, already feeling a twinge of remorse. He recognized that, as a male, it was his duty to protect his female. Rather than argue with someone he should cherish, Tang Qian was simply too endearing. Now, a softness enveloped Yu's heart as one hand rested on Tang Qian's back while the other gently stroked her hair. I will strive to be less irritable in the future. It is not your fault. Tang Qian, still marked by traces of her earlier tears, shook her head as she withdrew from his embrace. It is I who should not have contradicted your beliefs. You have lived here your entire life, while I attempted to impose my views upon you. Yu was taken aback. In his understanding, during disputes between males and females, it was customary for the male to comfort the female, with the latter holding a higher status, thus never necessitating an apology. Why did his little female seem so different? In the darkness, you couldn't help but gaze at the outline of Tang Qian's face. With slow and deliberate words, he conveyed the message the shaman had imparted to him earlier that day. The shaman had said, Your perspective is correct. I've been too stubborn. Therefore, I will abolish slavery, allowing slaves to live well within our tribe. Abolishing slavery. Upon hearing Yu's declaration, Tang Qian initially thought she had misheard. She furrowed her brow, disbelief etched on her features. Why? Because the lives of slaves are equally precious. As you stated, all men are created equal. That why Yu was willing to enact change based on her words. However, just as Tang Qian felt a swell of emotion, Yu introduced a twist, causing her heart to leap once more. I will not immediately abolish all slavery. Otherwise, the nobles will be displeased that I will find a way to treat the slaves better, and we will take it one step at a time. As Yu spoke these words, his gaze upon Tang Qian was unwavering, even amidst the enveloping darkness. This was the sensation of being cherished. Tang Qian fell silent, simply leaning quietly against Yu's embrace. Oh, you have any thoughts? After a considerable pause, Yu finally inquired, for it was Tang Qian who had first proposed the notion of abolishing slavery, that why Yu had always perceived himself as merely an ordinary leader among the generations of the Bright Tribe, never contemplating the impact he might bring to it. Thus, he remained uncertain about the course of action to take next. With Tang Qian by his side, Yu gradually felt the burden of leadership lighten. Was this the advantage of finding a suitable mate? A shared progression. Tang Qian, unaware of Yu's profound reflections, was solely engrossed in contemplating how to abolish slavery. Having rested well during the day, she was not fatigued. Instead, she nestled in Yu's arms, silently pondering the matter at hand. In ancient times, during the Qin dynasty, there was a system of military merit whereby those who achieved accomplishments could rise in rank. Perhaps such a system could be applicable here. An exhilarating thought flickered through her mind, causing her eyes to sparkle in the night as she cheerfully said to Yu, I have a plan. Do share. Currently, within the tribe, calamities often arose due to natural disasters or misfortunes, with slaves typically at the forefront, leading to their reluctance. What if the slaves were to charge forward, earn merit, and be elevated to the status of commoners? What do you think? Elevating them to commoner status based on merit might indeed minimize the nobility's descent. Her mate was quite astute that a spark of excitement also ignited in Yu's heart, and he planted a gentle kiss on Tang Qian's forehead, exclaiming, Tang Qian, you are truly brilliant. It's nothing much, Tang Qian replied modestly, though her cheeks flushed with delight. Should Xiangyang learn that she was thriving in this ancient era by employing tactics from their Qin state, all while attempting to claim credit for herself, it would surely enrage him to the point where his coffin lid would not suffice to contain his fury. Feeling a tinge of guilt, she nestled deeper into Yu's embrace, softly advising him, there's no need to rush in revealing this plan. After all, there was a recent conflict between Luo and Yang, if we speak of it now. Luo might grow suspicious. The day after a dispute between the nobility and slaves, the leader announcing a decision to alter the institution of slavery would undoubtedly appear as a slap in the face to the nobles. Such an action might not only incite their discontent, but could potentially jeopardize the tribe's governance. Yu was a good man, and Tang Qian could not allow that Yu remained silent, merely holding Tang Qian close. It was now midnight. Outside the cave, the sound of melting snow water dripped rhythmically, reminiscent of the soft warmth within Yu and Tang Qian's hearts, heralding the arrival of spring. Never before had they experienced such tranquility. As they gently reclined on the stone bed behind them, that a picturesque scene unfolded, imbued with a touch of sentiment. The matter regarding slavery had been temporarily settled, at least for the next couple of days. Neither Tang Qian nor Yu had quarreled or expressed anger over it. Moreover, following their recent argument, Tang Qian realized that Yu was not a traditional tribal leader. He genuinely cared for his people, regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners. Watching Yu labor amidst the melting snow, Tang Qian was overwhelmed with happiness. With the sun and gentle breezes present, what more could one desire? Just as Tang Qian was about to rest her chin on her hand and converse with Yu, she suddenly felt the ground tremble violently beside her. Startled, she exclaimed, You sensed the tremor as well, hastily setting down the jerky he had been preparing and reassuring Tang Qian. Do not be afraid. I am coming. He immediately rushed toward her, but the intensity of the tremors made it difficult for him to run steadily as he stumbled to Tang Qian's side and enveloped her in his arms. Do not fear, he shielded her. guiding her further away from the cave. Tang Qian felt as though she could hardly maintain her footing, swaying as she followed you. Was this an earthquake, or had a beast tide arrived? Tang Qian's heart raced, and she found herself unable to utter a word, merely following you to safety. Do not fear, do not fear. Once they reached a secure location, you gently stroked Tang Qian's hair, comforting her that I am fine. Yet, amidst the earth's violent upheaval, thoughts of the vulnerable children and elders crossed Tang Qian's mind. Is this a beast tide? She inquired of you, having experienced a beast tide before. You was relatively well informed. He nodded. Yes, it may persist for quite some time. How long? Approximately 2 days, such a lengthy duration. Suddenly, Tang Qian comprehended why so many lives had been lost during last year's beast tide. As this realization washed over her, she broke into a cold sweat. For the people of the present, this truly constituted a catastrophic disaster. Had she not prepared certain provisions in advance, she shuddered to think of how many lives might be lost when this beast tide struck so unexpectedly. Observing Tang Qian's pale complexion, you understood that her thoughts were occupied with the tribe's members. I will find a way. Once the tremor subside, I will gather the tribespeople to ensure their safety. All right. Hearing Yu's words, Tang Qian felt a profound sense of reassurance in his presence. As they awaited the reduction in tremors, Feng and Yin suddenly stumbled over, exclaiming, Leader, Tang Qian. The two hurriedly moved while carefully navigating the slippery ground and avoiding any rocks that might unexpectedly appear. A sight both comical and tragic. Tang Qian, and you looked up at the two unsteady figures. Are you all right? Feng shouted amidst the struggle, only to trip over a piece of wood that had rolled in from elsewhere, landing face first into a snowbank and remaining stuck for a while. Regrettably, no one could assist him at that moment. They could only watch helplessly. Tang Qian found it hard to suppress a laugh. Despite the situation, Yu and Yin, who had been trying hard to maintain their composure, could not contain their laughter upon seeing Tang Qian smile. Feng, struggling in the snow, felt both amused and exasperated by his predicament. As Yu's capable assistant, such an embarrassing moment was unprecedented for him. With a sigh, he slowed his movements and gradually rose. Just as Feng was about to stand, the tremors lessened significantly. Tang Qian's heart stirred. She quickly extricated herself from Yu's embrace. Hurry, gather the tribespeople together, and check for injuries. Do not rush. I shall go now. Yu reassured Tang Qian, warming her slightly chilled hand within his own, then turned to Feng and Yin, instructing, You two, quickly gather all the tribespeople in the open area of the tribe and check for any injuries. Understood. Yin immediately turned, helping Feng, who had just emerged from the snow, as they rushed toward the area where the tribespeople congregated. What should we do? You turned to Tang Qian, evidently relying on her as his anchor. Still dazed from the overwhelming beast tide, Tang Qian's mind was a blank slate, devoid of ideas. Although the tremors had diminished, they persisted. She looked at you. Let us go check on the tribespeople. All right. Responding to Tang Qian's suggestion, you promptly hoisted her onto his back and made his way toward the gathering of the tribespeople. Tang Qian mused, Is this truly how ancient people express affection, carrying one another about as if one were a mere sack? Yet, she had to admit that under the current circumstances, it was indeed more prudent for you to carry her. Though the pressure on her abdomen was somewhat uncomfortable, a sudden thought crossed her mind. By the way, what is it? Do the tribespeople now believe that the situation is hopeless due to the last beast tide? I can see the mention of this. Yu's gaze dimmed slightly. He felt a deep ache in his heart for his kin. The cliff lay not far ahead, and when we go to observe it shortly, we shall take the tribespeople along. They had dug traps back then, and Tang Qian envisioned that one day she would inform her kin that this was not something to be feared. The traps were sufficiently large and deep, and there were many others, so it would suffice to simply lead them there. This was indeed a sound idea, but it was possible that the tribespeople would be unwilling to go. You frowned, and upon seeing a few clusters of tribespeople gathered in a clearing ahead, he gently set Tang Qian down and, turning his back to them, said, However, not all of the tribespeople may wish to attend. The young are frightened, the elders frail, and the females must care for them. Then let the males go instead. Tang Qian believed that sometimes word of mouth could create a vivid impact. She merely wished for her kin to understand the nature of the beast tide. Harboring no ulterior motives, Tang Qian had a premonition that if she did not intervene today, it could spell disaster for the tribe. Why you nodded in agreement with Tang Qian, saying, "Very well, shall we also disclose the matter of the slaves today?" In the face of life and death, all else pales in significance. Why you felt this was reasonable, and so did Tang Qian. They exchanged a glance, confirming that neither bore hesitation, before nodding in affirmation and walking hand in hand towards the gathering of tribespeople. The ground continued to tremble, and the tribespeople's fear remained palpable. Under the organization of Feng and Yin, they stood obediently, their faces etched with terror, appearing utterly helpless. However, upon catching sight of Tang Qian and Yu emerging into the clearing, a glimmer of hope ignited within them. "The leader is here." A stir rippled through the crowd, akin to a piece of ice dropping into a boiling pot of oil. They erupted in fervent welcome for Tang Qian and Yu. An elderly female, appearing quite aged, knelt before them and offered words of gratitude. "My esteemed leader, and the leader's companion, we are grateful to you for enabling us to withstand the beast tide and survive amidst these tumultuous tremors. Last year, my young perished in the beast tide that I feared this year would claim my frail bones. Yet it is the leader's companion who has saved us." Following the elder's heartfelt echo, many tribespeople knelt in gratitude to the duo. As Tang Qian surveyed the crowd, a wave of emotion surged within her. This was the reason for Yu's affection for his kin. It was not only a matter of responsibility, but also because the tribespeople loved Yu just as he loved them. She turned to Yu, saying, "I can feel the love the tribespeople have for you. I also sense that they love you as well as me." Yu's heartbeat quickened, and he placed Tang Qian's hand upon his chest. "The tribespeople love you. Love Tang Qian. Yu loves Tang Qian, loves the tribespeople. Such love is not extravagant, yet it is incredibly precious." His words resonated with the wisdom of a philosopher. Tang Qian gazed at Yu, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. If only the heavens had allowed their paths to cross sooner. Yet, she chided herself, for merely encountering each other now was already a great fortune. Shaking her head, she playfully traced a finger in Yu's palm, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. "So do I." The two exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken understanding bridging the silence between them. "Is there anyone who wishes to join me and Tang Qian in witnessing how to resolve the beast tide?" Yu turned to the tribespeople below, proclaiming, "This time, we owe our survival to Tang Qian's ingenuity. Otherwise, it is likely none of us would have endured. Some things need not be articulated in full for everyone to grasp their meaning." Upon hearing Yu's words, Yang Yin was the first to step forth from the throng of slaves. Though her demeanor was timid, she boldly took a step forward. Slave Yang Yin is willing to follow the leader and the leader's companion to observe the resolution of the beast tide. This declaration stirred a wave of enthusiasm. No one bothered to note who had spoken, and many began to follow Yang Yin in pursuit of Yu to witness the solution to the beast tide. It seemed the collective voice of the crowd was quite potent, that a sense of satisfaction washed over Tang Qian as she signaled Feng to organize the group to journey to the cliff's traps. The location was neither too far nor too close to their tribe, and they arrived shortly. The closer they approached the cliff, the more pronounced the tremors beneath their feet became. The males supported the females. The elderly and the young, "We have arrived. Everyone, please refrain from advancing further." Tang Qian tugged at Yu's hand, signaling him to halt the group. Why Yu understood and turned to gesture for the tribespeople to pause. He then led the assembled tribespeople to a high vantage point. The tribespeople were aware of the situation and obeyed Yu's guidance, following him up to the elevation, where they beheld the magnificent sight of the beast tide below. Once they had perceived the beast tide as a terrifying phenomenon, yet they had never imagined that standing from such a height, it could also be so breathtakingly beautiful, a beauty born of power. Yu struggled to find the words to describe the spectacle below. He could only think to himself that it was a beauty of strength. Tang Qian's small hand remained enveloped in Yu's warm grasp. And now, witnessing the grand spectacle of animal migration, her heart swelled with excitement. The creatures surged forward, seemingly heedless of their lives, rushing towards the traps. The deep pits were nearly filled to the brim. Yet the wild beasts continued to leap forward, devoid of reason. Those in the front fell, and those behind consumed them. As the abyss filled, half of it overflowed with the blood of the beasts, the stark white snow. Mingled with blood, created a haunting yet strangely awe-inspiring sight. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and the traps in front had all been filled, leading to the toxic substances behind. The poison, extracted by Tang Qian from venomous snakes and enhanced with other ingredients, was potent. Consequently, most of the beasts that ingested it collapsed soon after. As the front fell, those behind began to feed, resulting in a scene drenched in blood. The roars of the beasts echoed throughout the valley, resonating in the ears of the onlookers, creating a cacophony that felt deafening. Standing beside Tang Qian, you noticed her evident discomfort and instinctively cupped his hand over her ears, displaying a tender concern. Meanwhile, Luo, standing behind you, felt a surge of discomfort at the sight of Yu's attentiveness to Tang Qian. She turned to Rong, her face marred with jealousy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she quietly complained. "Brother, look at them." Enough. Rong was engrossed in observing the beast tide and had no inclination to entertain Luo, swatting her hand away from his arm. "We'll talk later." Was this the same brother who had professed to aid her just days prior? Luo stared in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the person before her with the brother she thought she knew. Eventually, she realized that everyone had been swayed by Tang Qian's influence. No one seemed to care about her. The so-called first beauty of the bright tribe. What manner of creature was Tang Qian? With this thought, Luo's gaze towards Tang Qian shifted. As the number of wild beasts dwindled, it appeared they posed no further threat to the bright tribe. Yet more traps awaited these beasts ahead. In no time, nearly all the beasts lay dead. The bloodshed required to eliminate these creatures was indeed ruthless. Observing the scene before her, Tang Qian heard a cutting remark from Luo behind her. How insufferable this person was, always present. Just as Tang Qian was about to retort, she heard a voice. "So you believe the lives of these beasts are more important than those of our tribespeople?" The speaker was none other than Luo's brother, Rong. How could it be him? Hadn't he always wished for her demise? In an instant, Tang Qian's eyes widened and a minor commotion ensued, observable only to those standing nearby. As they witnessed the altercation between Tang Qian and Luo, which could hardly be classified as a dispute, Tang Qian gazed silently at the two siblings before her. She felt helpless, despite Rong's apparent inclination toward her. She could not shake off the memory of his intent to bring her harm. The beasts had mostly vanished, and just when she believed safety had returned, a sudden tremor rocked the ground. The uneven cries of the clan's people echoed in Tang Qian's ears. She nearly lost her balance and instinctively grasped Yu's arm. Why is it happening again? The beast tide occurred annually, with 2 teams each time. And this was meant to be the last team. Yu responded loudly, gripping Tang Qian firmly to prevent her from falling. They stood upon a high ground, a place where the beasts could not easily ascend. Supporting Tang Qian, Rong and Luo seemed to have forgotten their earlier disagreement, offering each other IT's saber-toothed tiger. The sight of the surging beast below sent a jolt of fear through Tang Qian. Saber-toothed tigers were ancient creatures, among the most ferocious of beasts. Modern research had yet to yield detailed findings regarding them, but it was known that their size was twice that of contemporary Siberian tigers, with teeth comparable in length to the forearm of an adult girl. Yet, saber-toothed tigers were solitary hunters. How could so many gather together? Tang Qian's heart raced, fearful that the saber-toothed tigers would target their current location. "Do we have enough poison?" Yu looked at Tang Qian. Ever since she had concocted venom from the fangs of those poisonous snakes, the supply had remained in her possession, but now it was nearly depleted from the earlier encounters with beasts. If they were to rush towards the place where the Bright tribe resided, it would spell disaster. Sensing Yu's unease, Tang Qian extended her hand, offering him the poison she had brought with her today. "Have Feng and Yin scatter this poison along the path to the high ground. Do not be afraid." "What about our tribe, the place where we live?" Yu held the poison in his hand, feeling the weight of its significance. For this poison represented not only the lives of all their clansmen, but also their very survival. Do not hesitate. We have the cliff below, if you do not allow them to scatter it now. What use is it even if our home remains? Tang Qian's words struck with precision, for only thus could she compel you to willingly disperse the poison. The clan's people were Yu's Achilles heel, Yu bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before turning to divide the poison into several portions. Feng Yin, Quan Rong, all hands are here. Upon hearing you call for them, several individuals promptly appeared. It had been a long time since you had summoned them in such a manner. The last time he had done so was when he had just assumed the position of chief. Scatter this poison along the path leading to our high ground. Be cautious. Do not allow the beast to ascend, and ensure the safety of our clansmen. Their ability to protect all the clan's people hinged on this moment. The four took the poison, exchanging glances before swiftly departing to distribute it along the narrow pathway. The roars of the saber-toothed tigers were deafening. Some cubs, terrified, hid in their mother's embrace, while many elders in frail health sought refuge in the arms of their companions. Do not fear. Do not fear. Why you understood that Tang Qian was unlike other females, yet he still wished to shield her in his embrace. He gently patted her back, waiting for her to regain her composure. Claiming to be unafraid was a falsehood. Initially trembling, Tang Qian felt reassured nestled in Yu's strong hold, and the terror began to dissipate. The earth continued to tremble. And after an indeterminate time, the four who had gone to spread the poison finally returned. Chief, we have scattered the poison, but it is far from sufficient. Yan's forehead glistened with sweat. There are too many saber-toothed tigers below. That will suffice. Tang Qian's gaze was as calm as still water, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of saber-toothed tigers charging up. Though sheltered in Yu's embrace, she remained vigilant, observing the creature's movements. Many had already perished without targeting their high ground. And even if they attempted to attack soon, the poison would be adequate. The tremors of the earth lessened once more, and Yin, who had proposed the action, looked at Tang Qian in surprise. Tang Qian, how did you know? My partner is a goddess, a truth you have long disbelieved. Upon hearing Yan's inquiry, Yu's tone carried a hint of pride. A goddess. Indeed, as they watched the saber-toothed tigers below collapse one after another. The clan's people craned their necks to look down, only to realize something seemed amiss. The cliff was a massive rock formation, substantial and thick. However, with so many carcasses piled together, it was inevitable that the weight would become untenable. Suddenly, the large stone at the cliff's edge trembled and then fractured, causing all the surviving saber-toothed tigers that were still running to plummet downwards, none escaping. A tremendous crash resounded, as if the heavens themselves were torn asunder, sending many clans people tumbling to the ground. It has broken. Witnessing the cliff's collapse startled the clan's people, and even Yu furrowed his brow. He wished to inquire about Tang Qian's understanding of the situation, but, upon seeing her composed expression, realized she had anticipated this outcome long before. Aren't you concerned that the cliff's collapse will disrupt the living conditions below? There are so many caves. Just thinking about it pains me. Tang Qian knew the cliff would inevitably fall, but had not considered the warm caves below. Perhaps it was for the best. At least the clan's people remained safe. She sighed and looked at you. If it is to be destroyed, then let it be. It is beyond our control. Indeed. Why you extended his hand, affectionately ruffling Tang Qian's fluffy little head. Now that these beasts are dead, how shall we retrieve them for sustenance? Do you not recall the day I taught you how to weave ropes from vines? Tang Qian smiled brightly, turning to the ropes she had prepared in advance, stacked upon the high ground. They're all right here. Today, we have the means to elevate the status of our slaves. What do you mean? You was not entirely clear, looking up at Tang Qian, who nodded in affirmation, just as you have surmised. The cliff below is inherently perilous, and the nobles have grown accustomed to their comfort, while only those slaves who endure hunger and cold daily will strive to seize this opportunity. The earth's tremors had ceased, and the sky returned to its normal hue. Yet, looking down, they beheld a scene of ruin and pools of crimson. Beneath the colossal trees, toppled by the beasts, lay pristine white snow adorned with vibrant red flowers. Gazing below, Tang Qian felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, partly due to her fear of heights, and partly owing to the overpowering scent of blood. She quickly stepped back, just in time to see you turning around. Attention, clanspeople! In the now silent valley, Yu's voice rang out, echoing through the emptiness, drawing the attention of many who awaited his forthcoming commands. Below the cliff lay a bounty of food, preserved by the methods Tang Qian had imparted. However, due to the dangerous nature of the cliff, he inquired, Is there anyone willing to descend? The peril was palpable. Who would dare venture down? The nobles of the bright tribe were many, but they were all like turtles withdrawing into their shells. Upon hearing Yu's words, they exchanged furtive whispers, none willing to step forward. This was precisely the desired effect, that while you observed the whispering crowd, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his honest eyes. All this food, once properly gathered, will be stored in the tribe's granary for everyone to share. I shall send 30 individuals to retrieve the sustenance. The 5 with the greatest contributions will have the option to elevate their status or to choose 3 saber-toothed tigers to bring back. The conditions he proposed are not particularly significant for the nobility. Within the Bright tribe, the nobles already occupy the highest status aside from the clan leader, and their households are not lacking in sustenance. Moreover, for the commoners who must support their entire families, there remains a distinct lack of courage to descend into the fray. Consequently, those willing to brave the perilous pursuit of wealth are primarily the slaves. They endure hunger and cold, facing death by starvation or freezing in winter, or being beaten to death by the nobles and commoners at other times, should they have the opportunity to elevate their status. Their fates would surely differ. Thus, this condition holds immense significance for the slaves. Upon hearing Yu's words, Yang Yin, standing at the back, felt a flicker of hope in his eyes. While other slaves hesitated, he was the first to step forward. Leader, I am willing to go down. He was the first. Yu was unaware that Yang Yin was the very slave who had instigated a quarrel between him and Tang Qian. Therefore, he held great admiration for his courage and called out to those around him. Who else? I am willing as well. A frail young slave beside Yang Yin declared, I will go too. I will go. The surrounding slaves, recognizing that the moment to alter their destinies had arrived, nearly jostled each other in their eagerness to leave this place and retrieve the food from below the cliff. After all, death was inevitable. If they survived here, they might still reap considerable benefits for themselves. As more and more expressed their willingness to descend, hope sparkled in Yu and Tang Qian's eyes that if everyone in the Bright tribe was like this, there would be no need to worry about its future. We have enough people now. Chief, Quan had been counting heads, and upon reaching 30, he deemed it sufficient that Yu nodded in agreement. Very well, let us use those vines on the ground to lower them down. There are numerous large animals below, potentially numbering in the hundreds, and 30 individuals might not suffice. Quan, troubled, glanced at the emaciated slaves behind him and said to Yu, Chief, they are so frail, with saber-toothed tigers and large spotted deer below. How can we possibly retrieve anything? This was indeed a concern, and Yu pondered it. Yet Tang Qian remained unfazed as she observed the sturdy fallen logs and trees beside the cliff. These trees would serve as excellent supports. Tang Qian stepped forward, selecting the thickest ropes and binding them together. Once these tribesmen descend, we will secure the ropes to the large trees, and those below can tie the prey to the ropes. We will then choose 10 individuals above to pull the ropes, allowing us to transport the prey. This seemed akin to a theorem conceived by Archimedes. Although Tang Qian had been an academic prodigy in her previous life, she had never taken an interest in subjects that did not captivate her, often ignoring them entirely. Had it not been for the practicality of this theorem, she would have remained disinterested to why you found this method feasible and, after exchanging affirming glances with his 4 subordinates, chose another 10 slaves to execute Tang Qian's plan. The remaining 30 slaves began their descent along the prearranged ropes down the cliff. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. However, the transportation was somewhat slow, as it required individuals below to locate the food among the rocks, while others above pulled the ropes, tied the food, and transported it back to the tribe. 40 individuals proved insufficient for the task. Regardless, Yu had long contemplated the abolition of slavery, so he was unconcerned about how many would assist in this endeavor. Without hesitation, he summoned another 30 slaves, finally ensuring they had enough manpower. They had arrived in the morning. And now, glancing at the time, it was around 4 in the afternoon. Given the duration of their labors, it was crucial not to let these workers go hungry. Thus, Tang Qian called everyone together for a meal before resuming their tasks. By around 5 in the afternoon, as the sun began to set, the area beneath the cliff was finally cleared of food. It is all finished, Tang Qian and Yu stated, hand in hand, surveying their surroundings. Thankfully, the caves had not suffered much damage, or it would have been truly regrettable. Indeed, you replied, tightening the fur cloak around Tang Qian, fearing the night winds in the valley might chill her. If you wish, I will bring you here to stay one day. That sounds wonderful. The environment here was indeed delightful, especially with the abundance of tropical fruits. After arriving, they had almost dined on meat daily, and Tang Qian had grown weary of it. She helped you secure his fur, cloak tighter, and looked up at him, who towered over her. Did you not say you would elevate those individuals tonight and prepare a bonfire feast to celebrate the lack of casualties this year? Now that it is just the two of us, should we not return to prepare? Indeed, a fruitful return warranted celebration. The Bright tribe valued swiftness in action, and they would execute their plans promptly. Shortly after Tang Qian and you returned to the tribe, they encountered Feng emerging from the center to greet them. Chief, Tang Qian. His face radiated joy. Those valiant slaves have returned to rest. Shall we not celebrate? Indeed, and on the way back, you had informed himself that whenever a joyous event occurred in the Bright tribe, a bonfire would be lit in the center, where a gathering of tribespeople would dance around it, creating a beautiful spectacle. She had only ever witnessed such scenes during her studies in Africa, and they were indeed magnificent. The people of the Bright tribe, resembling Chinese in appearance, would surely dance even more gracefully than those in Africa. She felt a surge of excitement and turned to you. Will we also dance? Certainly, at the mention of dancing, Yu's expression mirrored that of a child. He recalled the last time they had danced was when his father was chief. At that time, they had captured a great wolf, larger than the one Tang Qian had previously caught, enough to feed the tribe throughout the winter. The tribespeople and his father had been jubilant, agreeing to a bonfire dance. That occasion had been the grandest celebration in the history of the Bright tribe. Now that they had amassed such a bounty, it promised to be even more splendid. Feng received the order and promptly turned to prepare for the bonfire feast. Meanwhile, Tang Qian and you, weary from their exertions, returned to the cave to rest, instructing you to wake them when the festivities commenced. The stone door to the cave closed, enveloping them in warmth and darkness. As they lay on the stone bed, fighting off their fatigue, they discussed the matter of the slaves. That evening, before the dancing, they would elevate the slaves who had distinguished themselves to the status of commoners, with Feng keeping records of which slave had contributed most significantly. Agreed. Tang Qian turned over, nestling into Yu's embrace, her arm draping around his neck. I will defer to your judgment. After all, her status in the Bright tribe was as Yu's partner, not as the clan leader. Although her rank was esteemed, the authority still resided with you. This reflected the respect the tribespeople held for you, as well as Tang Qian's respect for him. Thus, it was settled why you extended his shoulders of explanation, tightly embracing Tang Qian in his arms, and the two of them fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, you was lost in thought outside their cave. It was said that many slaves had distinguished themselves at the cliff today and would soon be elevated to the status of commoners. Initially, she had doubted Tang Qian's words about transforming her into a commoner, but now it seemed disbelief was no longer an option. The mere thought of it filled her with regret for not accompanying Tang Qian and the others to the cliff. Alas, regret proved futile. When Feng arrived at Yu's cave to inform him that it was time to prepare for the bonfire gathering in the center of the tribe, he was taken aback to see a young girl clad in slave attire sitting on a rock at the cave's entrance. Lost in her thoughts, although the animal skin she wore was indistinguishable from that of the commoners, the absence of the vital tiger stripe on the sleeves revealed her true identity. Feng, who typically scoffed at slaves, felt inexplicably softened upon seeing this somewhat forlorn young female and found himself unconsciously drawn to you. Just as a glimmer of moonlight illuminated the surroundings, it was abruptly obscured by a robust figure. Ya, curious and assuming it was you awakening, looked up to discover it was Feng, a nobleman. Startled, she felt a rush of apprehension, unsure of why Feng was present. Without a moment's hesitation, she stood up, a hint of trepidation in her demeanor. Lord Feng, you've arrived. Shall I announce your presence? You seem to be in a rather dismal mood, Feng replied, ignoring her question and gazing into her eyes. Offering a response that was entirely unconnected to her words, I asked it concerning the matter of the slaves being elevated in status today. You furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss about this nobleman before her. Taking a measured step back, she replied, Yeah, as a slave, does not possess such concerns. Serving the chief and his partner is both my duty and my honor. Feng nodded, acknowledging that it was his status that had instilled fear in her. This realization rendered both of them uncomfortable, prompting a sigh from him as he reflected on how the rigid hierarchy could be detrimental. It is good that you think this way. He resumed his usual serious demeanor. I have matters to discuss with Chief Yu. You may inform him. Very well. Yu responded, pondering that this must pertain to the bonfire gathering the chief had specifically mentioned. Such a grand affair. She wondered if those of their status would be permitted to attend. With a tinge of regret, she entered Yu's cave, softly calling to the slumbering couple, finally rousing them after several attempts. Tang Qian felt as if something was tugging at her, pulling her from the depths of her dreams. Upon opening her eyes to the darkness of the cave, she felt a flicker of confusion. What is it? Is the bonfire gathering about to commence? She turned her head toward the source of the sound. With visibility obscured, the two could barely discern each other's expressions, relying solely on their positions to converse. That Yu lowered her gaze. I am uncertain, only that Lord Feng has arrived. With Feng's arrival, it seemed that the moment was indeed nigh. Yu too awakened, lying on the stone bed for a moment before rising to assist Tang Qian in dressing. Go inform Feng to wait for us at the bonfire. We shall join him shortly. Understood. Upon hearing Yu's instruction, Yu promptly exited the cave. Are we going to revel until late tonight? Truth be told, Tang Qian felt quite fatigued, yet her desire for enjoyment compelled her to rise despite the exhaustion weighing heavily upon her eyelids. Yu too felt drowsy. As he adjusted the animal skin draped over Tang Qian, he changed into a clean garment. It will be late, but if you find yourself weary, do not hesitate to tell me, and I will escort you back to rest. As he spoke, Yu gently kissed her forehead. You are their savior. They will be more than willing. The people of the Light Tribe are known for their gratitude, never exhibiting the kind of behavior that would incite anger. As Yu pondered the virtues of his kin, he unconsciously overlooked Yu. The scene of joyous celebration was indeed invigorating. Tang Qian joined the tribe's members and danced before the bonfire, feeling for the first time the bliss of collective labor. Observing the jubilant crowd, she noticed Yang Yin and those slaves who had achieved great feats today sitting somewhat despondently, suspecting that Yu might have deceived them regarding their rewards. What of Yang Yin and the others? Tang Qian recalled that she had yet to bestow upon them the promised rewards. Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing her words, realizing then that the accomplished slaves were nowhere to be found. He ceased his movements and, alongside Tang Qian, began searching for the missing slaves. The surrounding throng was filled with exuberance, singing and dancing. After a thorough search, they still could not locate the slaves, prompting them to enlist Feng and Yin Pu in the quest. For Feng and Yin, they had witnessed the slaves' dedication firsthand, thus had no objections to their elevation in status. In the deep darkness, where could they possibly be? This was the forest's edge, far from the bonfire, and the moonlight barely reached them. As Feng surveyed the environment, he felt puzzled, uncertain of their whereabouts. Could they be at their dwelling? Just as Yin was about to voice his thoughts, he noticed a pitiful cluster of heads in the distance, gazing helplessly toward the area of revelry. Have we found them? Yin's heart leaped with joy as he pointed in their direction. Look! What is it? Feng, initially bewildered, turned to find Yang Yin and his companions huddled together, knees drawn up, as if the merriment of the bonfire gathering had no relation to their plight. Their condition as slaves appeared quite tragic. For reasons unknown, Feng was reminded of the forlorn expression Yu had worn at the cave entrance that day. No, he thought. He was a nobleman. Even if they achieved recognition and became commoners, they would still remain beneath him. How could he possibly feel sympathy for them? He shook his head vigorously and approached Yang Yin with a newfound respect for these heroes. Everyone is celebrating. Why do you not join? This was Feng's first time squatting before slaves, engaging them at eye level. Yang Yin's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the nobleman approach. Nobleman, he stammered, what brings you here? I have come to seek you. A wave of remorse washed over Feng as he recalled his previous condescending demeanor toward Yang Yin. Fortunately, Yang Yin, enveloped in his own despondency, failed to notice the nobleman's guilt. Lowering his gaze, he replied, Thank you for your concern, nobleman. Your festivities will only dampen our spirits should we appear. Thus, we prefer to remain here. What do you mean by that? Feng furrowed his brow at Yang Yin's words. Though he held a strong belief in hierarchy, the individuals before him were heroes. Even as commoners, their status was not inferior to his. Moreover, Yang Yin's tone seemed to suggest a fear that the chief would fail to uphold his promises. Yin, being more perceptive in handling such situations, quickly grasped the matter at hand. He too squatted down to face the weary individuals. The chief and Tang Qian are awaiting your arrival. They wish to expedite your elevation to commoner status. Otherwise, once they become busy, it may be postponed indefinitely. Become commoners? Upon hearing this, Yang Yan's eyes lit up with newfound hope. Did this mean the chief had no intention of reneging on his promises? He looked up at Yin. Nobleman Yin, is what you say true? The chief truly awaits us? Indeed. Yin replied, acknowledging, it is because of you heroes that our tribe can revel tonight. The chief awaits your arrival. Once you join us, your identities as heroes and commoners will be proclaimed at long last. Heroes and commoners alike will shed the shackles of slavery, will they not? It is indeed crucial for them to feel valued. Yin sighed, gesturing for young Yin and the slaves behind him to follow. Obediently, the slaves, upon hearing they might escape their bondage, immediately rose and accompanied Yin towards the bonfire celebration. Meanwhile, Yu and Tang Qian stood in the warm glow at a distance, awaiting their return. Where would they go? Could it be that they left in sorrow, doubting that we would grant them the status of commoners? After a considerable time without their return, Tang Qian felt a pang of worry and glanced at Yu. Fearing that the slaves might become entrenched in their doubts, that Yu's gaze was resolute, piercing through the darkness, as though he could discern their direction. They will return. I keep my word. Once they come back, they will be recognized as commoners, enjoying the same treatment. Then we shall wait. Tang Qian inhaled deeply, standing beside Yu, feeling the warmth of spring returning and the joy of the bonfire celebration behind them. No one uttered a word until, in the distance, figures and torches began to emerge. Excitedly, Tang Qian shook Yu's hand. Look, are they not returning? Yu, with far superior night vision, glanced in that direction and indeed saw Feng and Yin leading them back. He silently admired their efficiency. Well done, Feng and Yin, bringing them back so swiftly. Have the animal hides been prepared? These hides were to signify the transformation of the slaves' identities, sewn onto their shoulders as proof of their newfound status as commoners. They have long been ready. Tang Qian patted the animal hide pouch at her waist, indicating that they were all present. She counted, noting that 70 slaves had distinguished themselves. Thus, when they emerged from the cave, she had specifically brought 70 pieces of hide. Chief as the two conversed, Feng and Yin, along with their followers, arrived before Yu and Tang Qian. The group behind Feng and Yin appeared gaunt. Tang Qian felt a twinge of sorrow as she and Yu observed the kneeling individuals before them, prompting her to allow them to rise. Yang Yin stepped forward. Releasing Yu's hand, she approached Yang Yin. From this day forth, you shall be the first among these 70 to be recognized as a commoner. Everyone witnessed Yang Yin's tireless efforts beneath the cliff today, not just Yu and Tang Qian. Yang Yin looked up, seemingly incredulous at Tang Qian's words, astonished. The first? Indeed, the first. Tang Qian smiled, and Yu joined her side, grasping her hand. Soon we shall announce at the bonfire celebration that you have become commoners. This was no deception by the chief and Tang Qian to compel them into labor. Excitement flickered in the eyes of the slaves as they followed Tang Qian and Yu to the bonfire gathering. By now, the fire had nearly died down, leaving only a few embers still glowing beneath the ashes. Typically, such occasions require waiting for the chief and his companion to return to formally declare the end of the celebration. Thus, even as the food was nearly consumed and the fire burned low, no tribe member departed, including Luo and the high priest, who had long held disdain for Tang Qian. They stood behind the embers. With their prolonged absence, uncertainty loomed. Luo felt a chill creeping in, and Tang Qian still had not returned. She furrowed her brow in complaint. If this continues, we might as well head back. Does she truly believe that becoming the chief's companion elevates her to the ranks of true nobility within the Bright tribe? Silence. Huomu frowned as well. However, unlike Luo's discontent, Huomu's furrowed brow signified a shift in his perception of Tang Qian. He regarded Luo, his mask adding an air of mystery befitting a high priest. From now on, do not speak ill of Tang Qian in front of others. Regardless of his circumstances, remember that Tang Qian is recognized by you as his companion, a female of remarkable wisdom. Why was Huomu now defending Tang Qian? Luo appeared taken aback, blinking as if caught in the ember's flickering light, unable to extinguish the fire within her unless doused by a torrent of snow melt of the tea that moment. Huomu's words served as that torrent, extinguishing Luo's final flicker of hope for opposition against Tang Qian. She acts for the good of all our people, unlike you. You not only scorn the slaves but also favor you over the tribe. Tang Qian is different. How can such a selfish female be deemed worthy of becoming the chief's companion? You is unwilling, and even the shaman is displeased as I, the high priest, fear that this female may prioritize her own interests over our people. Hearing Huomu's words, the hope in Luo's eyes dimmed. How could she forget that although Huomu was dissatisfied with Yu's control, he held a profound affection for their tribe? Even during this winter, when Yu dispatched Huomu, he could have refused, yet he chose to go for the sake of the tribe's well-being. It seemed even Huomu had lost faith. Luo felt a wave of sorrow wash over her as she looked up at Huomu, her eyes reflecting a mixture of unwillingness and the pain of her isolation within the bright tribe. Rome no longer stood by her side. She smiled faintly, turning to leave, observing Luo's desolate figure. Huomu felt a flicker of compassion in his heart and called out to her. Wait a moment. Luo halted, but held little expectation for Huomu's words, her tone icy. If you have something to say, say it now. I do not wish to prolong my sorrow. Hearing Luo's response, Huomu sighed and stepped before her. You are beautiful. There are other choices besides why you do not continue to vie with Tang Qian. You must refrain from doing so. I do not require your counsel. Luo, oblivious to the kindness in Huomu's words, felt overwhelmed by her sorrow and dismissed him, leaving with a heavy heart, stubbornly blind. Watching Luo's retreating figure, Huomu sighed and turned back to the bonfire's remnants, eager to witness the transformation of slaves into commoners. Just then, Yu returned with the 70 individuals trailing behind him, but he addressed those gathered around the bonfire. These individuals are the source of our sustenance. Without them, we would lack the saber-toothed tigers and cicadere that sustain our tribe. This food represents the survival of the Bright tribe throughout the winter for all its members, including the slaves. With this food, no one shall starve this year. No one shall starve. This issue had plagued the Bright tribe for years, and as the tribe members heard this news, their excitement was palpable, followed by a chorus of cheers erupting from behind the bonfire, accompanied by whispers and eager anticipation for song and dance. Witnessing their joy, Tang Qian felt a surge of happiness. She turned to you. Shall we announce it now? Indeed that you nodded. Let us make the announcement. He beckoned Yang Yin to step forward. Tribe members, behold. This is our former slave, Yang Yin. Should he not now be recognized as a commoner? As Yang Yin stood beside you, questions arose among the crowd. Indeed, it appeared not everyone despised their arrangements for the slaves. Both Yu and Tang Qian felt a surge of delight as they proclaimed, from this moment forth, he is no longer a slave of the Bright tribe. Due to his significant contributions today, we have decided to elevate all these distinguished slaves to the status of commoners. Huzzah! Since Fire Eye's return, he has been standing behind the bonfire, and upon hearing that Tang Qian and you have reached an agreement, he is the first to lend them his support. The surroundings are cloaked in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern the identity of this initial cheerleader. Consequently, one by one, others follow suit, echoing Fire Eye's approval. The crowd below surges with fervent voices, each cheer signifying unwavering support for Tang Qian and you. Tang Qian is overjoyed. She calls upon several slaves from noble families to stitch leather for these heroes, symbolizing their transformation into commoners, akin to the rest. Observing this scene from behind the flickering flames, Fire Eye remains silent. He intends to wait until Tang Qian and the others have completed their tasks before offering his apology. The Bright tribe venerates wisdom and heroism. Tang Qian embodies both, bestowing hope for survival upon them. He now realizes that he should not have treated her so poorly in the past. Meanwhile, Tang Qian is preoccupied with sewing garments for those around her, blissfully unaware of Fire I's gaze fixated upon her. Today marks the first phase of the abolition of slavery, making it nearly impossible for anyone to feel discontent that you, a rugged male adept at hunting, is utterly inept when it comes to sewing. Thus he stands behind Tang Qian, merely observing her work. With the crowd so vast, by the time Tang Qian finishes, the bonfire has completely dwindled. The tribe members have dispersed, leaving the remains of their hunts temporarily piled in the center of the tribe to be collected by slaves the following day. Yet Fire Eye remains, awaiting his opportunity to apologize to Tang Qian. Today, among the over 200 slaves of the Bright tribe, many have shed their shackles, and it fills him with joy. Why you gently kisses Tang Qian's hand, his eyes locked onto her. Tang Qian retrieves her bone needle in her leather pouch, expressing her happiness as well. However, her joy differs from Yu's. It stems from the fact that Yu has taken her words to heart. He promised to gradually abolish slavery, and now he has fulfilled that promise. She reaches out, pulling Yu's forehead closer, planting a soft kiss upon it. Thank you for valuing my words. This has always been my desire. Feeling Tang Qian's tender lips on his forehead send a thrill through Yu. Unable to contain his burgeoning joy, he mimics Tang Qian's earlier action, pulling her close and pressing his lips against hers. Beneath the distant light, their affection flourishes, a scene of pure delight, save for Fire Eye, who waits in the shadows. A mature, single male observes the couple's intimacy, contemplating turning away to escape this heart-wrenching sight. However, seeing their brief kiss, he ultimately decides to remain and seek out Tang Qian. Tang Qian Yu, he calls out, startling the pair, who had not anticipated anyone's presence. What are you still doing here? Upon seeing Fire Eye's imposing figure, Tang Qian instinctively recoils behind Yu, nearly losing her balance. But Yu swiftly catches her, preventing a fall. Amused by her comical reaction, Fire Eye nonetheless remembers his purpose for approaching. However, due to their past conflicts, Tang Qian harbors some animosity toward him, remaining vigilant, acknowledging his previous misdeeds. Fire Eye steels himself as he speaks. You are a wise female capable of ensuring our tribe does not go hungry, finding a way for them to transition from slaves to commoners without opposition. I find you truly remarkable. He, along with the shaman and you, has long desired to liberate so many slaves, yet this has remained unfulfilled due to the nobles' resistance. Today, however, Tang Qian has successfully improved the slave status and silenced the nobles, earning Fire Eye's utmost admiration. Is that all? Tang Qian smiles faintly at Fire Eye's words. If he has come merely to convey this sentiment, it bears little significance. He would be better off focusing his thoughts on the tribe. No. Fire Eye shakes his head, regret evident in his eyes for having opposed her in the past. I should not have acted as I did. You truly care for our people, and I should not have let my selfish desires lead me to conspire against you. From now on, I will stand with you in protecting our tribe and will no longer target you. Heeding the chief and Tang Qian's words, he appears sincere. Tang Qian, still holding Yu's hand, regards him with skepticism, sizing him up. Even if Fire Eye continues to oppose her, she feels little concern as long as it does not disrupt the tribe. She can easily pretend he does not exist. His gaze, filled with some hostility, makes Fire Eye uncomfortable, yet he understands why Tang Qian might regard him so warily. Enough, Tang Qian finally exhales, turning away as if unwilling to engage with Fire Eye. However, considering that he could assist the tribe, she decides not to dismiss him entirely. I will not heed your current words. I will observe your actions towards the tribe. How you treat them will determine how I regard you. She is not particularly petty. Since Fire Eye has expressed a desire to support the tribe, she will merely watch. I can achieve that. Fire Eye looks at Tang Qian. You must believe that a tribal shaman will indeed act in the best interest of our people. Then I shall observe, she replies. Tang Qian forces a smile, a fa-ade of politeness, as she leads you away. Her lack of trust in him is palpable. Watching their retreating figures, Fire Eye cannot help but display a bittersweet smile. What can he do? After all, he has not earned the trust of others. He turns and departs as well. That on their way back, Tang Qian feels no fatigue whatsoever. Do you think Fire Eye's words can be trusted? You mean he claims he will no longer target you? Tang Qian replies, I do not know Fire Eye well. only that he previously associated with someone like Luo, so I am unsure whether to feel at ease. She expresses her concerns. You, understanding her apprehensions, takes her hand reassuringly. Rest easy. Fire, I is genuinely devoted to our tribe. If he says it is for their sake, he will not go back on his word. That would be best, Tang Qian sighs with relief, nodding as she follows you back to the cave. Thus, the day draws to a close. The Bright Tribe has once again emerged as the most prosperous tribe on this continent due to the recent beast tide and hunting success. Surrounding tribes also benefit greatly from the Bright Tribe's efforts in curtailing the beast tide, including the newly led Misid tribe. With how now a slave of the Bright Tribe, Misid tribe cannot remain leaderless for long. And Han has proven to be quite capable. Thus, Han has ascended as the new leader of Misid tribe. Now, Misid tribe faces a dilemma, a severe lack of food. Han gazes at the empty storeroom, a hint of despair crossing his sun-kissed face. What should we do now that there's no food left in the tribe? His partner, Yu, stands beside him, sighing as they watch the last remaining deer in the cave. A grain of food can confound even the mightiest of heroes. Han frowns. If things continue like this, there is but one course of action. Yu, curious about Han's proposed solution, awaits his words. After a pause, Han turns to Yu. We must take all our tribe members and seek refuge with the Bright Tribe. What? Upon hearing the bold suggestion from Huan, Yu was taken aback and retreated 2 steps, exclaiming, No, I cannot agree to that. Have you forgotten the humiliation we endured when we were enslaved and transported to the Light Tribe? The mere mention of the Light Tribe evoked memories of that harrowing past, and she resolutely declared, I refuse to be a slave. Intrigued by Yu's vehement reaction, Huan stepped closer and grasped her shoulders, urging, You must not forget that our tribe is devoid of food. We have no choice but to seek refuge with the Light Tribe. Yet, Yu's eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she replied, But I do not wish to become a slave. Her tears, now uncontrollable, fell freely as she clutched Huan's hand, pleading, Huan, can't we think of another way? Why can we not continue hunting? The beast tide has receded, and the animals in the forest are now thriving. They will not come out. Huan sought to soothe Yu's troubled heart, explaining, when it comes to hunting, remember that our former chief forbade anyone in the tribe from being stronger than he was. Many able-bodied young men were driven away or enslaved and given to other tribes that we are utterly incapable of continuing to hunt. Surely, it is unreasonable to expect the females to do so. You understood the dire state of their tribe. Hunting was no longer an option. With tears glistening in her eyes, she murmured her refusal to accept their fate. Huan, feeling a pang of compassion, wrapped an arm around her, saying, If you are unwilling, we shall gather the tribe's people. Perhaps they will have alternative solutions, and we can avoid seeking refuge with the Light Tribe. Very well, Yu replied swiftly, nodding with tear-filled eyes, looking at Huan with a countenance of profound vulnerability. Huan's heart melted at her plight, and he promptly instructed those nearby to summon all the tribe's people to share his thoughts. The tribe, already ravaged by hunger, appeared gaunt and hollow, their eyes glimmering with desperation as they looked to Huan for guidance. A youthful male stepped forth from the crowd, suggesting, Why not steal some food from the Light Tribe? I refuse to perish from hunger. But the mention of theft, Huan's brow furrowed in disapproval. Such thoughts were unworthy. The concept of stealing had only surfaced during the time of Is it possible that Hao's influence has begun to corrupt the younger generation? He pondered. Such disgraceful behavior could not be tolerated within his tribe. With a frown, Huan committed the boy's name to memory and imparted a lesson. Theft is a shameful act that we only resorted to such measures in our uncivilized past. From this moment forward, no one shall steal. The boy, chastened by Huan's words, stepped back, lowering his gaze in shame. Huan, unwilling to humiliate him further, chose to dismiss the incident from his mind. The onlookers recognized that they could not speak of thievery in the presence of their virtuous new leader. They bowed their heads in contemplation, desperate to avoid starvation. An elderly man, on the brink of collapse from hunger, grasped a handful of withered grass and addressed Huan. Anything is preferable to dying of hunger. Let us beg from the Light Tribe. They have ample game and will surely share with us. Alternatively, they could care for my young. As long as my offspring do not starve, I would willingly submit to servitude. Huan had entertained many peculiar notions in the past, yet none could be realized. They were simply unfeasible. Leader, a small female cub approached Huan, her large, luminous eyes brimming with innocence and vulnerability. She tugged at his fur garment, imploring, "My parents told me to survive, but they have both perished. Can you help me live?" In their tribe, meals were shared collectively, so even if a cub lost its parents, survival was not an immediate threat. This cub was of a similar age to Huan's own offspring. Feeling a surge of compassion, Huan instinctively embraced the small cub. "Turning to you, she is nearly the same age as our cub. Yet she is now orphaned. It is a tragic fate. Should this continue, she may unwittingly meet her end, becoming mere sustenance for others. If it were our own cub, you would surely be heartbroken. I believe that if this little one's parents were still alive, they would feel the same." Though he was on the verge of exhaustion, she reached out and took the cub from Huan's arms, bowing her head in resignation. "If we are to survive, I shall heed your words, even if it means enduring the indignity of slavery." With that, she offered the last morsel of meat she had reserved for her own cub to the orphaned one, a solitary tear escaping her eye. For the sake of survival, they were willing to do anything. Taking a deep breath, she listened as the cub expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Mama Yu," before turning her gaze to Huan, prepared to follow his lead. Huan inhaled deeply, addressing the gathered tribespeople with a tone that carried the weight of life and death. "Our food supply has dwindled to nothing. The only course of action remaining for our survival is a most humiliating one. Will you accept it?" Initially filled with despair, Huan had contemplated taking the weaker males to hunt alongside him, but the desperate need for survival led the Misa tribe to respond in unison. "We will do whatever it takes to live." However, from the periphery, the shaman, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Approaching Huan, he asked pointedly, "You do not mean to suggest that we become slaves to another tribe?" At this inquiry, an uneasy silence enveloped the Misu tribe. Huan indeed harbored such thoughts, but feared whether the tribespeople would acquiesce. He gazed at the shaman, his eyes pleading for understanding, before lowering his head and speaking in a voice that resonated across the assembly. "If we wish to survive, this is our only option." Despite being the strongest male in the tribe, Huan knew that he alone could not sustain their survival through hunting. With a heavy sigh, he braced himself for the shaman's judgment. Yet the shaman merely sighed in resignation, offering tacit support for Huan's decision. "The priority is to ensure the survival of our people." With that, the shaman turned and left. Burdened by the weight of his responsibilities, his existence was to ensure the longevity of the tribe, yet the imperative to preserve life outweighed all else. Without the tribe, there could be no community. Thus, this dilemma placed upon the shaman was undeniably cruel. Huan observed the shaman's despondent figure recede into the distance. He turned to the now silent tribespeople. "To survive, we must accept the reality of becoming slaves to the light tribe. Is there anyone among you who is unwilling?" As he spoke these words, Huan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, though he dared not let them fall. He was the pillar of their tribe. The remaining tribespeople, weakened by the past injustices wrought by Hao, had seen their once great Misu tribe diminish into a mere shadow of its former self. Thus, upon hearing Huan's words, they reflected for a brief moment before recognizing the paramount importance of life itself. Thus, everyone raised their hands, expressing their willingness to depart from his place with Han, seeking refuge in a land abundant with sustenance. Observing the agreement among the crowd below, Yu found herself unexpectedly moved. After all, survival was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, the Misa tribe was already en route to the Guangming tribe, while Tang Qian and Yu remained blissfully unaware, fishing by the nearby hot springs. Yu, who had always employed a simple wooden stick to spear fish, had never engaged in such a refined activity. In fact, those around them were nearly dozing off. Here it comes. Upon noticing Yu's eyes had already closed, Tang Qian suddenly felt her modest fishing rod dip, signaling a substantial catch. Filled with excitement, she shouted, startling the nearly slumbering Yu, who promptly opened his eyes and assisted Tang Qian in reeling in the line. "It's a big fish." Yu beheld the glistening fish on the hook. A spark of enthusiasm flickered within him, and he swiftly unhooked the fish, declaring, "This will suffice for your meal." "How large?" Tang Qian exclaimed with delight. removing the fish and placing it into a wooden bucket they had fashioned from sturdy log. "Let us catch more of these sizable fish to share." "Agreed," you replied, returning the fishing rod to Tang Qian while reaching out to help her arrange her hair, which was about to slip away. The scene appeared remarkably harmonious, yet this tranquility was short-lived as Quan approached. "Chief," Tang Qian, what a lovely pair. Upon arriving, he inadvertently interrupted their moment, realizing he had ruined their intimate exchange. Hastily, he turned away, intending to feign ignorance. But it was too late. Yu's expression had darkened. What could be so urgent that it disrupted his moment with Tang Qian? He furrowed his brow and placed Tang Qian's delicate hand within his larger one, asking, "What brings you here in such haste?" Sensing the ire in Yu's tone, Quan involuntarily shivered, awkwardly turning to face Yu. "Chief," he began, then shifted his gaze to Tang Qian's face, hoping she would intercede on his behalf and temper Yu's fierceness. Tang Qian, however, remained indifferent. She merely smiled faintly and sought refuge behind Yu.it was an utterly desperate situation. Quan sighed deeply, conceding, "The new chief of the Misa tribe, Han, has arrived with his people on." The name rang a bell. Was he not one of the slaves they had released previously? Tang Qian recalled him as a minor leader among the captives, and now, astonishingly, he had ascended to the role of chief of an entire tribe. Indeed, time apart can yield surprising transformations. Contemplating the past, she inquired, "What is their purpose for coming here? How many of them?" Yu followed suit with a question. Quan pondered briefly, recalling that Yang Yan had counted the numbers earlier. There seemed to be 72 individuals, including elders and infants, essentially the entirety of their tribe. So few. The number prompted both Tang Qian and Yu to frown. So, they said, "They wish to meet our chief." But nothing more has been stated. Just that, given the frequent treachery from other tribes towards Guangming, Yu had grown accustomed to contemplating every possibility. He blinked, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his always clear eyes when regarding Tang Qian. Since they had not clarified their intentions, he decided to summon them to the center of the tribe and bring forth some strong males. "I shall attend to this matter." This was a show of force. Quan, not entirely surprised, recognized that Yu's ability to maintain the prosperity of the Guangming tribe over such a lengthy period stemmed from his astuteness. Though he often deferred to Tang Qian, it was clear that when the stakes were high, Yu would ultimately take the lead. Tang Qian was somewhat astonished by Yu's reasoning. The decision to assert dominance spoke volumes about his character. He was not someone to be trifled with. Yet, this was a relief as well. It seemed she would not have to bear the weight of many burdens alone. She placed her hand in Yu's, feeling a tinge of melancholy as she remarked, "It appears we can only wait to enjoy these fish until you find the time." "It won't be long," Yu replied, initially intending to spend quality time with Tang Qian that day. However, seeing her understanding demeanor stirred his heart, and he gently caressed her forehead, regretfully leading her away. Now, it was time to meet the Misu tribe members, leaving the fish for Quan to assist with. Hand in hand, the two departed, their expressions somewhat glum yet determined, creating a curious sight. Quan stifled a chuckle as he packed the fish Tang Qian had caught into the wooden bucket. Following closely behind the pair, the Misu tribe members were famished. Upon their arrival, Quan had instructed for food to be prepared, and it was now sizzling over the fire, soon to be served. Han and Yu stood at the forefront, each cradling a young female cub, both of similar size and age, resembling twin infants, adorable in every sense. All eyes were fixated on the roasted meat, akin to wolves that had gone days without sustenance. Most ravenous of all was the cub nestled in Yu's embrace. Having given her last morsel of food to a friend in her father's arms, she had gone an entire day without eating and was exceedingly hungry. "All right, it's time to eat." Observing the meat was ready, Yang Yan began distributing it to the Misu tribe's refugees. Upon hearing the announcement, the people eagerly extended their hands to receive the meat, disregarding its heat, and devoured it voraciously. How pitiful. This was Tang Qian's first thought upon witnessing the Misu tribe's refugees after her arrival. Aside from the previous incident involving the snow wolf, she had not endured hardship nor comprehended the pangs of hunger. Now, witnessing these individuals, she suddenly grasped the terrifying reality of starvation. her heart filled with sympathy as she raised her gaze to you, who was also frowning. He could not bear to imagine what he would do if his own kin were to suffer in such a manner. The two did not rush to intervene. Instead, they allowed Feng and Yin to approach and discern the intentions of the others. Feng and Yin, aware of Yu's cautious nature, proceeded to investigate. Han had already devoured the beast meat he had in hand, having been starved for far too long. However, he was wary of overeating and paused to assess his strength before resuming his meal. That he recognized them. Upon seeing Feng and Yin, he eagerly approached them, yet maintained the demeanor befitting a chief, regarding them with a practiced smile. "You are the nobles of the Guangming tribe, close to your leader. I am familiar with you." Although the last encounter was humiliating, it served a purpose, facilitating smoother conversation, suppressing the heat rising to his cheeks. Han regarded the two Guangming nobles, who were clearly on guard. Yin appeared somewhat more relaxed, while Feng wore an expression of wariness. They had just returned with a substantial amount of food, and now the Misa tribe had come to investigate. What did this signify? It indicated their close surveillance of the Guangming tribe, ready to exploit any opportunity to seize their provisions. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Han was not so despicable. He sought not to scheme against their food, but genuinely aimed for the survival of all within his tribe. "That we recognize you as well. You are the new chief of the Misu tribe." Yin smiled faintly and exchanged pleasantries with Han. "You have come here today because..." He glanced at the individuals behind Han, seemingly oblivious to their intentions. Han, initially hesitant to state the obvious, noticed that Yin had no intention of doing so either, and thus cast a glance at the people behind him. Turning back, he revealed a trace of sorrow on his countenance. "Our Misu tribe, burdened by the past actions of Hao, is now overwhelmed. We lack strong males to hunt, and only these individuals remain on the brink of starvation. Therefore, today we seek to join the great Guangming tribe." Join the Guangming tribe would mean becoming slaves, wouldn't it? The very notion of such humiliation was astonishing to Han. Both Feng and Yin were taken aback, left speechless. After a prolonged silence, it was Yin who regained his composure and advised Han. "You may wish for the entire tribe to become slaves. But have you considered whether these individuals are willing? Perhaps it would be better to trade for some food and leave." Though the Misu tribe had dwindled in numbers, this could be a pragmatic compromise. Moreover, the Guangming tribe had enough food reserves to last until next summer, rendering their meager offerings insignificant. However, if they all sought to join, the situation would be entirely different. Yin and Feng deliberated, attempting to persuade Han. Han understood the rationale, but recognized that without yielding to the Guangming tribe, they might genuinely face starvation. He shook his head. "Our entire tribe does not care about becoming slaves to another tribe. As long as we can survive, everything else is inconsequential." The position of chieftain was of such significance, yet Han appeared willing to relinquish it, which unsettled Feng. However, given the dire circumstances of their people, it was somewhat understandable. Thus, for the moment, they could only support Yan's attempts to persuade Han. After several exchanges, Han remained steadfast in his viewpoint, unwavering in his resolve, leaving Feng and Yin at a loss for how to proceed. Observing the impasse, Tang Qian and Yu felt compelled to intervene. They exchanged glances and ultimately stepped forward. "Han," Tang Qian began, addressing the current leader of the Misu tribe, "you have become a chieftain." Hearing that familiar voice, Han turned in surprise. Had it not been for Tang Qian, he might never have returned, nor would he have ascended to leadership. He felt a surge of excitement. "Tang Qian." "Yes," Tang Qian replied, "alongside you," who regarded Han with a hint of wariness. "You seek to join the Guangming tribe, to make everyone our slaves, merely to secure food?" Han had anticipated a question from Tang Qian, but was instead caught off guard by Yu's barrage of inquiries. Taken aback, Han pressed his lips together, recognizing Yu as someone formidable, and after a moment's hesitation, managed to reply, "Yes." Uncertain of Han's sincerity, Yu frowned, mirroring Feng's earlier skepticism. The members of the Guangming tribe were already numerous. While their current food supply was sufficient, they could not accommodate more. "That we will provide you with a few saber-toothed tigers, and you should leave. It is better to keep other tribes at bay than to allow them entry." Having been betrayed once before by a smaller tribe seeking refuge, Yu was understandably cautious. "No, esteemed leader of the Guangming tribe, we merely wish to stay with you. In this land of plenty, to ensure our tribe's survival, to pledge our allegiance to the Guangming tribe, to become one of you. Despite Feng and Yan's previous refusals, Han had not taken them to heart, as they were merely nobles of the Guangming tribe, not the leader. Their words held little weight. However, upon hearing Yu's assertion, Han's heart began to race, realizing that the Guangming tribe truly did not wish to accept them. The last time you saw Han, he was robust. Now, he was visibly emaciated. It seemed their lack of food was indeed a pressing reality. Tang Qian scrutinized Han closely, tugging at Yu's sleeve before turning around. I do not perceive their current state as a facade. The Misu tribe possesses males capable of hunting and females who can process the game. Furthermore, there are many innocent younglings and elders. If they were to perish, it would be a considerable loss. Tang Qian's compassion stirred within her, and she looked to Yu, hoping he might consider keeping them all. Yet the past weighed heavily on Yu's mind, serving as a cautionary tale. He remained unconvinced that the Misu tribe did not harbor ulterior motives. You don't understand. These tribes are cunning in their quest for food. Once a tribe smaller than Misu approached us, claiming to surrender. After our acceptance, they attacked us at night, stealing a substantial amount of our provisions. The Guangming tribe suffered greatly that time. You would never forget that scene. He narrowed his eyes at the Misu tribe, clearly reluctant to trust them. Han observed as Tang Qian and Yu moved further away, mistakenly believing they were unwilling to grant his request, causing his spirits to plummet. Tang Qian did not look back, unaware of Han's thoughts. However, she felt that Han's demeanor did not suggest deceit. With a sigh, Tang Qian addressed Yu. Did you not mention previously your desire to expand the tribe? Have you considered that most expansions require warfare? If we seek peaceful expansion, is this not the perfect opportunity? Through war, countless lives may be lost. Even if the tribe grows, what of the brave warriors who sacrifice themselves? After stating this, she remained silent, granting Yu time to ponder. Yu, being astute, understood the implications of Tang Qian's words and fell into contemplation. She was correct. He indeed wished to expand the Guangming tribe. This was an opportunity, yet he was apprehensive, fearful of repeating past mistakes. With that thought, Yu sighed, sitting in silence. Tang Qian felt a glimmer of hope at this wavering. Approaching Yu, she produced a vial of poison. I possess poison that, if anyone dares to harm us, we shall simply take their lives. What is there to fear? Poison. Yu's eyes lit up at the sight of the vial in Tang Qian's hand. Indeed, with the lethal substances she had, even formidable beasts would succumb, let alone mere humans. That he reached for the poison, a smile breaking across his face. Tang Qian, you are truly wise. Next time, you may assert that you are indeed clever. Seeing Yu's tension dissipate, Tang Qian felt a sense of joy and patiently explained. Clever means possessing wisdom. Having spent considerable time in the Guangming tribe, she frequently encountered the term wise, but never heard anyone refer to themselves as clever. Perhaps because they were unaware of the proper terminology, that Yu understood that Tang Qian was knowledgeable, and thus he was inclined to heed her counsel. Upon hearing her request, he nodded, his expression reminiscent of a child. Tang Qian, you are truly clever. Yu is quite clever as well. The two exchanged silly smiles, reminiscent of Tang Qian's childhood days in kindergarten, sharing similar moments of innocent laughter. How shall we proceed? Since Tang Qian had already illuminated a path for you, she intended to step back and allow him, as the tribe's leader, to orchestrate the remaining matters. Otherwise, it might appear presumptuous. Although you possess poison to control them, I remain unconvinced, Yu stated, glancing at Tang Qian. Voicing his thoughts, I wish to divide them. Divide? Found herself somewhat perplexed by the meaning of the differentiation that you had mentioned. Furrowing her brow, she tilted her head to look at Yu, silently urging him to elaborate. Yu glanced at Tang Qian and explained, it involves categorizing them into several tiers. For instance, Han and his companions would be considered ordinary nobles, akin to us. However, they would no longer manage their tribes as they did before. The remaining individuals would be divided into commoners and slaves. Consequently, due to the disparity in status, it is likely they will not remain as united as they once were. Human beings are inherently envious. When everyone's status was equal, why has it shifted now that food is available? This change could significantly diminish their former solidarity. Tang Qian regarded Yu with a serious expression. His perspective was something she had never anticipated. It was far superior to her previous notion of subjugating them through sheer force. Blinking, she inquired, "What do you propose we do next?" "I believe we can implement our current system of slavery for the slaves, as this would further entrench the differentiation. The tribe will not lack slaves or commoners. Why then? The bright tribe will have strengthened its foundation and be poised for further expansion." It was evident that a leader like you possessed such foresight. Tang Qian felt a surge of appreciation, nodding in agreement as she stepped closer to Yu. Shall we proceed this way?" "Yes, but these matters must be delegated to Feng and Yin. Otherwise, it may become quite troublesome. He already has enough on his plate, and if this task were to add to his burdens, it could lead to chaos and further complications." Tang Qian nodded in understanding. The decision regarding the surrender of the Misa tribe was thus tentatively settled. The two of them instructed Feng and Yin to assist with the accommodation of the Misu tribe members. Subsequently, they discussed numerous topics concerning the expansion of the tribe, as Tang Qian spoke animatedly. You couldn't shake the feeling that everything had changed since her arrival in Tang Qian. Following the surrender of the Misa tribe, Tang Qian and you decided to organize another bonfire gathering akin to the one from the previous night. Fortunately, the spoils from yesterday's hunt remained uncollected in the central clearing of the tribe, allowing the bonfire to be kindled there. The members of the Bright tribe still harbored some resistance toward the Misa tribe, as evidenced by their joyous dancing around the fire, oblivious to the plight of the unfortunate Misu people. Meanwhile, the Misa tribe members were not focused on the festivities, but rather stared vacantly at the abundance of food laid before them. No wonder it had been said that Tang Qian was a divine being. You, cradling her young, couldn't help but exclaim, "It turns out that Tang Qian possesses such remarkable abilities, capable of bringing so much game to our tribe." She glanced up at Han, who was holding the starving young one from yesterday. If only Hao hadn't taken it upon himself to send Tang Qian back, perhaps our tribe wouldn't have to endure such hunger. What nonsense is this? Hearing his partner's words, Han frowned, stroking the forehead of the young one in his arms. He replied to you, "Tang Qian belongs to the Bright tribe. She is not someone we of the Misa tribe can retain. Moreover, I have never believed in divine beings, nor do I now." Yu's assertions left him feeling somewhat uneasy. The abundance of game the Bright tribe enjoyed today was not merely due to Tang Qian's ingenuity, but also the occurrence of the beast tide, a rare and fortuitous event, not easily replicated. As the Misa tribe members gazed at the food behind the bonfire, they felt a mixture of envy and bewilderment, never having witnessed such a bountiful display before. Han swallowed hard, attempting to suppress his current hunger. The young one in his arms seemed to be hungry as well, wrapping her arms around Han's neck. "Han Baba, are we going to become slaves of the Bright tribe? Why won't they give us any food? I'm so hungry." "Me is also hungry," another young one chimed in. Hearing the little one named P express her hunger to her father made N.I. unable to restrain herself, as she clung to Yu's neck, whimpering for food. Everyone was quite famished at that moment. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and Han swallowed again, trying to console his two daughters. "Don't worry, we will surely be able to eat soon." That moment, many members of the Bright tribe were excitedly turning the meat over the fire, with some already beginning to eat, while they remained here. Hungry, Han sighed, resigning himself to the thought that this might be their new reality. Just as the Misa tribe members lamented their unfortunate fate, Feng and Yin arrived, pulling along a cart laden with cooked beast meat. Han, upon hearing his name called, Han instinctively looked up and was greeted by the sight of Feng and Yin with a cart filled with food. Was this meant to convey that the Bright tribe was exceedingly wealthy? Han felt a wave of despondency wash over him, sensing that this food was not intended for their consumption. However, Feng and Yin had indeed brought all this food to share with the Misu tribe members, or, more accurately, with the new members of the Bright tribe. Noticing Han's silence, Yin understood that he was feeling discomfort. He handed a piece of meat to N.I. and P, saying, "You two young ones eat first. Grow strong, and whatever is left, Han can distribute to your N.I. and P." Being mere children, were simply relieved that they wouldn't starve. They eagerly accepted the meat and began to devour it voraciously. Han, however, was taken aback. "Is this food truly for us?" "Indeed," Feng affirmed with a nod. "This is for you. You were once the Missa tribe, but you are now part of the Bright tribe that we are all family. And family should share meals together. This was the message Tang Qian had instructed him to convey to the Misu tribe members, as such words would provide them with a sense of security. Upon hearing this, Han felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude for the Bright tribe. He immediately called over his kin and began distributing the beast meat one by one. They devoured the hard-won food with a profound sense of happiness, filled with the realization that they could survive. Han had initially thought this gesture was meant to flaunt the Bright tribe's wealth. But now he felt a twinge of shame for his earlier selfishness. The cart still held a significant amount of food, far more than the Missa tribe could consume. Once Han had eaten his fill, Feng spoke up. "This food is your breakfast for tomorrow. The leader has decided to allow you to stay. However, the specifics of how to integrate you are yet to be determined, so you may need to wait for an answer. All of this is ours." Yu's focus remained solely on the food, oblivious to the other details Feng had mentioned. In contrast, Han, as the tribe's leader, was more attuned to the implications of Feng's words regarding their acceptance into the Bright tribe. He felt a surge of excitement, blinking rapidly. "If we are accepted into the Bright tribe, will we need anything else?" "No, just await the decisions of our leader and their partner," Feng replied, glancing toward the bonfire gathering, yearning to join in the festivities. However, with the Missa tribe members before him, he could only patiently explain their leader's plans. In truth, as commoners of a small tribe, it would be better for you to serve as slaves in the Bright tribe. After all, due to the beast tide and Tang Qian's wisdom, the Bright tribe is currently abundant in food. Slave starving would only occur in times of scarcity, which is simply not the case now. There is more than enough game and hides to ensure that everyone in the large tribe is well fed and clothed. Han felt a rush of excitement as he approached the cart filled with hides, his face alight with uncontainable joy. Could it really be that so many will ensure that none of our tribe will go hungry? Indeed, observing the current state of sweat, a profound sense of satisfaction graced Feng's face. This satisfaction was a reward bestowed upon him by the glory of his tribe. He smiled faintly, exchanging a glance with Yin, and discovered that the pride in each other's eyes had reached its zenith. It turned out that their Bright tribe was indeed a formidable existence. The Missa tribe had now pledged allegiance to their illustrious tribe. Yu, who had danced throughout the night, now lay on the stone bed, feeling a lingering sense of unreality. Thus, their Bright tribe had transformed into a grand collective that encompassed smaller tribes, hadn't it? He placed a hand on Tang Qian's now bare abdomen, caressing her smooth skin, his heart brimming with pride for the Bright tribe. Tang Qian felt joy as well, reaching out to grasp Yu's hand to stave off the ticklish sensation. "Indeed, you are wise. Our tribe has grown to 300 members, making you a hero that an male would wish to ignore the praises of their female counterpart, including the sufficiently mature Yu." Hearing Tang Qian refer to him as a hero brought joy to Yu's heart. And for the first time, he laughed aloud in Tang Qian's presence, showcasing the simplicity of ancient people before her. Tang Qian found Yu endearing and playfully rubbed his face with her hand. "Rest now. Starting tomorrow, you shall be the leader of a great tribe, with many tasks awaiting your attention." "All right," Yu acknowledged. He understood that many females were not so intrigued by the expansion of the tribe, and he was aware of this truth, thus refraining from imposing his excitement upon Tang Qian. Instead, he waited until the following day to summon 4 nobles, with whom he shared a close bond, into a cave. Quan, aware of Yu's current elation, mirrored his happiness. "Leader, our tribe has grown so large. Should we consider how to expand further?" This was a matter of great concern for an ambitious leader. Yet while Yu harbored ambitions, he also recognized the reality of their situation. He shook his head. "No, although the food in the Bright tribe can last until the end of next spring, further expansion would deplete our resources. Moreover, the Bright tribe currently resides in a nearly isolated area. If we were to attack other tribes, we would have to travel a great distance, which would be beyond our capacity." Yu furrowed his brow, promptly dismissing Quan's suggestion. Quan had merely broached the topic without insisting on its implementation. Thus, upon seeing Yu's refusal, he relinquished the idea. Feng was toying with a small bone in his hand, which appeared quite charming and was one of the most favored playthings among the nobles. Why Yu turned to Feng. "Do you have any thoughts at present?" "Not yet." Feng shook his head. "I was pondering. Leader, you mentioned yesterday about dividing them. How should we proceed with that division? I already have the answer in mind. You need not concern yourselves with this for the time being, you replied, revealing the excitement concealed within him. Yin blinked and glanced at those around him. Wasn't the leader initially unwilling to accept the Missa tribe? Why did he change his mind? This question was not a rhetorical one. He genuinely sought the answer. The others, upon hearing Yan's inquiry, furrowed their brows, unclear about his intentions. Rong, who had been silent in the corner, suddenly spoke up. I believe it may be due to Tang Qian. Indeed, it is because of Tang Qian. The group turned their eyes to the noble who had once wished to eliminate Tang Qian. Rong felt somewhat embarrassed under their gaze and lowered his head. Since Tang Qian joined our tribe, we have flourished. Not only do we have an abundance of food, but the slaves also work with remarkable enthusiasm. The leader previously hesitated to expand the tribe through such means, yet this method is the most labor-efficient. Thus, he must have been swayed by Tang Qian's words during his moment of indecision. Though he once despised her, he now genuinely acknowledges her intelligence. That why you smiled faintly, realizing that Rong was indeed a valuable asset. He stood and nodded. It is indeed due to Tang Qian. The issue of internal division within the Missa tribe might be entrusted to you. At this point, a thought crossed his mind. Recalling the small female who was still sound asleep in the cave, Tang Qian had now awakened and was sharing a meal with you. Have you been eating meat every day since childhood? Observing the succulent roasted meat before her, seasoned with salt, Tang Qian raised an eyebrow, retrieving a dragon fruit from behind her, fearing she might grow weary of meat before satiating her hunger. You patiently broke the meat into smaller pieces, placing them in a stone dish. Without meat, one cannot survive. How peculiar! Tang Qian blinked, feeling somewhat averse to eating, yet had no choice but to alternate between bites of fruit and meat, seeing Tang Qian in such distress. You found her adorably reminiscent of a cub within the tribe. Tang Qian, do you no longer wish to eat meat? Yes, that is a modern individual who understood the importance of a balanced diet. Tang Qian, after so many days of consuming meat, felt nauseated, not from a health perspective, but simply from the sheer indulgence. Now, Tang Qian and he had grown sufficiently familiar that they often engage in casual conversations together. After finishing their meal, they prepared to step outside for a stroll, but just as they reached the cave entrance, Tang Qian spotted you striding purposefully toward her, with Yin and Feng trailing behind. Tang Qian, upon seeing her, you immediately called out. Tang Qian was startled, initially believing you was angry, causing her to freeze in place. Feeling immobile. She uttered, her legs trembling as if confronted by a stern teacher from her elementary school days. Leaving her unable to move. Why you advanced with determination, almost charging toward her. Tang Qian. Tang Qian felt tears welling up. After all, you was so tall and imposing. Standing right before her, he was equally taken aback. Fearing something had gone awry, just as she intended to intervene, you stepped forward and grasped Tang Qian's shoulders, rendering her unable to move. Then, an unexpected event unfolded. In that fierce demeanor, upon seeing Tang Qian, you merely embraced her and planted a firm kiss on her forehead. Everyone present was left astounded, as if witnessing an unimaginable twist of events. Tang Qian blinked, staring blankly at you. Ew. Tang Qian. You smiled faintly, dispelling the ferocity he had just exhibited. Thank you for the solution you've provided us. Was Yu's earlier fierce demeanor merely a prelude to this newfound gentleness? Tang Qian blinked, seemingly unable to grasp the current situation. Ya and Feng, sensing the inappropriateness of their presence, discreetly withdrew. Your suggestion has guided us in finding a way to expand the tribe and resolve everything. Why you strolled with Tang Qian through the forest before them. He had never envisioned that one day, a female capable of standing alongside him would emerge, assisting him in nurturing the tribe's prosperity. Tang Qian, unwittingly, had not anticipated that she could aid you in addressing such a significant issue. Witnessing Yu's excitement brought her joy in return. I haven't done much. It is primarily you who is clever, allowing you to conceive such ideas. She had already learned about it during her morning chat with you. Presumably because the rules regarding the division of slaves had been disseminated, and there were no dissenters among the members of the Bright tribe and the original Missa tribe. Thus, you felt quite elated. It could now be said that the bright tribe had become as unyielding as steel. Reflecting upon these events, Tang Qian realized that her role was merely to sketch the dragon. Ultimately, the most crucial stroke was still to be executed by Yu. Turning to her, Yu gently cradled Tang Qian's face in his hands, their gazes locking, each lingering for an eternity. In Yu's mind, Tang Qian would always appear as tender and innocent as a young cub. And she remained just as endearing that he leaned down, softly brushing his lips against hers in a gesture imbued with tenderness, as if fearing that even a slight increase in force might harm her. Tang Qian, in turn, sensed the warmth of Yu's affection. With her eyes closed, she savored the moment, but soon felt a shift in Yu's demeanor. Suddenly, both froze, too daunted to move. Tang Qian quickly withdrew from Yu's lips. Nestling against his chest, too shy to meet his gaze, remaining obediently still. Yu, startled by his own reaction, realized that it was still daytime. Questioning what he was doing, they remained motionless, akin to two geckos seeking warmth, pressed closely together. However, due to the proximity, the change in Yu became increasingly apparent. Tang Qian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and hastily descended from Yu's embrace that we should return to the cave. Before she could receive a response, Yu grasped her hand and spoke earnestly. There's nothing pressing today. The slaves have already taken care of preserving the game, and we need tea hunt that I wish to rest for a day. Upon hearing Yu's words, Tang Qian's eyebrows arched in concern. Given Yu's current state, if they returned to the cave, it would be just the two of them, placing her in a precarious position. She quickly shook her head. No, I believe it would be quite delightful to take a stroll outside. Let's avoid returning to the cave. After speaking, she attempted to flee, but you swiftly intercepted her. Where do you think you're going? I wish to take a walk outside. Feeling the heat radiating from Yu's hand, Tang Qian felt tears welling up. Please, accompany me back. Both were acutely aware of each other's thoughts, understanding their mutual desires. Yu tightened his grip, lifting Tang Qian into his arms and whispering in her ear, do not cry out. If the tribe members discover us, it could lead to complications. This was a rare moment of mischief from Yu. Tang Qian felt a mixture of frustration and helplessness. Wanting to scream, but finding herself unable to, she resignedly followed Yu back to the cave, experiencing a blend of excitement and joy, though Yu's actions today had been somewhat rougher than usual. Tang Qian lost track of time, ultimately succumbing to slumber during their final moments together. Her petite female form was still too fragile. Yu observed Tang Qian lying beside him, marked by traces of their intimate moments. Sweat glistening upon her brow, he felt a pang of guilt over his possessiveness. He gently kissed her forehead before lying down beside her, wrapping his arms around her as they both drifted into slumber. After Yu and Feng departed, they initially intended to return to the cave. However, Feng restrained Yu by gripping her arm. If you return now, the chief might not be pleased. Yu, still young and innocent, was puzzled by Feng's words. Blinking at him in confusion. Oh dear, she's so naive, Feng thought, feeling a twinge of guilt. Feng furrowed his brow and said, actually, I was hoping you would walk with me. Why you and Tang Qian are together. She will be quite safe, so you need not worry. But as a slave, fear not. I shall speak on your behalf. Feng gently pulled Yu along, finding her adorable while also noting the delicacy of her arm. They continued in silence, the atmosphere tranquil, and had it not been for Yu's youth, one might have mistaken them for a couple. Tang Qian had been feeling under the weather for several days, spending most of her time asleep. When she finally awoke again, it was already afternoon in the bright tribe. Yu cautiously approached her. Tang Qian, are you hungry? The chief went hunting today and mentioned preparing warm meat for you upon your awakening. At this hour, the chief should be returning soon, while Tang Qian had just stirred from her slumber. Tang Qian, tousled and bleary-eyed, looked around as if searching for Yu. After what felt like an eternity, she finally asked, where is Yu? The chief has gone hunting. Yu replied dutifully, if you wish to see him, I can ask someone to find him. Don't? Tang Qian exclaimed, extending her hand to firmly reject Yu's dangerous suggestion. The fatigue she had been experiencing was a result of Yu's presence. Reflecting on her previous life, she had only vaguely understood the term vigorous youth while reading light novels. But now, with Yu's cheerful demeanor, she finally grasped its meaning. Tea times, it truly became overwhelming. Sighing, Tang Qian rose from the bed. Let you enjoy his rare moment of relaxation. She glanced toward the simmering stone pot, its enticing aroma wafting through the air. Although she couldn't discern the scent, she felt compelled to inquire, "What are we having for dinner today?" "Venison," you responded promptly, sensing Tang Qian's hunger. As she spoke, the aroma of the meat reached Tang Qian, causing her stomach to churn. Ugh! Unable to suppress her reaction, Tang Qian almost doubled over in front of you. Startled, you rushed to support her. "Tang Qian, what's wrong?" Tang Qian's eyes were red from the nausea. She felt as though something was lodged in her throat, making her uncomfortable. "That I'm fine." She waved her hand dismissively. "I've just been eating meat for too long. It's a bit much." The scent had indeed become unbearable. She felt she had lost significant weight since arriving here, only regaining some appetite after discovering fruits that could alleviate her discomfort. Now, with the influx of game, she found herself back to 3 meals of meat daily, which was becoming intolerable. Tang Qian took a deep breath, sitting back down on the bed. "Please take the meat away. I don't wish to eat anything right now." But the chief insisted you eat. You protested. "I'm nauseous." Tang Qian frowned, turning away and assuming a posture that conveyed her unwillingness to eat. You felt helpless, intending to acquiesce to Tang Qian's wishes, but just as she was about to turn and remove the food. You returned from hunting. What's the matter with Tang Qian? You, standing at the cave entrance, immediately sensed something was amiss. Finally back, you approached you, relief flooding her as she exclaimed, "Chief, you've returned. Tang Qian says she has no appetite and doesn't want to eat this. What should we do to encourage her to eat something? Skipping meals isn't good for her health." "Not eating." You frowned upon hearing his words, setting down his load and walking to the bedside. Tang Qian lay turned away, unaware of his approach until he was right beside her. "What's wrong? Why the sudden loss of appetite?" You gently brushed his hand against her forehead, seeking any sign of illness. Yet, as soon as Tang Qian felt his touch, she swiftly turned away, refusing to allow him to assess her. "I've been eating meat every day. Perhaps I'm just a bit overwhelmed." "So it is." You expressed his understanding. Tang Qian's physique appeared exceedingly frail, reminiscent of the younglings of the Bright tribe, who upon just learning to eat, struggled to consume meat daily. Having recently arrived here, Tang Qian had endured nearly an entire winter, and her stomach might very well have reached its limit. Why you furrowed his brows, suddenly recalling the wild vegetables he had previously encountered near the hot springs. Would Tang Qian appreciate them? The mere thought filled you with a sense of delight, prompting him to ask Tang Qian, "Are you craving some wild vegetables right now?" Tang Qian's complexion was pale, and her spirit seemed low. Why you retrieved the most tender piece of meat from the stone pot and brought it to her lips, urging, "Hurry, eat this bite quickly. Soon, I will take you to search for wild vegetables. Otherwise, you won't have the strength." "Wild vegetables? How could there possibly be any at this time?" Tang Qian gazed at you with disbelief, as if questioning his sanity. "Do not forget that there are hot springs surrounding us. Sometimes, when the springs are too hot, wild vegetables grow nearby. Had they not seen an abundance of fruit in the hot springs at the base of the cliff last time? They had harvested all the ripe fruit then, leaving only the unripe ones. Now, those might also be ready for consumption." Upon hearing about the prospect of wild vegetables, Tang Qian felt a surge of energy within her. She leaned forward, swiftly snatching the small piece of meat from Yu's hand and forcing herself to eat it despite the nausea it caused. "That's more like it." Observing Tang Qian, who was on the verge of retching, yet still striving to eat, you felt a pang of discomfort in his heart and gently stroked her forehead, saying, "Once you've finished, put on your animal skin, and I will take you there." "All right." With food in her mouth, Tang Qian's words were muffled. Yet it did not hinder her from quickly dressing in her animal skin shoes and attire. Why you found it somewhat amusing, as Tang Qian resembled a small tiger just learning to walk, wobbling about. The two swiftly packed their belongings and set off towards the hot springs. The path was no easier than in winter, as the melting snow had rendered it quite muddy, necessitating caution to avoid puddles. Tang Qian calculated that the journey, which had previously taken around 2.5 hours to reach the cliff's base, had now stretched to nearly 3. "If we find wild vegetables, let's gather a good amount to bring back for the elders and children in the tribe." Glancing at the hot springs not far away, Tang Qian turned to you. Although her height only allowed her to see Yu's chin, she could still sense his agreement with her idea. Sure enough. You nodded in affirmation. That sounds good. The stomachs of the elders and younglings were quite delicate. Consuming meat daily could be overwhelming for them. Thought if they could bring back some wild vegetables, it would certainly contribute to their health. With their respective thoughts in mind, the two proceeded forward, arriving at the edge of the hot springs where Tang Qian immediately spotted an abundance of wild vegetables. So many. Why did I not notice this last time? Her eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at you, exclaiming, "Why didn't we see so many wild vegetables when we were here last time? There were already quite a few little sprouts then. Perhaps you simply overlooked them. Why you took out a pouch made of animal skin and a stone knife. Shall we begin now?" "Yes." Tang Qian nodded enthusiastically, but instead of immediately squatting down to dig for wild vegetables, she leaped forward and wrapped her arms around you, showering him with kisses on his lips, reveling in her joy until she noticed the peculiar look in his eyes and finally ceased. One of you's hands was supporting her rear. "Do you realize what you're doing?" "I do." Tang Qian bit her lip, a hint of shyness gracing her smile. "With so many wild vegetables today, if my body feels better, I will agree to anything you wish. In her good spirits, she dismissed the events of the previous few nights. Why you smiled slightly, understanding her implication, and gave her one last gentle peck on the lips, akin to a chick pecking at rice, before finally setting Tang Qian down. Today's bounty of wild vegetables would suffice for both Tang Qian and you for quite some time, and could even sustain several elders and children in the tribe throughout the winter. In the evening, after they had finished preparing the wild vegetables, Tang Qian and you were enjoying dinner together when Huamu suddenly arrived. Due to his status and identity, Huamu had never approached the leader's cave uninvited. But today, for reasons unknown, he stepped inside and addressed you. "Leader, there is a grave matter within the tribe, a grave matter." Upon hearing those words, both Tang Qian and you paused in their actions. Ever since the former Misu tribe had submitted to the Bright tribe, nothing significant had occurred. Though Huamu had done many things that Tang Qian despised, he was not one to resort to alarmism. If he claimed it was a serious issue, it must be something beyond his control. That Yu's eyelids began to twitch, and he immediately rose, setting down his food. "What has happened?" Today, Huamu was not wearing his mask. His face bore a somber expression. However, given that he was now discussing matters concerning the tribe, even with his fearsome appearance, Tang Qian found him somewhat more agreeable. She stood alongside you, looking at Huamu. "Yes." "What is it?" Huamu struggled to articulate the situation clearly, unsure where to begin, and could only convey to them, "I don't know how to explain, but it concerns the tribe's members and the issue of food." That indeed sounded serious. A sudden unease gripped Tang Qian's heart, prompting her to urge Huamu to lead the way as she and you followed him to the location where the serious matter was unfolding. The site was not far from their cave. It was the storage cave for their food. Upon arrival, they saw a crowd gathered outside, all murmuring about the situation. "What is going on?" Seeing this scene, you rushed forward to the cave entrance, inquiring, "What has happened to our food?" "The leader has arrived." Upon seeing their steadfast leader, Feng's brows furrowed gravely as he looked at you. "Some time ago, a small hole was dug into this cave. There was once a considerable amount of food inside, but today, upon rechecking, we discovered that 10 saber-toothed tigers are missing. 10 saber-toothed tigers. Hearing this number, Tang Qian felt a pang of distress, although it was not a large quantity overall. Saber-toothed tigers were exceptionally fierce and difficult to hunt. Were it not for the recent beast tide, they would never have had the opportunity to consume saber-toothed tiger meat. Now, losing 10 at once was concerning. The key issue was how they had been stealthily removed. After all, this cave was right at their doorstep. Tang Qian found it hard to comprehend and frowned as she stared at the cave's entrance. Puzzled by the turn of events, just as they were mulling over the situation, a commotion erupted behind them. "I've already told you, I don't know anything. It has nothing to do with me. Today, Han Yuan and you had been playing games with their 2 young ones." But for reasons unknown, Yang Yin had suddenly appeared, inquiring whether they knew about the missing food from the tribe's warehouse. Ever since arriving at the Bright tribe, Han Yuan had remained quietly within the assigned cave, hardly venturing out. After all, being an outsider, many people were already resentful. Today, he merely wished to take his family out for a stroll, yet he was brought here against his will. Yang Yin did not believe the Misu people and Even after hearing Han Yuan's evasions, said nothing as he dragged him away. What is going on? Seeing Han Yuan's pitiful appearance, Tang Qian frowned, unsure why Yang Yan had directed his anger at him. Upon seeing Tang Qian and Yu, Han Yuan looked as though he had found salvation, rushing to Tang Qian's side. Tang Qian, you must believe me, I did not. Did not what? Tang Qian furrowed her brow, puzzled by Han Yuan's words that IT must be those Misu people. Yang Yin took a deep breath, as if he harbored a profound disdain for the Miso people, firmly asserting that the food had been pilfered. Yet there was no sweat to speak of, only a palpable feeling of helplessness akin to a scholar confronted by armed soldiers. Yang Yin let out a cold snort. Our food has suddenly dwindled so drastically. Aside from you, who else could it possibly be? He had once been a member of the Miso tribe. But during his tenure there, the tribe was led by the despicable Hao. Not Han. Han's ascension to leadership occurred after Yang Yin had departed from the tribe. Thus he had no true understanding of Han's character. He hastily concluded that anyone capable of becoming the chieftain of the Miso tribe could not be of good repute. Rong, known for his fiery temper, stood resolutely beside Tang Qian and Yu. Upon witnessing the sudden reduction in their provisions, his mood soured instantly. He drew a remarkably sharp stone knife and approached Han menacingly, declaring, "Yet, none of our tribe members have any reason to steal from our food cave. Apart from the Miso tribe, we cannot fathom who else could be responsible." With that, Rong pressed the blade against Han's throat, his voice low and threatening. "Speak quickly. What is going on? Did you steal the food?" Now, Han found himself at a loss for words. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his agitated spirit, his voice trembling with indignation as he protested. "I have stated numerous times that I did not." He cast a glance at the solemn-faced Tang Qian, his voice choking with emotion. "Moreover, the Miso tribe no longer exists, even if I wish to share this food with my fellow tribesmen. Whom should I aid?" This reasoning held merit. Even if it were indeed the Miso tribe that had taken their food, where could they have hidden it? What could possibly be the truth of this situation? Yang Yin and Rong exchanged a bewildered glance, their minds a chaotic tangle. Yet, the tribe was known for its solidarity. The notion of theft among them seemed implausible. Rong felt a headache coming on. His gaze toward Han filled with menace. "You must know who is responsible, don't you?" "I do not know," Han replied stubbornly, further complicating matters as he genuinely was unaware. "Do not know." "Very well." Rong nodded, a sneer curling at his lips as he advanced upon Han, raising the stone knife to strike him down. At that critical moment, a hand reached out, grasping Rong's arm. "Stop." Rong turned in astonishment to find that it was Tang Qian who had intervened. "Tang Qian," he frowned, observing her expression, then glancing at Han and Yu, hesitating and ultimately refraining from violence. "Why do you stop me?" Rong lowered the knife but could not suppress his inquiry. Tang Qian blinked. Many matters remain uninvestigated. Let us not hastily draw conclusions. However, within the Guangming tribe, they were the only outsiders, and given that they had approached due to a lack of food, who could say whether they might resort to stealing from them? Rong remained reluctant to believe in Han's innocence. Thus he turned his questioning toward Tang Qian. Tang Qian, who detested being spoken to in such a manner, suppressed her irritation, considering that Rong's intentions were for the good of their tribe. She patiently explained, "Firstly, Han is not the type to contemplate theft. He is not a vile person. Secondly, our entire tribe has already become part of the Guangming tribe. Even if one wished to steal food, it would serve little purpose to Tang Qian." These explanations were entirely reasonable. Yet in Rong's heart, it felt as though Tang Qian was merely making excuses, his expression growing increasingly impatient. They are not the culprits. Observing the discord between the two over the identity of the thief, Yu, who had remained silent at the back, suddenly spoke up, stepping beside Rong and pulling Tang Qian into an embrace. "This, I can confirm." Yu gestured for Rong to lower the stone knife. Despite his myriad reservations, Rong had no choice but to comply. After all, the individual before him was the chieftain. Disobedience would amount to disrespect. "Chieftain," he stepped forward, about to voice his thoughts when you interrupted directly. "Tang Qian has never acted against the interests of our Guangming tribe. Thus, with the current predicament concerning our food supplies, she is as concerned as we are. The last person we should suspect is Tang Qian, who has aided us in acquiring provisions. Moreover, the partner of a tribe's leader cannot be an ignorant female. What she says is at least half the truth. To suspect Tang Qian is tantamount to questioning my judgment. With the stakes raised so high, even those around them, despite their lingering doubts about Tang Qian's allegiance to the Mizo tribe, could not voice their objections. Furthermore, Yu's reasoning was not without merit. Tang Qian had indeed been a steadfast supporter of the Guangming tribe, never once faltering in her dedication. Rong felt a pang of regret, recognizing the validity of Yu's words, and bowed his head toward Tang Qian. I should not have doubted you, Tang Qian, my esteemed chieftain's partner, but I hope you can forgive my earlier actions. Though reluctant, Tang Qian could see that he was genuinely seeking her forgiveness. It is well that you acknowledge your mistake. Tang Qian was not one to hold grudges. Despite the prior incident where Rong nearly caused her harm, she chose to overlook it for the sake of their tribe. She waved her hand dismissively. We all act for the survival of the Guangming tribe. Let this matter rest. However, remember, without solid evidence, do not hastily suspect others, especially those who have just lost their homes. No one enjoys leaving their home, least of all Han, who had once been a chieftain. This wisdom proved to be enlightening for many. Rong and the Guangming tribesmen behind him nodded in understanding of Tang Qian's message. Meanwhile, Han, still bound and kneeling on the ground, was astonished that Tang Qian would speak on his behalf. He felt a surge of gratitude, lifting his gaze toward Tang Qian and Yu, convinced that seeking refuge in the Guangming tribe was indeed the right decision. As he stood beside Tang Qian, with the kneeling individuals now cleared of suspicion, there was no reason to linger any longer. Tang Qian turned to Yu, signaling her to untie Han and the others. Yu understood and took a few steps forward, skillfully unbinding their ropes in a matter of moments before returning to her place behind Tang Qian. Thank you, Tang Qian, Han said, the absence of ropes granting him a sense of relief, at least alleviating the feeling of servitude. Despite the humiliation he felt, he called out to Tang Qian. Thank you for believing in us. This matter was not instigated by anyone from the Mizo tribe. We are principled individuals. I believe in you. Tang Qian replied with a gentle smile that if I did not believe in you, who would advocate on your behalf? Thank you. Han's lips quivered as he bowed his head, performing a salute in the manner of the Mizo tribe, then following it with a gesture of respect from the Guangming tribe. However, his execution of the Guangming gesture remained imperfect, as he had only recently learned it. Yu and Tang Qian were not overly concerned with such details, so they paid little attention. After Han expressed his loyalty to them, they allowed him to return to his cave to rest. After all, being wrongfully accused of theft was an affront to anyone's dignity. Watching Han's retreating figure, Yu took a deep breath, furrowing his brow as he addressed Rong. We should not leave so many people here. Only you four and Tang Qian should remain. The others should disperse. Understood. Now, Yu is able to command him to perform tasks, which indicates that he is not yet particularly angry and does not hold a strong grievance against himself for his earlier rough treatment of the people from the Misub tribe. There is still hope. Upon hearing Yu's command, Rong immediately went to drive away the remaining tribesmen who were reluctant to leave. Once only a few of them remained, Tang Qian finally voiced her lingering doubt. Why do you know that they are not the ones who stole the food? She was unwilling to believe it, feeling that Han was an upright and good person who should not be treated in such a manner. However, the fact that you did not doubt him seemed rather strange. Upon hearing Tang Qian's question, Yu smiled slightly. The area around the food is laced with poison, and the antidote is in my possession that if they had stolen the food, they would have been poisoned and would have come to me for the antidote. Thus, it was through this reasoning that Yu was able to ascertain that Han and the others were not the culprits. If it had been merely Tang Qian arguing alone, regardless of whether he ultimately chose to heed her and cease targeting Han, he would still harbor some suspicions. However, with you speaking up and the existence of the poison, coupled with the fact that those tribesmen from the Misub tribe showed no signs of poisoning, Rong chose to believe that they were not thieves. When the food had arrived at the tribe's warehouse, you had accompanied many others to the warehouse, instructing them to guard the entrance without allowing anyone inside. It was on that day that he had sprinkled a layer of poison around all the food, a concoction created by Tang Qian. Had someone inadvertently consumed this tainted meat without the antidote, it was likely that there would have been fatalities. It was fortunate that he had been clever that day. Observing the multitude of eyes fixed upon him, Yu sighed and clearly recounted the entire sequence of events, leaving them a loss for words. Feng tugged at the corner of his mouth, thinking Yu was indeed a remarkably resourceful leader. He pursed his lips and was the first to speak. Leader, I find your method quite sagacious. However, it poses a certain danger to yourself. If a tribe's leader were to face any misfortune, it could spell varying degrees of calamity for the entire tribe, potentially leading to its disintegration. Feng was not only concerned about the issues within the tribe, but also about Yu's physical condition. Fortunately, Yu had prepared in advance, employing animal skin gloves for the task. Yu shook his head, indicating that nothing had happened while he was administering the poison. Seeing the truth laid bare before them, a wave of guilt washed over Rome. It truly was not Han's doing. Yet I treated him that way today. It's all right. Han will not be angry with you. You should sincerely apologize to him when you return, Tang Qian consoled. Being able to forgive is indeed a virtue. Rome nodded, ready to continue working alongside you. Meanwhile, in the cave designated for storing food, Yu and Tang Qian were investigating the matter with several others. Not far away, at the edge of the forest, Luo found himself gripped by the neck by a particularly fair and tender male, unable to move. This male, possessing long, beautiful eyes akin to those of a female, radiated a chilling glare, almost ready to snap Luo's neck at any moment. He was none other than Chu, the leader of the Yangshuan tribe. Behind Chu lay several males sprawled on the ground, their faces pale and seemingly in great distress. Chu, release me! Luo struggled, feeling the air he could breathe dwindling, as though death was imminent. However, Chu was deaf to Luo's pleas and why tribesmen followed your instructions and came to the Guangming tribe to steal food, yet you resorted to such underhanded tactics. What are you thinking? Having already plotted against the head of the Yangshuan tribe, this was intolerable. Chu's eyes turned bloodshot, his grip tightening, but upon remembering that his tribesmen had yet to receive the antidote, he ultimately released Luo, allowing him to crumple to the ground like a heap of It was not me. I did not do it. Now, darkness clouded Luo's vision, and despite hitting the ground, he fought to defend himself, striving to prove his innocence. Even neglecting the pain, he gasped for air, his gaze blankly directed at Chu. Although I wish for your assistance, I never intended to harm your tribesmen. Yet Chu remained unconvinced. Continuing to regard Luo with a predatory glare that made her skin crawl, she instinctively recoiled, fear evident in her eyes. Like this moment, Huamu was a useless entity, and Rome was no longer on her side. Thus, she could only place her hopes on Chu. Now, yet another complication had arisen. Who would have thought that you would be so on guard? Perhaps this was not even Yu's fault. Luo's gaze flickered, and she abruptly looked up at Chu. This situation was certainly not my doing, but whether it was Tang Qian's doing, I cannot say. What do you mean by that? Chu furrowed his brow, tilting his head to regard the female whose words seemed to shift like a rolling wheel, his expression turning one of half-belief, half-skepticism. This is precisely the reaction I desired, seeing Chu's current demeanor. Luo felt a surge of joy, realizing that perhaps this male could assist her in dealing with Tang Qian. She slowly rose from the ground, yet remained at a distance from Chu, fearful that he might harm her. Tang Qian, this female, is exceptionally intelligent. However, that intelligence is never applied in the service of justice. Continue. Chu's eyes were icy, revealing nothing of his true emotions. This time, the poisoning of the meat must have stemmed from a fear that his tribesmen would steal. Yet he had not anticipated that it would cause harm to yours. She was such a person in her own tribe. How could it be any different for you? Luo brazenly smeared Tang Qian's reputation, yet remained oblivious to whether the individual before her cared about the matter at hand. Chu had listened to her ramble on and was now growing impatient. I do not care about the details. I only wish to know where the antidote is. Initially, the tribesmen behind him, having been poisoned, could still writhe on the ground. However, now they were in such agony that they lacked the strength to move, only able to moan pitifully without much sound. Tang Qian, observing the exchange between Chu and Luo, the attendant standing behind Chu, Muta, sensed something amiss. He furrowed his brow and stepped forward to Chu's side, inquiring loudly of Luo, "Is Tang Qian not your goddess? I have heard that since her arrival here, she has performed numerous good deeds to ensure your tribe's survival." How is it that in your words, the goddess has become a witch? Foreigners have already heard of Tang Qian's reputation. Upon hearing Mu Ta's statement, Luo's heart sank. How did he know? If Chu were to discover that she was deceiving him here, she would surely be in dire straits. Chu was undoubtedly the most difficult person to deal with among those who had collaborated with her, capable of snapping her neck at any moment. A cold sweat broke out on Luo, but she quickly regained her composure and countered, "You have only heard rumors. Unlike me, who sees Tang Qian every day in the tribe and knows she is no good. If she were a good person, why would she help us outsiders steal food from your own tribe?" Mu Ta now harbored serious doubts about Luo's character, even suspecting her of being a spy sent by the Guangming tribe to sow discord within the Yangshuan tribe. "How can you think of me in such a way?" Luo's face flushed crimson, feeling as though she had been subjected to an affront from outsiders. Yet Mu Ta's words bore truth. Her intention was to incite animosity towards Tang Qian. However, the several members of the Yangsun tribe, lying on the ground in their death throes, were utterly innocent. Though Luo harbored a fierce desire for Tang Qian's demise, she ultimately recoiled at the thought of others paying with their lives. Gritting her teeth, she turned to Chu and said, "Rest assured, I shall not allow these tribesmen lying here to perish at the worst. I will plead with Tang Qian." She had survived the last punishment from the shaman. This time, with spring approaching, survival seemed feasible. Enduring some personal injury was inconsequential, but abandoning Chu, the only ally willing to assist her against Tang Qian, would be a grave loss. With this resolve, a newfound determination gleamed in her eyes. "At worst, I will seek Tang Qian's mercy. The antidote must be in her possession. Wait for me here." With that, she turned to leave. "Stop." Chu, a decisive individual in matters of life and death, wasted no time in brandishing his stone knife. He swiftly grazed the necks of each of the fallen tribesmen. In an instant, blood gushed forth, shocking Luo into silence. After a prolonged moment, she finally covered her eyes and gasped, "Ah, what are you screaming for?" Chu remarked with a cold smile, "You are of no use now. I have no fear of your cries. I would kill you just the same. No, please." Luo trembled, genuinely frightened that this madman might turn his violence upon her. After all, this lunatic had already slain her kin. Even if he were 100 times more malevolent, he would never lay a finger on her innocent tribespeople. Today, the demise of these Yangsun tribe members was a direct result of poisoning. And now they had lost their lives. A profound fear gripped Luo, prompting her to step back. "What do you want me to do?" Some situations indeed render one trapped, and she found herself ensnared in such a predicament. "What are you afraid of?" Mu Ta, who had been following Chu, seemed accustomed to such scenes. She frowned and scolded Luo. "He hasn't even touched you. Enough." Chu interjected, turning to wipe the blood from his hands using the melting snow on the ground. He raised his gaze to the still, trembling Luo. "These people, this food, are things I have forsaken. If you dare to approach Tang Qian for mercy, exposing our whereabouts here, you will meet a most gruesome end." Regret washed over Luo as she realized her folly in allying with this madman against Tang Qian. She stepped back, tears on the brink of spilling. "I could beg you. I shall not plead for mercy. Just let me go to tea this moment." Survival became her utmost priority, but remaining in the company of this man seemed a perilous choice. Luo was terrified. Thinking of escaping, it appeared that the phrase "trapped in a predicament" was one that Chu felt compelled to teach her. It was evident that this cowardly female had been thoroughly frightened, and no one could guarantee what she might divulge to her tribe's leader upon her return. "Seize her," Chu commanded softly. Issuing orders regarding Mu Ta complied with a nod, then darted toward Luo like an arrow released from a bow. Already weakened by fear, Luo found herself ensnared by Mu Ta's grip, akin to an eagle clutching its prey. Amplifying her terror, she nearly collapsed, on the verge of begging for mercy. "I have heard you hold great affection for your tribe's leader," Chu observed as he looked down at the now immobilized Luo. Who was under Mu Ta's control, he failed to recognize his own cruelty and brutality as he gazed at her, a figure both pitiable and strikingly beautiful. Upon hearing the vile male utter Yu's name, Luo's pupils dilated in fear as she looked at Chu. "What do you intend to do?" She knew she must not let you discover her alliance with the Yangsun tribe. This man, was he attempting to use the knowledge of her collaboration to coerce her into aiding him? Chu chuckled coldly. I have no ulterior motives, merely a question. When he was the leader of the tribe, did you love him? But if he were no longer a leader, would your feelings persist? What did he mean by this? He was a madman. A deep-seated dread enveloped Luo as she sensed the impending threat, struggling futilely against Mu Ta's grasp. The disparity in strength between male and female was insurmountable. No matter how fiercely she fought, she could not break free. With no other recourse, she looked at Chu with a gaze filled with profound fear. Her voice tinged with anguish. What are you going to do? Fear not. Chu relished the sight of his prey in terror, for such expressions brought him immense pleasure. The hint of bloodlust flickered in his eyes, and he smiled wickedly. I merely wonder, if your beloved were stripped of his title as leader, would you still cherish him as a commoner, inviting the wolf into the fold? Luo felt as though she were suffocating. The only words that could encapsulate her current predicament were those four: inviting the wolf into the fold. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, her expressive eyes pleading with Chu, hoping he was merely attempting to intimidate her. Yet Chu was earnest in his intent, that he savored the expression on Luo's face, letting out a chilling laugh. Initially, he had merely coveted the meager provisions of the Guangming tribe, but now he was no longer satisfied with mere food. He aspired to become the ruler of the Guangming tribe. This ambition would not only alleviate concerns for the Yongsun tribe, but also yield a substantial number of slaves. How does your Guangming tribe arrange its defensive personnel? Defensive personnel. Upon hearing Chu's words, Luo felt her heart plummet into the abyss that he sought to annihilate her, to obliterate the entire Guangming tribe. This could not be allowed. Regret surged within her for having resorted to any means necessary to counter Tang Qian and for aligning with anyone willing. Frantically shaking her head, she stifled her voice, terrified of crying out, her tears flowing even more fiercely than before. No, no. I will give you as much food as you desire, but the Guangming tribe must be spared. Do you believe you still possess the standing to bargain with me? Chu grasped Luo's chin tightly, the cold glint in his eyes instilling dread within her. Do you think there is something amiss with our storage? You stroked the damp walls of the food storage, turning to glance at Tang Qian, who was inspecting the provisions to ensure they were not spoiled. Tang Qian looked up at you upon hearing his words. Everything else seems fine. The main issue is that the storage is too rudimentary. With such a facility, it is no wonder others could dig a hole and steal. The two had consumed the antidote prior to entering. Thus they were not concerned about poisoning. Rudimentary? Upon hearing Tang Qian's assessment, you thought he had misheard. Furrowing his brow, he replied, I once sent Huamu to observe how other tribes constructed their storages. I can assure you, our tribe's storage is quite commendable. How could it be deemed rudimentary? From the perspective of their current construction capabilities and era, this storage was indeed quite impressive. However, you understood that such cave-like storages often led to food spoilage during inclement weather, which was why the Guangming tribe had initially stored so many provisions for winter, only to be left with so little in the end. Tang Qian recognized that Yu's confidence was not unfounded. After all, the Bright tribe is one of the more prosperous and larger tribes on this continent. However, this situation is still untenable. Such a warehouse is bound to encounter trouble sooner or later. Tang Qian stepped forward and discussed with you. I have a solution to ensure that this warehouse can protect the food from the ravages of rain and snow. Would you like to hear it? Such a fortunate prospect. You, who had been the leader for nearly 4 years, had always been troubled by food spoilage each year, yet he had found no viable solution, now that Tang Qian claimed to possess a remedy. How could you not feel elated? His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Tang Qian. Do you really have a way? When have I ever deceived you? Tang Qian replied, though her thoughts remained preoccupied with modern architectural designs. Yet, bricks were lacking. This posed a technical challenge. Even though Tang Qian, as a modern individual, understood the process of brickmaking, she had never studied in detail. With the weather warming up, she was uncertain how long the food could be preserved. It was best to start with wooden structures. Resolute, she looked at you. However, if we're to implement my solution, we will need more hands. How many slaves does our tribe currently have? The Bright tribe was not small in this region, and the number of slaves was quite considerable. After a moment's reflection, you replied, Last time, Han brought those people, and they all became slaves. However, many of those slaves later transformed into commoners, We should still have about 100 left. That's sufficient, Tang Qian mused, then promptly instructed you. Call 30 of them over. I will teach them the techniques for constructing houses, at least to build our warehouse. Houses, to you, their living quarters were merely caves. So he had no concept of what this so-called house entailed. He looked at Tang Qian in confusion, unable to grasp her meaning. Suddenly, Tang Qian slapped her forehead, recalling that these ancient people had no understanding of what houses were. A house might be considered a type of cave, yet it could be constructed without the need for a mountain. She pondered how to explain this, and after much contemplation, she finally concocted an awkward explanation. Fortunately, you recognized his lack of understanding and realized it would be difficult for Tang Qian to clarify further. Thus, he simply went out and summoned approximately 30 slaves. Although Tang Qian was not entirely familiar with house construction, she could still glean some insights. She organized a small class for these slaves to teach them the basics of building wooden houses. After a few days of instruction, the slaves had become fairly adept at crafting the fundamental elements of a house. Observing the industrious slaves before her, Tang Qian felt a surge of motivation akin to theirs. You, standing beside her, glanced at the warehouse foundation taking shape below and was about to speak when a group of commoners rushed towards them in a flurry. Tang Qian noticed them as well, startled, and anxiously asked you, who seemed equally bewildered, "What is happening? Is there an urgent matter?" You furrowed his brow, pulling Tang Qian slightly behind him as he stepped forward. "I don't know either." Normally, if the commoners had an issue, they would first communicate with Feng and Yin, who would then relay it to him for a unified discussion. Yet today he had not received any word from the four of them. Why were these commoners suddenly approaching them? He inquired of the approaching crowd. "Is there something wrong? Why the haste?" "Leader." Upon seeing you, the commoners immediately greeted him with excitement. "We heard that you are developing a technique to better preserve food, and we wish to learn it to assist in building the warehouse. The promise of improved food preservation would undoubtedly enhance the comfort of living. Who would not want to learn such knowledge?" Tang Qian could not help but chuckle inwardly at their fervor. She stepped back and addressed them. "The construction of the warehouse is currently entrusted to these slaves. We do not need additional help at this moment. Please attend to your own matters." They had anticipated acquiring this knowledge upon arriving, yet they found themselves met with an insurmountable barrier. The leader blinked, momentarily at a loss for words, with so many awaiting his response. He could only muster the courage to say to Tang Qian, "Actually, we wish to learn about the technique for building houses." His expression was somewhat strained. If it can prolong food preservation, it must also create a more comfortable living environment. Tang Qian smiled faintly, her face betraying an air of calm. This technique was still in its infancy. Even if the structure were to collapse, it would not matter for food storage, but for human habitation, it was an entirely different matter. Thus, she could not impart this knowledge to them prematurely. Reflecting on this, she shook her head. "Not yet. I cannot teach you this right now. Once the warehouse proves effective, I will share the knowledge with you." Her intentions were rooted in the safety of her tribe, yet the commoners did not fully comprehend her reasoning. They merely thought that since a method for constructing more comfortable homes had emerged, they ought to learn it. Tang Qian's refusal left them exchanging glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Tang Qian chuckled softly. Had she claimed to be an architectural expert in her previous life, it would have been much easier, as she could design safe structures with ease. However, she was still in the exploratory phase, and thus unprepared. Seeing Tang Qian's reluctance, the commoners resorted to a more direct approach, stepping forward to assist the slaves, eager to seize the opportunity. The slaves, wishing to become commoners themselves, would not allow anyone to encroach upon their work. Each one guarded their tasks closely, leaving the commoners watching helplessly from the sidelines as they attempted to lend a hand but failed to gain any ground, due to the commoners' earlier actions. The slaves remained vigilant, providing no opportunities for them. This technique would indeed enhance the tribe's quality of life. If not, why not just share it with them? Tang Qian. You observed the pitiful state of his kin and felt a twinge of sympathy. Turning to Tang Qian, he spoke on their behalf. Tang Qian had also contemplated whether to share the knowledge, for she knew she had not erred, yet she feared the potential safety hazards if harm were to befall her kin. It would be an unforgivable sin. Why you could plead, but she knew she would be devastated if anything went wrong. Even with Yu's intercession, Tang Qian could not impart her still immature techniques. She shook her head. I fear my memory may be flawed. Very well. Yu understood Tang Qian's concerns that he reached out and gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear. It is for their good. Once you recover your complete and accurate memories, we can ensure our kin enjoy a better life. Agreed. They exchanged a knowing smile, their understanding reflected in their expressions. Fearing complications, Tang Qian and Yu remained vigilant, observing the commoners. After being rebuffed, the commoners stood aside, watching the slaves toil. They had hoped to glean insights but found themselves just as perplexed after a lengthy observation. What should they do now? Would the opportunity for a more comfortable existence slip away? A voice emerged from the depths of the crowd. They were all members of a tribe that cherished learning, particularly when it came to skills that could enhance their lives. At the forefront stood a commoner named Yuan, biting his fingernails as he observed the labor of the slaves. With a sudden glimmer of inspiration, he turned to the brothers who had followed him. Are you willing to become the very people you once scorned, all for the sake of acquiring this knowledge? What do you mean? The question hung in the air as the surrounding individuals exchanged puzzled glances. Unsure of Yuan's intentions, a younger boy, appearing somewhat naive, seemed to grasp the implication. He furrowed his brow in disbelief and queried Yuan. You can't possibly mean you wish to learn such skills, even if it means becoming a slave, right? That cannot be. Before Yuan could affirm his thoughts, the commoners expressed their reluctance. The boy had indeed guessed Yuan's true desire, which Yuan had harbored. His expression grew serious as he responded, You need not worry, not forget that in the Bright tribe, slaves can transform into commoners. If they have become slaves, what of it? They can earn merit and revert back, can they not? Driven by the allure of knowledge, Yuan perceived the situation as uncomplicated, including the fluidity of identity between slave and commoner. I find this unacceptable, interjected a slightly older male. You cannot know if the opportunity for merit will be fraught with danger. My family includes an elderly matriarch and young children. I fear not becoming a slave, but rather the peril of death in the quest to return to my former status. They would surely suffer in the tribe. His reasoning resonated with the others. Yuan sighed, realizing he had indeed overlooked their concerns. He pressed his lips together and surveyed the commoners around him, stating, If anyone desires to join me in learning this skill, let us remain. Those who do not wish to may leave with this elder brother. Upon their arrival, they had never anticipated that this skill might harbor secrets. Now that they were here, they understood that Tang Qian also possessed unspoken truths, and the cost of knowledge was steep. Many, upon hearing Yuan's words, came to believe that Tang Qian would assist the tribe in the future. Thus, they felt less urgency and gradually departed, leaving fewer than 10 individuals behind. Have you all made your decisions? Yuan's heart sank as he gazed at the remaining few, fearing that more would leave. Those who remained were mostly young individuals with little pressure in hunting or survival. Their desire to learn stemmed from a wish for a more comfortable existence. They exchanged glances, shook their heads, and then followed Yuan, expressing their willingness to inform you of their desire to learn without fear of becoming slaves. Since we have all made up our minds, let us proceed. Yuan smiled faintly, finding solace in the fact that some still wished to accompany him. Soon, they approached Tang Qian. She appeared somewhat fatigued, leaning against you while sharing a jest. Their sudden return startled Tang Qian. What brings you here? Both she and you straightened, gazing at them with confusion. We are willing to become slaves, Yuan declared, to seek a more comfortable and secure life, that we no longer wish to endure the sensation of the cave floor turning to mud in summer, nor the fear of waking next to a snake. The desire for a happy life is indeed a natural aspiration. Tang Qian sighed, studying their eyes. What do you propose? Surely, you cannot threaten me into handing over the knowledge. She regarded them warily, her perception of their simplicity now tinged with suspicion. Yuan had no intention of resorting to threats. He stepped forward and earnestly stated, We desire to learn, undeterred by the prospect of becoming slaves. What does that mean? Tang Qian was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. While Yu could no longer contain himself, he stepped in front of Tang Qian and addressed Yuan. Tang Qian has already made it clear that this knowledge cannot be imparted to you at this time. It seemed as though these individuals were incapable of comprehending Tang Qian's words that Yu's irritation grew. He furrowed his brow and interrogated the assembled group. Do you doubt Tang Qian's willingness? They appear to believe that Tang Qian was reluctant to share the knowledge. Human nature is inherently selfish, a flaw embedded in humanity. Even the most unassuming ancient people harbor their own thoughts. Why you recognize this? Standing before them as the tribe leader, he observed that they refrained from speaking. Yet their eyes occasionally flickered toward Tang Qian, as if seeking to extract something from her. Yuan inhaled deeply. I wish to learn, unafraid of becoming a slave. Tang Qian, you, my most esteemed leader and his partner. I implore you, grant us this opportunity. Without allowing Tang Qian and you a moment to respond, Yuan knelt before them, performing the highest honor of the bright tribe, leaving no chance for a breath of respite. Tang Qian gasped, quickly pulling you back a couple of steps. What are you doing? We wish to learn. Yuan's gaze remained resolute. Not solely for our comfort, but for the tribe as well. You should all take a moment to calm yourselves. You suggested, exhaling deeply, feeling a burgeoning sense of unease regarding the situation within the bright tribe. He surveyed the surroundings, as if attempting to ease the tension of the moment. You may rise. I must discuss this matter with Tang Qian. Just as you intended to lead Tang Qian away, a voice called out from behind Yuan, preventing their departure. Tang Qian found herself exasperated. She took a deep breath, her expression one of impatience, as she turned to discover it was Yang Yan, now tasked with managing the slaves. Following his elevation to commoner, Yang Yan, possessing a keen understanding of the slave psyche, had continued his oversight. Though initially a minor leader exempt from labor, Yang Yan's diligent nature led him to work alongside the slaves, embodying a commoner-esque guise while retaining a significantly higher status. What is it? Yang Yan. In Tang Qian's eyes, a hint of impatience had begun to emerge, yet she maintained her composure and turned to Yang Yan, assuming there was a matter of significance at hand. Yang Yan's expression was equally grim, having witnessed someone attempting to usurp the slaves under his command just moments ago. He cast a cold glance at Yuan and his companions, who had been causing a ruckus, then turned back to Tang Qian and said, in our commitment to safeguarding the secret technologies of the Bright Tribe, we are willing to remain as slaves for life. After all, the Bright Tribe is the most benevolent among all tribes on the continent towards slaves, and due to the current beast tide, conditions have improved further. Beyond labor, there is little else to concern ourselves with. What nonsense are you spouting? Hearing Yang Yan's words, Tang Qian felt an immediate pang of distress. Anger flickered in her gaze as she looked at Yang Yan. Is the life of commoners truly so intolerable? Of course not. Yang Yan remained silent in response to her inquiry, his eyes reflecting a sense of exploration as he glanced at Yuan, who was observing the commotion with rising ire. We simply wish to keep the secrets that the leader's partner is currently unwilling to disclose. And this will remain so until the leader's partner chooses to share it, unaffected by any threats. Threats? What do you mean? Does a slave owner dare to speak to me in such a manner? Regardless of the circumstances, his identity as a commoner was infinitely more noble than that of a slave, a status he had held since birth. Even before the leader, Yuan could no longer tolerate Yang Yan's words. He erupted, stepping forward with his companions to confront Yang Yan. Have you forgotten your own identity? What do those words mean? They mean nothing. Yang Yan deftly deflected Yuan's fury, rendering him incapable of venting his frustration. The atmosphere between the two was thick with tension, each pair of eyes igniting with animosity. The air crackled with potential conflict. Yang Yan smirked. Some individuals merely wish to use the excuse of preserving technological heritage to better their own lives. What else is there to say? Such is the nature of humanity. A hint of selfishness reveals the truth. Both sides bristled with aggression, poised to clash at any moment. Yang Yan fixed his serious gaze upon the opposing group, stating, we are willing to protect the construction technology and remain as slaves, refusing to become commoners. May I ask if you can do the same? This is truly a bold stance. Yang Yan's words astonished even him. Had he forgotten the immense effort he had exerted to escape the shackles of slavery? Tang Qian furrowed her brow, uncertain whether to intervene and urge Yang Yan to retract his previous statements. What do you mean by that? Yuan, already in a foul mood due to the failure to secure the technology today, found Yang Yan's refusal to back down infuriating. His face flushed with anger as he stepped closer to Yang Yan. Do you truly wish to withhold this technology from everyone? You selfish slave. This statement bore a hint of insult. Yang Yin was unafraid of Yuan's demeanor. After all, their statuses were now equivalent. Both were commoners. What was there to fear? He tossed the tool in his hand to the ground and stepped closer to Yuan. Who are you calling selfish? You all, slaves. Slaves, very well. Yang Yin retorted. Was it not you who just declared a willingness to become a slave for the sake of technology? Unable to contain his rage any longer, Yang Yin swung a fist directly at Yuan's face. A brawl erupted. Those surrounding them were not passive observers. When two tigers clash, others cannot remain aloof. Thus, the two factions engaged in conflict before you. Tang Qian and you were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, immediately turning to separate the combatants. Tang Qian took a few steps back, watching the chaotic scene unfold with growing impatience. Is this how your tribe has always been so combative? Her irritation stemmed not merely from the violence, but from Yuan's glaring selfishness, coupled with the fear instilled by their chaotic struggle. You understood Tang Qian's sentiments as he shared them. Observing Feng and Yin striving to restore order, he guided Tang Qian a few steps back. You know, every tribe inevitably harbors individuals who prioritize their own interests. It was evident that Tang Qian had encountered such a person, Yuan. She sighed heavily, casting her gaze toward Feng, who was attempting to mediate the dispute. How can you fight in the presence of the goddess? Do you not realize that this behavior frightens her? He glared at the bruised members of his tribe, reprimanding them sternly. The tribe must stand united. How could we have frightened the goddess? Yang Yin lowered his head, resembling a remorseful child, stealing a glance at Tang Qian before hastily averting his gaze at T. Hart. He was kind, though sometimes prone to bouts of irritation over trivial matters. Tang Qian was the savior of all slaves. The goddess, if their brawl had alarmed her, they would surely face divine retribution, an unsettling thought for them all. Having witnessed Yang Yan's past valor, Feng had a grasp of his character. After hearing Yang Yan's statement, he glanced at Tang Qian and noted her expression, a blend of fear and discomfort, before turning back. Why did you fight today? This should be explained to the goddess. She advocates for peace. After stating this, Feng pointed a finger to his forehead, signaling a plea for divine forgiveness. Others followed suit, each pressing a finger to their foreheads in unison. Yang Yin took a deep breath, eyeing the still defiant Yuan, and was the first to approach Tang Qian, weariness etched on his face. Esteemed partner of the tribe's leader, our goddess, we are sincerely sorry for frightening you due to our impulsiveness. We hope you can forgive our reckless behavior. Please forgive us, goddess. The two men lowered their heads before the diminutive Tang Qian, bestowing upon her an unexpected sense of formality. She hastily waved her hands. We all share the same roof. Minor disputes are quite normal. As long as we can reconcile in the end, there's no need to dwell on it. Reconcile? Upon hearing this word, Yuan and Yang Yin exchanged glances, each perceiving the mutual hostility in the other's eyes. Realizing that such a resolution was currently improbable, Yang Yin felt that Yuan insulted the dignity of slaves, while Yuan deemed Yang Yin excessively selfish. Neither could sway the other, and thus they remained at an impasse. Tang Qian wished to avert such discord within the tribe, advocating for their reconciliation and sought to understand their perspectives. She took Yu's hand, signaling him to inquire further. Her little female was indeed cautious. Recognizing Tang Qian's intent, Yu shook his head with affectionate exasperation and addressed the two troublemakers. Why did you choose to fight instead of calmly discussing your differences? This does not align with our bright tribe's principles. As he spoke, Yu seamlessly transformed from the indulgent partner of Tang Qian to the imposing leader addressing two delinquent commoners. Yang Yin blinked. It was Yuan who failed to communicate properly, intending to belittle us slaves. However, the leader has stated that slaves are also vital members of the tribe. Indeed, you had made such declarations, and not merely once that he nodded thoughtfully, turning to Yuan. And you? It is Yang Yin who is selfish. Yuan shot a resentful glance at Tang Qian, his words betraying his true feelings. The leader's partner was on the verge of agreeing to share the technology with us, yet because of Yang Yan's interference, that opportunity was lost. What is this madness? Tang Qian frowned. She had no intention of divulging the technology at this moment. Had she not been clear enough in her communication? Or was this male simply incapable of grasping her meaning? She felt on the verge of being both exasperated and amused, just as she was about to interrupt Yuan's words, when she heard Yang Yan's voice, tinged with the desire to erupt. Do not speak nonsense. The situation is not as you claim. Tang Qian is a very kind person, yet kindness must adhere to principles. What you're doing is merely taking advantage. How did this conversation turn back to her character? Tang Qian felt somewhat disoriented, realizing that this predicament had arisen because of her. Enough. Observing that the argument was about to reignite, Yu, unable to bear the strain on his ears, interjected. Let's all be quiet. Some matters should be entrusted to the leader and their partner for resolution, but he regarded the two individuals before him, feeling a tinge of impatience. Regardless of the circumstances, you two are responsible for the conflict today and must face the consequences. Upon hearing the word responsible, Yuan felt as though all his strength had been sapped. He had only considered obtaining the technology and had never anticipated a confrontation with Yang Yan, let alone the need to endure punishment. Generally, the penalties within the Light Tribe required one to seek out the shaman, who is notorious for their harshness. Should he incur their wrath, he might find himself bedridden for days. Fortunately, as the Light Tribe was in need of manpower at present, you did not intend for their punishment to be overly severe. Observing their expressions, he continued, You will resume work on the site, but you must put in extra hours tonight as your punishment. As for Yuan, he cannot be granted the technology at this moment, so I currently lack a method to penalize him. Why you found himself in a quandary. But fortunately, Tang Qian, ever resourceful, noticed Yu's troubled demeanor and had an idea. She blinked, recalling that the prey in the storage had been frozen, and the hides had yet to be stripped. With the weather warming up, they would soon need to prepare jerky. It would not be unreasonable for Yuan to undertake this task. Yuan, go to the cave where we store food and remove the hides from the supplies. There is no surplus, and it won't be a hardship for you. Once you finish, we can pretend this incident never occurred. Her reference to never occurred encompassed Yuan's prior desire to learn the technology, which she would not impart to him. However, Yuan interpreted it differently, believing that upon completing his punishment, he would be free to learn the technology. Thus, upon hearing of the extensive work ahead, he felt a semblance of balance restored. Today, Huamu and the shaman, for once, dined together. They were the most divine males of the Light Tribe, capable of separating from their kin for solitary meals. Since Huamu had come to an understanding, their relationship had notably improved, and they were now enjoying a tranquil meal. Have you heard, shaman? The new housing technology brought by Tang Qian, which enhances storage capabilities, has sparked conflict within the tribe. Huamu chewed on a piece of meat, sharing the news with the shaman. The shaman, possessing a somewhat reclusive nature, rarely ventured out to gather information unless it pertained to significant tribal matters. Today, however, he had fortuitously heard about Tang Qian's innovation in a cryptic language comprehensible to both. He remarked, What a ludicrous affair. I have never heard of anyone willing to lower themselves to the status of a slave merely to learn skills that could be theirs in the future. The shaman frowned and sipped his meat broth, acknowledging that Tang Qian, for the betterment of the tribe, would undoubtedly share this technology with her fellow tribesmen in due time. Yuan, in his impatience and selfishness, seemed ill-suited to achieve greatness. Reflecting on this matter, the shaman mentally noted Yuan's name. Everyone desires to improve their circumstances, yet the methods chosen often betray them. Huamu finished the last sip of broth from his stone bowl, rose, and approached the entrance of the shaman's tent, watching the melting snow drip from the great tree, cascading down like a gentle stream. That Yuan's name had been etched in the shaman's mind. In the future, any responsibilities within the tribe should not be entrusted to such a person. Indeed, thanks to Tang Qian, had the shaman punished someone like Yuan, resulting in his inability to work for an extended period, he might have harbored resentment towards the entire tribe. Now, assigning him to tasks that were tedious yet bearable would render the punishment light, allowing him to maintain goodwill towards the tribe. They had grown up in the Light Tribe for many years. Yet this was the first time they had encountered someone so absurdly eager to become a slave. The shaman squinted, lost in contemplation. Silence enveloped the tent, with only the bubbling of the fire and boiling water breaking the stillness, creating an oddly eerie atmosphere within. After a long pause, the shaman finally lifted his head, his gaze suddenly clear and bright, as if he had come to a profound realization. They should assign a few individuals to protect Tang Qian. He recognized that this woman was undoubtedly a divine envoy sent to ensure the survival and prosperity of the Light Tribe. As long as she remained, their growth and flourishing would be assured. Huamu remained unaware of the shaman's thoughts, but through the trials they had faced, he understood that Tang Qian was the most deserving female to stand beside you, aiding in the tribe's expansion. I understand that I will arrange for the remaining matters to be handled. The construction of Tang Qian's storage facility was swiftly completed, and on that day, the entire tribe rejoiced. Yang Yin and Yuan had effectively fulfilled their punishment, transporting all the food into the dry storage. The weather had been unfavorable lately, typical for spring, with frequent rains. Tang Qian and you sheltered in the cave, idly crafting bone tiles from the small bones you had collected during his hunts, creating patterns by knocking them down in unison. When will this incessant rain cease? Tang Qian sighed, glancing at the skylight, which had collected a considerable amount of water, pooling in a corner of the cave before trickling out through a small crevice. You seemed preoccupied with whatever he was tinkering with, so much so that he hadn't heard Tang Qian speak. Frowning, she called out, "You." This single utterance jolted you from his reverie, but he looked at her, as if awakening from slumber. "What is it, Tang Qian? Has something gone awry? What are you so intently focused on?" Tang Qian sighed again, setting down her bone tiles, and approached him, peering at the complicated object in his hands, which remained elusive to her understanding. Resigned, she said, "I meant to ask how long this unending weather will persist." She had been cooped up in the cave for days, feeling as though she were on the brink of mildew. "I cannot say," you replied. "This is how it is in spring. It is also the time when food spoils most easily. The excessive humidity makes the cave dark and damp, with no means to expel the moisture. If we were to take the food outside to dry, it would be met with rain, leaving us with neither a suitable place to dry nor convenience in doing so. This is why so many in the Light Tribe still succumb to starvation during spring." Reflecting on this, you felt a pang of sympathy, releasing a sigh. However, this year, thanks to the large wooden storage facility built by Tang Qian, which he had inspected and deemed sufficiently waterproof, they should not suffer significant losses. He turned, grasping Tang Qian's hand with gratitude. "This year, we are fortunate to have you. Our tribe now has a place to store food. Otherwise, who knows how many slaves would perish." The initial intent behind constructing the storage was to enhance the living conditions of the tribe. Yet Tang Qian had not anticipated encountering someone like Yuan along the way. She blinked, choosing not to express her hidden concerns before you. There will be more methods for ensuring the survival of the Light Tribe in the future. One must not speak too boldly of the future. Otherwise, it may prove difficult to retract those words. Presently, they remained unaware of their true origins in this world. If one day they were to discover the truth, surely they would not be burned alive. Tang Qian pressed her lips together, finding a semblance of humor in her own absurd thoughts. While the two individuals within the cave conversed warmly, a troubling incident unfolded with Feng and Yin. Neither of them was married, and, as attendants to you, they resided in a cave not far from U.S. own, for convenience. Originally, on this rainy day, the brothers planned to roast some meat and retire for the night after their meal. Just as they were about to lie down, Huata, who managed the warehouse and was a companion of Yang Yin, rushed in, drenched from the rain. "It's bad, nobles." "What is the matter?" Feng, with his anxious disposition, immediately sprang to attention at the mention of trouble. He had just begun to feel drowsy, but now he was wide awake. Huata, without even wearing a rain hat, was soaked to the skin from running a considerable distance, and the cold spring rain rendered him almost speechless. Observing this, Yin promptly pulled Huata to the warmth of the fire, offering him a clean piece of animal skin to dry off before discussing the matter further. Thankfully, Huata was only stiff from the cold and had no other issues. He removed his drenched animal skin, wiping his body as he shivered. "Nobles, there is a problem with our warehouse." It was not merely the cold that troubled him, but the fear that gripped his heart. The warehouse held the tribe's entire food supply. Any issue could spell disaster for them all. The newly established warehouse, crafted by Tang Qian, was of utmost importance to the Bright Tribe. It simply could not afford to falter. Feng's heart raced as he furrowed his brow, glancing at Yin. Yin, though anxious as well, recognized that rushing over would yield little benefit. They needed to ascertain the situation from Huata first. He handed Huata a bowl of hot water, taking one for himself. Speak. What is going on? The fact that they were providing him with water indicated they had no intention of harming him. Huata, trembling with fear, accepted the water and replied, "At the top of the warehouse, we noticed signs of mold today, and the wood is creaking, indicating instability. Some of the jerky has developed white mold and is no longer edible." That last statement was indeed the gravest concern. Upon hearing Huata's words, Feng's brow furrowed deeper as he turned to Yin. "The chief has stated that there are matters we can handle ourselves. Let us inspect it shortly." Agreed. Yin too frowned, just as he was about to fetch a rain hat and venture out to assess the warehouse when Huata stopped him. Now somewhat cleaned up, Huata raised his hand to block both Feng and Yin. "Nobles, what is it?" Seeing Huata's gesture, Feng assumed he was reluctant for them to investigate and frowned at him. "Do you not wish us to see what has transpired?" No, my most esteemed nobles. It is not that I wish to prevent you from discovering the truth. Rather, I have a suspicion that I believe this must be the work of those dissatisfied slaves, intentionally cutting corners and refusing to work diligently." The mere thought of Yang Yin's previous demeanor made Huata's heart sink. If he had indeed grasped evidence against them, resolution would not come easily at that moment. The rain ceased, and just as Huata finished speaking, the trio within the cave heard a sound at the entrance, something akin to stones falling. Looking up to ascertain the cause, they beheld Yang Yin, who had been standing at the entrance for an unknown duration. "Yang Yin, how did he come to be here?" Huata suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, unsure of what to say in the presence of Yang Yin. Feng and Yin, oblivious to Huata's reaction, merely noted the predatory gaze Yang Yin cast upon them. "What brings you here?" Feng's eyes darkened, glaring at Yang Yin, fearing he might erupt into violence at any moment. Sensing his brother's heightened caution, Yin too felt a surge of wariness. What is the situation with the warehouse? Did not Tang Qian oversee its construction? How could such a significant issue arise? This inquiry deftly shifted all blame onto Yang Yin. Yang Yin's eyes turned icy, perceiving the nobles as epitomes of hypocrisy. With a derisive laugh, he stepped into their cave, displacing Huata from his spot by the fire, claiming his place. Nobles should possess the discernment to make their own judgments, rather than heed the words of the insincere. Who are you calling insincere? Though Huata typically maintained a facade of harmony with Yang Yin, their mutual disdain had long been established. Today, Yang Yin's disparagement of Huata was a first, and Huata felt he could no longer tolerate Yang Yin's provocations. Yang Yin remained silent, allowing his damp animal skin to dry before turning and delivering a punch to Huata's shoulder. "I refer to underhanded traitors like you who slander the innocent." Yang Yin, Feng, and Yin had intended to allow the two to voice their grievances, but as they clashed, it became imperative to intervene. Yang Yin had only thrown a single punch before the two nobles seized him tightly, leaving him unable to retaliate, forced to watch as Huata approached to strike back. Both men shared similar builds and tempers, and with the spark ignited, a brawl seemed inevitable. Huata, feeling unjustly struck, seethed with displeasure and impulsively turned to Yin. "Noble, please do not restrain me. Allow me to resolve this issue in the most vigorous manner of the Bright tribe." Yin frowned, sensing Huata's arrogance. Gripping Huata's arm, he retorted, "You will remain here, without entertaining any foolish ideas." The nature of this situation is still unclear, and it was Huata who first reported the issue. It is only natural he would receive a punch in retaliation. He then glanced at Feng, recognizing a shared understanding in Feng's gaze, and called for several individuals from outside, bind both Yang Yin and Huata, and secure them in the dry clearing at the cave's entrance. "We shall summon the chief and his companion. Food security is paramount, and with these two responsible for the warehouse embroiled in conflict, Tang Qian and U.S. presence was essential for resolution." "Understood, noble." The newcomers were commoners working for the nobles, earning food in return. Upon hearing Feng and Yan's instructions, they promptly rose to bind both the unresisting Huata and Yang Yin. The remaining slaves involved in the situation were herded into the central dry area of their tribe. Awaiting the arrival of the chief and Tang Qian to clarify the matter, Feng and Yin exchanged glances, issuing quiet threats to their workers before departing the cave to fetch Tang Qian and Yu. Eager for their input on the unfolding crisis, that be why the time Tang Qian and you had finished their meal and prepared for a nap. Feng and Yin entered. Chief, Tang Qian. The tone of their voices indicated yet another problem had arisen within the tribe. Tang Qian furrowed her brow. Looking to you. Surely not. They had just settled down, and on this dreary, rainy day, it seemed almost tragic that yet another issue had emerged. You, feeling drowsy himself and reluctant to rise, was nonetheless apprehensive about potential troubles within the tribe. He sighed, wrapping a large animal skin blanket around Tang Qian before getting up to face the two. Is it true that another issue has arisen within the tribe? Each year, during this dreary rainy season, various disturbances would manifest within the tribe, and you had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Feng and Yin exchanged knowing glances, then turned to you, shaking their heads. This year, it is not another matter. It is our warehouse. The warehouse, originally, Tang Qian had no intention of concerning herself with the matters at hand. However, upon hearing about the issues with the warehouse, her weariness evaporated in an instant. She lifted the animal hide blanket and glanced at the two individuals before her. It has been raining for the past few days. Could there be a problem with our food supplies? Yes, but the unity within our tribe is also at stake. Yin understood that the burden of this situation rested heavily on Tang Qian's shoulders. Therefore, if a resolution was to be sought, it must first pass through her. He conveyed the message candidly. The warehouse has become somewhat unstable, and it is damp inside. Some of the jerky has developed white mold and is no longer edible. Dampness. That seems implausible. Tang Qian furrowed her brow, pondering where her warehouse could have gone awry. One misstep leads to another, and a single issue can trigger a cascade of reactions. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a commoner suddenly burst through the door, looking toward Tang Qian and you. It's bad. Chief, Tang Qian. Just now, Yang Yin and Huata had a quarrel. Huata insists that it is Yang Yan's fault, and now Yang Yin wants to prove his innocence through death. To die. Tang Qian's heart raced, and she immediately turned to you, feeling as if she had lost her bearings. In her eyes, Yang Yin was not the type to resort to such drastic measures. What could have prompted him today? You was equally taken aback by this turn of events. He swiftly reached out to grasp Tang Qian's arm. Regardless of the circumstances, we must go see. All right. The group felt a growing sense of alarm upon hearing that Yang Yin intended to prove his innocence through death. Setting aside the preciousness of life, Yang Yin had only recently transitioned from being a commoner to a slave, making his situation particularly representative and unique that if he were to lose his life over such a trivial matter, it could lead to chaos within the tribe. Now that the rain had ceased, the four of them hurried forward and soon arrived at the cave of Feng and Yin. Yang Yin had already been restrained by those accompanying him, due to his earlier collision with the wall. He was now sitting aside with blood on his face, receiving treatment. Meanwhile, the instigator, Huata, sat silently, still shaken by Yang Yan's impulsive actions. What happened? Upon witnessing the chaotic scene before him, Yu's brow furrowed, his impatience growing. What could be so pressing as to compel a poor commoner to prove his innocence through death? His expression had turned serious, and his voice carried an authoritative weight, silencing those around him. A demeanor befitting a leader. It was indeed Yang Yin who claimed his innocence and threatened to take his own life. Huata had reported him, and now the ropes binding him had been loosened. Yang Yan's attempt to dash into the wall was also thwarted by Huata's intervention. The two had merely found each other irksome, never intending to cause one another harm. Tang Qian stepped forward to examine Yang Yan's wounds, discovering they were not particularly severe, likely due to Huata's timely intervention. She sighed with relief, but a wave of apprehension washed over her. What are you two doing? To consider taking a life over a matter concerning food is utterly absurd. Tang Qian inhaled deeply, visibly displaying her anger for the first time, leaving Yang Yin and Huata at a loss for how to respond. You recognized Tang Qian's fury, and he too felt a surge of anger. The sky was overcast, mirroring Tang Qian's expression. Observing Yang Yin as he tended to his injuries, she blinked and interrogated the two. What is the current state of the warehouse? What exactly happened? Enumerate the losses. We've lost 3 saber-toothed tiger jerky, and 2 beams in the warehouse have developed mold. Huata lamented, disclosing the warehouse issues, unaware that his response left Tang Qian utterly astonished. Out of the 133 saber-toothed tigers they had brought back, losing 3 was entirely normal. And considering the warehouse contained around 40 beams, it was quite typical for 1 or 2 to mold during the rainy season. How could a disagreement arise over such trivialities? Tang Qian exhaled a breath, momentarily at a loss for words. Huata and Yang Yin, witnessing Tang Qian's expression, felt a pang of guilt, akin to 2 guilty cubs. Crouching there in silence, afraid to speak, I in that moment. As Tang Qian's displeasure lingered, none dared to utter a word. Huata, reflecting on the earlier incident, felt increasingly aggrieved and muttered softly, Yang Yin, your strength was too much earlier. I could barely hold on to you. He glanced at his wrist, which had nearly been sprained in his attempt to restrain Yang Yin, now swollen and painful. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin felt even more wrong than anyone else. He had forgotten that Tang Qian was present and replied to Huata in a hushed tone. Why do you say that? If it weren't for your overreaction, I wouldn't have felt compelled to prove my innocence through death. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with frustration, believing that only through death could he prove his innocence to everyone, never considering how his demise would affect his family. Reflecting on it now, a wave of dread washed over Yang Yin. He continued to express his grievances. If I were to perish, it would be one thing, but I have an elderly mother at home who cannot fend for herself. For Yang Yin, nothing was more important than his mother within the tribe. His mother had already been unwell due to the harsh winter, and if he were to vanish, the surrounding people might not be able to care for an aging female. That would indeed be an unforgivable sin in the eyes of the divine. This was Yang Yan's vulnerability, his greatest tenderness. Huata, previously unfamiliar with Yang Yin, had no understanding of the lengths Yang Yin went to for his family. Today, he learned that Yang Yin had an elderly mother in need of care. Visibly, the stubborn yet somewhat naive young man blushed. How could he treat another male so harshly, especially when that male had a mother who could not fend for herself? A look of guilt crossed Huata's face, and after a lengthy pause, he mustered the courage to set aside his trivial pride and addressed Yang Yin. Today's incident was my fault. Please do not hold it against me. He glanced at Yang Yan's expression and quickly lowered his gaze. I apologize. I am willing to offer my family's food reserves as an apology to you and your elderly mother. After speaking, he took a few steps back and bowed to Yang Yin, seeking his forgiveness. Yang Yin was not one to hold grudges. Seeing that Huata had acknowledged his wrongdoing, he decided to let it go, adhering to the principle of mercy. There's no need for food. Just refrain from troubling me in the future. The two reconciled in that manner. As they exchanged words, their voices grew louder, drawing the attention of Tang Qian and Yu, who were now observing the two, who appeared to be conversing amicably. While marveling at the fleeting nature of ancient conflicts and affections, Tang Qian also realized that Yang Yan's circumstances were more complex than she had initially perceived. No filial son remains by a sickbed, she thought, and hearing Yang Yin speak of his mother's illness, she recognized him as a truly commendable individual for his unwavering concern. Tang Qian nodded in approval and could not help but praise Yang Yin. It is commendable that you consistently think of your mother. After all, she is the one who gave you life. However, just as she was about to conclude, she shifted her tone to address the earlier incident. But I believe that if you truly care for your mother, such situations should not arise in the future. Yang Yin harbored concerns that his mother would struggle to survive after his demise, yet his mother, too, was undoubtedly preoccupied with thoughts of Yang Yin. Such impulsive behavior could lead to dire consequences should a misfortune truly arise. Tang Qian subtly admonished Yang Yin with her words, hoping he would grasp her underlying meaning. Yang Yin was not oblivious. He recognized that Tang Qian's insinuations implied his actions could be perceived as a form of filial disobedience, and thus he listened attentively and respectfully. Once he sensed that Tang Qian had finished speaking, he knelt before her and expressed, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed partner of the leader. Yang Yin shall remember this and will not act thus again." Indeed, Tang Qian replied with a curt acknowledgement, falling silent thereafter. Presently, a minor issue had arisen at the warehouse, but the losses were manageable and could be remedied promptly. That why you grasped Tang Qian's hand and inquired of her, the chief designer of the Bright Tribe's warehouse. "Shall we head to the warehouse and assess how to proceed?" "Certainly," Tang Qian responded, turning to Feng, release Yang Yin and Huata, They have always been overseers of the warehouse and possess valuable knowledge. Their presence will be immensely beneficial. However, the process was not as straightforward as it seemed. Upon hearing Tang Qian's directive, Feng and Yin approached to untie the two, but suddenly recalled the Bright Tribe's regulations, regardless of the nature of the error. One must seek punishment from the shaman. Even if pressing matters lay ahead, the rules remained unchanged that if they were to release the two without consequence, it would contravene the customs of their tribe. Faced with this dilemma, both were momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether to adhere to the rules or follow Tang Qian's instructions. Observing their hesitation, you immediately discerned their thoughts and spoke decisively. The survival of our kin takes precedence. We must first secure the food supplies and then address the penalties. Agreed. Feng and Yin exchanged glances, then stepped forward to cut the ropes binding Yang Yin and Huata, and the group hastened towards the warehouse. As they proceeded, Tang Qian sighed, contemplating strategies to salvage the warehouse, fervently hoping it would not present her with insurmountable challenges. The warehouse stood as a grand wooden structure, not fundamentally different from ancient wooden houses. Albeit with a deeper foundation to withstand natural calamities, the construction of its foundation alone had taken nearly 10 days. Otherwise, the current issue would not merely be a matter of minor leaks. Gazing at the intact structure before him, which surpassed the aesthetics of a cave manifold, you inquired with a calm demeanor, "What seems to be the issue here?" At this juncture, Huata, who had reconciled with Yang Yin, suddenly sprang forth, exclaiming, "In one corner of the interior, a beam has begun to mold, though fortunately, it remains somewhat sturdy." Here we go again. Why you recognize that despite their recent truce, the camaraderie between the two would not last long. Yang Yin, witnessing Huata's outburst, was left utterly dumbfounded. Why you and Tang Qian exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's unspoken thoughts, and shared a quiet amusement. Why you remarked, "Lead us to inspect. I shall accompany the leader and her partner." He added, upon hearing that you intended to enter, Huata, invigorated, eagerly ushered him and Tang Qian through the doorway. As you lacked familiarity with the specifics, he merely followed Tang Qian's lead, observing her assessments with anticipation for her conclusions. Tang Qian, however, did not limit her attention to Huata's observations. She began her own thorough inspection upon entering. Though she had yet to pinpoint the problem area, her tour led her to a general understanding of the situation. Upon reaching the mold-infested section, Huata pointed to the still leaking beam, stating, "Given the continuous rainfall over the past few days and the warm weather, the moldy area will likely become unstable shortly. If that occurs, not only will the meat of the 3 saber-toothed tigers become inedible, but all provisions may be rendered unusable due to the collapse of the structure." Tang Qian frowned, glancing at Yang Yin, who hesitated at a distance, beckoning him closer. "Yang Yin, come here. What do you require?" Yang Yin blinked, perplexed by Tang Qian's intent, but obediently approached her side, adopting a demeanor of compliance, esteemed partner of the leader. "I have identified the issue and will soon instruct you on how to address it. Today, the punishment for your transgressions remains unaddressed. I shall unilaterally assign you both the task of repairing the warehouse, which will serve as your penalty." Furthermore, Tang Qian observed their expressions, noting no signs of dissent, and continued, "This also constitutes a valuable skill for future construction endeavors. Thus, this punishment may not be so severe. Should you excel, you will be exempt from further penalties in the Bright Tribe." The most coveted asset was no longer merely food, but the advanced construction techniques that Tang Qian possessed. Only those who labored would gain such knowledge. Thus, when Tang Qian offered them the opportunity to advance, the two could hardly refuse. Instantly, Huata and Yang Yan's eyes brightened, but they quickly recalled that their recent quarrel had left them at odds. And their expressions soured. "I shan't cause trouble between you." Tang Qian anticipated their discord. Without clarification, it was likely that neither would wish to collaborate with the other. Fortunately, Tang Qian had an array of strategies to manage their rivalry. A glimmer of cunning flashed across her face before she resumed her serious demeanor. "Should you both be unwilling, I can select others for this task, and you two shall face punishment from the shaman instead." Thus avoiding collaboration altogether, "We are willing," they interjected in unison, not waiting for Tang Qian to finish, their urgency evident. Tang Qian's mention of substituting them startled the two, prompting one to inch closer to Yu for support. The scene before Yu was amusing, though he stifled his laughter. Yet, despite the lightheartedness of the moment, he held deep respect for Tang Qian. She always found a way to ensure their compliance, seeing that both had acquiesced. Tang Qian felt a sense of relief and proceeded to impart the knowledge regarding the repair of the building. Though she had only read theoretical texts, lacking practical experience, she could not demonstrate directly, but articulated her instructions clearly. Fortunately, both men were astute. They grasped her guidance effortlessly. The area affected by mold was relatively small, and with the assistance of the two robust males, the warehouse repairs were completed in a matter of days. Watching Feng and Yin diligently preparing meat broth using Tang Qian's methods, Yu sat quietly, absorbing their praises for her. Previously, he had been reluctant to believe that the leader could harbor affection for such a diminutive female. Now, he understood that Tang Qian's uniqueness stemmed not from her appearance or name, but from the wealth of knowledge she possessed. Indeed, Yin remarked, savoring the aromatic broth as he ladled some into a stone bowl. Tasting its flavor, upon finding it delightful, he continued cooking and affirmed to Feng, "The leader's assertion holds true. Tang Qian is indeed a female worthy of our respect," reflecting on how such a remarkable female had once been treated by the likes of Hao from the Misa tribe. Yin felt a surge of indignation. Regrettably, due to the past exchanges of numerous slaves between the Bright tribe and the Misa tribe, Hao had vanished shortly after arriving at the Bright tribe, and they had little desire to pursue him. Thus, the fate of Hao remains uncertain. Alive or deceased, the two individuals before him have elevated Tang Qian to the status of a deity. Why you blinked. A hint of pride swelling within him. Initially, he had merely accompanied Tang Qian to the warehouse to ascertain the situation. In the days that followed, he had not returned, preoccupied with various matters within the tribe after the onset of spring. Upon returning home, he had simply collapsed in a bed, devoid of time to inquire about Tang Qian's subsequent progress. Today, having finally found a moment of respite, he discovered that Tang Qian had urgent matters to attend to early in the morning, and she forbade him from accompanying her. Thus, he sought refuge with Feng and Yin. To his surprise, he was able to glean updates on the unfolding events from them, which filled him with a mix of astonishment and delight. A subtle smile graced his lips, his heart swelling with pride for his mate, the mate who made him feel proud. He had anticipated that the three of them would engage in conversation until Tang Qian returned. However, before they could even savor the rich broth, a small cub burst into Feng and Yan's cave, panting, "Chief, what could be so urgent?" Given the multitude of calamities they faced, the sight of someone in a state of distress sent a chill through Yu and the others. Fearing some uncontrollable disaster had occurred, Yu promptly set aside the stick he had been using to stoke the fire and stepped forward, anxiety palpable in his voice as he questioned the young cub. "Is there a problem within the tribe?" "No, it's not about the tribe," the cub gasped, striving to regulate its breathing. "It's about the chief's mate, Tang Qian." Upon hearing those words, a wave of tension washed over Yu's mind. Feng and Yin were equally startled and stepped forward, their expressions mirroring his concern. To Yu's eyes widened in alarm. He feared something unfortunate had befallen Tang Qian. What happened to Tang Qian? The cub, having regained his composure, addressed the trio. "Just now, when I passed by the slaves' quarters, I saw the chief's mate surrounded by a throng of people. Their voices were particularly loud, as if they were arguing that I didn't dare approach to inquire. So I hurried here to inform the chief. The slaves' quarters, trouble loomed. The mention of that place sent a jolt through everyone present. It was common knowledge that due to the tribe's regulations, disturbances frequently occurred during the transition from winter to spring, especially when food supplies dwindled and the slaves, desperate to avoid starvation, would rebel. In the past, they had managed to quell such uprisings, albeit at the cost of some personnel. You had thought that this year would be uneventful. But now Tang Qian was surrounded. If something were to go awry, it would be catastrophic. Furrowing his brow, Yu uttered not a word but immediately set off towards the slaves' quarters, observing Yu's urgent demeanor. Feng and Yin, fearing the worst, hastily armed themselves and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Tang Qian remained blissfully unaware of Yu's assumption that she was in peril, as she was engaged in a discussion with the slaves about survival strategies. Just as she finished explaining how herbs could treat ailments, An elderly woman, her hair as white as snow and her skin darkened by time, suddenly collapsed before Tang Qian, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "My most revered chief's mate," the old woman broke into tears, her voice thick with emotion. Thank you, my most revered chief's mate, for ensuring that we slaves will not starve or freeze to death this year." Her words resonated deeply with the other slaves, and as soon as the old woman spoke, many began to weep, kneeling before Tang Qian in gratitude. "Please no," Tang Qian urged, knowing she had merely done what was right. Yet she had not expected such overwhelming appreciation for her small acts of kindness. She quickly reached out to help the elderly woman to her feet, while also encouraging her companion, to assist others in standing. With so many slaves around, every time she helped one up, another would kneel again, creating a tug-of-war of sorts. Tang Qian, panted, beads of sweat forming on her brow. They refused to listen. "We can't lift them all." "Yes," Tang Qian replied, equally exhausted, her own forehead slick with sweat. "Go fetch you. He can speak to them more effectively." Daya nodded and turned to leave, but just as she did, she caught sight of the three individuals behind them. Their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. "Chief!" Yo exclaimed, startled, and quickly bowed. Her voice was loud enough to draw the attention of the surrounding slaves, who immediately looked up at you. "The chief has arrived. The chief and the goddess are here together. Hurry, kneel." A chorus of voices erupted from the crowd, and soon, all the kneeling slaves bowed deeply before you. Did you not say that Tang Qian was surrounded by the slaves and in distress? After the initial shock, Feng was the first to react, casting a reproachful glance at the young cub, who now appeared quite contrite. The cub had no idea. Moments ago, it had seemed as if a riot was about to break out around Tang Qian. You raised his hand, signaling that all was well. As long as Tang Qian is unharmed, that is what matters. He then stepped forward, embracing Tang Qian and addressing the kneeling slaves with a commanding voice. "The goddess and I have received your sincerity. Rise." Indeed, those words proved most effective. The slaves, initially hesitant, exchanged glances before standing, their previous demeanor of relaxation replaced with nervousness as they faced Tang Qian and you. "Is the goddess no longer merely the chief's mate?" Tang Qian inquired, puzzled by Yu's sudden shift in tone. Why you smiled gently, leaning close to her ear. "If we do not present you as the goddess to instill some awe, they will not rise." Understanding dawned on Tang Qian. "Not so. I have been too gentle in my approach." "Perhaps," you replied, surveying the slaves now eager to show their allegiance to it. "Seems they wish to pledge their loyalty to me, and thus to you as well." The depth of admiration they harbored for Tang Qian was evident, a testament to her remarkable charisma. Feng and Yin exchanged glances, observing the pair before them. Su's words faded. The slaves, as if responding to an unspoken cue, erupted in a resounding chorus that echoed through the forest, startling the birds perched upon the branches. In that moment, Tang Qian was overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. She vowed to protect them. Among the members of the Bright Tribe, she had become a savior. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, Huomu, who had arrived on the scene, observed from a distance, feeling like an outsider, a pang of loneliness settling in his heart. He took a couple of steps back, intending to leave, but the shaman blocked his path. "Why do you not continue to watch? This does not concern me." "Why remain here?" Huomu replied, his heart heavy as he cast his gaze downward. "They favor Tang Qian," the shaman sighed, perceiving Huomu's occasionally extreme views. "But Tang Qian is the goddess, a divine gift. You, however, are the pillar of the tribe, the high priest, the most significant person in this tribe." The shaman hoped Huomu would grasp his place within the tribe, his ancient, murky eyes revealing a depth of understanding. However, the keen eyes gazed intently at Huomu. Regrettably, Huomu did not comprehend the meaning behind the words spoken by Wu, and his face remained etched with the same despondent expression as before. Some matters must be pondered through by oneself, and Wu did not press the issue. After letting out a sigh, he departed, leaving Huomu standing alone. Now, Huomu was indeed solitary. He turned his gaze towards the slaves who were joyously gathered around Yu and Tang Qian, his expression inevitably tinged with a sense of melancholy. Yu gently wrapped his arm around Tang Qian's waist and whispered in her ear, "They love you dearly now, Just as they love me, I know, Tang Qian replied with a smile, feeling quite pleased with herself. He was perpetually busy with endless tasks, and he had hoped to seize a moment of respite today. However, just as he and Tang Qian were settling in for a while, Ronghe approached. They whispered something in Yu's ear, causing him to look apologetically at Tang Qian. Tang Qian tea that moment. Tang Qian was discussing the weather with the slaves, and Yu's sudden, guilt-ridden demeanor puzzled her. What is it? Ronghe informed me that there are still some unresolved matters within the tribe. And although I had promised to accompany you today, it is indeed quite disheartening. Upon hearing that you might have to leave, Tang Qian pouted, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Yet, what could she do? As the leader, you bore the responsibility for the well-being of the entire tribe, comprising hundreds of individuals of all ages. If she were to insist that you stay, it would be her fault that I end that case. Not only would the tribe's people harbor grievances against her, but she herself would also feel unsettled. Taking a deep breath, she nodded. I'm fine. There are still many matters to attend to here with the tribe. You should go. Her implication was for them to each tend to their own responsibilities that in contemporary terms, he was rather oblivious. Upon hearing Tang Qian's words, he mistakenly thought she was genuinely unconcerned about his abrupt departure. After nodding, he leaned down and planted a kiss on her forehead before he left. How could the leader be like this? Observing Yu's nonchalant retreat, Ya, who had been by Tang Qian's side, could no longer hold her tongue and murmured to Tang Qian. Even I can see it, Tang Qian. Your heart is bothered by his sudden departure, yet the leader remains oblivious. He had also discerned that he was quite dense. Hearing you speak up for her, Tang Qian found it amusing. No matter how vexed she felt, she couldn't help but chuckle. What can I do? After all, I am both your leader and his confidant. This was something you had told her in the hot springs when she first arrived at the Guangming tribe. A memory that still lingered in Tang Qian's mind. She playfully pinched Ya's nose before turning back to address the slaves surrounding her, imparting valuable knowledge. For the slaves, the workload was minimal, and they need not gather to listen to Tang Qian's teachings. However, some diligent commoners did not share this sentiment. They wished to learn from Tang Qian, but since those surrounding her were slaves, they felt hesitant to join. Although the Guangming tribe revered heroes and supported the idea of slaves altering their status, it did not imply a lack of respect for the existing hierarchy. Huomu observed Tang Qian for a while and suddenly realized that if he were concerned about his standing within the Guangming tribe being undermined by her, he could actually begin with the commoners. If the commoners developed grievances against Tang Qian, the mere thought of this made Huomu's lips curl into a smirk. He cast a cold glance in Tang Qian's direction before turning to leave, heading towards the commoners' dwelling. Most commoners were basking in the sun outside their homes, and upon seeing Huomu approach, they all stood up respectfully to greet him. Though Huomu was not particularly popular within the noble circles, he was genuinely concerned for the commoners, which earned him their affection. High Priest, a small female child with horned braids, spotted Huomu and immediately wriggled free from her father's embrace, rushing towards him with a piece of uncooked beast meat in hand. High Priest, have you eaten? This little child, petite and endearing, evoked a sense of fondness in anyone who laid eyes on her. Huomu, not being a hard-hearted person, felt his resolve soften as he extended both arms to embrace the child. The High Priest has eaten. Have you? Although he did not know the child personally, it did not diminish his fondness for her. The child, unperturbed by their limited encounters, was unfazed. I have. I still have a piece of beast meat. If the High Priest is hungry, you can eat it. What are you saying? Seeing his child babbling nonsensically, the child's father hurriedly intervened, apologizing to Huomu. I hope the High Priest will not be upset. She is just a child and does not understand as he spoke. This seemingly robust male trembled slightly. Huomu chose to overlook it and refrain from exposing the situation. The child is simply innocent. She is quite lovely. Take good care of her. After offering a few words of advice to the child's father, Huomu lifted his gaze to the innocent child, who clearly did not grasp the circumstances surrounding them. The High Priest is not hungry. The child should eat. This little interlude had attracted quite a few commoners to gather around them. The former High Priest had always been an exalted figure, and it was surprising to see him so approachable today. Given the current abundance of food in the tribe, many commoners found themselves with little to do at home. Huomu's presence in the commoners' quarters was a significant event for them, And soon, numerous individuals ventured out to catch a glimpse of him. It was a novelty for anyone to witness the high priest being so down-to-earth. Once Womu assessed that the crowd was sufficiently gathered, he turned his gaze and addressed them with a sigh. So, what do you all think? Are you not learning anything or doing anything at all? The meaning behind this question left the crowd bewildered, unsure of what he was trying to convey. The child's father, being a straightforward individual, scratched his head and responded honestly to Homu. Currently, food is abundant in the tribe, and the slaves from the Misa tribe are handling the work. So we have little to do but relax at home. Indeed, it was nice to be able to take it easy. They recalled that in the past, when Guangming was not as prosperous and when Tang Qian was not present, the commoners had to toil extensively. Such leisurely days were a rarity. They were quite naive. Observing their simplicity, Homu inwardly sighed heavily. He spoke up. While it is true that you can take it easy, have you considered who Tang Qian is imparting her knowledge to while you are being idle? The Guangming tribe already had a system in place for slaves to transition into commoners. And it was quite straightforward that if all slaves became commoners, who would be left to work? In that scenario, would there still be such leisure? Although these people were simple-minded, they still harbored their own thoughts on the matter. Instantly, their expressions shifted, and they regarded Homu as if they understood something profound. High Priest, are you suggesting that our tribe will one day have no slaves left, and that all of Tang Qian's knowledge will be imparted to those slaves, leaving us to work and become fools? A seemingly impulsive young female, who appeared unmarried, stepped forward from the crowd, raising her voice to question Homu. Homu nodded, feeling a sense of gratitude towards her for expressing the concern he had. Indeed, it is precisely this worry that prompted my visit to the Commoners District. To gauge your thoughts on this matter, a single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. Upon overhearing the conversation between the young female and the Fire Eye, the surrounding commoners exchanged glances, and soon the air was filled with a cacophony of discussions regarding the matter. The clamor was intense, yet no one dared to raise their voice above that of the Fire Eye, opting instead for hushed whispers. This was precisely the effect he sought. Observing the fervent discussions below, a sly smile crept upon the corners of the Fire Eye's lips, revealing a peculiar arc. He quickly composed himself, feigning benevolence as he stepped forward. All right. While this matter poses a question, our utmost priority now is not to debate the problem, but to deliberate on how to resolve it. Has everyone given it some thought? Great Priest, we are but ignorant souls, unsure of the course of action to take. Might you have any suggestions on how to punish those slaves? The one who uttered this was undoubtedly a brutish individual. The Fire Eye sighed, putting on an act as he addressed them. The slaves faced not only this issue, but he seemed to harbor some unspeakable concern, abruptly halting his words, leaving the air thick with anticipation. The more he refrained from speaking, the more impatient the crowd grew. Barely had the Fire Eye fallen silent when many began pleading for him to continue. Great Priest, please share your thoughts. We are on the verge of resuming our tasks. What is there that we cannot hear? Indeed, Great Priest, what are those slaves to undertake? Just tell us, and we shall be content. The call for the Fire Eye grew louder, and sensing the moment was ripe, he raised his hand and said, "This matter pertains to the chief. The notion that slaves, with their lowly status, could be connected to any issue involving the chief baffled those around him. Now, with Tang Qian able to offer them more, admiration and affection for her had begun to bloom among the populace. It seemed only natural that Tang Qian was the partner of the chief of the Bright Tribe. Yet, do you not remember that the citizens of our Bright Tribe are bound to pledge their loyalty solely to our chief and the deities, with no room for others? The slave have forgotten the rules. We must not forget them, and thus we shall punish them. If Tang Qian were present, witnessing how the Fire Eye was indoctrinating the commoners, she would surely orchestrate a scheme akin to a pyramid scheme, granting him the perfect platform to showcase his talents. Initially, the commoners harbored grievances regarding the forthcoming welfare system for the slaves, and now, spurred on by the Fire Eye's provocations, many began to wear uneasy expressions. However, some astute individuals recognized that such matters of status should not be handled by the Fire Eye and refrained from voicing any opinions. Yet, among the impulsive, one young man clad in spotted deer hide clenched his fists and asked the Great Priest, "What shall we do? We cannot simply stand by as commoners and watch these slaves rise above us. That it would be disgraceful if word of this spread. A sudden thrill coursed through the fire eye as he turned his gaze toward the particularly bold young man, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Execute the slaves, let them understand whom they ought to revere, what their duties are, and the importance of remaining compliant. Initially they thought that a show of force might relieve their frustrations. But the Fire Eye's words felt excessively harsh. An elder among them interjected, "But great priest, such actions are fraught with danger. Ever since our chief ascended to power, he has prohibited the arbitrary treatment of slaves' lives. Last year, a thoughtless nobleman killed a slave without the chief's consent, only to face punishment from the shaman, resulting in 2 months of incapacitation. The mere utterance of execute the slaves sent the commoners into disarray. The male who had previously cradled a small infant now bore a visage of hesitation, glancing around before turning to the fire. Great priest, such a method is simply untenable. We dare not." And the chief would not permit it. His expression was laden with bitterness, torn between the unfairness of his fate and his feelings toward life and the slaves. What worthless beings they were, unable to take action even against these trivial matters. Watching the indecisiveness of those before him, impatience began to surface in the Fire Eye's eyes, hidden behind his mask. In the past, even as one who cherished his people, he might have erupted in anger at such cowardice, but now he could not afford to doubt if he were to lose his temper, they would surely uncover his ulterior motives. And where would that leave him? Drawing a deep breath, he strove to suppress the simmering anger within, finally regaining composure as he addressed the assembly of timid souls. "I am considering your interests as well, that if you are unwilling, then so be it. After all," here the Fire Eye cast a glance at the crowd, as if harboring some unspoken truth. In a tribe, peace remains of paramount importance. Regardless of the outcome, it mattered little if he, the Fire Eye, had to endure a more stifled existence. Yet he remained a noble, unlike these individuals, who were perpetually at risk of being overshadowed by the slaves, thanks to the Fire Eye's deliberate guidance. The commoners suddenly recalled the hierarchical structure of the Bright tribe. When discussions of status arose, they were not dim-witted. They understood that slaves could never be equated with them, let alone be permitted to trample over them. In that moment, a collective unease settled over the crowd. Indeed, the great priest at a point one male, standing at the back of the throng, began to waver. Upon finishing his statement, the previously murmuring crowd fell silent, many eyes turning toward him, inadvertently creating a small space around him. He licked his lips, his gaze filled with uncertainty, yet he pressed on, his voice growing bolder. "I do not wish for a day to come when I am trampled beneath the feet of the slaves. We are the commoners. Though we may not possess the nobility's value, we are unique. I refuse to be deemed the most contemptible. But if the slaves become commoners, we are all commoners. Why then, should we be the lowest?" Upon hearing these words, an elder with a cane stepped forward, his gaze sharp and reminiscent of the shaman's, yet lacking the innate authority of the latter. Seeing the elder approach, the young man who had expressed his disdain for becoming the most contemptible felt a twinge of fear at the elder's penetrating gaze. However, recalling that he had merely spoken the truth, he steeled himself against any apprehension. He took a step forward, growing increasingly impassioned, even tears shimmering in his eyes. "Grandfather, when they become commoners, we too will be commoners. While our statuses may appear equal, have you considered that they possess far more skills than we do? In the end, who will the chief value more?" The grandson's eloquence was met with the elder's sharp retort. He cast a glance at the Fire Eye, causing the latter to feel a flicker of unease, prompting him to take a step back. Turning to his grandson, the elder spoke, but his words resonated with the entire gathering. "Have you all considered that we are brethren within the same tribe, united against the external tribes? Your actions are intolerable. Should a day come when outsiders attack us, and many perish due to the slaves, who will fight for us? Who will emerge victorious, and who will face defeat?" Both Huamu and the elder possess valid perspectives. The indecisive common folk sway in uncertainty here. Some, driven by selfish inclinations, lean toward Huamu, while others, harboring a modicum of conscience, advocate for harmonious coexistence with the slaves. Believing that learning the necessary skills can wait, and that national unity is the paramount concern. Humu and the elder find themselves at an impasse. Engaged in an invisible tug-of-war, they observe the disputatious crowd below, each hoping for the favor of the masses. After a prolonged silence, the elder sighed and turned to face Humu, initiating the conversation. High Priest, do you truly advocate for the plight of the commoners? Or are you merely envious of Tang Qian's adoration? You must know in your heart that some matters could be resolved through peaceful coexistence. The elder's insight startled Humu. Taken aback, he turned to the elder, mustering his courage to retort, "Do not speak such nonsense. As the high priest of the Light Tribe, how could I possibly neglect the welfare of our people?" The elder remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed upon Humu, as if he could see through the fade. Disturbed, Humu shifted his attention to the crowd, declaring, "You must understand that our Light Tribe is powerful. It is inconceivable for enemies to invade without cause. Protecting our status is of utmost importance." "Slay the slaves," murmured a voice, lips barely forming the words. The crowd had indeed been indoctrinated by Humu. The elder found the scene before him more harrowing than any battlefield he had previously encountered. A pang of anguish seizing his heart. Unable to bear the sight of such ignorance and selfishness, he turned away from this disheartening place. The greatest obstacle had vacated. Humu smiled faintly, addressing the commoners. "Now we shall go to the place of the slaves and eliminate them, thus claiming our rightful throne." "Yes," came the resounding chorus. Upon hearing Humu's words, the crowd hastily set down their infants, securing them within the cave with stones, and sought out suitable stone knives to accompany Humu to the gathering of slaves. Driven by greed, they adhered to the primal laws of nature. Excusing their actions, they followed Humu to the assembly of slaves, where, under Tang Qian's command, a flurry of activity was underway. Tang Qian, as the events unfolded behind him,